Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Have you ever indulged in a fantasy? Imagine there exists a breathtakingly beautiful and aloof heiress, deeply enamored and devoted to her family, whose wealth surpasses trillions, silently cherishing you from the shadows. Alas, you remain oblivious to this truth. Consider this possibility. What if it were indeed the case? Yet, even if it is not, fret not, for I shall pen this tale for you. Lin He is the protagonist's true name. Lin M.O. and Lin E. are aliases employed by the protagonist to evade pursuers. Please forgive my oversight, the protagonist bears several names. Bang! A cacophony erupted from the bustling construction site, signaling a catastrophic collapse. With a thunderous roar, the heavens seemed to echo the arrival of the young lady of the Su family. Stumbling onto the scene, as scaffolding came crashing down, the leadership overseeing the Nanhaku Garden City project nearly faced entombment beneath the debris. Simultaneously, the young lady of the Su family, currently the esteemed chairperson of the National Financial Investment Strategic Committee, and concurrently the chairwoman of Guojin Group, Su Yinxian, narrowly escaped becoming a casualty of this tragic event. Upon witnessing the calamity, the pale visage of the construction firm's president, Nan Yun Construction Group, betrayed his alarm. Ignoring his own safety, he scrambled towards the direction of the chairwoman of Guojin Group. "Chairwoman Su, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Su replied coolly, yet her dissatisfaction with the inspection was palpable. "Go check on the condition of Governor Wu. It is unfathomable that such issues could arise during a project inspection by the financier. One can only speculate about the abysmal state of project management under normal circumstances." After assisting Vice Governor Wu, the realization that a staggering $3 billion investment had gone awry incited a furious rage within the president of Nan Yun Construction Group, who berated the assembled project managers. "What on earth are you doing? Who is responsible for this project?" Amidst the ensuing chaos, project manager Zhang Chong hastily emerged from the crowd, trembling and unable to articulate his words. "President, I am in charge of this area. What have you been doing?" Upon seeing the scapegoat, the president's fury became uncontrollable. Does the quality of this project honor our nation and its people? Find the primary responsible party, ascertain the cause of this accident. If you fail, I will terminate your position. The chairman's words struck fear into Zhang Chong, rendering him speechless as he listened to the wrath of his superior. His frantic gaze darted about the crowd. Suddenly, in a corner of the gathering, he spotted the newly appointed worker, Lin He, nonchalantly enjoying the spectacle. The perfect scapegoat has arrived." Zhang Chong pointed towards Lin He, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. "Esteemed leaders, upon investigation, I have discerned that the fundamental cause of the incident lies in the negligence of our newly appointed construction worker, Lin Mo, who failed to adhere to the scaffolding installation requirements. Furthermore, he lacks sufficient engineering knowledge and technical expertise, which ultimately led to this unfortunate accident." As the last accusation resonated, Chairman Gao turned his gaze toward Lin He amidst the crowd, his voice cold and filled with fury, disregarding the presence of the client and provincial leaders as he unleashed a torrent of invective. "You are Lin M.O.? Come forth." A bewildered Lin He approached the assembled leaders, his mind in a daze. As the scapegoat drew near, Chairman Gao spoke with righteous indignation. "Had the dislodged scaffolding struck our esteemed leaders, such as Su and Governor Wu, how could we explain ourselves to the nation and the people? I shall dismiss you immediately. Our group has no need for such an irresponsible worker. If anyone else dares to repeat a similar mistake, I will expel them without hesitation. Our construction group prioritizes responsibility and professional skills among its employees." As the chairman announced Lin He's impending dismissal, the array of yellow-hatted workers outside cast sympathetic yet helpless glances his way. However, there was naught they could do, for Lin He had found himself in this predicament during an inspection by the national leaders. Lin He, in his confusion, was acutely aware that he was blameless in this scenario. He had not even finalized the signature confirmation on the project. He was responsible for the fault lay in the unfortunate circumstances he had encountered. The group merely sought to provide an explanation to the leaders present to AS for him. A mere newcomer with only a few days in the role, he was nothing more than a dispensable pawn in their ice snow, not even that he was merely a stepping stone on their long journey. Chairman Gao, did you say his name? is Lin Mo? Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged, stirring familiar memories within the dazed Lin He. This voice. It seemed to echo from the past. Slowly, he turned toward the source, and a strikingly beautiful and aloof figure came into view. Su Yunqian, the chairwoman of Guojin Group, was indeed she, still as cool and captivating as ever. A shiver ran down Lin He's spine, and he felt his entire being weaken. He was all too familiar with the woman before him. He had never imagined that, 3 years later, he would still be unable to escape the retribution of the Su family. Yes, indeed. Ms. Su, this is our group's construction worker Lin Mo, who has yet to be officially appointed. Chairman Gao remarked, puzzled by Su Yunqian's apparent interest in such a minor worker. Pray tell, Ms. Su, do you know our Lin Mo? Su Yunqian shook her head repeatedly, hastily coming to Lin He's defense. No. Governor Wu, Chairman Gao, I believe our focus should be on discussing the transformative impact of Guojin's 30 billion investment on the construction projects in Nanyang province, rather than fixating on a newly arrived construction worker. Upon hearing of the 3 billion investment opportunity, Chairman Gao immediately adopted a different demeanor. Since Chairman Su has spoken so, I shall grant you a reprieve this time, however. As a form of punishment, I must deduct a month's salary from you. Listening to Chairman Su of Guojin Group advocate for Lin He, a throng of project managers cast envious glances his way. One could only wonder about the stroke of luck that allowed a mere construction worker to have the head of Guojin Group speak on his behalf. Especially Zhang Chong, who had initially set Lin He up for failure, now wore an expression of clear discontent. After taking the blame, Lin He trudged back to his dormitory with a gloomy countenance. His cousin, ever patient, offered words of encouragement. Lin, don't overthink, there will be plenty of blame to share on this construction site in the future. But you, my boy, have indeed struck it lucky. Who would have thought that the illustrious Chairman Su of Guojin Group would advocate for you? If it weren't for Zhang Chong's temperament, you would undoubtedly have been made to take the fall. Lin He paid little heed to his cousin's words, his mind instead consumed by events from 3 years prior. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was his project manager, Zhang Chong. Hello, what is it? Manager Zhang. Lin Mo, we're dining tonight at the Jinhao Grand Hotel, alongside Chairman Su of Guojin Group and Governor Wu. Upon hearing that he would meet Su Yunqian, Lin He felt an immediate surge of anxiety. What? Why would a mere construction worker like me accompany such high-ranking officials? I don't know, it was Chairman Su who specifically requested you. I truly cannot fathom your extraordinary luck, Zhang Chong exclaimed, his voice tinged with jealousy before abruptly hanging up. Upon learning that his cousin had been singled out by Chairman Su, Lin He's cousin was even more excited than Lin He himself. Impressive, little Lin. How could Chairman Su possibly take an interest in someone like you? As he spoke, Lin He's cousin scrutinized him closely. Rubbing his chin, he mused, you're not particularly handsome, you're merely a tad slimmer than I am. Your features might be slightly more refined, and your skin a tad softer, but surely that does not qualify you as someone worthy of the attention from the head of a powerful conglomerate like Guojin. After much contemplation, his cousin remained baffled by what Su Yunqian saw in Lin He. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Lin He retorted, if you're so keen, why don't you go instead? Seeing Lin He's reluctance, his cousin grew anxious on his behalf. Don't let pride over money and future opportunities cloud your judgment. If you can win over Chairman Su, when that 3 billion investment comes through, you won't just be the head of Nanyang Company under the construction group, you'll surely be at least the second in command. Lin He remained silent. That evening, in the presidential suite of the Jinhao Grand Hotel, Chairman Gao transformed from a man of condescension to one of brotherly warmth, addressing Lin He with camaraderie. Calling him brother repeatedly, he held Lin He's small hand tightly and said, Brother Lin Mo, please don't take offense at today's events. The harsh words directed at you were merely to provide an explanation to the leaders present. He patted Lin He's shoulder, adding, you know how it is in our line of work managing projects. Taking the blame is unavoidable. So please forgive me, dear brother. You must help me win over Director Su tonight. I can see she has quite an interest in you. Chairman, I cannot drink. I lack the skills to charm women, and I certainly cannot accompany female leaders. Lin He did not directly acquiesce to Chairman Gao's request, but instead expressed his own difficulties. After all, one cannot overcome such challenges without some form of compensation. Upon hearing Lin He's words, Chairman Gao understood that Lin He was still upset and proposed, If you help me secure Director Seuss investment, I will not only make you a permanent employee, but also promote you to the project leader of the Coastal Garden City construction project, elevating your salary from $5,000 to $30,000 a month. He anticipated that such tempting conditions would lead Lin He to agree without hesitation. However, what Chairman Gao did not expect was Lin He's immediate refusal without a second thought. Observing Lin He's lack of appreciation for the opportunity, other high-ranking executives in the group voiced their disapproval, urging him not to be so ungrateful. Disregarding their criticisms, Lin He remained steadfast in his conviction. No, I want cash. I want real money, not some ephemeral position. While a title could indeed be beneficial for long-term development, upon seeing Su Yunxian for the first time, Lin He silently resolved to leave as soon as the night concluded. It mattered little whether the company approved or not. He hadn't even been made a permanent employee yet. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles when Su family came knocking. For the sake of 30 million, Chairman Gao suppressed his nearly exploding temper that a dignified state-owned enterprise leader, a mid-level local official, had never endured such humiliation. Fine, fine. How much do you want? Lin He replied promptly, 100,000. After all, it was not his money being spent, so he felt no remorse. The entire assembly of executives waiting in the private room erupted in astonishment. Even Chairman Gao, known for embezzling countless assets, was left speechless. After a moment, seeing Lin He's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously, kid, have you lost your mind? 100,000. If you're unwilling, then forget it. You can negotiate among yourselves. Lin He said, rising to leave without further hesitation. Witnessing this, Chairman Gao hurriedly grasped Lin He's arm. All right. I agree, brother. It'll make it happen tonight. Good. Before long, Su Yunxian, Deputy Governor Wu, and other leaders arrived in full attendance. After a prolonged wait, the senior executives of the construction group rose to greet the guests at the hotel entrance with smiles. Only Lin He remained unmoved in the private room of the hotel. Come. Chairman Su, Governor Wu, please take your seats here. Chairman Gao gestured towards the prominent seats at the dining table. However, Su Yunxian did not occupy the designated position. Instead, upon noticing Lin He in the corner, she unhesitatingly chose to sit beside him. Governor Wu, Chairman Gao, let's keep it casual. I prefer sitting by the window. This scene left the assembled executives utterly astonished. Could it be that the humble construction worker Lin He had some connection to the chairman of Guijin Group? Undoubtedly, the most delighted among them was Chairman Gao. Realizing that Lin He and Chairman Su shared an intricate relationship, the likelihood of securing a 30 billion investment had just increased. Since Chairman Su had made her stance clear, everyone present understood the implications. Noticing the atmosphere, Chairman Gao signaled for Lin He to act. Little Lin, why don't you express your gratitude to Chairman Su? If it weren't for her today, I would have considered firing you. Ha. Having spent years in the Su family, Lin He understood Chairman Gao's intentions well. He promptly raised his glass and stood up. Chairman Su, today is truly. Before Lin He could finish, Su Yunxian's expression suddenly turned icy. Was as if a layer of frost had settled, plunging the atmosphere in the room to a freezing point. Seeing this, Lin He shivered in fear. During his time in the Su household, he had always been most wary of the eldest daughter Su Yunxian. With her cold, beautiful gaze fixed on the flustered Lin He, she questioned, "Did I ask you to drink?" At this moment, the ambience in the room had reached a critical low. The leaders from Nanyuan province felt a lump in their throats as Su Yunxian, representing the capital, held significant influence that if she were to refuse investment and support for the engineering projects in Nanyuan province, then the construction group and the local government would face unprecedented financial difficulties. Should today's incident jeopardize Guijin Group's investment, it would be a burden no one present could bear. Recognizing the delicate situation, another senior leader, Governor Wu, quickly intervened. Little Lin, you should know better. Chairman Su hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already raising your glass. That's quite improper. Please, sit down. At that moment, Lin He felt 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind, mentally cursing these oldimers for their ability to shift blame. Even as the other leaders greeted him with smiles, Su Yunxian remained as cold as ice. It seemed she was intent on demonstrating her authority in such a significant setting. At that moment, an ominous premonition settled in Lin He's heart. However, Su Yunqian's subsequent actions left the esteemed guests utterly astounded. She quietly placed a piece of ordinary white-cut chicken into Lin He's bowl, saying, "I remember you used to enjoy this dish. Have some more. By the way, your health is still not at its best, so you should refrain from drinking." Immediately after, Su Yunqian added some dishes to Lin He's bowl. This series of actions left not only the leaders bewildered, but Lin He was equally perplexed. Out of the corner of his eye, he gazed at her exquisite visage, utterly unable to decipher her intentions. "No, sister, do you truly comprehend what you are doing? I am not your long-lost lover. I am, in fact, your sister's ex-husband. I ought to address you as half-sister. Please, spare me such excessive affection. I'm not fond of incest. 3 years ago, Lin He returned from military service, having been entrusted by the patriarch of the Su family that he arrived at the Su household as the son-in-law of his second daughter, Su Yuru. His mission was to protect the heirs of the illustrious Su family. The eldest daughter, Su Yunqian, the second daughter, Su Yuru, the third daughter, Su Luoyao, and the fourth son, Su Jiangming. However, one fateful day, 3 years prior, Lin He, accompanying Su Jiangming, unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush by hostile forces. Thus, the future of the Su family was irrevocably altered with Su Jiangming's demise. Upon hearing of this tragedy, the elder Su patriarch suffered a heart attack and passed away abruptly. The Su family was thrown into chaos, however, in that tumultuous moment. Su Yuru, who was temporarily managing family affairs, learned that her brother's death was a result of Lin He's betrayal. Consumed by hatred, she lost all rationality in her strategic prowess. In her fury, she issued a warrant for Lin He's assassination to conceal his true identity. Lin He had previously garnered a poor reputation in Su Yuru's eyes, resembling a lowly scoundrel. He frequented casinos, nightclubs, and social clubs with alarming regularity. He was well-versed in indulgence, embodying the essence of a debauched heir. The entire Su family expressed severe discontent with his behavior, which even tarnished the family's reputation. Realizing that his sole mission had been compromised with the elder Su patriarch's passing, Lin He sought to escape the Su family's pursuit. He left the bustling capital, adopting the name Lin Mo, and returned to his hometown in Nanyuan province to survive. Little did he expect to encounter the eldest daughter, whom he had rarely interacted with. Ha! Who would have thought that Director Su and our comrade Lin would be acquainted? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the flattery from the leaders present. Upon witnessing the familiarity between Su Yunqian and Lin He, Governor Wu and Director Gao, along with others, finally relaxed their apprehension. They all rose to toast Su Yunqian, who reciprocated graciously. "I have a deep friendship with him from university. Please do not find it amusing, esteemed leaders." Not at all, seeing Su Yunqian treating him with such kindness. Lin He could not help but feel a twinge of concern. He pondered her motivations continuously, that on the day her brother met his fate, her family had vowed not to rest until they saw his corpse. What could her seemingly amicable demeanor be aimed at now? A multitude of questions raced through Lin He's mind. That gentle trap. Absolutely a gentle trap. In public, she continuously presents a facade of kindness, creating an illusion of harmony. On that day, just when I lowered my guard, she struck when I was unprepared. Indeed, it must be so. The wicked Su family. Gazing at Su Yunqian beside me, Lin He could hardly contain the urge to flee. Sitting alongside someone who wishes to do me harm is more unbearable than consuming excrement. After enduring the protracted banquet, just as I intended to discreetly escape this realm of turmoil, Director Gao seized Lin He's hand and declared, "Little Lin, Director Su, has requested that you drive her home tonight." As he spoke, a bank card was thrust into Lin He's hand. Director Gao, intoxicated, leaned toward his ear and whispered, "There's 500,000 here. If you succeed, they'll give you an additional 700,000, an extra 20,000 for you. Please say a few flattering words in front of your old friend." Initially, Lin He contemplated a clean break, but the allure of 20,000 for his troubles instantly invigorated him. After all, he hadn't earned such a sum in an entire year of arduous labor. He had done plenty of tasks for money, especially when he was in dire need. His elderly mother lay in the hospital, and the daily expenses for her care were no trifling matter. Accepting the bank card and car keys, he made his way to the underground parking lot. Upon arriving, In the dimly lit space, a stunning figure clad in black stood beside a Maybach, none other than Su Yunxian. Though the vehicle was merely an ordinary Maybach S680, the license plate was strikingly prominent. Jing A000001, with a red hue. In this vast land of Huagua, who would dare to stop it? When Su Yunxian spotted Lin He from afar, a sweet and gentle smile involuntarily graced her face. However, as Lin He approached, she instantly transformed, reverting to her customary aloof demeanor. "Miss No, Director Su, as Director Gao mentioned, in a drive you home tonight." Su Yunxian regarded Lin He briefly before settling into the left rear seat of the car. "Phoenix International Hotel." "Understood, Director Su." Lin He promptly took his place in the driver's seat. She remained as she always was, perched high above, sparing not even a few extra words. Chapter 03. What have you experienced over the years? Throughout the journey, Lin He was entirely focused on driving. While Su Yunxian quietly gazed out at the city through the window, her ethereal eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. The air within the car was thick with an almost palpable tension, punctuated by an absence of dialogue. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" At last, Su Yunxian shattered the silence. Her enchanting gaze fixed on Lin He through the rearview mirror, a glimmer of anticipation sparkling in her eyes. In response to her pointed inquiry, Lin He feigned ignorance. "Ahem, Miss Su. Just call me young miss since I am merely your chauffeur." Su Yunxian's tone turned icier still. Lin He pressed his dry lips together, gripping the steering wheel with increased intensity. "Young miss, why did you choose to vanish after Jiang Ming's incident?" Su Yunxian's expression grew ever colder. Recalling the events of 3 years past, the memory of the deceased Su Jiangming weighed heavily on Lin He, prompting a wry smile. "If I didn't run, would I be waiting for your Su family to take my life? Would I be waiting for them to finish me off?" Upon hearing Lin He's response, Su Yunxian crumbled. Her voice, laced with a heart-wrenching fury, broke slightly. "Do you think that by disappearing, I would forgive you? Do you have any idea how long I searched for you? 3 years. A full 3 years." As she spoke, tears began to moisten her beautiful eyes. The once formidable aura of Su Yunxian had dissipated, leaving behind a vulnerable figure. "Damn. After 3 years, you still want to kill me." Lin He reflected grimly on the relentless pursuit he had endured from the Su family. It had become clear that they had never intended to let him go. Realization dawned upon Lin He. His wife, Su Yuru, despised him, even wishing for his demise. Yet, he had never anticipated that Su Yunxian would harbor such deep-seated resentment. Over the years of silent sacrifice within the Su family, Lin He had shielded her from countless hidden dangers, despite not having performed any overt acts of service for her. The Su family remained oblivious to his efforts, yet it seemed unjust for Su Yunxian to seek revenge merely because she suspected Jiang Ming's death was at his hands. No, he absolutely could not meet his end at the hands of the Su family. As he drove, Lin He scanned the road for any cliffs or rivers, contemplating whether to stage a fatal accident. Perhaps by plunging into a river or off a cliff, he and Su Yunxian could escape together, and if fate favored him, he might even survive and evade her grasp. However, a moment's reflection led him to dismiss such a grim thought. He was innocent. To kill Su Yunxian simply to conceal a crime he had never committed would be the epitome of absurdity. After a brief internal struggle, Lin He cast aside the horrifying notion. After all, she was his sister-in-law, his former sister-in-law, and he could not act recklessly. The Maybach gradually came to a halt in front of the Phoenix International Hotel. Lin He resembled a devoted personal secretary, dashing out to open the door for Su Yunxian in the back seat before the car had even come to a complete stop. After all, no one wished to offend a sum of 1,200,000. "Aren't you going to escort me upstairs?" Su Yunxian's alluring gaze fell upon Lin He. At her words, Lin He felt a sudden tightening in his chest, taking a deep breath. "I suppose I won't join you then, Mississippi. Do take care and rest early." Su Yunxian smirked, exuding an air of confident triumph as she turned away, declaring, "If you wish to secure the 1,200,000 from Director Gao, then it would be prudent to accompany me upstairs and discuss your group's investment." What? How did she know about the 1,200,000 I received from Director Gao? Su Yunxian remained the same formidable figure, her demeanor imbued with an air of strategic superiority. At that moment, Lin He felt like a small puppy caught by the collar. He yearned to resist, but found himself without the means to do so. For the sake of 1,200,000, he was willing to throw caution to the wind. Surely, she wouldn't eliminate him right there in the hotel. Upon reaching the 26th floor of the hotel, The opulent lounge boasted suites exceeding 500 square meters. Gazing at such lavish surroundings, Linny murmured in astonishment, "How much would this night cost?" "No charge." Su Yunxian replied softly. Linhy nodded in understanding. "Of course. After all, you are Director Su, who brought 30 billion in investments to Nanyan Province. They will certainly ensure everything is arranged to perfection." Su Yunxian shot him a glance. "This hotel is mine." Linhy responded. The Phoenix International Hotel is the most prestigious establishment in Nanyan Province. Such an investment must be worth at least 10 billion. Su Yunxian ignored his Na'vi astonishment and, as if in the absence of any onlookers, began to undress before him. Soon, she was clad only in alluring lingerie, showcasing her nearly perfect figure. She swiftly donned a loose, cool, platinum-hued nightgown, using its coverage to discreetly remove her undergarments. "Dear sister, you truly do not regard your former brother-in-law as a stranger," Linhy remarked helplessly, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance, not daring to glance even a millimeter sideways. He recalled that after 2 years of marriage to Su Yuro, he had never seen even her toes, yet today, he found himself witnessing his sister-in-law undressing. It felt as though a scene from an adult film was unfolding in his reality. "Is the view outside more captivating than I?" A cool voice shattered Linhy's reverie. He turned to find Su Yunxian lazily lounging on the sofa, her flawless, long legs irresistibly alluring. Even Linhy, who typically held little interest in women, couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. However, before him, Su Yunxian, Linhy felt both familiar and unfamiliar. As always, she maintained an aloof demeanor, exuding an air that kept others at bay, as if a layer of icy frost surrounded her, deterring anyone from approaching. Yet, now she occasionally uttered unexpected and flirtatious remarks, a stark contrast to Su Yunxian's former disposition. During their time in the Su family, Linhy was merely perceived as a poor son-in-law favored by her grandfather. To her, Linhy was just a parasite, masquerading as a son-in-law within the Su household. Back then, Su Yunxian wouldn't even spare him a glance. Moreover, Linhy distinctly remembered that, regarding the marriage between him and Su Yurua, apart from Su Yurua herself, Su Yunxian was the most vehement opponent. However, now she could casually converse with Linhy about taking the highway, even changing her clothes in his presence. They sat quietly on the sofa, neither speaking, silently observing each other for several minutes until Su Yunxian finally broke the silence. "After all these years, do you truly have nothing to say to me?" Indeed, the thought of potentially receiving 2 million made Linhy's eyes narrow into slits with joy. "It's about Su Dong. When can you sign the investment contract for our Nanyan construction group?" Upon hearing this, the spark that had ignited in Su Yunxian's eyes extinguished instantly. She suppressed her rising anger. "Are you really that desperate for money? Don't you wish to discuss anything else? Otherwise, what should we talk about? If it's not about money, then why am I here?" Just as he was about to speak, he felt the icy gaze of Su Yunxian upon him and swallowed his words. "Get out." Su Yunxian silently rose and returned to her bedroom. Linhy watched her retreating figure and called after her, "Su Dong, are you going to sign or not?" Bang! The heavy sound of Su Yunxian slamming the door echoed, leaving Linhy alone in the spacious living room, bewildered. What a capricious woman. Linhy found himself increasingly perplexed by his former sister-in-law. Noticing her indifference, he decided to leave as well. Back in her room, Su Yunxian curled up on the exquisite bed, her gaze lost in the vibrant night market outside the window. After a long moment of contemplation, she took out her phone and dialed a mysterious number. "Help me find someone." Linimo. On the other end. The voice was slightly taken aback. "Miss, could it be that the Linhy you've been searching for these past 3 years has changed his name to this?" "Yes. I need to know what he has been through in these 3 years." "Understood, miss." After hanging up, Su Yunxian found herself unable to sleep. Staring blankly at the wall adorned with Linhy's photographs, occasionally breaking into a silly smile, reminiscent of a girl infatuated during her adolescent years. She harbored deep affection for the man in the photograph, for she understood that he had shielded her family from all perils with his fragile frame. It was through his relentless acts of heroism that she was able to escape the clutches of her enemies unscathed. His silent endurance of humiliation and burden allowed the entire Su family to secure a foothold amid the tumultuous power struggles in Huagua. 2 hours later, the phone rang again. "Miss, I have sent you an email regarding Lin Mo's situation over the past 3 years. Please take a look." A soft response escaped Su Yunxian's lips as she swiftly picked up the device and began to peruse her inbox. At first, it seemed unremarkable, merely observations of he utilizing Lin Mo's name to navigate various locations, along with details about his ancestral home, current residence, and the companies he had worked for in the last 3 years, as well as his bank transactions. However, upon reaching the section detailing Lin He's medical treatments, she felt her entire being shatter. 8 instances of life-threatening crises, 13 surgeries, 16 traffic accidents, 36 stitches. The chilling and horrifying figures pierced her heart like icy daggers. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she clutched her tablet and wept. What have you endured all these years? Why haven't you returned to the Su family? Why do you hide from me? Chapter 04. A misguided scheme. Seeing that Su Yunqian was ignoring him, Lin He, infuriated, cursed in a mixture of languages, contemplating how to exploit the Su family's resources before his second disappearance. Yet, Su Yunqian's indifference left him no choice but to exit the luxurious hotel where he barely earned enough for a night's stay in a month. Though he had not secured the full 1.2 million, he had at least received a prepayment of 500,000 from Director Gao. Not a total loss. After leaving the hotel, Lin He hurried to the bank to transfer the funds into his personal account, anxious that Director Gao might change his mind. He intended to resign from the construction group's engineering department by the end of the night, and he might as well take the 500,000 while he could. Ding. China Merchants Bank, your account was credited with 500,000 on October 25th. Upon receiving the notification of the funds, Lin He retrieved his antiquated mobile phone and, after a flurry of searching, dialed the only number stored in his encrypted contacts. I need a new identity urgently. I require it within these few days. The voice on the other end, gruff and robust, replied, Heh. So, the Lin Mo identity has been compromised? Has the Su family tracked you down? Lin He, displaying a hint of impatience, retorted, Enough with the trivialities. Will you do it or not? Of course I will. 20,000. Lin He, no? 3 years ago it was only 8,000. You can't shear a sheep and strip it of its skin and flesh. The person on the other end of the line chuckled. Today, you have indeed received 500,000. Asking you for this sum is hardly unreasonable. Moreover, the tone of the speaker grew slightly menacing as they continued. I have heard that the young lady of the Su family has found you. Surely, you don't wish to be pursued relentlessly by the Su family, considering you have killed her brother and betrayed them. Upon hearing the threat, Lin He felt darkness cloud his vision. His body involuntarily collapsed to the ground, the bloody night from 3 years prior vividly replaying in his mind. The usually gentle and composed Lin He instantly transformed into a furious whirlwind. He hurled the antique phone away with a force that sent it flying 10 meters. And he roared at the tranquil night sky. I did not kill Su Jiangming. I am innocent. During my 3 years with the Su family, I endured humiliation and worked silently, yet I could not even earn a glance from them. Why should I? He had assumed the phone was irreparably damaged, only to discover that the shattered pieces still maintained the connection. Hee. All the evidence from that day points directly at you, and you dare not come forward to clear your name. Forget it. Since you refuse to pay this price, perhaps you should seek someone else. But consider the confidentiality. If the information reaches the illustrious Su Yuro, your fate will be sealed. Upon hearing Su Yuro's name, Lin He's anxiety was palpable. Wait. I will do it. I will do it. Transfer the money to the previous account, and I will send my ID within 3 days. After he finished speaking, the mysterious caller abruptly hung up. Lin He, feeling utterly defeated, sat on the grass for a long while before managing to rise and head home. Not long after arriving at his cramped rented room, Lin He received a call from his cousin. You rascal, you're quite something. I've heard that tonight, Director Su specifically requested you to escort her home. His cousin on the other end of the line sounded incredibly excited. Oh, I also heard that Director Su is coming to the company tomorrow to discuss a 30 billion investment contract. The entire company is abuzz. It seemed like good fortune had smiled upon him, as he imagined Lin He's rise to prominence would soon follow, and thus his own elevation as Lin He's cousin would be imminent. Just as his cousin reveled in joy, Lin He suddenly doused him with cold water. Cousin, please inform my superior, Zhang Chang, that starting tomorrow, I will not be returning. I am resigning. The cousin on the other end of the line jumped up from his bed, his eyes wide as saucers. What? Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? After finally having an opportunity for advancement, you now wish to flee? How do you perceive this? In response to his cousin's lack of understanding, Lin He simply stated, Brother, please refrain from further discussion. This matter is settled. With that, he decisively ended the call, leaving his bewildered cousin on the other end. He could not fathom why his younger brother, Lin He, was being so unreasonable. Observing Lin He's resolute demeanor, The cousin realized that the relationship between Su Dong and Lin He was anything but ordinary. Could it be that they were former lovers? Perhaps he could leverage his position as Lin He's cousin to discreetly approach the formidable head of the Guijin group, Su Yunqian. However, Lin He had anticipated his cousin's intentions. He understood that his cousin was determined to climb the social ladder and would go to great lengths to get close to Su Yunqian, thereby exposing his own position in hopes of gaining her favor. After hanging up, Lin He wasted no time in clearing out the underground room where he had hidden for 3 years. He summoned a Wuling Hongguangvan capable of accommodating 30 people to transport all his belongings, leaving behind only items of little value and no significant clues. Welcome. A warm welcome. The next morning, the display screen of the Nanyan Construction Group's headquarters prominently displayed a welcoming message. Welcome, leaders of the Guijin Group, to the construction group for guidance. A group of employees stood by the entrance, holding signs to greet the visitors. Director Gao was at the forefront, anxiously awaiting Su Yunqian's arrival. He had meticulously arranged every detail of the occasion. Soon, dozens of Maybachs slowly entered the premises. Director Gao transformed into a devoted aide, swiftly making his way to open the door of the central vehicle's rear seat. A stunningly beautiful woman gracefully emerged. Upon seeing Su Yunqian, he effusively exclaimed, "Su Dong, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. With your guidance and support, our construction group will surely regain its former glory." However, Su Yunqian paid little heed to such flattery and calmly gestured for them to proceed. Upon entering the conference room, Su Yunqian's personal assistant interjected, "Director Gao, our time is precious. Let us discuss the investment agreement directly." Upon hearing the mention of an investment, 30 billion, Director Gao could hardly contain his delight. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements without delaying. Su Dong. To someone from a top-tier family like Su Yunqian, this sum may have seemed trivial, merely a fraction of her vast wealth. Yet, for the struggling state-owned construction group, this was a lifeline. The government had ceased providing substantial subsidies, leaving them to rely solely on their ability to generate wealth. Just as they were about to enter the conference room, Su Yunqian's gaze suddenly scanned the crowd. After several glances, she realized that the person she sought was not present. Her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment as she turned to Director Gao. "Where is Lin Mo from your company?" Director Gao immediately understood. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing of your visit, I became so excited that I completely overlooked the fact that Lin Mo is your dear college friend. Quick, fetch our colleague from the engineering department." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Chang timidly approached Director Gao, cautiously glancing at Su Yunqian and Gao Dong, hesitant to speak. "Miss Su, Director Gao, Lin Mo left the company last night and has tea come in today." Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Director Gao's expression instantly turned frigid. "Then hurry and find him." Zhang Chang replied helplessly, "I wish I could, but I can't reach him by phone. And I have no idea where he lives." Su Yunqian's face grew cold at the news of Lin Mo's departure from the construction group. She withdrew her foot, which was poised to enter the conference room. "Director Gao, since he is no longer here, I believe we need to reconsider our investment. The talent structure within your group is rather unstable, and we must reassess the risks in the company's capabilities." Seeing Su Yunqian about to leave, Director Gao was on the verge of tears, nearly begging her to stay. "Miss Su, please, we will find Lin Mo. We will promote him and raise his salary. Or I can resign my position for him. The instability of the talent structure is merely an excuse. It's clear that Ms. Su is upset because she has seen Lin Mo." Just as Su Yunqian reached the elevator, someone burst forth from the crowd. With unwavering determination, they declared to her, "Miss Su, I can find Lin Mo." "Oh, are you certain?" A flicker of hope passed through Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes. "Can you truly locate him?" Her skepticism was palpable, as she had utilized all her resources, power, and wealth for 3 years without success. What assurance could this mere project manager provide? Her cousin seemed somewhat intimidated by Su Yunqian's formidable presence, his confidence diminished. "At the very least, I can take you to the places he has lived over the past 3 years and recount the experiences he has endured. What are your terms?" Su Yunqian responded decisively. "I hope Miss Su will consider the investment matter thoroughly." Understanding his implication, she instructed her capable secretary, "You will handle the negotiations regarding the investment. The rest of you, come with me." Her exceptional assistant was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the legendary strong-willed daughter of the Su family to be so emotionally entangled. This statement caused Director Gao to bow repeatedly in gratitude to Su Yunqian's retreating figure. "Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you. Meanwhile, her cousin took the passenger seat beside Su Yunqian, directing the driver to Beichong Old Village. Upon arriving at the dilapidated and chaotic village of Baichanglo, Su Yunqian gazed upon the squalor with an expression of disbelief. Were it not for her presence, one might assume this was an impoverished corner of India. It was astonishing that such a place could exist in a nation as grand as Huagua. Rather than a community, it resembled an abandoned village, teeming with countless vagrants who, due to unemployment, could no longer afford shelter. Soon after, her cousin led Su Yunqian and the others to a rundown house, ascending to the second floor. At the entrance, he proclaimed, "This is where Lin Emo has resided for the past 3 years." Su Yunqian remained silent, gesturing for her cousin to knock on the door. Lin Emo, it's your cousin. You can't just leave without a word. Zhang and Gao asked me to bring you back. After calling for a while, silence persisted within. Suddenly, a man across the way confronted Su Yunqian and her companions. "You're here to collect a debt, aren't you? He left last night. Stop searching and save your energy. There are other debt collectors besides you, and they haven't fared well with him." Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of concern, particularly Su Yunqian, whose eyes reflected an unprecedented worry. "Sir, you just mentioned that he is often pursued for debts. What does that entail?" Initially reluctant to engage, the man found it hard to resist sharing more upon noticing Su Yunqian's beauty. I can only speculate, but it's not hard to guess. Young people often make mistakes. He probably incurred gambling debts. In these 3 years, it seems he borrowed from over 30 online lenders using fake identification and hasn't repaid a single one. The lending companies are on the verge of collapse due to him. Periodically, someone comes looking for him. He has exploited every opportunity, and you wouldn't want to provoke him. Just as the man prepared to depart, he sincerely added, "However, I don't believe this lad is a bad person. He seems to have some burdens to bear." Chapter 5. Previously, you protected me. Now, it is my turn to protect you. Opening the door to the room Lin he once inhabited, Su Yunqian found the damp and dimly lit space utterly deserted. The sight of the empty, dilapidated house stirred a complex array of emotions within her, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. As she gazed around, hot tears began to moisten her enchanting eyes. This was where he lived? For 3 years, he had resided in such a decrepit and perilous dwelling? Suppressing her grief, Su Yunqian approached a wooden cabinet beside the bed. With a swift motion, she pulled open the aged cabinet doors, revealing a multitude of clean and neatly folded medical gauze strewn across the floor, along with a jacket Lin he had worn but failed to take with him. There was also a collection of surgical instruments for bandaging, including medical blades and needles, alongside a few medications. Overwhelmed by the sight, Su Yunqian could no longer contain her emotions. Gently picking up the garments once worn by Lin He, she cradled them in her arms and succumbed to a profound sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. Indeed, the scent was unmistakably his. These belongings were undeniably his. He remained, as ever, stoically enduring all the anguish alone. Upon seeing the scattered bandages and medications, Su Yunqian was reminded of Lin He's time at the Su household, where he quietly stood behind the 4 siblings, shielding Su Yunqian, Su Yuru, Su Luoyao, and the late Su Jiangming from numerous hidden adversities. Regardless of how grievously he was injured, he always tended to his wounds in silence, bearing the burden alone. Each scar upon his body was a testament to his sacrifice for the Su family. Overwhelmed by her grief, Su Yunqian sought solace in the lingering essence of Lin He. She draped herself in his outer garment and lay down on the bed he once occupied, as if by doing so, she could feel his presence beside her. Her cousin, astonished to witness this tender side of the notoriously cold and domineering Mr. Su, found himself at a loss for words. "Is this what I can behold?" After a brief, bitter smile, he remarked, "Hey, Mr. Su, look, I've brought your belt. Perhaps I should take my leave for now. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions later." As he turned to depart, several of his followers encircled him, glaring menacingly. "Leave. Wait outside," they commanded, dragging him out, leaving Su Yunqian alone on the bed once occupied by Lin He. "Help me," he implored, echoing his distress for a considerable time. Su Yunqian remained in Lin He's bed for what felt like ages before finally emerging from the room, clutching his clothing. As she opened the door, a hush fell over those present. Her once stunning eyes were swollen from tears, devoid of their usual fierce resolve, with a hint of redness that evoked deep sympathy. "Miss, are you all right?" inquired a female attendant, unable to restrain her concern. Having accompanied the young lady of the Su family for 6 or 7 years, she had never witnessed such vulnerability in her. "I am fine," Su Yunqian replied curtly. She then surveyed the dilapidated, soon-to-be abandoned neighborhood and commanded, "Investigate and ascertain which entity owns this land. Purchase it." "Ah, miss, the development prospects here are bleak. This land has been left idle. If it were in a promising area, it would have been developed long ago." Concerned that her romantic notions clouded her judgment, the attendant hastily intervened, wary of wasting money. "Even if we are wealthy, we cannot squander resources so recklessly." Nonetheless, Su Yunqian remained unfazed. "It's of no consequence. Proceed as instructed. We're not short on funds." This is where he endured his lowest moments, his only sanctuary. "I intend to visit frequently." Su Yunqian's words left her entourage utterly astonished. The figure before them appeared so unfamiliar. Was this truly the illustrious eldest daughter of the Su family? How could she be so infatuated? Furthermore, they had never heard of her being involved with anyone. It was the second daughter, Su Yuro, who had been rumored to be engaged, albeit divorced 3 years prior. Her cousin, witnessing Su Yunqian's willingness to purchase a nearly worthless piece of land for her love, felt his envy nearly overwhelm him. This was no ordinary romantic relationship. It resembled more of a maternal bond. Even his own mother had never shown such devotion. He silently vowed that if he could find a woman who loved him so deeply, he would gladly call her mother. Where could one find a mother so beautiful and so adoring? Suddenly, Su Yunqian's enchanting gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on her cousin hiding nearby. "You are his cousin?" The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down his spine. "Miss Su." "No, it's not what you think. 3 years ago, I merely saved him. And out of gratitude, he called me brother." "You saved him?" The chill in Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes softened considerably. "Yes." Her cousin nodded gently. "Please, recount everything you know." Faced with Su Yunqian, her cousin was eager to deepen their connection. If he could leverage the situation regarding Lin, he'd forge a closer bond with Su Yunqian. It would be far more advantageous than a lifetime of hard work. He was more than willing to share. His name was Chen Dong, an ordinary project manager at Nanyan Construction Group. 3 years prior, one fateful night, he was returning home from work when he spotted a bloodied man lying on the roadside, barely clinging to life. Driven by compassion, Chen Dong rescued Lin He, taking him to the hospital and ensuring he had a place to stay. Over time, they grew familiar with one another and began to refer to each other as brothers, with Lin He addressing Chen Dong as cousin in public. Subsequently, Chen Dong utilized his connections to help Lin He secure a position in the engineering department of Nanyan Construction Group, starting him off as a lowly construction worker. Then, Su Yunqian entered the scene, and Lin He abruptly resigned. "What about that older gentleman who mentioned he had over 30 online loans? Do you know the circumstances?" Su Yunqian inquired. "Oh, I know a little, but not much," Chen Dong replied candidly. "I've heard that he has a gravely ill mother back home who requires care and treatment. Consequently, he needs to send a significant amount of money home each month. However, his salary barely reaches 5,000 a month, which is insufficient. He had no choice but to take out numerous loans from various platforms. Eventually, he couldn't repay them, and now several debt collection agencies are after him. Do not mention threatening him with his photograph and ID. Even wielding a knife against him proved futile." Upon hearing Lin He's heartrending experiences, Su Yunqian's expression turned somber. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, repressing the tumult of emotions within her. "Do you know where his gravely ill mother is?" Chen Dong shook his head in resignation. "Of course not. Even those debt collectors couldn't locate her. I had heard of that before. They had resorted to seeking out Lin Mo's mother in private, having no leverage over him. Unfortunately, they met with failure. The revelation that the debt collectors were not only harassing Lin He, but also covertly plotting against his family, chilled Su Yunqian's demeanor. A wave of unprecedented fury sweeping across her exquisite visage. "Thank you." She suddenly expressed her gratitude, leaving Zhao Dong at a loss. "Hiki, Su Dong, you flatter me. It was only right for me to bring you here, both in public and private. I meant to thank you for saving him 3 years ago. You have given me another chance to see him." This declaration left Chen Dong utterly stunned. He increasingly sensed that the relationship between the esteemed Su family heiress and his brother Lin Mo was far from ordinary. At Su Yunqian's behest, her assistant presented a golden bank card to Zhao Dong. Terrified, Zhao Dong repeatedly declined. "Su Dong, this is unnecessary. We are brothers. You need not do this." Yet Su Yunqian insisted, "This is 3 million. Take it. First, as gratitude for saving my acquaintance. Second, I hope you will safeguard any information regarding him. Third, I wish for you to report to me immediately upon learning anything about him." Under Su Yunqian's persistent requests, Zhao Dong reluctantly accepted the 3 million. Though his heart was already jubilant, Lin Mo, You truly are my benefactor. Whether your son can defy fate lies in your hands. After dismissing Chen Dong, Su Yunxian coldly instructed her subordinates, investigate thoroughly, identify the forces behind the threats and harassment towards Lin Mo, and report to the Public Security Department to eliminate them under the guise of combating organized crime. As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. Those who have harmed him shall face death. Understood. Her attendant recorded all of Su Yunxian's commands. Once matters were arranged, Su Yunxian gazed back at the dilapidated house where Lin He had resided, a wistful smile gracing her lips. You protected me before. Now it is my turn to protect you. I will find you again. Whenever the subject of Lin He arose, her gaze softened significantly, the previous chill dissipating as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. After speaking, Su Yunxian, accompanied by a group of attendants, exited the dilapidated old community. 3 days later, in Jiangchuan City, Dongchuan Province, at the office of a technology company within the towering Huilong building. The lofty interviewer scrutinized the impressive yet dubious resume before her, engulfed in profound skepticism. With a disdainful push of her glasses, she remarked, Lin Yi, a graduate of the 985 Beijing University, previously a project leader at Guojin Group, overseeing large-scale overseas financing projects. Such a commendable background, why not continue to develop at Guojin? It is a coveted place where numerous graduates from 211 and 985 universities strive to enter. Surely, securing a position there could grant one endless power. Venturing into business might lead to substantial wealth. However, once you step into Guojin, you can possess both wealth and authority. Why would you step back? Confronted by the interviewer's aggressive demeanor, Lin He could only manage a wry smile. Well, the larger the platform, the deeper the waters. I simply couldn't withstand the intrigue between power and wealth. The beauty of the interviewer smiled knowingly, evidently pleased with Lin He's response. After all, in lucrative environments, competition and scheming are inevitable, especially in a company that influences half of Huawei's economy. Although few leave due to the exhaustion of constant struggles, it is not unheard of. Could you share your previous salary at Guojin, Comrade Lin Yi? She inquired. 300,000. Annual salary? The beautiful interviewer expressed her confusion. Not expecting such a figure. Monthly salary. Lin He replied casually. His audacity in boasting was striking, as if he believed it to be true. This revelation left the interviewer momentarily speechless, her mind racing with fantasies of what it would be like to have someone like Lin He by her side. She longed to escape her current unremarkable company. In disbelief, she gazed at Lin He. 300,000? You would receive only 8,000 at our company. Can you accept that? Lin He waved dismissively. That's hardly a concern. Moreover, those salaries are for positions in Beijing, Shanghai, or overseas. Jiangchuan City cannot compare. 8,000 is already quite substantial. Observing Lin He's unflappable confidence, the beautiful interviewer had already succumbed to her intrigue. She silently vowed to recruit him at all costs, imagining that his previous savings could provide her with a home and an array of luxurious bags. Chapter 06. Are the new colleagues too enthusiastic? Alas, it seems there is little hope. After the interview concluded, Lin He sat on a bench in the park, gazing at his new identity and resume with a resigned sigh. He reflected on the notion that enduring a moment of frustration could lead to boundless possibilities, yet the more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. Those scoundrels who had forged his identity not only absconded with his 100,000 yuan but also fabricated educational qualifications and work experiences that were utterly preposterous. Claiming to have attended prestigious 985 and 211 universities, when in reality he was merely a graduate of an ordinary second-tier institution. They boasted of his previous role as a senior executive at a national financial firm, while his actual experience merely consisted of working as a construction worker for a mere 5,000 yuan at the largest platform, the Jiangong Group. During his periods of unemployment, he had donned the guise of a volunteer for urban material distribution, with all other roles being at minor platforms. Contemplating these absurdities, Lin He's frustration reached its peak. After all, he had paid these individuals to fabricate his identity and resume, not to concoct such outrageous qualifications that no reputable company would believe. Just as Lin He was about to unleash his fury upon the mysterious forger using his antique phone, an unexpected call interrupted him. Hello, Lin He. This is Kai Na from the Human Resources Department of Leno Technology Company. Limited congratulations on passing our company's interview. Please bring your ID, educational certificates, and your CET 4 and CET 6 results to report to our office tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for the recognition. You're welcome. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Kai Na's voice on the other end was remarkably soothing, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. During the interview, having learned of Lin He's previous salary, her previously aloof demeanor suddenly transformed into something almost exuberant upon hearing the news of his acceptance. Lin He's face lit up with a radiant smile. Is this really happening? The fake diplomas and degrees they produced are so convincing? With the prospect of stable employment, the weight that had been resting heavily on Lin He's heart could finally be lifted. After all, securing a job was essential for his survival. Moreover, in a remote southwestern city like Jiangchuan, it was unlikely that the Su family's influence would intrude upon his newfound life. The thought of potentially living in peace brought an unprecedented sense of relief and joy to Lin He, akin to a prisoner released from confinement returning to the world. Without indulging in his happiness, Lin He hurriedly made his way to the hotel, packed his belongings, and found an old one-bedroom apartment close to his new workplace. Since he lived alone, and the area lacked property management, there was little risk of his information being leaked. For someone like him, who was essentially a fugitive, this was undoubtedly the best choice, far better than sleeping under a bridge. Before long, the day to commence his new job arrived. Lin He rose early, donned a simple business attire, and made his way downstairs. He casually scanned for a shared bicycle of a rather unappealing yellow hue and, disregarding the smoke billowing from the bike, sped toward the company. He arrived just in time, managing to meet Kai Na, the HR representative who had interviewed him. Moments before 9 o'clock. What surprised Lin He was Kai Na's evident concern for his situation. Upon the arrival of new employees, Kai Na typically assigns a member of the HR department to handle the onboarding process. However, when Lin He joined, she took it upon herself to personally manage his affairs, collecting various certificates from him and escorting him to the project department. This behavior led the HR staff to speculate about the nature of their relationship. Manager Gao. This is our new colleague from the project department, Lin He. Let us give him a warm welcome. Kai Na, being one of the company's most stunning beauties, elicited a significant reaction from Manager Gao, who scrutinized Lin He with a knowing gaze. Oh, I did not expect Director Kai to personally deliver our new partner to the project department. What a rare occasion. Kai Na smiled knowingly and, seizing the moment, teased. I'm just worried you, Manager Gao, might bully our Lin He. Lin He felt an overwhelming rush of anxiety as he mentally cursed, Sister, please be quiet. If you continue to speak so openly about our relationship, I'll have enemies on my very first day. As he observed Kai Na laughing and joking with the head of the project department, he wished he could leave immediately. On his first day at the company, he was already witnessing the undercurrents of competition and conflict. It would certainly be a challenging environment. Yet, he reminded himself that he had finally settled down and that hiding away would only lead to his downfall. Despite having recently secured a substantial sum of 500,000 from the construction group, the financial burdens from his parents' health, his sister's tuition, and the wages for caregivers would deplete those funds within 2 years. Lin He needed to earn more to provide a sense of security for his already struggling family. Kai Na instructed me to tell you that Lin He will be joining us for lunch after work, she said before taking her leave. Lin He inwardly groaned, Sister, please stop looking out for me. Feeling the curious stares of over 50 employees in the project department, he was filled with a sense of unease, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Hello, brother. I'm Gao Wang, the head of our project department. Just call me Ongu. Lin He nodded cautiously in response. Hello, Ongu. I look forward to your guidance. Gao Wang surveyed the entire project department before settling his gaze on an empty workstation in Group 2. You'll be in Group 2 from now on. Wei Jie will be your team leader. Just follow his instructions. Lin He, carrying his backpack, approached Group 2, intending to greet the team leader courteously. Team leader. I'm Lin He, and I hope to receive your guidance. Before he could finish, Wei Jie's voice cut through like a bucket of cold water. This is the company, not a school. Colleagues, there's no reason to accommodate you. He nonchalantly pointed to a workstation in the corner of Group 2. You may take a seat for now. The materials on the desk pertain to company projects. Please take a moment to review them. I shall summon you should any matters arise. Very well. The cold demeanor of the team leader caught Lin He off guard, leading him to feel as though he were being deliberately targeted. However, he remained perplexed as to where he had erred. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin He shook his head, utterly bewildered by the peculiar behavior of his colleagues. Subsequently, he began to diligently study the project materials laid before him, only to succumb to slumber at his desk. The first day at work is invariably a trial, and after enduring a long morning, Noon finally arrived. Yet, in an effort to evade Kai Na, Lin He opted to stealthily slip away. He sensed that getting too close to the most beautiful woman in the company would invite the scrutiny and malice of his peers, a risk not worth taking. He was here to earn a living, not to incite animosity. After a quick bite, he returned to his workstation, akin to a thief returning from a heist. However, to his surprise, before he could settle in, the HR director, Kai Na, approached him with an imposing demeanor, seemingly clutching a bag. Lin He, why are you hiding? I promised to take you out for lunch, yet you ran off on your own. The proud Kai Na, arms crossed behind her, stood defiantly before Lin He. Humph. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Faced with Kai Na's pressing inquiry, Lin He hastily concocted an excuse. No, not yet. Look at what you're saying. I just went outside to fetch project materials and have yet to eat. Oh, is that so? Kai Na produced a takeaway box from behind her, waving it in front of Lin He. Perfect. I've packed lunch and milk tea for you. Make sure to finish it. With that, she departed, leaving Lin He in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at her retreating figure. This new colleague is exceedingly enthusiastic. She brings lunch and milk tea. He considered himself merely a new employee, not particularly handsome but rather easy on the eyes. Coming from a humble background with no notable connections, he found it perplexing why the HR director would go out of her way to befriend him. After much deliberation, Lin He remained puzzled. He took a sip of the milk tea gifted by Kai Na and placed the meal into his bag, deciding to save it for later, as he was tea hungry at the moment. This way, he had saved 15 yuan from the meal at the hotel, which could aid in his mother's medical expenses. How splendid. Lin He felt a deep sense of self-admiration. However, while Lin He was immersed in his enjoyment of milk tea, he was unaware that his supervisor, Wei Jie, was watching him with ill intentions, seemingly assessing what size shoes would fit Lin He's feet. Days passed, and upon returning to the office, Wei Jie, apart from instructing Lin He to study the materials on the desk, spent most of his time printing project documents for the entire second team. Without allowing Lin He to engage in any project-related tasks, even the most elementary ones such as creating a spreadsheet. Just as Lin He was puzzled, a colleague sitting behind him tapped him on the shoulder while the supervisor was away. Hey buddy, what is your relationship with Director Kai from the HR department? Lin He was taken aback by the question. What relationship? We're just ordinary colleagues. Upon hearing this, the colleague looked incredulous. Come on. The vice president of our company has pursued Director Kai for a year without ever having a moment alone with her. And you just waltz in and have her bring you milk tea and meals. You expect us to believe that you're just colleagues? Lin He hurriedly explained. I'm not lying. It's the truth. We believe you, but do the vice president and our supervisor believe you? The colleague replied earnestly. Lin He suddenly felt that the situation was more complicated than he had imagined, and his expression turned serious. What do you mean by that? This prompted the colleague to rise from his seat. Are you really that thick-headed? Before you came, Wei Jie had been pursuing Director Kai for an entire year. In that time, he couldn't even manage a meal together. And now that you're here, Director Kai seems eager to cater to you. Who is Wei Jie trying to undermine? Upon hearing this, Lin He finally understood the reason behind Wei Jie's harsh treatment. He assumed that Lin He had stolen his goddess. How amusing, Lin He thought, sensing that his future in this company would indeed be challenging. Under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Lin He smiled slightly. Thank you, brother. I'll be mindful of the distance between myself and Director Kai. And truly, there is nothing between us. I'm Lin He. What is your name? Zhang Qing, he replied, lightly patting Lin He's shoulder. Director Kai is the most attractive person in our company, and many have their eyes on her. You better be cautious. Offending even one of them could cost you your position. Lin He could only smile wryly, reflecting on how, in the past, he had charged into battle for the Su family without a shred of doubt, yet found himself navigating the petty intrigues of this small company with a sense of helplessness. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Chapter 07. What kind of company is this? On the very first day, it seems we are already facing closure. On Monday, the company required everyone to arrive half an hour early for an employee mobilization meeting. The company may not be large, yet it is rife with trivial matters. Last night, being a Sunday, Lin He stayed up late to review his study materials. His excessive cramming left him feeling somewhat weak, almost unable to rise. Riding his yellow bicycle with fervor, he simultaneously vented his frustrations, lambasting the ineptitude of the company from beginning to end. Upon arriving at the office, he found nearly 100 colleagues already gathered in the conference room. Like a tardy student, Lin He timidly took a seat in the corner from the back row. However, his movements were conspicuously observed by the vice president. Upon recognizing Lin He as the latecomer and recalling how he had captivated the attention of Kai Na, whom the vice president had previously favored, irritation bubbled within him. He promptly declared, given the current personnel shortage and everyone's busy schedules, the responsibility for the Jiangchuan City Technology Revitalization Financing Support Project will be assigned to the project department. As the vanguard of our company, I trust you will excel. He then turned to Gao, saying, you must pay close attention to this matter. I have heard that provincial leaders have invited the chief chairman of the National Strategic Financial Committee to be present. Your project department must present a commendable project. The mention of a challenging task darkened Gaoang's expression. However, aware of the hierarchy, he reluctantly acquiesced, realizing he had no choice but to comply with the superior's wishes. Gaoang understood that the vice president's motivation stemmed from Lin He's recent interactions with Kai Na, leading him to delegate the arduous project to the second group. Knowing he would not bear the blame in the end, Lin He, the project mentioned by the vice president in the meeting, is now your responsibility. It must be completed before Friday, so prepare accordingly. After the meeting concluded and Lin He returned to his workstation, team leader Wei Jie placed a stack of documents on his desk. Lin He looked at Wei Jie in disbelief. Wait, team leader. I have never participated in any company projects. Are you really assigning me such a significant task right off the bat? Wei Jie, unfazed, responded nonchalantly, there is no alternative. With 9 members in the second group, each is occupied with their own projects. You're the only one unoccupied. Should I have them work overtime instead? But this involves a 30 million project. Can you truly trust me with it? Lin He attempted to negotiate further. Unfortunately, Wei Jie had already made up his mind. Enough. There is no distinction between large and small projects. Just go ahead and do it. Realizing the situation, Lin He understood that the vice president and Wei Jie were intent on sidelining him. All for the sake of a few glances and conversations with the women in the office, they seemed determined to push him to his limits. However, Lin He, resolute in his ambitions, found that the more others sought to suppress him, the more he yearned to rise and demonstrate his capabilities. Apart from the women of the Su family, he harbored no fear of anyone else. With 5 days remaining, he possessed ample time to prove himself. Without hesitation, he diligently began to study the documents that had been sent to him. Little did he know, the complexity of the task was beyond ordinary comprehension. After a morning of toil, Lin He felt as though his head might explode. During lunch, he was so engrossed in work that he had no time to eat outside. See, I told you not to get too close to Kai Na, and now you're facing the consequences, came Zhang Cheng's murmured voice from behind. Lin He shot him an exasperated glance, thinking, I've only just arrived. How could I know that Vixen was a harbinger of trouble? Eating her food could lead to disaster. Fatigued, he leaned back in his office chair for a brief respite. Zhang Cheng, with an air of mystery, leaned closer to Lin He's ear and whispered, do you know why our company is involved in the financing project you're handling? Lin He looked bewildered. Why? With the colleagues around them gone to lunch, Zhang Cheng felt emboldened to speak. I heard there are issues with the company's cash flow. Lin He was taken aback. What? Is the company on the brink of bankruptcy? I've barely been here a few days, and it's already facing ruin? What kind of absurd company is this? Isn't it about to go public? How could there be cash flow problems? Zhang Cheng, more interested in the gossip than the company's fate, replied nonchalantly. I don't know. I heard the round of financing didn't go as planned. Conveniently, the Technological Revitalization Project has a financing subsidy of 30 million, which could significantly alleviate the company's cash flow issues for about 6 months. Hence, the president is quite invested in it. He initially intended for the vice president to take the lead, but fearing he might falter, he decided to let your project department shoulder the responsibility. Lin He was aware of all this. He was not as naive as he appeared. Everyone in the company had their own agenda, making it exhausting to navigate their intentions. Zhang Cheng's lengthy discourse was merely a warning to keep his distance from Kai Na, as she could bring considerable trouble. However, Lin He resolved to focus on his own tasks, indifferent to the opinions of others. Accepting this project was solely his means of proving himself and ultimately dazzling those who doubted him. Nonetheless, he would not work overtime for the project. He would leave precisely at the end of the day, not a minute longer. After organizing materials for an entire day, including company projects and performance metrics, Lin He assessed that, given the current state of affairs, securing the 30 million in financing subsidies would be quite challenging. The requirements stipulated that applicants must possess genuine core technologies, not merely a name adorned with the word technology. It was at precisely 5:59 p.m. that, as Lin He was about to shut down his computer and leave, Kai Na approached him, her bag in hand. Lin He attempted to evade her. But with only a minute left, it proved impossible. Lin He, come on, sister is taking you out for hot pot. Kai Na's sudden appearance captivated the attention of everyone in the project department. All eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Lin He. They could not fathom where they fell short in comparison to him. With no valid reason to decline, Lin He decided to use the project as a pretext. Thank you, Najia, but I am unavailable tonight. I still need to work overtime to complete the project materials assigned by the vice president today. Kai Na, however, was undeterred and took Lin He's hand, insisting, we must cultivate good habits. Work should be done during working hours. After work, we ought to embrace life to the fullest. Upon witnessing Lin He and Kai Na depart hand in hand, Wei Jie's expression darkened instantly. Lin He, all project materials must be completed by Friday. If you don't put in the effort now, will there be enough time? Just as Lin He struggled to formulate a retort, Kai Na flashed a clever smile. No worries. If it really can't be finished, I'll help you out in the next couple of days. Wei Jie was livid. Seeing the person he had pursued for a year, now holding hands with a newcomer right before him, ignited a simmering rage within him. His face flushed with anger as he realized all eyes were on him, watching his humiliation. What are you staring at? Have you all finished your projects? Hurry up and get back to work. At Wei Jie's furious outburst, the other members of Team 2 buried themselves in their tasks, secretly envying Lin He as he left with the enchanting woman, while they faced only endless documents and proposals. Once outside the company, Kai Na led Lin He to a nearby mall's hot pot restaurant, ordering a local sour soup hot pot. Lin He had initially hoped to limit his interaction with this woman, but embracing the philosophy of making the best of a situation and the principle of not passing up a free meal, he took up his chopsticks without hesitation. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to probe Kai Na's intentions and discern her true motives. Director Kai, may I ask you something? Lin He inquired, gazing at the alluring woman before him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Kai Na resembled a captivating vixen. Her allure was undeniable, albeit a tad provocative. As for her character, he refrained from judgment until he could delve deeper. Upon hearing Lin He refer to her by her title, Kai Na immediately expressed her displeasure. No need for such formalities. Just call me Na Jie from now on. Meanwhile, Kai Na casually placed a slice of tripe into Lin He's bowl, prompting one to mistakenly believe they were a couple. Come on, Na Jie, I've heard that many men in the company are pursuing you. Even that vice president has his eyes on you. How come you haven't taken a liking to any of them? Upon hearing about the men chasing her, Kai Na's expression soured considerably, as if she had encountered a rodent's droppings while dining, disgusting and nauseating. Are you referring to that lecherous handsy man? Who would be interested in him? Absolutely revolting. The prospect of gossip ignited Lin He's curiosity, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is that so? After a moment's hesitation, Kai Na resolutely declared, regardless of whom I marry, it will never be him. Lin He immediately voiced his dissent. No, Na Jie. It's better to be realistic. Given your status, you ought to marry someone whose income is commensurate with yours. Someone like me, earning $8,000 a month. Simply won't he do? Upon hearing Lin He belittle his own worth, Kai Na was the first to refuse such notions. What does that matter? As long as my salary is sufficient for my own needs, why should I compare myself to others? I think the two of us would make a fine match. Lin He retorted, a fine match indeed. Continuing, Kai Na added, moreover, you should not be so self-deprecating. You previously earned a monthly salary of 300,000, which is 30 times mine. That is quite impressive. As they conversed, she cautiously inquired, by the way, brother, given your previous high salary, you must have already bought a house and a car and accumulated savings in the millions. Kai Na's words struck Lin He like a thunderclap. The flicker of hope he had harbored regarding her interest in his refined demeanor and character was abruptly extinguished. It became clear that she had been waiting to assess his financial standing. Had he known, he would have never boasted about earning 30,000 a month. With a wry smile, Lin He confessed, Na Jie, I feel quite ashamed. After so many years of work, I'm still a penniless wretch. My savings barely reach 5 digits. Upon hearing Lin He's financial status, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Kai Na's eyes, though it was but a moment. Quickly caught by Lin He. What? Have you not bought a house? Lin He remained silent, merely shaking his head. Then surely you must have a car? Again. He shook his head in denial. No house, no car, and certainly no savings. This was unexpected. Observing the crestfallen look on Kai Na's face, Lin He felt a chill run down his spine. He narrowly avoided a potential loss of hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, he had seen through the facade of the gold digger. It was truly terrifying. Lin He had faced life and death countless times in the Su family, it had never felt such fear. Chapter 08. Am I unable to escape? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the project department lay desolate under dim lighting. Two dedicated members of Team 2 were laboring tirelessly to meet project deadlines. Zhang Qing, dragging his weary body, returned from the pantry with a cup of coffee. Would you care for an Americano? He inquired. No, my life is already bitter enough. I do not wish to seek out the bitterness of coffee. Lin He responded, his hands still focused on the project at hand. By the way, how is your project progressing? I have a presentation for the election meeting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Don't even mention it. It seems I'll have to pull an all-nighter. The proposal for the judging panel isn't even complete. Lin He lamented, slumping into his chair like a disgruntled spouse. Are you hungry? Zhang Qing pointed towards the pantry. There are some snacks and bread next to the coffee machine. You should go grab something. Such a delightful treat, Lin He thought, glancing at the over 200 pages of the project proposal, feeling increasingly stifled. In a fit of frustration, he snatched his backpack and dashed to the pantry. Zhang Qing looked on in bewilderment. Wait. If you're going to eat, just eat. Why are you running with your bag? Lin He paid him no mind and opened his backpack for a zero-cost shopping spree. The snack cabinet was filled with various breads, spicy strips, jellies, and an assortment of beverages. He stuffed his bag until it could hold no more, pausing only when it was overflowing. Then took a handful to his workstation to enjoy. Gazing at his bounty, Lin He felt a sense of relief. I've at least recouped 200. The remaining 200 will come tomorrow. He resolutely believed that the fruits of his labor during overtime were worth 400, justifying his acquisition of these provisions. Observing Lin He's frugal antics, Zhang Qing couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance. Well, I've finished here. Is there any work I can assist you with? Just as Lin He felt touched by his brotherly camaraderie, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. Kai Na, carrying an assortment of items, bounced towards Lin He like a ray of sunshine. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were working late? Lin He replied, it's my overtime, not yours. Why should I inform you? The arrival of Kai Na made Lin He feel uneasy. He had already confessed to being financially strained, with no savings, car, or house. Why, then, did this girl persist in her pursuit? Look, I brought you garlic-flavored and spicy-flavored lobster. You two should enjoy it while it's hot. With the radiant presence of Kai Na gracing the office, Zhang Qing, who had initially considered helping Lin He, suddenly lost his motivation. Am I to assist you both while you flirt right before my eyes? He thought to himself with a wry smile. Director Kai, please enjoy your meal. I have a few matters to attend to at home. Upon hearing that Zhang Qing was about to leave, Lin He immediately stopped him, saying, No, don't go. Stay with us. Zhang Qing suppressed the anger simmering within him. It was likely that any other woman would have erupted by now. I consider you a brother. Yet you want me to be a third wheel. No. The lobster is yours to enjoy. However, Lin He was not concerned about whether he would eat the lobster. He simply wished for someone to assist him with the work. The lobster was of little consequence. The primary concern was that if Zhang Qing left, the project would remain unfinished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing fell silent, utterly speechless. Damn it, he muttered, casting an exasperated glance at Lin He before resolutely turning to leave. Without a hint of hesitation, Kai Na appeared to be making every effort to persuade Zhang Qing to stay for a bit, yet inwardly, she was overjoyed. She accompanied him to the door, her lips curling into an excited smile that lingered long after he had departed. Yes, with the opportunity to be alone with Lin He now presenting itself, Kai Na couldn't contain her excitement and leapt into action. Lin He indulged in the lobsters that Kai Na had brought. To be honest, free food is always delightful, especially when it comes from a stunning beauty like Kai Na. It adds an extra layer of flavor. Sister, may I ask you a question? He inquired. Sure, Kai Na replied, her gaze fixed intently on Lin He as he savored his meal. Why are you so kind to me? I'm just a new employee, earning less than you. And I have no significant background. Kai Na's lively eyes remained glued to Lin He, as if she were trying to absorb every detail of him. Hiki, sister wants to take care of a younger brother. In an instant, Lin He was taken aback. Witnessing her eager expression, he understood her implication. But since being pursued by his fiancée, Su Yiru, he vowed never to engage in the treacherous realm of love again. Nowadays, women only seem interested in the fortune of their male counterparts. Thus, he immediately feigned a clueless demeanor, saying, Sister, I have no living expenses left. Could you lend me a bit? Seeing Lin He's act of ignorance, Kai Na's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. You think you're clever. You have no money, but you want to take from me. As the elder sister, I noticed how the seasoned members of the project department were giving you a hard time, and I came here to help you out of kindness. Yet, you're eyeing the money in my bag. Humph. You can deceive me in matters of the heart or even my body, but never in matters of money. Kai Na glared at Lin He, who was pretending to be oblivious, nearly bursting with frustration. However, to her surprise, before getting to know Kai Na, Lin He had always assumed she was a materialistic gold digger. He never anticipated that despite his attempts to appear impoverished, she was still willing to assist him in completing the project for the following day. She patiently accompanied Lin He as they worked late into the night, assisting him with his tasks. Whenever Lin He encountered uncertainties regarding the company's business, Kai Na would kindly elucidate them for him. With her support, Lin He managed to finalize the project by 3 in the morning, allowing him the opportunity to return home for a much-needed rest. After their overtime session, Kai Na, owning a car, insisted on driving Lin He home. After several refusals proved futile, Lin He reluctantly acquiesced. However, once she had safely delivered him to his residence, she stubbornly refused to leave. Aren't you going to invite me up for a glass of water? Kai Na's mischievous gaze lingered on Lin He, who felt a rush of anxiety. But, Sister Na, it's already 3 in the morning. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Besides, it's quite unsafe for a young lady to be out at such a late hour. Naturally, Lin He felt a sense of caution towards such an assertive woman. They were both vibrant young adults, and he worried that a spark might ignite an uncontrollable flame. He was not concerned about being physically drained. Rather, he feared the financial repercussions if he inadvertently engaged in something that could cost him dearly. Not at all. I feel perfectly safe, Kai Na exclaimed, enthusiastically taking hold of Lin He and leading him upstairs. But I might not be safe, Lin He lamented, feeling helpless. Nevertheless, he decided to let her come up, thinking that once she saw his shabby room, she would likely lose interest in him. Upon entering, Kai Na was taken aback by the sight of his old one-bedroom apartment, surprised that someone who once earned 30,000 a month would reside in a place with a mere 800 in rent. Yet, despite the simplicity and chill of the room, it was immaculately arranged, with charming little toys and a clean, tidy sofa and carpet, making her realize that this seemingly ordinary man had a surprisingly refined personal life. Sister Na, please have a seat while I boil some water. All right. However, just as Lin He emerged from the kitchen with a cup of hot water, he discovered that Kai Na had already fallen into a deep slumber on the sofa. No matter how he called her, she remained unresponsive. Observing her peacefully sleeping form, he sighed helplessly. Sister Na, why choose to sleep here instead of going home? With that, he gently carried the slumbering Kai Na to his bedroom, while he himself settled on the sofa for the night. The next morning, Kai Na's piercing scream nearly startled Lin He awake. What on earth are you screaming about so early in the morning? I'm not even without pants, Lin He grumbled, toothbrush in mouth, as he looked at the commotion outside the door. Her voice was so loud that one might think he had done something outrageous. Kai Na's frightened gaze was fixated on Lin He's upper body. I saw the scars on you, and thought a rogue had broken into your home. At that moment, Lin He suddenly realized what had transpired. His body bore the marks of countless imperfections, enough to make even a stranger shudder. How much more so for the delicate and tender Kai Na? Apologetically, Lin He hurried out of the bathroom and draped a garment over himself. Moments later, Kai Na emerged from her washing and approached Lin He, her gaze filled with astonishment as she scrutinized his physique. Suddenly, taking advantage of Lin He's momentary distraction, her small hand stealthily grazed his abdomen. Wow, brother, such firm abs. I thought you were just a skinny guy. Given a whole night, you didn't seize the opportunity. Who would have thought you were quite impressive? Faced with such a formidable woman, Lin He recognized he was no match for her. Thus he made his escape under the pretext of being late for work. The alluring Kai Na was quite pleased with Lin He's abdominal muscles, her eyes lingering on his retreating figure as she savored the image she had just witnessed. Having engaged in overly intimate activities with Kai Na at home that morning, Lin He found himself avoiding her at work, which significantly hampered his preparation for the project competition. Fortunately, Kai Na managed to maintain her composure at the office, sparing Lin He from any embarrassing situations. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Jiangchuan City Technology Revitalization Financing Support Project competition commenced as scheduled. With the host's opening remarks, the meeting officially began. Lin He surveyed the nearly 1,000-strong audience filled with senior leaders from various provinces and cities, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. After all, he had never spoken in front of such a large gathering before. However, what plunged Lin He into despair was the announcement. Respected leaders, esteemed entrepreneurs, and all present educators, I am honored to introduce the distinguished guest who has graced us with her presence today, the chief chairperson of the National Financial Investment Strategic Committee, representative of the Ministry of Commerce, and chairwoman of Guojin Group, Miss Su Yunqian. Su Yunqian? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd as Lin He stared in disbelief at the striking woman clad in a black coat approaching the stage. Beneath her graceful and gentle demeanor lay unparalleled capability and a commanding presence. The top-tier leadership's arrival prompted a standing ovation from the audience. With Lin He feeling utterly despondent, slumped on the ground. Is it destined that I cannot escape the Su family? Before the divorce, I was bullied by Su Yuro. After the divorce, I find myself pursued by Su Yunqian. This is unbearable. Chapter 09. The company has a new boss. Help me. Help me. Lin He, dazed by the sight of Su Yunqian at the podium, realized the gravity of the situation. The most crucial aspect was that Su Yunqian was the highest-ranking leader overseeing the project evaluation. After delivering a brief address, she took her place at the front row as the head of the assessment panel. Lin He, already flustered, now felt even more anxious. Should he consider making a run for it before it was his turn to present? He glanced at the leaders and colleagues below, who were poised to witness his potential embarrassment. One must strike them hard. Lin He instantly abandoned any thoughts of retreat. However, how could he present his completed project without being discovered by Su Yunqian? Aha! The 4 contemporary arts of deception, transformation, makeup, cosmetic surgery, and skillful technique. Perhaps, with a touch of makeup, he could evade Su Yunqian's discerning gaze. But who would apply it for him? Being a man, he was utterly inept at such tasks. His gaze fell upon Kai Na in the front row, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled her into the restroom, specifically, the men's restroom. Seeing Lin He's urgency, Kai Na's exquisite cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they were bleeding. Oh dear. You didn't come to my aid at home, yet now you're so frantic. Lin He retorted, what are you thinking? I simply need you to help me with some makeup in the restroom, so I appear more dashing on stage. Realizing her misunderstanding, Kai Na lowered her head in embarrassment. She retrieved her cosmetics from her bag and skillfully began to work on Lin He's face. Remarkably, her makeup skills were quite impressive. Whether or not he looked handsome was debatable, but when Lin He gazed into the mirror at his transformed visage, he hardly recognized himself. After donning a mask and slipping into a formal outfit he rarely wore, he truly resembled a different person. Additionally, he stuffed 2 balls of tissue up his nostrils to simulate nasal congestion, altering the tone of his voice. When Lin He stepped onto the stage to present his project proposal, even his colleagues from the company scarcely recognized him. Honorable judges and leaders, I now present on behalf of Lano Technology Company, Limited, Lin He. Please welcome. Upon hearing the name Lin He, Su Yunqian, who had been intently examining the proposal, instinctively glanced at Lin He on stage. However, upon seeing a different Lin He, she paid him little mind, perhaps merely recalling the figure that occupied her heart. Yet, when she heard that familiar voice, her gaze sharpened on Lin He, her heart filled with newfound certainty. Indeed, it was him. That voice was one she would remember for a lifetime. Esteemed leaders, I am here to present our company's project, titled Data Empowering Technology. Data Empowering the Future. After Lin He's extravagant oratory, the judges in the audience shook their heads in dismay. They seemed quite averse to the fanciful nature of his project. This project is far too fantastical. It is utterly impractical. The 5 judges, aside from Su Yunqian, voiced their objections. Witnessing Lin He's project falter, the rest of the company members cast glances of amusement, particularly the vice president and team leader Wei Jie. They inwardly cursed Lin He for his audacity, daring to cozy up to their beloved Miss Kai Na so soon after joining the company. Once the project fails, it would grant Lin He a legitimate reason to depart. Regrettably, the project from your company did not pass the evaluation in this meeting. Just as the deputy leader of the evaluation team announced the results, a soft and melodious voice interrupted the pronouncement. Wait a moment, Deputy Yin. Although their project did not pass the evaluation, I personally believe that their company has a commendable vision. The internet will only continue to thrive, and its foundation lies in extensive data collection and infrastructure development. Therefore, I, on behalf of Guojin Group, am willing to provide 50 million for their project financing. Upon hearing Su Yunqian's words, the audience erupted in surprise. Could this truly turn the tide? The expressions of the vice president and team leader Wei Jie darkened instantly. 50 million. That was 20 million more than the previous 30 million. If they pursued this project themselves, their commission would amount to over 200,000. Wouldn't that be more than a year's worth of grueling labor? Contemplating this, the vice president was already scheming in his mind on how to seize the project from Lin He. After all, 200,000 was no trifling sum. Thank you, leader. Lin He exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply towards the audience. Su Yunxian looked at Lin He with a smile of satisfaction. Once again, she had caught him. Just as the project selection concluded and Lin He stood defenseless, Kai Na's alluring figure suddenly leapt onto him. That is amazing. I never expected your project to be selected. It's all thanks to your help, Najia. Lin He spoke earnestly, for she had selflessly assisted him through the night, providing invaluable resources in areas he was unfamiliar with. Come on, Najia, let me treat you to hot pot. Upon hearing this, Kai Na scoffed. Look at you being stingy. With 2 million in project bonuses. You can only treat me to this? Lin He's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. He had never encountered such a sum of money before. What? So much money? Yes. Employees in the project department receive a 4% commission on new projects. With a 50 million project, you would earn 200,000. Come on, let us go clubbing. I'll get you 10 male models. No, scratch that, 100 male models. Hearing about the substantial bonus, Lin He was unabashed, pulling Kai Na happily towards the nightlife. This had been his previous escape from reality. Meanwhile, behind them, as they chatted and laughed, Su Yunxian sat in the back seat of the Maybach, her heart a tumult of emotions. The coolness of her cheeks could not conceal the jealousy brewing within her. Though he was not her partner, she harbored an intense aversion to the thought of Lin He being accompanied by another woman. In a moment of distraction, CC, the secretary sitting in the passenger seat, roused the absent-minded Su Yunxian. Miss, they've gone far. Should we follow them? Send two to tail him and ascertain their destination. Su Yunxian replied, her brow furrowing as an ominous feeling washed over her. Also, if they dare to check into a hotel, contact the local police. Have them apprehended on charges of solicitation. She continued, furthermore, investigate their company. Secure its acquisition before next Monday. I intend to attend their conference that morning. Su Yunxian's directive stirred a flicker of concern within her secretary. Miss, is it not beneath your status to acquire such a minor company? Moreover, it appears they are on the brink of bankruptcy. Acquiring it would yield no benefit for us. Wearily, Su Yunxian closed her eyes. It matters not. If he is involved, purchase it. Use your status to facilitate the acquisition. She anticipated Lin He's actions. With a wave of her hand, she signaled the driver to head home. Monday arrived. A day dreaded by the diligent workers of the project department, who sat listlessly at their desks, devoid of energy, resembling withered eggplants. The morning commenced with the new boss set to hold a meeting with everyone. The administrative director called out to each department one after another, relaying the sudden news, which could only be communicated verbally. Lin He, puzzled by the abrupt change in management, sought out his closest confidant, Kai Na. Sister Na, why is the boss changing all of a sudden? Is the company in trouble? The arrival of the new owner sent waves of unrest throughout the organization. Kai Na's human resources department was equally frantic, preparing for the new chairman's introduction. Only when Lin He appeared did she find a moment to speak. I'm not sure. I heard that last Friday, our company was acquired by the new chairman. Her name is Song CC. She's quite an attractive woman. You can see for yourself shortly. Upon learning that the owner was not Su Yunxian, Lin He's anxiety finally subsided. After all, he had encountered her at the election meeting just last Friday, and he feared she might resort to any means necessary to acquire a failing company in pursuit of him. Nonetheless, he reconsidered. Someone as astute and capable as Su Yunxian would never take on an unprofitable venture. Soon, the meeting commenced. As a newcomer, Lin He found himself squeezed into a cramped corner of the meeting room, which was already small, now overwhelmed by over 100 employees. It was indeed a bit too crowded. Before long, the chairman made her appearance at the forefront of the conference room. Kai Na's assertion proved to be true. She was indeed exquisite. A woman not yet 30, in terms of beauty and figure, Lin He had encountered few who could rival her. Aside from the three sisters of the Su family, she was strikingly attractive and youthful, instantly igniting a fervor among the men in the company, particularly Zhang Cheng, who was the most animated of all. Upon seeing Chairman Song for the first time, he boldly declared his intent to win her over within a month. However, as Lin He observed the newly appointed chairman, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Before introducing herself, Song Cici began to present others. Everyone, allow me to introduce an exceptionally important individual. While this company may currently be under my name, it was acquired with the investment of the Guijin Group and the National Financial Investment Strategic Committee. This company belongs not only to us, but also to the Financial Committee and the National Group. Next, I would like to invite the esteemed chairperson of the National Financial Investment Strategic Committee and chairman of the Guijin Group, Miss Su Yunxian. She is the true owner. Henceforth, I shall be your chairman, but she is my chairman. She is the genuine boss. Upon hearing that the illustrious chairman of the Guojin Group and chairperson of the financial committee, Su Yunqian, had acquired the company, a wave of excitement swept through the entire organization. Aligning with the Guojin Group promised a future of security for all employees, even if the company were to falter financially. The remnants from the Guojin Group could sustain this modest enterprise indefinitely. While some rejoiced, others were filled with trepidation. As everyone celebrated, Lin He found himself cowering in a corner, trembling. Su Yunqian had indeed recognized him that fateful day and had swiftly approached. Now, cornered, escape seemed impossible. After delivering a brief speech, Su Yunqian scanned the audience, searching for the face that had haunted her thoughts. In a crowded corner, she spotted Lin He standing due to a lack of seating. The moment she laid eyes on him, her previously icy demeanor softened considerably. Why are you standing? Do you wish to flee? It appeared to be a jest, yet it was a veiled warning. There was no escape. She would not permit any valuable employee of the company to slip away. The colleagues below were amused by Su Yunqian's words, but Lin He discerned the underlying warning in her tone. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and replied, I have no intention of running away. It is simply too crowded here, and there are no extra seats available. Upon hearing Lin He's response, Su Yunqian surveyed the conference room. At only 60 or 70 square meters, accommodating over 100 people was indeed quite a challenge. Turning to Chairman Song, she instructed, please inform both the administrative and human resources departments to acquire all the remaining rooms on this floor. Once purchased, they should be converted into a conference room. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Su Yunqian's words. Acquiring the remaining rooms on this floor would encompass at least 500 to 600 square meters. Although it was not a first-tier city, purchasing such a vast space would require at least 50 million. Truly, as the chairman of Guojin Group, spending 50 million without a flicker of an eyelash is remarkable. Such a narrative was previously confined to online stories or novels, yet it unfolded right before their eyes today. Chapter 10, The Reckoning of the Small-Minded. After the meeting, Lin He sat at his workstation, his mind in turmoil. The thought that Su Yunqian was willing to expend substantial resources to acquire a struggling company in retaliation against him weighed heavily on his mind. What immense enmity could provoke such relentless pursuit? If she dared to go to such lengths to approach him, it was certain that she would stop at nothing to exact her revenge. Shaking his head, Lin He roused himself from his spiraling thoughts. Resignation. He must resign. However, before doing so, he needed to secure what was rightfully his. The substantial project bonus was something he had tirelessly labored over for more than a week. Regardless of the circumstances, he must claim what belonged to him, not a single penny less. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the end of the workday, Lin He hurried to the office of Zhu Chang, the deputy manager. As he approached the office door, he sensed an atmosphere thick with intrigue. All right, darling. Please don't be upset. I've just secured a major project, which will yield a considerable bonus. I'll get you a new car. Zhu Chang, who had just been sweet-talking yet another mistress on the phone, instantly transformed his demeanor upon Lin He's arrival. Cough. What brings you here, Lin He? Without wasting words, Lin He clearly stated his intention. Manager Zhu, I wish to resign. Please approve my project bonus. Upon hearing that he was there to discuss money, Zhu Chang's expression soured. He began to spin a tale. Lin He, you may not be aware, but company policy dictates that employees on probation are not entitled to project bonuses. You've only been here for 2 weeks. It's difficult to approve your request. Noticing Lin He's grave expression, he feigned calmness, chuckling. Haha. No need to rush. You're still young. One must learn to be grounded. The company will not forget your contributions today. Once you are confirmed, your bonus will surely be substantial. Realizing that Zhu Chang had no intention of releasing the funds, Lin He confronted him directly. Are you attempting to embezzle my project bonus? Zhu Chang was taken aback, astonished that a new employee would dare challenge him so boldly. However, the cunning and calculating individual would never easily concede defeat. Instead, he continued to use company regulations as a shield, exclaiming, how could I possibly embezzle your funds? This is the company's policy. He feigned a troubled smile. Surely, you wouldn't want me to violate the rules, would you? Vice President Zhu is attempting to embezzle employee bonuses. Vice President Zhu is attempting to embezzle employee bonuses. Lin He wasted no time, bursting out of the office and vociferously calling out in every departmental workspace. In his quest to uphold his rightful entitlements, he cared not for the embarrassment that might ensue. Upon realizing that the matter had escalated, Zhu Chang immediately grew anxious. However, The treacherous and insidious man quickly retaliated, declaring, "Lin Yi, you are slandering me. Company regulations are regulations. I have no choice but to adhere to them. And you are nothing but a petty person, recently attempting to negotiate a 50-50 split of the project bonus, seeking my favor." As their dispute drew attention, the entire company soon became aware of the situation. Lin He, already irked, could no longer contain his frustration and struck Zhu Chang across the face. Zhu Chang, feeling the warmth of blood at the corner of his mouth, could no longer conceal his hypocritical nature. "Lin He, you dare to hit me?" he thundered, his fury evident. Unaccustomed to such indignation, he wasted no time before engaging in a physical altercation with Lin He. It took the efforts of many to separate them and avert a larger conflict. With rage, Zhu Chang pointed at Lin He and proclaimed, "You are not resigning voluntarily. You are being dismissed. Your employment record will forever bear a blemish that cannot be erased." Witnessing Lin He strike Zhu Chang, colleagues cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Zhu Chang had been with the company for over a decade. His influence felt throughout. Those who opposed him had been ousted through various means. Now that Lin He had directly struck him, the ensuing complications promised to be difficult to navigate. To hell with it. If I must resign, then so be it. Lin He angrily tossed his work badge aside. Regardless of Kai Na's attempts to dissuade him, he shouldered his bag, determined to leave. At that moment, Su Yunqian and Song Sisi, who had recently taken over the company, suddenly appeared. The tumultuous crowd fell silent. Song Sisi, with a stern expression, glared at the shouting Zhu Chang, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "What is happening here?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chang attempted to turn the tables, saying, "Director Su. Director Song. This new employee struck me when I refused to grant him his project bonus. Look, this is the result of his attack." Zhu Chang incessantly pointed to his injured mouth, feigning innocence and hoping to elicit sympathy from the directors. However, Su Yunqian and Song Sisi paid him no mind. Their attention focused instead on Lin He, who was in the process of gathering his belongings, visibly perplexed. Why was he not awarded the project bonus for a project he successfully secured? Su Yunqian cast a cold, piercing gaze at Zhu Chang. If looks could kill, Zhu Chang would have perished thousands of times over. Confronted by Su Yunqian's formidable presence, Zhu Chang nervously swallowed. "This is company policy, I assure you," he stammered. "What company policy? I have no such policy," Su Yunqian retorted with commanding authority, fiercely protective of her husband. "From this moment forth, our company will no longer tolerate the withholding of employees' wages and bonuses." Turning to Zhu Chang, she declared, "You are hereby dismissed. The company will cover all your medical expenses, and you shall receive full compensation for any damages. Pack your belongings and leave." A profound silence enveloped the room. One might have thought they misheard. How could a newly hired employee be dismissed while the vice president remained? Upon hearing this shocking news, Zhu Chang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his former arrogance dissipating entirely. In front of his colleagues, he pleaded desperately, "Su Dong, grant me another chance. I promise I will never embezzle from the employees or the company again. I have 5 children to support." Yet, Su Yunqian paid him no heed and walked straight back to the chairman's office. She would fiercely defend anyone who sought to harm Lin He. This was her unwavering principle. Were it not for the confines of the company, she would have slapped him across the face. After the matter concluded, Zhang Cheng, who maintained a good rapport with Lin He, gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you were fantastic. That old lecher has probably siphoned off countless project bonuses from us. Who knows how many female colleagues he has seduced? And those 5 children he mentioned? They are likely just his mistress's offspring." Zhang Cheng was relieved that Lin He had dealt with him today. It was immensely satisfying. It was evident that Zhang Cheng had long endured Zhu Chang's tyranny. Meanwhile, Kai Na and others who were also on good terms with him applauded Lin He for fortuitously ridding the company of a long-standing bully. In the face of his colleagues' recognition and praise, Lin He felt no joy. Instead, he continued to organize his desk, yearning to escape this duplicitous environment once and for all. Just as he was about to leave, Song Sisi called out to him from behind, "Lin He, please come to the office. Su Dong wishes to see you." "I'm not going. I'm resigning." He brushed her off, grabbing his bag and making to leave. However, Song Sisi's stunning figure immediately blocked his path. "No, you can't. According to company policy, even if an employee is in their probation period, they must submit a resignation request 3 days in advance." Seeing Lin He hesitate, Song Sisi gently patted his shoulder. "Go on, the young lady is waiting for you in the office. Avoiding this forever is not a solution." Reluctantly, Lin He made his way to the chairman's office. "Mr. Su, You called for me. Upon entering, he saw Su Yunxian fiddling with something on a small desk beside her main desk. Sit. Su Yunxian continued her tinkering, her focus unwavering. After a moment, she retrieved some swelling relief ointment and trauma medicine from a box. Without further ado, she settled beside Lin He, gently applying the cotton swab to the wounds on his face and hands. The sudden intimacy made Lin He's heart race. What was she doing? Showing concern? Care? But I am the enemy her Su family has sworn to find, so why this kindness? Does it hurt? A soft voice broke through Lin He's musings, bringing him back to reality. Turning to look, he found Su Yunxian gazing at him with tender eyes, her expression filled with genuine concern. At that moment, Lin He sensed danger, a gentle trap. Indeed, a gentle trap. Su Yunxian, having resorted to charms to eliminate him, was acting with unprecedented softness. Back at the Su residence, she had kept him at arm's length, never once regarding him properly. Now, with Lin He being pursued by her family, her demeanor was inexplicably warm. Was this not a trap? Realizing this, Lin He fled the office in haste, leaving Su Yunxian bewildered. Did I hurt him? Chapter 11. I disagree. Inside the exquisitely beautiful Oval Office, a lavish desk was piled high with project documents from Guijin Group and the Guijin Commission awaiting Su Yunxian's approval. The opulence was such that one might mistake it for the office of a president. Song Cici, holding a stack of documents, gazed thoughtfully at the busy Su Yunxian. Miss, are you sure you want to remain in Jianchuan for work? Su Yunxian paused, her pen still, and looked at her loyal secretary with a gentle smile. I trust your capabilities. I believe you can manage the affairs in the capital well. But if you're not in the capital, there may be dissent within the family. Enough. Cici, please do not persuade me further. My mind is made up. Having finally found him again, I do not wish to part ways. Very well. Recognizing Su Yunxian's determination, Song Cici refrained from further objections. This would also serve as a valuable opportunity for her own growth. Miss, shall I arrange for a secretary within the company? Handling so many documents alone each day must be exhausting. Upon hearing about the arrangement of a new secretary, Su Yunxian's expression transformed into one of amusement. Oh, it seems you have someone in mind. Song Cici exclaimed joyfully as she trotted over to Su Yunxian, their professional hierarchy momentarily forgotten, akin to longtime confidants sharing secrets. Of course, it's only natural for the one who occupies your thoughts day and night to serve as your secretary. This way, you can be together every single day. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxian's exquisite cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, her demeanor turned cold once more. Never mind. He is not the type to succumb to the allure of a beautiful woman. I ask for nothing more than to see him every day at the company. As for the secretary, simply find a capable young lady from the corporate office. Regardless of their camaraderie, Su Yunxian was, after all, a leader and must abide by the protocols. Subsequently, she exited her office and summoned personnel from various departments to the large conference room, where she promptly announced, starting today, I must return to the capital to attend to some personal matters. All company affairs will henceforth be under the complete authority of Director Su. I trust everyone will cooperate. By the way, in appreciation of your hard work over the past few days, Director Su has generously ordered luxurious bento boxes worth 499 yuan each for everyone. Please feel free to collect them shortly. Thank you, Director Su. Upon hearing Su Yunxian's magnanimity, all the employees erupted in excitement. A bento box costing 499 yuan? With over 100 employees in the company, Su Yunxian was set to spend more than 50,000 yuan just for lunch. They had never encountered such an extravagant employer. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of his colleagues, Lin He felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon learning that Su Yunxian was taking over the company. He had not anticipated that she was indeed pursuing him. Why has the boss become her? Observing Lin He's despondent expression, his colleague Zhang Qin couldn't help but inquire, what is with that long face? Who would complain about such a beautiful and generous boss? She is a true goddess. Lin He shook his head, unable to see her merit. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and co-workers eagerly collected their luxurious bento boxes from the front desk. Lin He had intended to join them, but hesitated upon realizing that Su Yunxian was personally distributing the boxes. He retreated, feeling a bit defeated. Unable to leave for a meal, as she was right there, he found himself without food. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. A veritable paradise of snacks awaited in the pantry. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the pantry. Unconcerned about whether the treats were meant for those working overtime, he simply wanted to indulge. However, upon entering the pantry, he was instantly taken aback by a notice posted on the cabinet. Recently, the company discovered that certain colleagues were indulging in excessive wastefulness in the snack area, even going so far as to pilfer snacks to take home, which has resulted in an exceedingly detrimental impact on the organization. Consequently, the company has decided to temporarily close the snack area for rectification. Upon seeing the notice in the empty snack cabinets, Lin He was incensed. What further deliberation was necessary regarding a pile of mediocre snacks? Hadn't he merely taken a few packets of snacks and some bread during last week's overtime? Why did it feel as though he were embezzling company assets? Such a dismal company. It was a wonder they had not yet been acquired. Fuming internally, Lin He cursed the company and its hierarchy. With an empty stomach, he returned to his workstation, resorting to drinking cup after cup of water. He then messaged his close friend Zhang Qing, requesting him to bring back a meal. Unfortunately, Zhang Qing, being a rather foolish and unreliable companion, not only failed to return with a meal but also boasted about his own. My good brother, you have no idea how luxurious that lunchbox is. It had lobster and 9 steaks, along with bluefin tuna sashimi. Absolutely delightful. Lin He, filled with disdain, retorted, Get lost. Who asked your brother? Not me. Noticing Lin He's indifference, Zhang Qing expressed his grievance. It's not that I didn't want to bring you something. But as soon as directors Su and Song heard it was for you, their expressions changed instantly. What could I do? You should have been clever and claimed it was for someone else. Seeing Lin He's anxious demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Cheng's mind. Why are you so agitated? Have you perhaps offended them? As Zhang Cheng's concern deepened, he pondered the implications if Lin He had indeed crossed Su Yunqian and Song Sisi. Lin He's future in the company would undoubtedly be bleak. And as a good friend, Zhang Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. This could be a grave matter, the kind that demands a life for a life. Lin He, ignoring Zhang Cheng's chatter, resignedly slumped over his workstation, bracing himself for a grueling day. Suddenly, the sound of clicking high heels echoed in the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Yunqian approached Lin He, carrying a lunchbox, and without a word, placed it on his desk. It's lunchtime. Why haven't you come to get your meal yet? As she spoke, Su Yunqian meticulously opened the lunchbox and arranged the utensils on the table. There. I've prepared it for you. Hurry up and eat. Lin He exclaimed. Oh my. Lin He, what is your relationship with Director Su? She personally brought you lunch? As soon as Su Yunqian departed, Zhang Qing leaned closer, astonished that Director Su would go to the trouble of delivering food to Lin He. Is it a life and death bond? Really? Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, a relationship that could cost me my life. Lin He dropped a remark and left with his boxed meal, leaving a bewildered Zhang Cheng scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, one cannot deny that expensive items possess exceptional flavor. The luxurious boxed meal purchased by Su Yunqian was simply exquisite. In addition to the meal, it came with a bottle of refined beverage. Without a care for any potential poison in the food, Lin He devoured it in a flurry. Hey, are you going to keep the box from your meal? After finishing, Lin He fixated on the box at Zhang Cheng's workstation. No way. Zhang Cheng, engrossed in his game, dismissed anything aside from that rubbish. Don't make me deal with it. After taking Zhang Cheng's, he also requested the leftovers from others in the project department, as well as Kai Na's meal box, akin to a scavenger collecting scraps. In a typical day, he could amass over 10 meal boxes in a large black garbage bag. After thoroughly cleaning one, he listed it on a second-hand website for sale. Exquisite luxurious meal box, not 199, not even 129, just 79 yuan. You won't regret spending 79 yuan, nor will you be deceived. You can obtain a healthy diet. After completing this series of tasks, Lin He found himself disinterested in work. Staring at the stagnant second-hand platform, his heart remained unsettled. Ultimately, he clicked into the browser, downloaded a resignation template, swiftly composed his resignation letter, and submitted it. But why couldn't he submit it? Staring at the company's system message indicating submission failure, Lin He struggled to identify the reason. He had clearly selected his supervisor, team leader, and project manager, yet the system insisted he had not chosen the appropriate leaders. After several attempts, Lin He became exceedingly frustrated, cursing at the system. What a terrible system. In desperation, he decided to go to the company to see if his leader was not the team leader Wei Jie or Gaoang. What kind of extraordinary situation was this? To his astonishment, upon investigation, he discovered the Strategic Financing Department, and he was the head of it, directly overseen by Su Yunqian and Song Sisi. How had he, who was evidently part of the project department, suddenly become the so-called head of the Strategic Financing Department? This unexpected promotion left Lin He in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't Su Yunxian there to make his life miserable? How had she now elevated him? Confused and unable to comprehend her intentions, Lin He chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he re-entered the system, selected the approver anew, and resubmitted his resignation request. This time, it was swiftly processed, passing through several vice presidents. The approval quickly reached Su Yunxian. Bang! Your resignation request has been rejected. Note: I do not agree. Upon discovering that Su Yunxian had rejected his resignation, Lin He was consumed by fury. Su Yunxian, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Do you truly believe that your persistent refusals can prevent my departure? He cursed under his breath and resubmitted his application, only to have it swiftly rejected once more by Su Yunxian. Noticing Lin He's sudden outburst, his friend Zhang Cheng approached, bewildered. Why are you so intent on resigning? In this job market, earning 8,000 a month is quite respectable. Zhang Cheng rambled on with unsolicited advice, but Lin He paid him no heed. Just then, the director of the administrative department approached Lin He's workstation. Lin He, the chairman requests your presence. Perfect timing. He could finally address his resignation directly with her. In the opulent Oval Office, Su Yunxian was engrossed in reviewing project approval documents for Guojin Group. She acknowledged him with a nod but remained silent, prompting the administrative director, Zhao, to retreat, casting a glance at Lin He, hoping for a meaningful conversation between him and Su Yunxian. As Su Yunxian continued to edit the documents, she ignored Lin He, leaving him feeling like mere air. The awkward atmosphere became unbearable, compelling Lin He to speak up. Chairman, please approve my resignation. Why do you wish to leave? Su Yunxian asked, her head still bowed in concentration. For personal reasons. I wish to seek opportunities elsewhere. Are you certain it is not to evade me? Su Yunxian paused, lifting her gaze slightly, her expression complex as she regarded the man she frequently pondered. Of course not. Lin He chuckled awkwardly, exasperated by her leading question. Oh, is that so? Then I must decline. What? Decline? Lin He nearly erupted in anger, wishing he had simply claimed he was attempting to escape her. In response, Su Yunxian retrieved an appointment letter from her desk, presenting it to Lin He. Our company intends to establish a strategic financing department, with you as the head. You may choose your team members as you see fit. Lin He hesitated to accept, cautiously inquiring, can I refuse? This is not a request for your opinion. It is merely a notification. Suddenly, Su Yunxian stood up from her desk, gracefully striding towards Lin He. Without warning, she perched herself on his lap, her alluring presence rendering him breathless and uncomfortable. Terrified, Lin He bolted from the scene. As the workday approached its end, the director of human resources, Kai Na, summoned all employees to the large conference room. I am here to announce personnel changes within the company. To enhance our business development, the leadership team has decided to establish a new strategic financing department, headed by Lin Yi, with all members from project groups 1 and 2 transitioning to this new department. This personnel change takes immediate effect. The announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the company. No one could have anticipated that a mere rookie, still in his probationary period, would ascend 3 ranks to become the department head. The onlookers were abuzz with discussions about Lin He's extraordinary fortune, particularly as one of his projects had caught the eye of Su Yunxian. Undoubtedly, the most disconcerted among them was team leader Wei Jia, who had previously gone to great lengths to make Lin He's life difficult. Little did he know that in just a few days, he would find himself subordinate to Lin He. Was he now to brace himself for retribution from Lin He? Upon hearing of his brother's promotion, Zhang Qing was even more elated than Lin He himself. Goodness, brother, what kind of lucky break have you stumbled upon? The moment you mention resigning, the company rewards you with a promotion and a raise. Could it be that the new director Su has taken a liking to you? Otherwise, why would she treat you with such significance? Taken a liking to me? It would be a miracle if she doesn't wish for my demise. Lin He muttered, leaving Zhang Cheng perplexed. Immediately after the meeting concluded, Lin He found himself with his ear tugged by Kai Na. Little brother, confess honestly. Does Director Su have feelings for you? Not at all. Lin He protested, feeling quite wronged. He was just grateful that Su Yunxian wasn't trying to eliminate him altogether. What sort of love can there be? Then why does she support you so fervently, personally delivering meals, promoting you, and even dismissing Zhu Chong, who previously made things difficult for you? I don't know. Lin He attempted to wriggle free from Kai Na's grip. Her tugging was painfully relentless. Just as the two were playfully tussling, the new secretary to the chairman, Zhao Lin, interrupted them. Lin He, Director Su is calling for you. What is the matter? I'm not sure. Just go. Upon hearing that Director Su was summoning Lin He, Kai Na left with a huff. And you claim there is nothing between you. Director Su, you called for me? Lin He slowly pushed open the door to the chairman's office. Su Yunqian retrieved a set of Maybach keys from her drawer and placed them on the desk. Go to the underground parking lot and wait for me. Drive me home after work? Director Su, while I am your employee, I don't believe I have an obligation to show for you. Lin He was naturally unwilling and would prefer to keep his distance. I wish to discuss something with you. Su Yunqian continued to attend to her paperwork. Upon hearing this, Lin He's expression turned grim. If this pertains to your brother's matters, I have nothing to say. However, Su Yunqian remained unfazed. No. It concerns the two of us. What? What could there possibly be between us? In an instant, her demeanor turned icy, her beautiful eyes fixated coldly on Lin He, rendering him so frightened that he snatched the keys and bolted from the office. All right, I shall wait for you below. For reasons unknown, Lin He always found himself powerless against his sister-in-law. Her aloof and commanding aura left him devoid of any will to resist. In the presence of the Su family, Lin He lacked even the courage to meet her gaze. Chapter 12. He still refuses to forgive the Su family. In the underground parking lot, upon seeing Su Yunqian descend, Lin He hurriedly transformed into a dutiful chauffeur, eagerly opening the rear door for her, expecting her to take her usual seat in the back. He was taken aback when she instead settled into the passenger seat. This left Lin He momentarily at a loss. Miss Su, you may as well sit in the trunk of your own car. Miss Su, please fasten your seatbelt. What? Su Yunqian's clear, beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin He, unperturbed. Fasten your seatbelt. She ignored him, seemingly deaf to his words, her gaze lost in contemplation ahead, yet she remained unbuckled. Reluctantly, Lin He took it upon himself to fasten it for her. At that moment, the enchanting fragrance emanating from her enveloped Lin He, causing his cheeks to flush with warmth. Miss Su, where are we headed? As the vehicle slowly exited the underground garage, Lin He remained oblivious to their destination. I have no idea. I have no clue what car you're driving. Frustrated, Lin He muttered under his breath. He could never comprehend her intentions. I'm simply in a foul mood and want to wander. After all, it was Su Yunqian's car, and her fuel was being consumed. Thus, Lin He continued to meander aimlessly, breaking the silence. Have you never considered returning to the Su family? No. Lin He replied with unwavering resolve, as if a long-held determination had finally surfaced. In that moment, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Su Yunqian's typically icy eyes. She had never anticipated such a resolute response from him. Why? He chuckled bitterly, a laugh filled with unspoken sorrow. To be looked down upon by your family? To become a burden to the Su family? To seek revenge against them? The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Yet for these 3 years, I have been searching for you. Why have you persistently evaded me? Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, the force jostling Su Yunqian forward. Lin He lost control of his emotions, unbuckling his seatbelt and tearing at his own clothing. He shouted, Is this how you seek me out? Which of my scars is not linked to your family? Upon witnessing the multitude of wounds on Lin He's body, Su Yunqian gasped, her hands instinctively flying to her mouth, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. She could never grasp the extent of the suffering endured by the one she silently loved over these 3 years. I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. With no other recourse, Su Yunqian could only continue to apologize. Lin He silently exited the vehicle, his desolate form wandering aimlessly ahead. Don't leave. I need you. I cannot be without you. Regardless of the frantic cries of Su Yunqian behind him, Lin He did not halt his pace. Over the years, he had sacrificed too much for the Su family, enduring a great deal of anguish. It was simply not worth it. Lost in thought, he wandered for an indeterminate time until dusk began to settle. A glance behind him revealed that he had unconsciously reached the outskirts of the city. His muddled musings were interrupted by a soft, delicate voice. Upon turning, he discovered Su Yunqian had collapsed on the ground, having twisted her ankle. She appeared exhausted and haggard, evoking a sense of sympathy. Wait, eldest sister, you followed me for an hour and a half? Lin He exclaimed in astonishment, checking the time on his phone. It dawned on him that Su Yunqian had indeed trailed him for a full hour. Who was she after all? The eldest daughter of the Su family, a paragon of grace, unaccustomed to such hardship. Observing her stubborn expression, Lin He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. My lady, I implore you to cease following me. Haven't the Su family caused me enough misery already? With that, he turned and resolutely walked away, leaving her to find her own way back. However, just as Lin He resolved to distance himself, a lewd voice called out from behind. Hey there, beautiful. All alone, huh? Why not come play with us? Turning around, he saw three unsavory characters surrounding Su Yunqian, their lascivious gazes nearly stripping her of dignity. "Get away from me." As one of them attempted to lay hands on her, the ever-determined Su Yunqian struck him across the face. He clutched his throbbing cheek. Astonished that a woman had dared to strike him, trembling with rage, he spat, "Damn it, you filthy wench. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Brothers. Grab her and take her to the car." At his command, the other two immediately seized Su Yunqian, dragging her towards the vehicle. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing her haughty tone, the lewd man became even more excited. "Oh, look at her. Quite the wild one, aren't you? I like that." His repulsive drool was nearly dripping onto Su Yunqian's exquisite form. Just as he was about to revel in his triumph, a powerful force sent him sprawling. He felt a crushing pain throughout his body as he struggled to rise, limping painfully with a leg that felt entirely numb, as if broken. He found Lin He staring at him with icy disdain. "Well, you dare to strike me," he exclaimed. "Brother, get rid of him." In mere moments, two of his lackeys were sent flying, their hands sustaining grievous injuries. "Big brother, help me. My arm is broken." Realizing the severity of the situation, the lewd man scrambled to his feet and fled, limping away. Lin He made no move to pursue. These were merely local ruffians. It would be quite troublesome if one were to stumble into a den of ruffians. Perhaps breaking a leg would serve as an adequate lesson. Lin He gently lifted Su Yunqian from the car, saying, "Come, allow me to escort you home." Observing the stubbornness of Su Yunqian, his tone softened considerably. However, at that moment, Su Yunqian inexplicably found herself in a sulk. "You needn't concern yourself. I shall return on my own." She shook off Lin He's hand and limped away, her delicate skin already chafed by the high heels. Lin He, feeling quite helpless and perplexed by her behavior, couldn't fathom her intentions. Nevertheless, seeing her struggle, he felt compelled to follow, scooping her up in a princess carry. Initially, she squirmed, but soon, she began to weep quietly in his embrace. One might think Lin He had wronged her in some way. It was utterly bewildering. Lin He, dismissing his confusion, was more concerned about the potential consequences should anything happen to his sister-in-law here. After carrying Su Yunqian back to the car, he inquired about her residence. "Miss Su, where do you live? Let me take you home." Yet, Su Yunqian remained mute, refusing to divulge any information. She curled up in her seat, cradling her injured feet. With no other option, Lin He took her phone and contacted her new secretary, only to discover that her residence was in Tianhe Century. It was no surprise that the chairwoman of a multifaceted conglomerate would have luxurious homes scattered about. After coordinating with the secretary, Lin He drove Su Yunqian to the entrance of the Tianhe Century community, leaving her in the care of her secretary, who was more than willing to assist. As soon as they arrived at the foot of her building, Secretary Zhao was already waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Su Yunqian's Maybach, she hurried over. Concern etched on her face. "Miss Su, are you all right?" Noticing something was amiss, Secretary Zhao turned to Lin He, reproaching him. "What happened? Were you not supposed to be escorting Miss Su home? How did you end up here in the outskirts?" "Not my fault. She insisted on it," Lin He retorted. Secretary Zhao was taken aback, not expecting Lin He to speak so candidly in front of the chairwoman. However, she chose not to engage with him further, instead crouching down to check on Su Yunqian. "Miss Su, how are you? Can you still walk? Should I help you upstairs, or do you need an ambulance?" Su Yunqian remained silent, her gaze fixated on Lin He outside, revealing a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. Her intentions were unmistakable. She wished for Lin He to accompany her upstairs. Upon meeting her gaze, Lin He let out a resigned breath. It seemed he had encountered a lifetime of misfortune, finding himself entangled with the two sisters, Su Yunqian and Su Yuru. During his time at the Su household, Su Yuru had relentlessly tormented him. Having just left the Su residence, Su Yunqian arrived once more. Lin He, visibly exasperated, exclaimed, "Come on, let me help you up." However, Su Yunqian shook her head repeatedly, insisting on being carried like a princess once again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Lin He felt both angered and helpless. Reluctantly, he crouched down to give her a piggyback ride. Upon witnessing Lin He relent, a joyful smile broke out on Su Yunqian's face, a long-lost expression that illuminated her features. Zhao Lin, who had accompanied Su Yunqian for many years in the capital, was taken aback. Are they a couple? She pondered, having never heard of the chairman having a boyfriend. The woman's voluptuous figure, while alluring, proved to be a challenge for Lin He as he carried Su Yunqian to the 27th floor, exhausting him considerably. The added weight on his back was quite uncomfortable, yet his training allowed him to manage it without faltering. After unceremoniously depositing Su Yunqian on the sofa, he turned to leave without a backward glance. "Are you not going to sit for a while?" Su Yunqian called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. "Why would I sit for a while? Isn't Secretary Zhao here to keep you company?" Lin He replied, puzzled by her request. "I won't feel scared if you're here," she said in a tone that bordered on pleading. The once frosty beauty in her eyes now shimmered with unprecedented warmth and hope. However, the allure of her charm and the pitiful appeal no longer swayed Lin He. He merely scoffed. "Ha! You may not be afraid, but I certainly am." With that, he left without a glance back, watching Lin He's resolute departure. Su Yunqian felt a tumult of emotions, her face betraying her disappointment. Sigh. He still refuses to forgive the Su family for their transgressions. He still won't accept me. Yet, in a moment of reflection, she realized that the relationship between them had softened considerably compared to before. At the very least, he had protected her once again today. With this thought, Su Yunqian couldn't help but break into a silly grin. The assistant, observing the unfamiliar demeanor of the chairman, was at a loss for how to proceed. "Mr. Su, should I apply some medicine for you?" Su Yunqian snapped back to reality, noticing the assistant's expression had returned to its usual aloofness. What happened today must remain confidential. A simple directive caused Secretary Zhao to shake his head vigorously in response. "I assure you, I will not speak a word." Chapter 13. Is this what you call a blind date? Just as Lin He exited Su Yunqian's apartment, he received a call from his father. The long-lost sense of familiarity stirred an unexpected pang of sorrow within him. "Lin, how have you been lately? You must take good care of yourself out there." "Father, I'm fine. Truly." On the other end, his father's voice quavered, hesitating for a moment before revealing the troubling news. "Your mother's condition has worsened. The daily chemotherapy now costs over 10,000. If you wish to completely cure your mother, the doctor estimates that it will require over 300,000 yuan. Can you manage to contribute an additional 100,000 from your family? The rest, your father will find a way." Upon hearing that the family was short on funds, Lin He without hesitation transferred all the remaining savings he had recently acquired from the construction project. Upon seeing an influx of 255 yuan, his father felt a surge of excitement. But more than that, he was filled with concern for Lin He. "You've given so much. Why didn't you keep a little for yourself?" "Dad, I'm fine. Use this for my mother's treatment, and if it's insufficient, let me know." At that moment, a hint of helplessness crept into his father's deep voice. "All right, the heavy burden of the family rests upon your shoulders. You're working hard, Lin. "Don't say that, Dad." After hanging up the call, Lin He was lost in thought. His wealth had vanished overnight, and at the age of 26, he found himself with nothing. It was time for him to devise a way to earn money. The next day, at work, Lin He was distracted and disinterested. As his salary was meager, he might as well take it easy. He browsed various job platforms, searching for side gigs. However, aside from a few obvious options, nothing seemed suitable for him. Without hesitation, Lin He registered an account on a ride-hailing platform, ready to take orders after work. As for the more extravagant job opportunities, he decided to put those on hold for now. If he happened to drive a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce, he might encounter a wealthy benefactor, which could change his fate. Everyone, pause your current tasks. The Strategic Financing Department will now relocate to the office directly opposite the chairman's. To his surprise, just days after the new department had been established, the generous chairman Su arranged for a brand new office for them. But the office across ISNT hours. Lin He voiced his confusion. "Minister Lin, Chairman Su specifically purchased the office across to accommodate your Strategic Financing Department. The department is a key focus for the company, and Chairman Su values it greatly." The director of the administrative department meaningfully patted Lin He on the shoulder. Upon hearing that Chairman Su had acquired another large office, the staff of the Strategic Financing Department were filled with excitement. They cast grateful glances toward Lin He. "Minister Lin, thank you. I can finally escape the cramped project department." His close friend Zhang Cheng completely forgot their hierarchical relationship, embracing Lin He as if they were brothers. "My son, meeting you is a stroke of luck. What is your relationship with Chairman Su? She seems to favor you immensely. Promotions and office acquisitions." Lin He shot him a cold glance. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you back to the project department." Seeing Lin He's serious demeanor, Zhang Cheng chuckled. "Minister Lin, I assure you, I am not speaking in vain." Inside the chairman's office, Zhao Lin's alluring figure stood reporting on the upcoming schedule. "Chairman Su, this evening, you have a business banquet regarding the investment project with the Southern Group. Would you like to select a more astute vice president to accompany you?" Su Yunqian slowly set down her pen, intrigued as she turned to her secretary. Oh, hearing you say that, it indeed would be better to have someone accompany me. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Well, I think Manager Chun from the marketing department would be quite fitting. He has attended numerous business meetings. Su Yunqian offered a pained smile, evidently unsatisfied with the secretary's suggestion. While Manager Chun possesses commendable abilities, the marketing department is exceedingly busy. He is not well versed in financing and thus not the ideal choice. Having said that, Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes shifted to the opposite side, where Lin He from the strategic financing department was idly passing time. The secretary understood her implication. If we prioritize financing capabilities, Minister Lin from the strategic financing department would indeed be a commendable choice. Not long ago, he successfully completed a financing project worth millions. Zhao Lin, being new, likely did not realize that Lin He's substantial financing endeavor was under the purview of Su Yunqian's National Gold Committee. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Su Yunqian felt a surge of delight, as this was precisely what she had in mind. Ah, in that case, that could work. Their department is responsible for financing projects. Very well. I shall notify him at once. After leaving the chairman's office, Zhao Lin proceeded straight to the strategic financing department. She made no effort to show deference to the newly appointed Minister Lin. Minister Lin, do not leave after work tonight. Chairman Su has requested your presence at a business banquet concerning financing. I want to go. Lin He was too engrossed in a game on his computer to even glance at the news secretary. This is Chairman Su's directive. Could you please take it seriously? Lin He displayed an indifferent demeanor, inciting Zhao Lin to silently curse him, thinking, if not for Chairman Su's favor, you would have been dismissed long ago. I won't go. I need to go home for a blind date. If you disagree, have her fire me. Lin He was almost eager for her to dismiss him. He was unconvinced he could ever escape the influence of the Su family. Zhao Lin pouted in frustration and had no choice but to return to the office. Once back before Su Yunqian, she animatedly recounted the events regarding the strategic financing department. Chairman, Lin is utterly intolerable. He adamantly refuses to attend. He insists on going home for a blind date and told me to inform you that if you disagree, you should fire him. Su Yunqian smiled gently. Did he truly say that? Yes. Chairman, you must discipline him. He is becoming increasingly unruly. He spends his workdays idly and never pursues projects. It's all right. You may leave. I shall attend alone this evening. Do not worry. Su Yunqian was undoubtedly aware that Lin He deliberately sought excuses to avoid her. Ever since being hurt by his own sister, Lin He had long lost the desire to seek emotional solace again. After work, he simply filled his stomach before donning his green uniform and squatting in the biting cold wind, awaiting the arrival of a fateful passenger. Ding! He had secured a ride request from Zai Palace to Tianhe Century, totaling 2063 kilometers, with a driving fee of 800 yuan. Goodness! Such a high fee for just one ride? What kind of distinguished individual, what luxurious vehicle could command such an exorbitant price? A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Indeed. It justified the cost of this ride. Lin He hopped onto his small electric scooter and sped towards the pickup location. 800 yuan for a single ride. It was simply exhilarating. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a successful young man. The man repeatedly cautioned Lin He, driver, the person you're picking up is very important. You must drive carefully and ensure she gets home safely. Understood. Lin He replied patiently, though internally he felt a wave of confusion. What kind of important figure warranted such concern? As Lin He awaited in the driver's seat, he could clearly see a stunning woman in black being surrounded by a group of elite individuals through the rearview mirror. The more he looked at the enchanting figure among the crowd, the more familiar she appeared. Goodness! Su Yunqian, what a twist of fate. Just as Lin He contemplated making a hasty retreat, Su Yunqian was ushered into the back seat of the luxury car. Driver, please ensure our chairwoman Su gets home safely. Minister Guo urged, you should head back quickly. Even slightly intoxicated, Su Yunqian still wore a smile. Seizing the opportunity before she recognized him, Lin He quickly retrieved a mask from his bag. Fortunately, he had worn a cap today. Otherwise, he would have surely been recognized. With her eyes closed, Su Yunqian leaned against the seat, her cheeks slightly flushed from the drink, completely shedding her usual aloof and domineering demeanor, appearing even more captivating. Lin He intentionally lowered his voice. Good evening, miss. May I start driving now? Su Yunqian did not respond verbally, but waved her hand to signal him to proceed. At that moment, Lin He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, she did not recognize him. He had an inexplicable fear of his former sister-in-law. Halfway through the journey, Su Yunqian suddenly exclaimed, "Stop. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Lin He had no choice but to pull over. However, to his surprise, as soon as the car stopped, Su Yunqian moved to the front passenger seat. Lin He said nothing and allowed it, knowing that the more he spoke, the higher the risk of exposure. After a tranquil drive, the intoxicated Su Yunqian finally regained her senses. Her ethereal and exquisite eyes suddenly fixated coldly on Lin He. Clad in green armor, is this what you call a blind date? The anxiety that had hung in the air dissipated as Lin He was ultimately recognized. Nevertheless, despite deceiving his employer, Lin He maintained a composed facade, though his heart raced uncontrollably. He was nearly stammering in his response. "Well, this is all for the sake of living. How can I support my future wife without earning a little extra money?" Su Yunqian, observing Lin He's nervous demeanor akin to a frightened little mouse, couldn't he help but find it amusing. "So how is it going?" "Quite well." Lin He feigned pride, while internally he was on the verge of cursing. "We plan to meet the parents by the end of the year." The sight of Lin He puffing himself up inevitably made Su Yunqian want to laugh. Unexpectedly, her head leaned against Lin He's sturdy shoulder, further flustering him. He stumbled over his words. Hey, miss, I am about to get married. Please, have some decorum." Su Yunqian's sweet smile graced her lips as she revealed a long-lost joy. Unable to endure Lin He's incessant chatter, she playfully slapped him, prompting him to fall silent. Meanwhile, Su Yunqian, savoring the familiar scent she had longed for, drifted into a deep slumber on his solid shoulder. In the brief half-hour journey, she experienced the most restful sleep she had enjoyed in 3 years. She wished this road would never end, allowing her to walk freely with Lin He, unburdened by the fact that he was her sister's ex-husband or the constraints imposed by family ties. Chapter 14. "Miss, please have some decorum." The Rolls-Royce gradually came to a halt beneath the apartment building of Su Yunqian in Tianhe Century. She languidly leaned against Lin He's broad shoulder, reluctant to disembark. Her expectant eyes turned to Lin He in the driver's seat. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Oh, I do." Lin He was jolted from his reverie. Upon hearing a positive response, a flicker of surprise passed through Su Yunqian's gaze. "The ride-sharing service fee is payable upon arrival. 800 yuan. Cash or QR code?" Su Yunqian's expression instantly darkened. "Are you that short on money?" She could hardly fathom how Lin He, who had once quietly devoted himself to the Su family, had transformed into someone so miserly, as if he had fallen into a pit of avarice. "Indeed, I am quite in need." "Then give me your WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you." Lin He unabashedly presented his QR code. "Give me your WeChat QR code." Su Yunqian expressed her frustration. Lin He, wearing a serious yet playful grin, responded, "Miss, the platform regulations prohibit the unauthorized exchange of client contact information." Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes turned cold, and after a moment of silence, she seized Lin He's phone without hesitation, despite his vehement objections. She opened WeChat, added herself as a friend, and noted her name as beloved wife. Then she transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to Lin He, saying, "Take this amount for now. Let me know if it runs low." "What do you intend to do with such a large sum of money?" Lin He asked, somewhat agitated. Yet he sensed that Su Yunqian's intentions were not as straightforward as merely gifting money. "Purchase the remaining hours of your evening. Keep me company." A strange smile flickered across Su Yunqian's exquisite face, causing Lin He to instinctively protect his untouched virtue of 27 years. "Miss, I provide services, not my body. Please maintain your dignity." With that, Lin He panicked and fled, leaving Su Yunqian in the car, who watched his retreating figure with a hint of urgency. "Lin He, come back, you coward. If you refuse to accompany me, return the money. Apologies. You are not a minor. Refunds are not possible." As she shouted, a blissful smile graced Su Yunqian's stunning face. She could warmly sense that the person she loved seemed less fearful of her than before. Balancing a side job after hours while slacking off during work had become Lin He's daily routine. Upon returning to his workstation, he continued to submit his resume across various job hunting platforms. After all, with a single click, he could later sift through the qualifications of potential employers. Naturally, he would choose the one with the best compensation. "Minister Lin, Director Su requests your presence." The voice of Secretary Zhao startled Lin He, prompting him to swiftly close numerous job application tabs. Feeling guilty, he forced a cheerful grin. "Yes, of course." Yet, the smile he wore was met with Secretary Zhao's disdain. Once at the chairman's office, Lin He stood a few paces away from the desk. "Chairman, you called for me? Are you still considering resignation?" Su Yunqian's piercing gaze fixed on Lin He. He scratched his head nervously, stammering, No, not at all. Rising gracefully, Su Yunqian turned her computer screen toward him. You submitted a fabricated resume to my other company. A student from California, USA? Overseas product manager at Guijin Group? Quite an impressive resume. Linny found himself at a loss for words, and upon closer inspection of the screen, he realized the job chat displayed his own name. Hastily, he checked his phone, confirming that the contact was indeed Ms. Su. It was certainly Su Yunqian's company. Seeing Lin, he remained silent. Su Yunqian's expression turned frigid. Let this be the last time. If you entertain thoughts of fleeing again, I will ensure you find no work in Huagua. What? Such audacity. Linny felt anger surging within him. Inwardly cursing Su Yunqian for her arrogance and presumption, Linny scoffed at her inflated sense of self-importance. Believing that just because she hailed from a well-off background, she could act like a sovereign authority. Did she possess such formidable power that she could notify every company in the nation to disregard his job applications? Linny found it utterly implausible. Very well. He was eager to witness the extent of Miss Su's influence. After uttering these thoughts, Lin he departed with a flourish. Observing Lin he's defiant demeanor, Su Yunqian picked up the telephone from her desk and made a call. Hello. Is there a job applicant associated with your company? I will send you a profile. Kindly ensure that all of his job-seeking accounts are terminated. The moment Lin he exited the chairman's office, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. At last, he had stood his ground before Su Yunqian. Whistling a cheerful tune, he returned to his workstation and resumed submitting resumes across various job platforms. However, upon refreshing the page, Lin he was taken aback. System notification. This interface is unavailable. Assuming it was merely a network issue, he refreshed several times. Eventually, a new notification appeared. But upon reading it, Lin he nearly fainted from rage. Apologies. Esteemed user, your account has been flagged for fraudulent activities, including the dissemination of false job information. Effective immediately. Your account has been placed on the risk list. Account suspension, 950 days. Damn it. To hell with this fraudulent accusation. It was evident that the system sought to banish him. Lin he switched to several other job platforms, yet still found himself unable to log in, receiving similar notifications. At that moment, it dawned on him. Perhaps Su Yunqian could not control every enterprise in the country, but with her capabilities, she could effortlessly manipulate the companies behind the major job-seeking software. Fuming, Lin he stormed into Su Yunqian's office. Su Yunqian, you've gone too far. However, he was met with a meeting in progress, where several vice presidents were reporting to her. The sudden intrusion left everyone momentarily bewildered. They all thought, surely this individual must be resigning, openly addressing the chairman by her name. Upon seeing Lin he's agitated and flustered state, Su Yunqian initially maintained a cold and serious demeanor. Yet, once Lin he awkwardly retreated, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her reaction perplexed the executives present, as her face bore none of the usual aloofness and authority, but rather an unexpected gentleness. Realizing the situation was amiss, Su Yunqian cleared her throat several times, her expression swiftly turning serious. Ahem. Let us keep today's events under wraps. It would not reflect well. Faced with their ever-changing chairman, the executives nodded in agreement. Indeed. Miss Su, I can assure you that your directives today will significantly aid our respective departments moving forward. Yes, we will certainly implement your arrangements. Upon returning to his workstation, Lin he found himself engulfed in regret over the blunder he had just committed. It was not the fear of inciting the ire of Su Yunqian that troubled him. Rather, he secretly wished for her to be utterly exasperated. After all, if his indiscretion were to circulate within the company, it would undoubtedly cast him in an embarrassing light. Suddenly, a new message popped up on his WeChat interface. My dear wife, wait for me in the underground parking lot after work. Ah, my dear wife. The moment Lin he glimpsed the WeChat name, he couldn't help but chuckle. He promptly retorted, haha, who are you? Why should I wait for you? This was Lin he's work account. After all, one he had not personally added. He had entirely forgotten that the so-called dear wife was none other than Su Yunqian. Su Yunqian? Lin he, who the hell are you? Su Yunqian, you're Miss Su. For a day, she was indeed Su Yunqian, which startled Lin he into swiftly closing WeChat. He chose to disregard her, yet who exactly was Su Yunqian? She had him firmly in her grasp, effortlessly. After Lin he remained silent for a considerable time. She merely inquired with a hint of nonchalance. Su Yunqian, do you need me to come to your department for a chat? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Lin he's spine, prompting an immediate response. Lin he, understood, chairwoman. His greatest dread was that Su Yunqian would orchestrate some public spectacle at his expense. At that point, no amount of jumping into the Yellow River would cleanse his reputation. In the underground garage, within the confines of a Maybach 680, Lin He sat in the driver's seat, poised to inquire where Su Yunqian wished to go. However, the sight of familiar figures caused him to hastily duck down in the driver's cabin. Just as Su Yunqian was left speechless by Lin He's antics, a group approached the Maybach. "Miss Su, it truly is you." The newcomers were several executives from the company, who, upon seeing Su Yunqian alone in the passenger seat, approached to greet her. "Hello, Miss Su. All by yourself? I'm waiting for someone." Upon hearing this, the others began to gather around Su Yunqian, showering her with compliments. "Well, Miss Su, someone is actually waiting for you. Is it your boyfriend? I wonder what kind of man is worthy of you, Miss Su." Su Yunqian gazed down at Lin He, who was crouched at her feet, a fleeting smile of triumph gracing her face. "Hee. Indeed, I am waiting for my boyfriend." Fortunately, the dimness of the underground parking lot concealed Lin He, or else he would have been utterly unable to show his face at the company. They mistakenly believed themselves to be in cahoots with Su Yunqian. Chapter 15. Free Labor? "Miss Su, where are we headed?" Lin He gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, still unaware of their destination after such a lengthy drive. Tianhe Plaza. Lin He was uncertain about Su Yunqian's intentions. After all, she was the boss, so he decided to defer to her. Upon arriving at Tianhe Square, Lin He followed closely behind Su Yunqian like a subordinate, remaining silent. Noticing that Lin He kept his distance, Su Yunqian felt a twinge of displeasure. "Is there a thorn in my side that compels you to keep away from me?" Perceiving the chill in Su Yunqian's gaze, Lin He earnestly exclaimed, "Chairman Su, please do not misunderstand. I am merely behind you to ensure your protection, just as I did when I was at the Su residence, always watching over you." As Lin He instinctively spoke more than necessary, he noticed a glimmer of light in Su Yunqian's eyes. She pressed her alluring lips together, inquiring, "Always what?" Lin He, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing. I meant to say that I must recognize my place and stand respectfully behind you." After saying this, Lin He gestured as if inviting her to proceed, reminiscent of his time at the Su family, where he had humbled himself as the son-in-law of the esteemed Su family, striving to serve their interests. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows, neutralizing any threats that might endanger the Su family, Su Yunqian, or Su Yuru. Whenever a threat loomed over the Su family, Lin He would swiftly eliminate it without hesitation. However, Lin He's sacrifices and struggles faded into oblivion with the passing of the elder of the Su family. Noticing Lin He's silence, Su Yunqian turned away, her expression tinged with disappointment. The two continued in silence until they arrived at a high-end designer boutique. Upon recognizing the legendary Su family's eldest daughter, the store manager promptly ushered the other customers out without a second thought. Indeed, luxury boutiques often exhibit a penchant for snobbery. Those who could afford to shop here were typically among the elite in everyday society. After all, a single item could cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Yet, in the presence of Su Yunqian, they were mere ants in comparison. "Miss Su, what a pleasant surprise to see you in our store today. Are you here to select a handbag or perhaps some clothing?" The attractive store manager immediately led Su Yunqian to a display of handbags. "These are this year's latest models from Hermes and Chanel. Do take a look and see if any catch your fancy. Let us look at men's clothing first. I wish to buy a few new outfits for my boyfriend." Su Yunqian bypassed the handbag section and headed straight for the men's apparel. The store manager, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Lin He. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary man was Su Yunqian's partner? Instantly, her regard for him deepened, and her demeanor became exceedingly warm. "Sir, please come this way. I'll take your measurements." "He is not my partner." Su Yunqian's icy voice interrupted, causing the store manager's expression to grow serious. Yet Lin He maintained a composed demeanor, as he was not her husband. Subsequently, Su Yunqian added, "She is merely assisting with the bags. However, their physiques are quite similar. You could customize a suit for my husband based on his measurements. It's for the wedding attire." Upon hearing this, Lin He felt an internal tumult akin to a stampede of wild horses. The notion of her husband was of no concern to him. Merely a bag carrier? Su Yunqian seemed to still be in a haze, mistakenly believing that Lin He remained with the Su family. After leaving the Su residence, it was rather harsh to say that Su Yunqian and Lin He were anything more than strangers. To refer to her simply as a bag carrier was rather disrespectful. "That handsome gentleman, please accompany me for a moment so I may take your measurements, ensuring I can select the appropriate attire for my husband." The thought of becoming a mere pawn, her dignity trampled underfoot by Su Yunxian, was unbearable. Such humiliation was intolerable for Uncle, and certainly for Aunt as well. Moreover, Uncle was already reaching his limit. Miss, I have spent this entire night as unpaid labor. It seems rather unjust. My side job typically earns me over 1,000 each evening. Lin He's tone had noticeably turned cold, observing the evident shift in Lin He's demeanor. Su Yunxian's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, little one, still not aware of your position. Su Yunxian mistakenly believed Lin He's irritation stemmed from not being able to become her man. In reality, Lin He was simply incensed by her lack of respect. As for being her man, Lin He would prefer to vanish from her side altogether. Su Yunxian lacked nothing in terms of wealth and power. With a slight smile, she said, So, you require me to pay you for carrying bags before you would assist me with shopping at the mall? Indeed. Labor creates value. How much do you desire? Su Yunxian's beautiful eyes fixated on the avaricious Lin He. Lin He replied directly, no less than 5,000. Turning away, she heard the delightful notification of 5,000 arriving in her account. What a splendid sound. So magnificent that the notion of dignity became utterly insignificant in its presence. Upon hearing of the 5,000 credited, Lin He transformed into a sycophant, dutifully following the store manager. Let us go. With such support from the young lady, I shall certainly perform my role as a model and attendant to the best of my abilities. Observing Lin He's drastic change in attitude, the store manager cast a sidelong glance, inwardly feeling inadequate. Seeing Lin He so joyful, Su Yunxian felt a pang of disappointment. It turned out that his discontent was not due to her having a man, but rather because it hindered his opportunity to earn extra income. After purchasing men's clothing, the store manager led her to the women's section to select luxurious garments. Standing before the mirror in a white Korean-style coat, she gazed at her graceful and voluptuous figure, revealing a confident smile. Is it beautiful? Indeed. It is stunning. Truly magnificent. The store manager intended to offer some flattering words, but was preempted by Lin He. Upon hearing Lin He extolling himself, Su Yunxian's laughter grew even more joyful. Really? Indeed. Your clothing is exquisite. How much did you pay for that skin of yours? Turning around, Su Yunxian noticed Lin He squatting in a corner, engrossed in a game with the headset he had pieced together for a mere 99 yuan. Su Yunxian's expression turned icy, her previous mirth evaporating entirely. In a fit of anger, she removed her clothing and delivered a sharp kick to Lin He, who was seated on the ground. The pointed tip of her stiletto heel caused him to leap up in pain. As Su Yunxian stormed away in fury, Lin He, bewildered, closed the ongoing game. Brothers, wait a moment. Keep playing for a bit. The situation here is precarious. Mama Tiger is angry. I must log off. With that, Lin He hastily seized the clothes Su Yunxian had purchased for her husband from the store manager and scampered after her. However, by the time he arrived, Su Yunxian had already driven off, leaving Lin He in a state of confusion. Wait, sister. I merely played a few games while you were choosing clothes. Why are you upset? Lin He disregarded Su Yunxian's emotions. He had secured his earnings, and as long as she posed no threat to him, he couldn't care less about her feelings. Ah, is that not Minister Lin? A cheeky voice called from behind him just as Lin He pondered how to deliver the items to Su Yunxian. Turning around, he was greeted by his close friend, Zhang Sheng. Chapter 16. Unpleasant work. Those who wish to engage may do so. I shall withdraw. A delicate, fair hand intertwined with Zhang Cheng's arm. Lin He swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. Standing beside him was the top saleswoman from the insurance company below. He was astonished that Zhang Cheng, the fool, had managed to secure a date with her. This is Gao Yining, our sales manager from downstairs, Zhang Cheng announced proudly, gesturing to the elegant woman exuding the aroma of tea. And this is our department head of strategic financing, Lin He. Minister Lin. Gao Yining extended her hand, her sweet laughter captivating those around her. Hello. Lin He stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. He quickly pulled Zhang Cheng aside for a private conversation. What is going on? I recall your girlfriend is not her. However, Zhang Cheng appeared even more exhilarated. Kiki, what do you think? I added her on WeChat last Friday, and today we're off to the movies. If all goes well, I might not be going home tonight. Such an audacious young man. Lin He warned sternly. You better not be playing with fire. Relax. She's just a friend for some card games. Yet, Lin He was distracted by the extravagant items he was carrying. What on earth are you doing buying such luxury goods? Well, I'm preparing for a blind date and bought them as a gift for my potential partner. Lin He also mentioned that this was the chairwoman Su Yunxian's doing, boasting quite a bit. However, His words caused Zhang Cheng to leap up in panic. Not the big brother. You're giving an Hermes bag as a gift. Are you out of your mind? Lin He, unfazed, replied, Oh, don't worry about it. I have something to attend to. See you tomorrow. He quickly concocted an excuse to leave. Yet, behind him, Gao Yining stared blankly at Lin He's retreating figure. Initially, she considered Lin He to be just an ordinary man. But upon seeing the pile of luxury brands in his arms and learning these were gifts for a blind date, she had never perceived a man as strikingly handsome as he. In an instant, the allure of the man beside her dulled. By the way, Zhang Qing, I'm terribly sorry. I just received a call from my mother. Our cat is about to give birth, and I must hurry home. With that, Gao Yining departed, leaving Zhang Qing bewildered. A call. Why didn't I hear her voice? To save a mere few bucks on a taxi fare, Lin He opted to walk to the Tianhe Century where Su Yunxian resided. Suddenly, a delicate voice called out from behind, Director Lin. It was Gao Yining, who had just been on a date with Zhang Qing. Lin He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, puzzled. Miss Gao, what is the matter? Aren't you supposed to be watching a movie with Zhang Qing? Gao Yining hurriedly denied it, fearful of any association with Zhang Qing. No, we're just ordinary friends. She gazed in the direction Lin He was heading and continued, carrying such heavy items all the way, aren't you tired? Why not take a taxi? Lin He brushed it off lightly. It's fine. It's not far. Just the Tianhe Century up ahead. I'll be there soon. Upon hearing Tianhe Century, Gao Yining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tianhe Century was the tallest development in Jianchuan City. While it may not compare to luxury residences in first-tier cities, it certainly ranked among the top 50 in the nation. Without a modest goal, one could hardly achieve anything. Lin He, seemingly affluent yet so unassuming, thrilled Gao Yining. Was this not the Prince Charming she had been desperately seeking? Director Lin, let me add you on WeChat. We might have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Oh, all right. Lin He had initially hesitated, yet recalled she sold insurance and thought it prudent to consult her for family coverage later. I'll help you with that, Director Lin. No need. Lin He preferred to avoid any further entanglement, clutching Su Yunxian's belongings and hurriedly making his exit. Observing Lin He's bashful demeanor, Gao Yining couldn't help but chuckle, secretly resolved to win over this sincere and honest man. The following day, as lunchtime approached, Lin He found himself troubled, uncertain about what to eat. To his surprise, Gao Yining sent him a message. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the company's entrance to find Gao Yining waiting for him, clutching a small lunchbox. Upon seeing Lin He, she immediately thrust the lunchbox into his hands. Minister Lin, I accidentally made an extra portion this morning. I couldn't finish it by myself, so I brought it for you. Is there really such a thing as accidentally cooking too much? Lin He thought, fully aware of her intentions. However, he attempted to decline, only to notice that Gao Yining had already dashed away, resembling a bashful maiden. Lin He gazed after her retreating figure, grinning as he called out, Thank you, but please don't bring me anything again. It's too much trouble. Meanwhile, Su Yunxian, who was in the pantry brewing coffee, witnessed the entire exchange at the company entrance. Observing the closeness between Lin He and Gao Yining filled her with resentment. She stirred her coffee with increasing vigor, her grip tightening on the metal spoon, which might have broken under the pressure if it weren't made of steel. Lin He, holding the lunchbox Gao Yining had given him, returned directly to his department and placed the box on his close friend Zhang Qing's desk. Look, this is the meal your goddess Gao Yining prepared for you. She made it herself. By the way, she expressed her apologies for what happened yesterday. Lin He maintained a keen sense of boundaries in interpersonal relationships. He had no desire to unwittingly fall into a woman's snare. He was acutely aware of the difference between losing tens of thousands and losing a lunchbox. Moreover, with his noble character, he would never consider encroaching on his friend's romantic pursuits. Upon learning that the meal had come from his crush, Zhang Cheng was ecstatic, practically wagging his tail like an eager puppy. He quickly pulled out his phone to send Gao Yining a message of gratitude. Thank you, darling. What happened yesterday isn't your fault. I know you were busy. Gao Yining. Zhang Cheng, Gao Yining. With the free lunch dispatched, Lin He reluctantly reached for his previously ordered takeout. Just as he had unwrapped the packaging and was about to savor the delightful 9-piece platter, Su Yunxian unexpectedly appeared from nowhere, snatching the takeout from his hands. Before Lin He could react, it was tossed into the trash bin. Eat. What are you eating? The entire office reeks. Do you all enjoy this foul odor? Su Yunxian coldly reprimanded the entire finance department. Terrified, Zhang Qing and his colleagues hastily gathered their takeout and scurried to the break room. They assumed Su Yunqian was angry with him for not adhering to company regulations regarding designated dining areas. After her tirade, Su Yunqian left with an icy demeanor, leaving everyone in the company too frightened to utter a word. In a daze for a moment, Lin He licked the remnants of oil from the black plastic spoon. Are you out of your mind? Is it really that serious just to eat in the office? What an irrational woman. The more Lin He pondered, the more agitated he became. Unable to endure any longer, he discarded his identification and strode away. This wretched job. Whoever wishes to endure it may do so. I, for one, shall not. Enraged, Lin He was completely oblivious to the reasons behind Su Yunqian's fury. He merely felt that the Su family had never regarded him as a person. Chapter 17. From now on, let me stand behind you. Director Su. Director Su. A series of gentle calls roused Su Yunqian from her reverie. She turned to face her secretary, urgency lacing her voice as she inquired, "What is it? Have you found him?" Secretary Zhao shook his head helplessly. Everyone at his company has blocked him. He isn't answering any calls. With no news of Lin He, Su Yunqian's eyes betrayed her disappointment. She realized she had acted impulsively, misunderstanding him and assuming he was involved with a scheming saleswoman from downstairs. In a fit of rage, she had chastised him before the entire company. Without any updates on Lin He, Su Yunqian's heart was no longer in her work. She donned a black, Korean-style coat, grasped her designer handbag, and exited her office. All scheduled meetings for the day were canceled, and the approval of all documents was postponed. In every office area, upon seeing Director Su emerge, employees were so frightened that they hastily retreated to their desks, nervously resuming their tasks. The sound of clicking mice transformed into a cacophony. Everyone fixated on their screens, daring not to cast a glance at Su Yunqian as she passed. Ever since the incident at the office, her formidable, domineering, and cold demeanor had left a lasting impression, making her presence as feared as a cat by mice. Since departing from Leno Technology, Lin He had found himself with no choice but to engage in menial work, having had all his job-hunting accounts blocked by Su Yunqian. Indeed, he was reduced to delivering food. On this day, a sudden downpour transformed the sky. Sitting atop his electric scooter while scrolling through short videos, Lin He felt exhilarated. Rainy days deterred many office workers from going out for lunch, making this the perfect opportunity for a surge in deliveries. With a bit of luck, he might even encounter a generous patron. Damn, that patron ordered so much. Suddenly, a lucrative order from the platform came through. The same individual had placed over a dozen orders across various restaurants. Each order was worth 5 yuan, totaling over 60 yuan. That would be the equivalent of half a day's earnings. Fortunately, Lin He had honed his skills over 2.5 years, allowing him to work swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the items and sped towards the Thai Grand Hotel. As expected of a Grand Hotel's clientele, a single meal ordered here could rival an ordinary person's monthly salary. Perhaps even the affluent Su Yunqian wouldn't indulge in such extravagance. With a mixture of curiosity and the joy of making money, Lin He pressed the doorbell for room 3126. Ding dong. Hello, your delivery. Before long, the door swung open. Hello, here's your takeaway. If you were satisfied with this delivery, I would appreciate a positive review. Lin He had been holding the takeaway for quite some time, yet no one came to receive it. Confused, he raised his head and was taken aback to see Su Yunqian. Lin He was at a loss, his expression bewildered, unsure how to confront the long-absent young lady. Ultimately, he mustered a strained smile to break the awkwardness. Here's your takeaway. I would appreciate a good review. He had expected Su Yunqian to behave as she usually did, perhaps with some unreasonable fuss, yet to his astonishment, today her demeanor was remarkably frigid. Upon seeing Lin He, her eyes betrayed no emotion whatsoever, as if she were merely encountering an ordinary delivery person. With a sharp clap, she snatched her takeaway and closed the door swiftly. The sudden chill emanating from Su Yunqian left Lin He with a sense of inexplicable disappointment, regardless of the circumstances. The former Su Yunqian had at least shown some concern for him, but now, she treated him like a stranger. There was no trace of affection or warmth. Perhaps this was her resolute decision to sever ties with him completely. This was, in fact, quite suitable, as it would allow him to entirely cut off his connection with the Su family. After the door closed, Su Yunqian leaned weakly against it, her delicate frame gradually slumping down. The previously aloof expression vanished, and her fair hands covered her exquisite face as she succumbed to tears. Woo, Su Yurua, you are such a fool. Why must you hurt such a wonderful man? As her sobs continued, her voice escalated into a frenzy. She was in agony, deeply in love with him yet too timid to embrace that love boldly. She was torn between her family and career on one side, and her beloved on the other. Feeling the weight of both, she was filled with regret, lamenting the Su family's prior harm inflicted upon him and her sister Su Yurua's betrayal and hurt. In her despair, she downed glass after glass of red wine. With a flushed face from the alcohol, Su Yunxian eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening in the early hours, she retrieved her phone and dialed a mysterious number. Her voice turned icy and commanding as her gaze fixed firmly on the bustling night market outside the floor-to-ceiling window. I have information about a delivery rider for you. Follow him. Install a tracking device on his electric bike. I want to know his status at all times. Yes, miss. After a night of contemplation, Su Yunxian finally came to a resolution. She might not approach Lin He again, but she would certainly not vanish from his world entirely. With a longing gaze, she fixated on the family portrait on her tablet, her eyes resting on the man in the far corner of the photograph. Su Yunxian's sweet and gentle smile swept across her beautiful face like a spring breeze. This was the only photograph she had with Lin He, and every time she thought of him, a silly smile would bloom on her lips. At this very moment, she gazed steadfastly at Lin He in the photograph. In the past, it was you who silently protected me from behind. Now, allow me to stand behind you. Since that fateful night, Su Yunxian, barring any significant events, would follow Lin He through the positioning system, quietly trailing behind him to observe his well-being. When Lin He delivered meals or attended morning meetings, she would sit in the back seat of an ordinary Audi A7, keeping a watchful eye on him. Whenever Lin He ventured out for deliveries, she would accompany him. Until one fateful night, in a bid to avoid exceeding the time limit, Lin He hastily crossed an intersection, running a red light, and was struck by a small car. The force of the collision hurled him several meters away. Witnessing Lin He, battered and bruised, the driver was momentarily stunned. Brother, let's go to the hospital first. We'll discuss everything else later. Bloodied and shaken, Lin He slowly rose from the ground, apologizing softly to the driver. Brother, I won't go to the hospital, but I cannot compensate you. I am truly sorry. I don't want your money. Just come with me to the hospital. No, no. Ignoring the pleas of onlookers, Lin He wobbled unsteadily on his battered electric scooter and rode away. Sitting in the car, silently observing Lin He's tragic silhouette, Su Yunxian's eyes were already brimming with tears. Quickly, follow him. Hurry, she commanded the driver urgently. Chapter 18. The Unreasonable Su Yunxian. In the pitch-black, cold confines of his rented room, Lin He sat slumped in the cramped bathroom, bloodied. He touched the torn skin on his face, wincing in pain as expletives escaped his lips. Damn. I've never been this miserable even during my military days. Cursing aside, his wounds required immediate attention. Lin He adeptly retrieved his longtime companion, a medical first aid kit, and began to tend to his injuries in front of the mirror. He had endured countless similar wounds. For the sake of the young masters and mistresses of the Su family, he had narrowly escaped death more times than he could count. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from outside the door, and Lin He immediately became alert. He was meticulous in his actions, aside from his former colleague Kai Na. No one knew he resided here. Could it be from next door? Or had the driver from the earlier accident reported him and tracked him down? A wave of foreboding washed over him as he opened the door with trepidation. To his shock, upon seeing the beautiful, icy woman outside, Lin He swiftly closed the door. Unfortunately, Su Yunxian had anticipated his move, wedging her high heel in the doorway, preventing him from shutting it. Kiki, Mr. Su, how did you find this place? Does the company have a policy for caring for departing employees? As the door remained stubbornly shut, Lin He could only manage a forced smile to mask his embarrassment. Su Yunxian remained silent, her expression as frosty as ever, completely devoid of the tenderness she had shown Lin He earlier in the car. She attempted to force her way into Lin He's room, but he cleverly used an excuse to keep her at bay. Ah, Miss Su, I am not dressed. It would be inconvenient for you to enter. Su Yunxian shot him a disdainful glance. Her cold and commanding gaze intimidated Lin He into silence. Upon entering the room, Su Yunxian made a beeline for the bathroom, where she discovered bloodied cotton balls littered on the floor, remnants of a hastily abandoned cleanup. Turning back to observe the wounds on Lin He's face, she approached him and abruptly ripped open the sleeping robe draped over his shoulders. The sight of numerous scars sent a pang of sorrow to her heart, and tears instantly welled in her icy, beautiful eyes. Come, I will take you to the best hospital. She grasped Lin He's hand and headed for the door. However, he pulled away from her grip. Miss Su, it's nothing serious. It's merely a scrape. At this moment, her frustration boiled over, and tears streamed down her face. Lin He found himself at a loss for words, allowing her to lead him outside. He understood that there was no stopping Su Yunqian from doing what she intended. He could only evade her. Yet, there was no escaping now. Once downstairs, they sped away in a rather unremarkable Audi A8. However, rather than taking Lin He to the large state-owned hospital in Jiangchuan City, Su Yunqian directed them to a lavish private hospital that surpassed even five-star hotels in opulence. Lin He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for the meager balance in his wallet. Even someone like Musk would shed tears at such exorbitance. Chairman Su. Upon her arrival, various hospital officials appeared, surrounding her with utmost reverence and respect. It was surprising to see a place dedicated to saving lives exhibiting such influence. With Su Yunqian's clout, Lin He's superficial injuries were swiftly addressed, consisting of a few stitches and bandages. With a few days of proper care, you shall be fine. There is nothing serious. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yunqian was encircled by the hospital leaders vying for her favor, Lin He discreetly slipped away to the payment counter, intending to make a quiet exit. How much do I owe? He inquired, handing over the bill, his eyes darting nervously around, apprehensive of Su Yunqian's sudden reappearance. Upon seeing him approach, the beautiful nurse promptly declined. No need. Director Chen has instructed us that Chairman Su is a leader in the National Financial Committee, and she has provided us with substantial support during the hospital's construction. We cannot accept this payment. Lin He sighed in resignation, realizing the immense power of the Su family. It seemed that payment could wait. Rules could not be bent simply because he held a position of authority. Suddenly, without any indication of when, Su Yunqian stood behind Lin He, presenting her payment QR code to the nurse at the counter. With her enchanting eyes, she turned to Lin He and advised, "Please prescribe more medication for my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, the nurse gazed at Lin He in astonishment, her lovely eyes wide with disbelief. A boyfriend? The esteemed Su chairwoman has a boyfriend? Moreover, he is such an ordinary man? However, she dared not inquire further and complied with her request. After all, Su Yunqian was the daughter of a prominent family, a figure too significant for a mere nurse with a monthly salary to pry into. As they drove back, Su Yunqian leisurely maneuvered her car while Lin He gazed dreamily out the window at the night scenery. Silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew somber. Yet, inexplicably, Lin He, who usually reacted to Su Yunqian like a mouse in the presence of a cat, seemed transformed. Since we met in Phoenix City, you've been following me for several months, haven't you? Are you curious about Jiangming? Do you wish to interrogate me about being the culprit? I'm sorry. I cannot disclose anything. As he spoke, Lin He's voice grew low and choked, almost pleading in a humble manner. All I desire is to lead an ordinary life. I implore your family to spare me. If necessary, I will flee abroad, ensuring you can never find me, thus alleviating your hatred towards me. I merely failed to protect your brother. Must I endure such harsh retribution from the Su family? Never to find you? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian immediately slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop nearly sent Lin He tumbling forward. Her cold gaze turned crimson, tears welling in her eyes as she fixed her stare on Lin He. Humph. Even if you flee to Mars, I will retrieve you. You shall never escape me in this lifetime. It is impossible. After this incident, would she ever let Lin He go? Absolutely not. 3 years of torment had been endured, and she could no longer bear it. This time, no matter what, she would not release him, even if they could not be together. She would keep him as an admired talisman. With her foot pressing on the accelerator, she sped away, leaving Lin He in a state of bewilderment. Staring at the woman before him, she felt strangely unfamiliar. After all, she was his former sister-in-law, someone he had always perceived as a cold, stunning businesswoman. Yet now, there lingered a hint of something unsettling, as if she were walking him like a small puppy. She kicked him away, but then pursued him with a cheap bone in hand, refusing to be shaken off. The Audi halted beneath Lin He's dilapidated apartment building, and the two exchanged glances under the dim light. Thank you, Miss Su. I want to see you off. You should head home quickly. Su Yunqian ignored him, ascending the stairs with the ease of returning to her own abode. My prostate is not well. I need to use your restroom before I leave, Su Yunqian declared. Lin He's cerebellum suddenly withered away. What urgency do you have, you woman? Where does your prostate come from? Faced with the domineering young lady, he felt utterly helpless. He could neither fight back nor advance. In the past, he could evade her, but now he could not even hide, just as Lin He anticipated. Su Yunqian was not truly in a hurry. Upon arriving at Lin He's home, she rummaged through his belongings, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, she emerged with 2 clean garments and headed to the bathroom for a shower. She treated Lin He as if he were not a stranger, and after her bath, She donned one of his short-sleeved shirts, completely unbothered by the absence of pants or underwear. Fortunately, the shirt was long enough to cover her body, leaving only her tantalizing thighs exposed, captivating Lin He's attention. She languidly reclined on the sofa, indifferent to any accidental exposure. What is the significance of continuing to hide? Looking at the flustered Lin He across from her, Su Yunqian suddenly remarked, "Once you're healed, you should return to the company." "No way." The resoluteness in her voice suggested she had long since made a definitive resolution. Huh. Lin He was incensed to the point of laughter at Su Yunqian's reaction. However, her expression quickly turned icy. "You may escape, but what about your parents and sister? Can you bear to let them live a life of constant hiding like you?" This almost threatening statement completely enraged the usually meek Lin He. It was one thing to suffer himself, but for his family, no one should have to die. In a fit of rage, he pinned Su Yunqian beneath him. "You've investigated my family? What have you done to them?" Anger filled Lin He's eyes with bloodshot fury, rendering him terrifying. Even the typically aloof and domineering Su Yunqian was startled by this moment of Lin He. After all, he had always been submissive in front of her and her family, but was unusually bold today. Nevertheless, she found herself pleasantly surprised by the man above her, harboring a flicker of hope that he might become even bolder. "As long as you return to the company with me, your parents will naturally be safe. Once the truth about my brother's situation is revealed, I will not obstruct you. Just prove that you are not involved. I will certainly let you go." Faced with Su Yunqian's persuasion, Lin He hesitated. His family had always been his Achilles heel, and now this fatal weakness was seized upon by Su Yunqian. He felt utterly passive. "Why should I trust you?" Lin He glared fiercely at the woman beneath him. "You can only trust me. Avoiding this situation will not benefit you in the slightest. All that awaits you is a life of perpetual turmoil and pursuit. It would be better to calm down and join me in resolving this matter." Su Yunqian remained composed, as if unaffected despite being under Lin He's control. She was all too familiar with the man before her, understanding that she would never take action. It was merely a self-imposed intimidation. "I have a condition." Upon hearing Lin He's stipulation, Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes furrowed, her expression tinged with concern. "In the workplace, we must feign ignorance of one another. Our relationship cannot disrupt my life. I am already 27 and have yet to experience a romantic relationship. Please do not torment me." The moment Lin He expressed a desire for another woman, her countenance turned as frigid as ice. With an unexpected surge of strength, she rose and fiercely bit down on Lin He's neck. His cry of pain echoed. "Are you a ghost? Why do you bite others' necks?" Su Yunqian ignored him, instead gleefully darting towards Lin He's bedroom. Like a jubilant child, she leapt onto the soft bed, embracing the quilt he had used, inhaling the scent she had long yearned for. However, after a couple of sniffs, she detected an anomaly, a foreign aroma, distinctly feminine. Su Yunqian's expression darkened, her heart racing at the thought of her beloved man entwined with another woman on this very bed. Anger tinted her eyes crimson as she clutched the quilt and coldly approached Lin He. "Change the quilt for me. It reeks." Lin He, nursing his sore neck, was too weary to engage with his unreasonable sister-in-law. "You can sleep on this quilt if you wish. If not, kindly move aside." Yet, Lin He could not ignore the unprecedented chill emanating from Su Yunqian, her gaze tinged with a hint of malice. Alarmed, he took a sharp breath. "Hey, it's not that I don't have new ones, Miss Su. No need to rush. I'll change it." The intensity of Su Yunqian's aura compelled Lin He to retrieve a new quilt from the wardrobe for her. Only then did she settle down contentedly. The discarded quilt would serve as his blanket on the sofa. After a long night of toil, Lin He finally sank into the soft embrace of the sofa. Yet, scarcely had he covered himself with the quilt when it was abruptly yanked away. Before Lin He could react, Su Yunqian whisked it off to the bathroom to soak it. She murmured incessantly, "This quilt is filthy. It must be washed before I can use it." Secretly chastising Lin He for his indiscretions, she left him bewildered, unsure of what had triggered her latest mood swing. If this continued, he would surely be driven to madness. "Dear aunt, could you allow me a moment of restful sleep? Are you trying to freeze me to death?" A mischievous glimmer flickered in Su Yunqian's eyes as she appraised Lin He meaningfully. "Not at all. The room is quite warm. You are welcome to join me if you wish. I wouldn't mind. Forget it, I'd rather freeze." Lin He wrapped himself in his coat, closing his eyes. After a long day, exhaustion was overwhelming him. As Su Yunqian observed Lin He, seemingly unaffected by her presence, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. After gazing longingly at the man lying on the bed, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Although she yearned to possess Lin He at this very moment, She understood the necessity of patience. For her, merely being able to see Lin He each day was a profound source of contentment. As for everything else, it was a matter of nurturing their bond gradually. Chapter 19. Chairman. Indulge him. After a prolonged period of 2 weeks recuperation, Lin He re-entered the workforce. Stepping into the long-missed office, he was met with a series of familiar faces, all of whom appeared incredulous. Despite having resigned, he was somehow able to return, regardless of the circumstances. Under Su Yunchuan's leadership, Leno Technology had reached unprecedented heights. Before his departure, Lin He had inadvertently angered Su Yunqian, yet here he was, remarkably able to return unscathed. Everyone. Our Minister Lin from the Strategic Financing Department is back. Let us continue to support her. Deputy Minister Wei, be sure to handle the transition smoothly. After relaying the necessary information, the HR director, Kai Na, playfully winked at Lin He. He reclined comfortably in a small chair, while his close friend Zhang Cheng hurriedly entered his office. Oh my, brother. It's fantastic that you're finally back. I've missed you tremendously. Lin He pushed him away with an air of disdain. Come off it. You didn't even bother to call. Feeling aggrieved, Zhang Cheng replied, I wanted to call you. But you had blacklisted everyone at the company. Lin He recalled that day, realizing it had indeed been true. Out of sight, out of mind. He scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, my apologies, I was rather put off that day. Instantly, he removed Zhang Cheng from his blacklist. Zhang Cheng's expression turned slightly weary as he began to lament their recent plight. Lin, you have no idea how miserable it has been since you left. Oh, what sorrow has befallen you? Share it with me, and perhaps it will amuse me. Zhang Cheng's exasperation was palpable. Ever since you departed, Wei Jia has been acting as our interim minister. That guy makes us work overtime every day. We're all on the brink of exhaustion. He is just eager to secure a promotion and raise, dragging us along as his scapegoats. It was evident from Zhang Cheng's tone that he held considerable dissatisfaction towards Wei Jia. Moreover, it was rumored that Wei Jia, in his haste to impress Su Yunxian, was recklessly pursuing projects without due diligence, blindly following trends without regard for the risks involved in project evaluation. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's complaints, Lin He merely smiled faintly. I understand what you're saying. You may leave now. By the way, let us allow our financing department to leave early today so they can return home sooner. Please call in our Deputy Minister Wei. Upon hearing the prospect of an early departure, Zhang Cheng nearly leapt with excitement. He finally experienced the exhilaration of his brother's leadership role. Not long after, Wei Jia knocked and entered. Minister Lin, you called for me. Oh, please have a seat. Wei Jia observed the man before him, who just a month ago had been an inconspicuous new employee in his team. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become his direct superior. Tell me about the recent projects you've been working on. Lin He displayed no airs and spoke in a very amiable manner. At present, my major project is with Loaning International Group, involving an investment scale of approximately 200 million. The background checks, planning, and reviews are all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Consequently, our company is projected to yield an annual investment return of 50 million, accumulating to a total of 2.5 billion over 5 years. A 25% return? That's higher than most stocks. Lin He furrowed his brow, as he was well aware of this group's history. They were indeed substantial, having made immeasurable economic and social contributions to Jiangchuan City and even Dongchuan Province throughout history. However, due to technological backwardness, the traditional engineering industry had continuously succumbed to the annals of time. The purpose of their current financing was not to innovate or reform, but rather to alleviate their debts. This was the crux of Lin He's immediate rejection of the project. Noticing Lin He's concerns, Wei Jia presented the anticipated future returns of the project. Minister Lin, I understand your reservations, but next year, this group will secure a government contract worth nearly 3 billion. At that point, our 200 million will be a breeze for them. Without hesitation, Lin He firmly declined. No, absolutely not. It's far too risky. We must halt the project immediately. Though they had a government order, the current governmental financial situation was even more precarious than that of enterprises, with repayment timelines stretching into the uncertain future. I propose we immediately cease the Loaning Group project. Upon hearing Lin He's intent to terminate the project he had labored over for a month, Wei Jia could no longer contain his emotions. Minister Lin, I know you're still harboring grievances from our previous encounters, but we are now dealing with a 200 million project. Can you not think on a larger scale? The efforts of over 100 individuals from our financing department, project department, review team, risk control team, and the entire company over the past month Are you really going to dismiss it so casually? Lin He was momentarily taken aback by Wei Jia's sudden outburst. Yet he maintained an unperturbed demeanor. I have never allowed personal emotions to influence my work, nor do I hold any grudges against you. The project simply cannot pass muster in my eyes. Lin He was indeed correct. As someone who had faced countless life and death situations, he remained unfazed by such trivial machinations. At least Wei Jia was not like Deputy General Manager Zhu, who thrived on backdoor dealings. Let us wrap up early. The project is to be halted immediately. Lin He picked up his backpack and strode outside. Suddenly, Wei Jia shouted at Lin He's receding figure. It is not within your purview as a mere minister to call a halt. Only when the upper management convenes a re-evaluation meeting and conducts a comprehensive review of the project, determining its expected value to be insufficient, can it be halted. Hence, we shall reconvene the review meeting. Lin He left the company without looking back, thinking that staying past 6 o'clock was simply madness. He was infuriated to see his department still working. Addressing the unambitious employees, he exclaimed, "Can't you hear me telling you to clock out? Return to the office after lunch tomorrow." Upon hearing Lin He's command, the entire financing department erupted in a flurry of activity. They revered Lin He as a deity, silently grateful for a leader who was more eager to leave than they were. In the office of the chairman's secretary, observing that the strategic financing department had vacated, Secretary Zhao promptly reported to Chairman Su Yunxian, "Chairman, look at Lin He." Employees wishing to work overtime to complete the project were sent home by her. The project with Loaning Group has also been halted. A fleeting softness crossed Su Yunxian's face as she set down her documents. It's perfectly normal for leaders to show concern for their employees. As for the Loaning project, it's merely a minor endeavor. Let him manage it as he sees fit. I established the strategic financing department for him to play with. Secretary Zhao was momentarily stunned. A department was created, with hundreds of millions in funding, merely to indulge him? Chairman Su, you were truly coddling him. That night, Lin He found himself unable to sleep. He was acutely aware that halting this project necessitated the launch of another. The company's funds could not remain idle. However, which project should he pursue? Stocks would undoubtedly fail the review meeting's scrutiny. Lin He picked up an old mobile phone and scrolled through his contacts to dial the only number listed. Hello, how are the elections in America going? Results are due in 2 weeks. 100,000. The response came unexpectedly, demanding money. Furious, Lin He retorted, We are comrades forged in the fires of battle. Can you not speak without mentioning money? Haha, the intelligence I provide could easily earn you millions. That 100,000 is but a drop in the bucket for you. Your wife has prepared 200 million for you, and you are eager to invest in new energy, right? Upon hearing the other party refer to Su Yunxian as his wife, Lin He was incensed. Your wife? Just tell me whether you want my intel or not. Yes. I will transfer the money. Recently, Su Yunxian had just given him 100,000, which had already vanished. Lin He silently vowed that if he could not earn money, he would track down his old comrade online and settle the score for his financial grievances. After receiving the payment, the other party was willing to divulge the information. Old Ma has unequivocally expressed his support for Trump, and the intensity of this support is unprecedented. Although Harris currently holds a temporary lead, Trump's influence in the battleground states is gradually increasing. With Old Ma's financial backing, overtaking the other side will not pose a challenge. Trust me, investing in Old Ma's new energy vehicles is certainly a wise choice. Unfortunately, before I could inquire further, the other party abruptly hung up the phone, as if every additional word from his old comrade required payment. Chapter 20. The resolute Su Yunxian the following day. Due to a significant conflict between Lin He and Vice Minister Wei concerning the Loaning project, the company decided to reconvene the review meeting to reassess the project. Senior executives and directors were predominantly present. Although Lin He was not of director rank, he participated in this meeting. Given that the Strategic Financing Department and the Project Department are core divisions of the company, Su Yunxian, as the chairperson, occupied a central position in the meeting. She tightened her grip on the Loaning Group project proposal in her hands, her icy gaze fixed on Lin He and Wei Jia. Speak up. Why must we reconvene a review for a project that has already passed risk control and evaluation, thus wasting everyone's time? Noticing Su Yunxian's frigid demeanor, Wei Jia hastily interjected, embellishing his account of Lin He's dismissal of the project review. Director Su, esteemed leaders present, I assure you I do not wish to waste anyone's time. However, our Minister Lin, in retaliation for past grievances during his internship, has halted the Loaning project under the pretext of quality issues. This project has required a month of effort from various departments, How can it simply be terminated? Upon hearing Wei Jia's words, the company's executive president and director, Mr. Yang, appeared somewhat displeased. He had not anticipated that a mere department head could nullify a project sanctioned by the review meeting. The Strategic Financing Department, while a core sector of the company, operates under the leadership of the board in the review committee and thus lacks the authority to veto. Contemplating this, Mr. Yang felt a growing aversion towards Lin He. Addressing Lin He with a frosty tone, he queried, "Minister Lin, why have you rejected the Loaning Group project? Their group is set to secure a 3 billion order from the government next year. Are you afraid they won't be able to pay?" Lin He patiently elucidated, "Mr. Yang, the government is in dire need of funds as well. For such a traditional enterprise, by the time they receive payment, the company could very well be defunct. Why invest in an unambitious entity?" At Lin He's remarks, Mr. Yang suddenly erupted into laughter. Minister Lin, you needn't worry at all. The Loaning Group has robust connections with the government. A little networking will ensure payment is no issue. I guarantee that within 3 months, there will be a significant upheaval at Loaning Group, and by then, not only will cooperation be on the table, but if the company isn't restructured, it will be a loss. Upon hearing Lin He's unwavering conviction, a wave of derision swept through the company's senior executives. He believes himself to be remarkable just because he stumbled upon a successful project by chance. The colossal Loaning Group is not a company that can be toppled by mere words. As Lin He faced the onslaught from the upper management, Su Yunqian promptly stepped forward in his defense. "Pray tell, what other projects do you propose? 200 million in funds cannot simply lie idle." Her expectant gaze was fixed upon him, though she did not harbor hopes that Lin He would unveil any remarkable ventures. She merely wished for him not to place her in a difficult position. At least this way, she could safeguard him. "I have recently delved into old Ma's electric vehicles, and I believe we could invest the 200 million in acquiring some stocks. In due time, they are bound to soar." Upon hearing Lin He's suggestion, Su Yunqian felt a surge of frustration. "Good heavens, your proposition is less than helpful. The risks associated with stocks far exceed those of the previous project." The assembly of executives erupted in laughter at Lin He's expense. "Kid, do you genuinely think that navigating the stock market merely requires expertise and market insight? There is also politics. Don't forget the politics." Lin He's gaze remained steadfast. "It is precisely because of the political landscape that I wish to invest in electric vehicle stocks." Politics? With Harris gaining overwhelming popularity over Trump, you still wish to invest? Truly, you are a naive child. Mr. Su, I propose we immediately dismiss Minister Lin's suggestion to pause the project and concurrently reassess his capabilities. We cannot elevate him to such a critical role in strategic financing based on the success of a single project. Witnessing Lin He being besieged by the upper echelons, the Human Resources Director, Kai Na, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, aside from Lin He and Wei, she held the lowest rank and lacked the opportunity or influence to interject. Amidst the barrage of criticism, Su Yunqian stood resolute. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin He. "Are you truly confident in the renewable energy sector?" Lin He nodded, choosing silence thereafter. Su Yunqian gathered the documents on her desk, decisively rejecting the opinions of the senior executives. "The Loaning project is temporarily shelved. The funds will be allocated to the U.S. renewable energy sector, and implementation shall proceed." As she turned to leave, she glanced back at the assembly, stating, "This is my resolution. Should the project fail, I alone shall bear full responsibility." With that, Su Yunqian departed, leaving the executives in a state of bewilderment. What? The esteemed chairwoman would heed the investment advice of a newcomer to the company? How absurd. Perhaps we should rename the Strategic Financing Department to the Comedy Department. He has merely executed one project, yet the chairwoman is so protective of him. It's incomprehensible. Just wait and see how he falters. Harris's presidency is as good as certain. A wave of suspicion regarding Lin He continuously arose, while some eagerly awaited his downfall. As the crowd dispersed, Kai Na approached Lin He, expressing her concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine," he replied. "I believe in you. Didn't you successfully secure the last project? You can do it again this time." Kai Na comforted him. Lin He, however, felt a sense of helplessness. His previous success was largely attributed to Su Yunqian's assistance. This time, he was merely gambling. Uncertain of the reliability of the intelligence he had purchased for 100,000 yuan. Should he fail, the loss would be far from trivial. Upon returning to his workstation, Lin He was surprised to receive a WeChat message from Su Yunqian. "It's all right. Be bold. If you lose, I'm here for you." Lin He gazed at her words, somewhat perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he chose not to reply. With Su Yunqian's support, the Long Energy project was eventually halted, allowing Lin He to coordinate various departments to venture into the renewable energy sector. Meanwhile, in her office, Su Yunqian found herself in a quandary. She closed her office door and consulted Song Sisi, an agent from the Guojin group in the capital, about the situation. Their conversation felt more like that of close friends than a superior and subordinate. Sisi, what should we do? How can we ensure Comrade Trump wins the election, so he can also succeed in the renewable energy sector? Young lady, you are being too impulsive. I understand your desire to support him. Spending a few 100,000 or even millions is one thing, but you cannot allow him to squander billions. Song Sisi exclaimed, sounding more anxious than Su Yunqian. Feeling criticized by her friend and subordinate, Su Yunqian pouted like a child. I'm merely trying to support his vision. Just help me find out how I can influence the U.S. presidential election. On the other end, Song Sisi sighed. I am truly at a loss. If the Su family intervenes, it could indeed sway the election results. However, she paused, leaving her sentence unfinished. But what? Su Yunqian pressed, her determination resolute. She would go to any lengths for Lin He. If the Su family steps in, and the second young lady learns of this, it could mean the end for you both. At this, a flicker of worry crossed Su Yunqian's eyes. Could she really do nothing but watch as Lin He became the subject of ridicule? Chapter 21. Worth watching? Days later, Lin He lazily strolled into the office, immediately sensing a buzz of conversation among his colleagues. The chatter was incessant. No sooner had he settled at his desk than Zhang Cheng rushed in, brimming with excitement. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. The Long Energy Group has encountered trouble. Their CEO is under investigation for embezzling millions from the state and has fled with the funds. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has commenced an investigation, and it seems that the Longning Group may soon face a significant downturn. Lin He merely smiled faintly, privately contemplating the unfolding drama that promised to be even more explosive. After a brief tour of the department, he noticed that Wei Jie, a colleague, wore a distinctly grim expression, his eyes betraying a hint of fear, entirely devoid of the previous bravado with which he had mocked Lin He. Contrary to expectations that Lin He would seek revenge, he acted as if nothing had transpired, even assigning work to Wei, Minister Wei. Please guide the team in exploring lucrative financing projects over the next few days. We will need to identify opportunities once the funds arrive. At that moment, Wei Jie appeared as deferential as a subordinate. After delegating the tasks, Lin He returned to his office to continue his work. He opened his computer and began perusing a short video platform, where videos featuring alluring women had become a substantial portion of his daily activities. As Lin He watched the videos showcasing long legs and enticing lace dresses, a lewd yet satisfied smile crept across his face. Unbeknownst to him, in the office of the chairwoman, Su Yunqian was observing him with a knowing expression. Seeing Lin He so joyfully engrossed, a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips, dispelling the icy demeanor she typically maintained. Lin He instinctively glanced towards the window opposite him, and their eyes met momentarily. Upon realizing that Lin He had caught her peering, her expression shifted to one of coldness. Aware that his privacy had been compromised, Lin He swiftly rose and closed the window, effectively shielding Su Yunqian's surprised gaze from view. Women often complicate matters. One must be diligent even while indulging in leisure. Content with his return to his seat, Lin He resumed his viewing of the enticing videos. No sooner had he settled in than a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Minister Lin. Chairwoman Su requests your presence. She mentioned there is a gathering after work that she would like you to attend. Zhao, the secretary clad in a form-fitting work uniform, entered. Startled, Lin He hastily shut down the videos on his computer. Ahem. I have a client meeting shortly, so I might not be available. Zhao cast him a disdainful look, clearly unimpressed with his excuse. I know you spend your days claiming to be out securing business while actually earning extra income. Be straightforward with me. If you do not accompany Chairwoman Su tonight, I shall disclose your activities to the entire company group. I understand you are unafraid of her, but I know you fear the opinions of others. Lin He regarded Zhao with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. He often used business obligations as a pretext for his side ventures, but how had she become aware of this? Upon hearing Zhao's threat, Lin He's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a chameleon changing its colors. With a sly grin, he replied, Secretary Zhao, let us keep our work professional without resorting to such revelations. I am indeed going now. With that exclamation, I dashed out with exuberance. Upon arriving at the office across the hall, Lin He wore a beaming smile as he gazed at Su Yunqian. Kiki, I heard that Director Su has a dinner gathering tonight, and I am required to accompany you. Such tasks are my utmost delight. Su Yunqian stared at Lin He in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Lin He would refuse, just as he had done previously. To her surprise, he agreed with such alacrity today, a turn of events she did not foresee. It was unclear what stratagem Secretary Zhao had employed to compel Lin He, yet Su Yunqian paid it little mind. After all, having the man she adored by her side was the most splendid outcome of all. Indeed, after work, do not leave. Wait for me in the underground parking lot. She promptly retrieved the keys to her Maybach from her drawer and handed them to him. All right. Lin He readily agreed, but just as he was about to depart, Su Yunqian called out to him from behind. Wait, there is one more thing. What is it, Director Su? Lin He sensed a foreboding. Matters concerning the Su family rarely boded well. Am I beautiful? Su Yunqian's ethereal gaze was fixed intently on Lin He, rendering him somewhat uneasy. Huh? Oh. Lin He misconstrued her inquiry and began showering her with compliments. Beautiful. Director Su is the most stunning woman I have ever encountered. There is none other. A subtle smile graced Su Yunqian's lips, though a predatory glint danced in her eyes. Oh, since I am so captivating, will you still gaze upon other women? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yunqian had cunningly set a trap for Lin He. Yet, without hesitation, Lin He leaped into it. Of course not. Even with 800 lives. I would not dare. Su Yunqian said nothing further but quietly observed Lin He's performance. She then discreetly shifted her computer screen towards him. Upon seeing the contents displayed, Lin He was taken aback. To his utter astonishment, the illustrious daughter of the Su family, the esteemed chairwoman of the Guojin Group, Su Yunqian, was monitoring him. His computer screen was filled with videos of stunning women in revealing attire. Su Yunqian, observing his speechless expression, remarked, Are their legs not exceedingly long? Is not the lace miniskirt quite seductive? Indeed. No, Director Su, that is not the case. Lin He was overwhelmed with anxiety, his thoughts inadvertently spilling forth. Since you enjoy watching so much, would you like me to wear something for you? I have an array of enticing outfits at home. Why not come over tonight? Su Yunqian, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, playfully draped her hand over Lin He's shoulder. Her artificially sweetened voice echoed in his ears, sounding enchanting yet profoundly terrifying to him. Terrified, Lin He dared not exhale, inhaling sharply before making a hasty retreat. No, Director Su. I shall no longer indulge in aimless scrolling through short videos. Su Yunqian observed Lin He's disheveled figure, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. If you keep staring, I shall take you to my home and ensure you are thoroughly entertained. In the underground parking garage, within the confines of a luxurious Maybach, the sound of the car door startled the slumbering Lin He. He wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, Miss Su, where are we headed? When others are absent, you shall refer to me as Miss. She retorted. First, we are going to my home at Tianhe Century. Today marks a significant gathering. And you must dress appropriately. Shouldn't I acquire suitable attire from the mall? Lin He mused, perplexed. He contemplated whether she had ulterior motives for luring him to her residence. Nonetheless, he dismissed such thoughts. She was his superior, and he would follow her directives. Upon arriving at her home, Su Yunqian guided him to an expansive wardrobe. She presented several impeccably tailored suits to Lin He. Try these on. If they fit well, take them home. You shall wear these when meeting clients. Free items are indeed advantageous. Expensive ones are visually appealing. The combination of both quality and costlessness is simply splendid. As Lin He marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the garments, he suddenly recognized one of the suits. Was this not the very attire Su Yunqian had purchased for her fiancé a month prior when he modeled for her? Wait, miss. Is this not the suit you bought for your fiancé? Why am I wearing it? He is no longer my fiancé. I have moved on. From now on, you shall wear it. Chapter 22. Miss, you have overstepped your bounds. The vehicle gradually halted before the entrance of the Zijing Palace Hotel. After a considerable time, Lin He had yet to make his exit. Tilting her head, Su Yunqian peered into the driver's seat, inquiring, Aren't you coming out? What purpose would I serve outside? I am merely the driver. Then why did I provide you with such splendid attire? Su Yunqian's expression turned noticeably colder. Today, I represent Guojin, while you represent the company. Your performance will determine whether we can secure business through this trade fair. My performance? Lin He immediately bristled at the prospect of working overtime. Why should he, a mere department head, be tasked with representing the company? The responsibility was far beyond his capabilities. That is unacceptable, miss. I cannot represent the company. Such duties belong to higher management. What can a mere 8,000 a month employee contribute? If I were to jeopardize this, who would bear the consequences? Noticing Lin He's reluctance and penny-pinching demeanor, Su Yunxian swiftly deduced his motives. It was clear that monetary incentives were what stirred his interest. She understood that for Lin He, no issue could not be resolved through financial means. If one transfer is insufficient, then let there be two. Behold, I have transferred the funds. Tonight, you shall be mine. A notification from WeChat. 100,000 yuan. What a delightful and melodious sound. The crisp chime of the transaction infused Lin He with an invisible energy. The previously despondent Lin He instantly transformed, brimming with vitality. Though he would not bow for mere grains, for a sum of 100,000 yuan, he would certainly consider it. Let us proceed, Director Su. I revel in overtime, especially when it involves complimentary food and drink. Su Yunqian cast an exasperated glance at Lin He, who had once been obscure but had seemingly morphed into a money-obsessed individual. As Lin He attempted to depart, Su Yunqian gently grasped his arm. They strolled together into the grand hall of the Purple Palace, resembling a pair of newly enamored lovers. Lin He gazed at the woman before him, perplexed. Miss, I am here to sell time, not my body. Is even a simple touch out of the question? Lin He exclaimed. Ah. Su Yunqian, with her fervent gaze fixed upon him, declared, in that case, return the 100,000. Lin He, wearing a cheeky grin, responded, Ah. That is not an option. My hand is yours to hold. Upon arrival at the soiree, a multitude of esteemed individuals from both domestic and international circles gathered. Those present were prominent figures wielding considerable influence across various sectors in Huaguo. Typically, Lin He would not have the opportunity to encounter such individuals. However, upon the arrival of Miss Su Yunqian, chairwoman of the National Gold Committee and president of the National Gold Group, they were drawn to her as if she were a celebrity. The chairwoman of the National Gold Committee is not someone one can easily approach. With the rare opportunity to meet her, everyone hoped to be remembered by Su Yunqian. Before long, Su Yunqian found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of flattery and toasts, struggling to keep pace. Thus, she pulled Lin He, who was savoring an array of exquisite delicacies, into the fray. I apologize. I truly cannot endure any longer. This is my dear friend, the business department manager of Leno Technology in Jiangchuan City. He possesses remarkable drinking capabilities and will accompany you all. As the crowd observed Su Yunqian's affectionate gestures towards Lin He, holding hands and linking arms, they discerned a profound connection between the two, prompting them to curry favor even more fervently. Lin He, bewildered, found himself swept into the limelight, suddenly becoming the center of attention. Su Yunqian looked at Lin He, who was flustered by the attention, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, and bestowed upon him a smile as warm as that of an angel. Gradually, she felt as though the man she cherished most was drawing ever closer to her. Under the weight of the crowd's expectations, Lin He had no choice but to feign the role of Su Yunqian's favored companion, masquerading as the business department manager of Leno Technology. When Lin He spoke about the recent developments in the financial sector, he unabashedly revealed his initial desire for support. He extolled the merits of American electric vehicles, offering astute assessments of the future trajectory of the new energy sector from 8 different perspectives, including politics, market dynamics, and presidential campaigns. His articulate discourse garnered the approval of numerous industry leaders. Lin He was unconcerned about the accuracy of his claims. What mattered was having made them. After all, he had invested 200 million, and should losses arise, he would need to ensure that a few individuals shared the burden. Suddenly, Lin He sensed something amiss with several masked security personnel on the second floor of the venue. A seasoned veteran, he knew well that the eyes are the windows to the soul. The security staff lacked the authority typically exuded by special forces, their gazes betraying a hint of unease. They exchanged furtive glances, seemingly conspiring. The first name that sprang to Lin He's mind was Su Yunqian, prompting him to weave through the crowd towards her. However, before he could reach her, the security personnel finally discarded their fade. They brandished pre-prepared firearms and began to fire indiscriminately. The once lively crowd scattered in terror. Seeing Su Yunqian cowering against the wall, Lin He seized a steel door to shield her as they made their way out. Everyone, do not act recklessly. Just as they reached the exit, a group of assailants wielding machetes obstructed their path. Fortunately, they were unarmed with guns, armed only with knives. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin He hurled the iron door into the throng. The blood of a legendary warrior surged within him, awakening his inner hero. He charged toward the dozen or so criminals alone. Su Yunqian watched the man before her, moved by his willingness to risk everything for the Su family and for her. A tumult of emotions surged within her, both touched and pained, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Despite Lin He's formidable strength, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. It took all his might to subdue them. Once the danger was averted, he grasped Su Yunqian's hand and rushed to the car, flooring the accelerator to escape the perilous situation. Once they were safely away, Lin He finally exhaled, relieved. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Yunqian appeared almost giddy, laughing as if in disbelief. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Do you realize we nearly perished tonight? I've never felt this threatened even when I was at your home, where I was always behind you." His emotions got the better of him, nearly revealing too much about his time at the Su residence. What happened at the Su family home? Su Yunqian's expression shifted, intrigued. She was unaware of all that Lin He had sacrificed for the Su family? No, she was acutely aware. She knew precisely what Lin He had done for the Su family over the years. Once, during the perilous period surrounding the funeral of Su's father, the family faced their most dangerous crisis. Their adversaries, seeking to intimidate the elder Su, kidnapped all three of Su's daughters, putting the family in imminent danger. In this dire moment, a mysterious figure emerged, charging through the throngs of assailants while cradling the unconscious Su Yunqian, who had been sedated. Although Su Yunqian was incapacitated at that time, her senses remained intact. She vividly remembered the person who had rescued her from the encirclement. It was Lin He, whose scent lingered in her memory, limping away from danger due to an injured leg. Those scenes would forever be etched in Su Yunqian's mind. Chapter 23. Have you ever seen a Maybach working as a ride-hailing vehicle? Lin He paused momentarily, then suddenly regained his composure. He swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Let me take you home." Upon noticing Lin He's reluctance to revisit the previous events, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yunqian's eyes. Nevertheless, she felt quite content today. The sensation of being protected by someone she cherished was truly delightful. The car gradually came to a halt in the underground parking lot of Tiana Century, where Su Yunqian resided. After parking, she called out to Lin He, "Wait, miss. You didn't mention that the 100,000 you paid would require me to sacrifice my body for you." Lin He regarded her with caution, wary of her intentions. Su Yunqian's speechless glare conveyed everything, yet she refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she tossed the key to the Maybach 680 at Lin He. "From now on, you will drive me to and from work." It was as if she considered Lin He her personal chauffeur. Naturally, Lin He refused to become a victim of such exploitation. "Miss, I must decline. I cannot sacrifice my own life for the sake of overtime, especially without any extra compensation." Su Yunqian raised her pinky finger, her face radiating an unprecedented confidence. 10,000? Lin He felt a surge of excitement, yet he ultimately resisted Su Yunqian's temptation. 100,000. I will add an additional 100,000 to your salary each month, with parking and fuel expenses calculated separately. Goodness. His heart raced and his hands trembled. After all, earning money was for a better life. Why not seize the opportunity? "All right, miss. It's not that I'm greedy. I simply enjoy driving. I would relish driving even for a pig." Su Yunqian shot him a glare before turning away and heading home. Upon returning home and shutting the door, the excitement she had been suppressing finally erupted. "Yay!" Su Yunqian exclaimed, leaping with joy, bounding onto her bed, and seizing her pillow to kiss it passionately, envisioning Lin He. "I knew you would protect me." Su Yunqian is far from resembling someone in her 20s. She embodies a youthful girl in the throes of first love, her eyes radiating fervent warmth. Just as Su Yunqian was immersed in the tenderness of Lin He, an unexpected phone call jolted her back to reality. "Sister, I've come to see you. I heard from second sister that you encountered an assassin tonight, so I hurriedly flew here from the capital. Are you all right now?" Upon hearing that Su Luoyao was coming to see her, Su Yunqian's expression turned anxious. "Ah, Yao Yu, why are you coming over at this late hour?" "I'm perfectly fine. Have you boarded the plane yet?" "Sister, I've just arrived at Tiana Century where you live." "Where are you? It's so vast that I can't find you." "Ah." Su Luoyao had already reached the doorstep, causing Su Yunqian to scream in alarm. Glancing at the wall adorned with photographs of Lin He, panic surged within her. If her younger sister discovered that she was hoarding pictures of her former brother-in-law, it would be disastrous. Thus, she hastily grabbed a suitcase from the wardrobe and began stashing the photographs inside. It took an entire box to accommodate them all. After departing from Su Yunqian's home, Lin He parked on a secluded path in the suburbs, lost in contemplation as he gazed at Su Yunqian's luxurious Maybach 680. This vehicle costs no less than several million. When might he ever afford such a thing? When would he have the opportunity to buy a home for his parents in the city? Unlike the protagonists in novels who seem to glide through life effortlessly, Lin found himself in despair. Delivering takeout and driving as a side job? Those endeavors barely yielded 100 yuan after a long day. Setting up a street stall? He seemed ill-equipped for that as well. As he stared at the opulent car, an idea struck him. What if he drove Su Yunxian's luxury vehicle for premium rides after work? A regular ride only earns a few dozen yuan, or even merely a few, while the Maybach 680 could net him several hundred per trip. If he could complete a few rides in one evening, he might earn over 1,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin registered as a luxury car user on the ride-hailing app, only to discover that the driving license must be in his name. Since the Maybach was registered under Su Yunxian, how could he possibly maneuver that? After much contemplation, Lin drove back to Tiana Century, hurriedly made his way to the 26th floor, and knocked on Su Yunxian's door. Unlike before, when he hesitated to step inside, today he boldly entered her home. Director Su. I thought about it and need your assistance. What brings you here? Su Yunxian, once exuding dominance and aloofness, now displayed a hint of panic. Lin feigned urgency, exclaiming, I urgently need to use the restroom. Please let me go. However, before he could reach it, he was obstructed by the delicate and enchanting figure of Su Yunxian. No, you cannot go to the restroom. Lin was utterly speechless. I merely used your family's facilities. It's not as if I went elsewhere. Why so stingy? He observed Su Yunxian, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar, her gaze flitting about nervously. Her anxious eyes occasionally darted towards the bathroom, as if concealing something. Yet, Su Yunxian had grown increasingly assertive. No, you cannot go. If you go, then I cannot go either. What? Lin was taken aback by her words. Such fierce declarations had unexpectedly escaped the lips of the young lady from the Su family. Realizing something was amiss, his attention shifted to the closed glass door of the bathroom, through which a faint silhouette could be discerned in the dim light. He could also hear the sound of water dripping from the shower. Observing Su Yunxian's flustered demeanor, he suddenly grasped the situation. Young lady, have you been unfaithful? Lin mistakenly believed the person in the bathroom to be Su Yunxian's little companion, not wanting Lin to discover her secret lover. The more anxious and fearful Su Yunxian became, the more exhilarated Lin felt, as he slowly approached the bathroom, eager to uncover the truth. However, Su Yunxian firmly blocked his path. What must I do for you to leave? How can I leave? Lin mused, cleverly contemplating how to leverage the situation for his own gain. With a smug smile, he stroked his chin and said, I don't ask for much. Just transfer your luxury car into my name, so I can show off to my friends. Otherwise, I shall reveal everything. Su Yunxian responded promptly, fine. I will call my secretary right now, and it will be in your name by tomorrow. Now hurry and leave with me. As she spoke, she hurriedly ushered Lin out the door, fearful that he might uncover something unsightly. Lin gazed at the closed door, his slightly parted lips remaining agape. TCH. So what if she has a little lover? What's the big deal? After venting his thoughts, he turned and walked away. Once Lin was expelled, Su Yunxian gently caressed her racing heart, relieved that her worries had finally passed. Sister, who was that just now? I feel like I've heard that voice before. From behind, a stunning woman who bore a resemblance to Su Yunxian emerged. Draped in a shimmering golden robe, her flawless figure was on full display. She was Su Luoyao, the third miss of the Su family. With a playful and charming expression, Su Luoyao gazed at her elder sister. Sister, have you found someone here? Look at you. You're blushing like a young girl. Indeed, it must be said that when Su Luoyao made her remark, a blush graced Su Yunxian's previously icy cheeks, rendering her appearance as charming as that of a demure young girl. How could this be? Su Yunxian refrained from directly addressing her sister, instead shyly averting her gaze. Oh my, at the age of 28, she still displays such bashfulness. No wonder her elder sister claimed that she was reluctant to return to Jiangchuan City. It seems she has found a beloved man. Chapter 24. A narrow path for foes. The next day, Lin arrived early at Su Yunxian's underground parking garage, driving her Maybach, nearly dozing off from the wait. After a considerable time, Su Yunxian descended at a leisurely pace. Please, Miss Su, Lin exclaimed, as he opened the rear right door, intending to usher his superior into the vehicle. Yet, Su Yunxian ignored him and directly occupied the seat beside the driver. Well, suit yourself. It's your car after all. Once inside, Su Yunxian, as was her wont, behaved like a sulking young girl, refusing to fasten her own seatbelt. To ensure she would not be late for work, Lin reluctantly secured it for her. Throughout the journey, he noticed that Su Yunchuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. As if she were preoccupied with troubling thoughts, her cheeks bearing an air of frostiness tinged with sorrow. Recalling the events of the previous evening, Lin He attempted to jest. "Oh, come now. It's not that serious. I merely misappropriated a car. You are, after all, the chairperson of a trillion-yuan enterprise. Surely you wouldn't be distressed over a mere few million." However, as soon as he spoke, Su Yunchuan's eyes turned icy. Her gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Lin He, causing him to chide himself for his imprudent remarks. Upon arriving at the company, Lin He immediately obstructed the camera monitoring Su Yunchuan. He then indulged in watching short videos featuring beautiful women without restraint, just as he was engrossed in them. Su Yunchuan rushed in, startling Lin He so much that his phone flew several meters away. Nevertheless, he quickly feigned composure and resumed his work. "Ah, Miss Su. Though this company belongs to you, your lack of courtesy is rather excessive." Su Yunchuan paid no heed to decorum, anxiously approaching Lin He. In her haste, she stumbled over her high heels, teetering into Lin He's embrace. The suddenness of the event left both of them momentarily bewildered, allowing them to distinctly perceive each other's scent and the rhythm of their breaths. A fiery desire flickered in Su Yunchuan's eyes as she found herself leaning against Lin He's sturdy chest, overwhelmed by emotions. At that moment, the office door swung open. "Miss Su, your sister is outside and wishes to see you." Upon the door's opening, Zhao Lin beheld the intimate scene of Su Yunchuan and Lin He entwined in each other's arms. Startled, Zhao Lin hastily covered her mouth. Once she regained her composure, she shut her eyes and swiftly exited, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything." Thankfully, she closed the door quickly. Had any other employees witnessed the scene, it would have been exceedingly embarrassing. Once the two realized the situation, they quickly adjusted their disheveled attire. Su Yunchuan cleared her throat several times to alleviate the awkwardness. "I came to find you. I wanted to tell you that my sister has arrived. You should take a day off today." "Sister? Su Yuru?" Upon hearing this, Lin He's expression shifted in shock, and the image of a stunningly beautiful, yet cold woman flashed in his mind. Su Yunchuan and Su Yuru bore some resemblance, but Su Yuru exuded an air of icy disdain, particularly towards Lin He. Su Yunchuan, on the other hand, while slightly assertive, possessed a charm and femininity that made her demeanor more palatable. She merely regarded Lin He with indifference. Every time Lin He thought of Su Yuru, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He understood his ex-wife all too well. Ever since Su Jiangming's death, her hatred for him had deepened to a profound level. She would relish the thought of tearing him apart. "Yes, Yuru, it's best if I disappear from your sight." Lin He, frightened, handed over the car keys, ready to make a hasty retreat. "Don't worry, Yao Yao." Su Yunchuan returned the car keys to him. "Yao Yao holds no animosity towards you. She understands you quite well. However, your prolonged absence has made me wary of other Su family members discovering your whereabouts. That would not bode well for you. Quickly, go home and rest today. I will check on my sister." After her admonition, Su Yunchuan hurriedly departed. Lin He too made a swift exit. Encountering Su Luoyao here would lead to complications. As Su Yunchuan entered her office, she noticed an enchanting figure leaning against her desk. Upon seeing her sister, Su Yunchuan broke into a long-missed smile. "Yao Yao, what brings you to the company so suddenly?" Su Luoyao scrutinized her sister with keen interest. "Sister, you have acquired a company lacking in proprietary technology or robust products, one that relies on the support of its sibling company. What on earth is your motive? This is hardly in line with the Su family standards." Su Luoyao regarded Su Yunchuan with a hint of playful mockery. "Could it be that there is a man here worth your affection?" At her sister's insinuation, Su Yunchuan's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a bashful young girl caught off guard. "Yao Yao, don't say such things. I'm here to stay vigilant regarding the Southern Project." "Sister, you're just deceiving yourself," Su Luoyao declared, unconvinced. "During this time, I intend to see what kind of man is worthy of my sister. Don't wander about aimlessly. This is a company, Yao Yao. Sister will take you out for some fun." Upon exiting the company, Lin He found himself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment due to his unexpected unemployment. However, fortuitously, with the extraordinary abilities of Su Yunchuan, her Maybach 680 had been transferred to Lin He's name, with his enforced leave providing ample time. He seized the opportunity to register as a luxury Didi driver, allowing him to earn extra income and ultimately save for a vehicle, as well as a home for his parents in the city. He envisioned a future where, even in his absence, he would leave no regrets. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality often proves starkly different. His His initial plan for supplementary income was to earn over 500 a day. However, on his first day, despite waiting patiently, he received not a single order. Additionally, he incurred a 50 yuan parking fee for leaving his vehicle by the roadside for too long, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. It was at this moment that Lin He truly grasped the challenges of earning extra income. By midday, after a prolonged silence, the platform finally chimed with an incoming order notification. Ding! A luxury vehicle rental order has arrived. Please confirm whether to accept. Accept the order? Absolutely. Without hesitation, Lin He clicked to confirm. Soon after, the owner of the luxury vehicle called. Hello, driver. Today, you will be serving a rather famous celebrity. You are required to accompany her for 24 hours, driving her wherever she wishes to go. Not only must you fulfill your duties as a driver, but you must also ensure her security. If she is recognized by the public, you must act swiftly to protect her. Additionally, please wear a mask and hat, as requested by our esteemed guest. Can you manage this? Lin He paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He had come to earn extra income, not to compromise his integrity. I'm sorry, but you've got the wrong person. He hesitated, realizing he was not willing to risk his life for a few hundred yuan. It's 5,000 for the day. The voice on the other end of the line interrupted eagerly. Boss, you've indeed found the right person. I am a veteran. While I may lack many skills, I am proficient in protection. Upon hearing the 5,000 offer, Lin He's attitude underwent a complete transformation. The vehicle owner was overjoyed at Lin He's military background. Really? That is wonderful. Please drive to Huilong Mansion. Of course. Huilong Mansion? Isn't that where I used to work? Nevertheless, in the face of 5,000 yuan, Lin He dismissed thoughts of Su Yunqian and Su Luoyao and drove the luxury vehicle to the mansion's underground parking garage. There, he was greeted by a young woman. Upon a brief introduction, he learned she was the assistant to a famous Huagua star, and the purpose of renting the luxury vehicle was for the celebrity to enjoy a day out in Jiangchuan City. Lin He's role was to serve as a quiet driver and part-time bodyguard. Miss, this way please. As Lin He sat quietly in the driver's seat, he caught sight of two stunning women clad in Korean-style overcoats in the rearview mirror, Su Yunqian and Su Luoyao. To his astonishment, the star his assistant mentioned was indeed Su Luoyao. Upon seeing the Su sisters, Lin He instinctively tightened his mask. How could this be? What a twist of fate. He never expected to encounter members of the Su family while merely seeking some extra income. At that moment, Lin He felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Just as he contemplated making a discreet exit, Su Yunqian and Su Luoyao had already settled into the back seat. Su Yunqian glanced around the interior of the car, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Her gaze then landed on the masked driver in the front seat. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the stiff posture of the driver. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. Lin He, wouldn't it be great if my brother-in-law were here? She mused. Driver, are you a local of Jiangchuan City? What fun places do you recommend? Can you take me there? While Lin He focused on driving, Su Luoyao, seated behind him, looked at him with eager anticipation. Startled, Lin He was unsure whether he should respond. If he spoke, his true identity would undoubtedly be revealed. Fortunately, Su Yunqian cleverly redirected the conversation. No need. Haven't you always wanted to visit the ancient cities in the south? I'll take you to Taiga Street, where many buildings date back to the Ming Dynasty. It's perfect for capturing ancient-style photos. With that, Su Yunqian shot Lin He a warning glare. Lin He dared not react too strongly, for she was his employer. Upon arriving at Taiga Street, Su Luoyao headed to a costume shop to change outfits, while Su Yunqian pretended to have matters to attend to and stayed behind. Once her sister and assistant had walked far enough away, Su Yunqian stepped on Lin He's foot with her stiletto heel, causing him to jump up in pain. Ah, are you insane? Why did you step on me? Lin He exclaimed, cradling his throbbing foot and looking at Su Yunqian with innocent eyes. Are you that desperate for money? Must you drive my luxury car for your side gig? Fine, but you let my sister see you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Yunqian's gaze was filled with both anger and concern, fearing that the family would discover Lin He's involvement. If that happened, their secret rendezvous would be in jeopardy. From now on, behave yourself. I'll tell my sister that the driver is mute, and you must not utter a word today. With a warning glance, Su Yunqian strode away, leaving Lin He alone to await her return. Beep beep. Hello, Minister. Why didn't you come to work today? I have to tell you. A big star came to our company today. I heard she's a friend of Director Su. She's incredible. It's the popular star Luoyao. She is simply stunning. Even more beautiful than in the pictures online. Alas, Minister, it is truly a pity you are not here. Upon encountering the renowned star of Huagua, Zhang Cheng was as excited as a machine gun, chattering incessantly. Minister, why are you silent? Lin He paused for a moment. Well, I am currently preoccupied with driving your celebrity. I have no time. Zhang Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin He's response. Once the Su sisters had changed their attire, Lin He escorted them to Taikoo Street for a photo shoot. To be fair, the Su sisters were indeed breathtaking. The commanding yet graceful Su Yunxian and the petite, sweet, and delicate beauty Su Luoyao. Even Lin He, who typically harbored little affection for beautiful women, couldn't help but steal an extra glance. Just as the two sisters were deeply engrossed in their photo shoot, Lin He, usually frivolous, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He sensed a looming threat within the bustling crowd. A masked assailant was stealthily approaching Su Luoyao. The perpetrator intermittently surveyed his surroundings, ensuring he remained undetected. Noticing no one was watching him, he stealthily advanced behind Luoyao, his right hand slowly reaching for a concealed dagger. In that critical moment, Lin He sprang into action. Watch out. A shadow swiftly darted in front of Su Luoyao, barehandedly blocking the assailant's assault. The attacker, realizing his plan had failed, was filled with rage. Having received a hefty fee for the assassination, failure meant he would not see the remainder of his payment. With this thought, he unleashed his fury upon Lin He, recklessly slashing at him with the dagger. You dare obstruct my path to wealth. You're courting death. Little did he know. Today he had provoked someone he should not have. Before he could react, Lin He deftly disarmed him, so swiftly that onlookers mistook their interaction for mere conflict. No one dared intervene, merely spectating. After a few exchanges, the assailant quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Hidden among the crowd, his accomplice, witnessing his partner being bested, seized the opportunity to incite the crowd's emotions. Everyone, come quick. The famous star Luoyao is here on Taikoo Street. Look, the one dressed in traditional Hanfu is her. Luoyao? The hottest female singer today, Luoyao? Oh my gosh, it truly is her. She is even more beautiful than on the screen. Amidst the orchestrated shouts, the attention of all present was drawn to the somewhat dazed Su sisters. Confirming it was indeed the star Luoyao, the crowd surrounded the sisters, snapping pictures. Requests for autographs and photos flooded in, and despite the assistant's earnest attempts to dissuade them, their efforts were futile against the overwhelming tide. Observing the escalating situation, Lin He delivered a powerful kick, sending the assailant sprawling several meters away. Though this may lead to death, it is a blatant act of murder. It is of no detriment to oneself. The primary mission is to protect the two esteemed aunts. Thus, he maneuvered through the chaos, swiftly guiding them away from the perilous location. With the accelerator of the Maybach pressed to the floor, he recklessly ran red lights. Inside the vehicle, Su Luoyao observed the driver's silhouette and movements, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Her thoughts were quickly drawn back to 3 years prior. Thank you, dear driver. Assistant He. Please award the driver a bonus of 50,000 shortly. Lin He remarked. Miss San, you are exceptionally magnanimous. Su Luoyao, fixated on the reminiscent figure, murmured sorrowfully, driver. You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone. Like my brother-in-law. 3 years ago, my brother-in-law protected me just as you do now. He safeguarded my family. However, an unfortunate incident befell us 3 years ago, and subsequently, my brother-in-law was cast out by my second sister. I later heard from her that my brother-in-law met with a tragic car accident and has since vanished from the public records. As she spoke, Su Luoyao collapsed into the embrace of her sister, Su Yunxian, weeping uncontrollably. Lin He, overhearing Su Yuro's evaluation of him, inwardly cursed, Su Yuro, you may disdain me, even hate me, but must you curse my very existence? Yet, Su Luoyao, reminiscing, cried even louder like a child. Oh, elder sister. Do you think our second sister is foolish? She has no idea how good my brother-in-law was to her and all he did for her. Why did she force him away? If he had left the Su family, would he have met such a fate? Su Yunxian stifled a laugh, gently comforting her younger sister while casting a curious glance at the driver, Lin He. Meanwhile, Lin He, having nearly faced death twice while driving, silently cursed. Miss San, I implore you, please cease your lamentations. I am still here before you, not deceased. I merely dare not show my face before you. I fear your elder sister and second sister might harm me. During his time with the Su family, he held a favorable impression of Miss San. Luoyao had never regarded him with disrespect. Whenever he faced trouble at the Su residence, she was the only one who spoke on his behalf. In contrast, his wife, his ex-wife, Su Yuro, greeted him as though he were a mere beggar, eager to cast him out of the Su household. As for the eldest daughter, Su Yunqian, she treated Lin He as if he were invisible, epitomizing true disregard. Thus, it was no wonder that Su Luoyao and Lin He shared a harmonious rapport. In the capital, at the North Mansion, building number 1 of the Imperial Palace, the illustrious Su family resided here. Within a villa reminiscent of an American palace, a flustered female assistant hurriedly pushed open the office door. Miss Second, Miss Eldest, and Miss Third are in trouble. They were attacked while enjoying their time in Jianchuan City. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman seated at the desk immediately froze, her expression turning icy. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Yunqian, both possessing an extraordinary beauty. Yet, she exuded a cooler demeanor and lacked the captivating charm that defined Su Yunqian. While Su Yunqian's striking visage was paired with a hint of aloofness and authority, this woman was left with nothing but her chilliness and breathtaking beauty. What? Su Yuru's voice pierced the air like a chilling winter gale, sending shivers down one's spine. Miss Second, please remain calm. Fortunately, the security personnel there acted swiftly, successfully ensuring the safety of Miss Eldest and Miss Third. The assistant presented a document to Su Yuru. Relay this message. Miss Eldest and Miss Third must return to Beijing at once. Understood. Once the assistant departed, Su Yuru began reviewing footage of Su Luoyao's assassination attempt. She finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing a young bodyguard, clad in a mask and a baseball cap, intervening just in time. Wait. A flicker of astonishment flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. The figure on the screen struck her as eerily familiar, yet she could not pinpoint who it reminded her of. Chapter 26. Good morning, Director Su. Sister, are you truly not returning to the capital with me? At the ticketing area of Jianchuan Airport, Su Yunqian gently smiled at her younger sister, Luoyao, while holding her hand. Luoyao, I cannot return just yet. There are matters I must handle myself. Luoyao rolled her eyes in response. Humph. If you're trying to set me up with a brother-in-law, just say so. What do you mean by having matters to attend to? Stupid girl, don't speak nonsense. The clever Luoyao was not easily deceived. Sister, how can you be sure your future husband can withstand the scrutiny of our Su family? You must know that the threshold to enter our family is quite high. His character must not fall short of brother-in-law Lin He. Su Yunqian was momentarily at a loss for words. The little girl had an uncanny knack for hitting the nail on the head. Watching her sister Luoyao's retreating figure, she murmured softly, "You need not worry about your brother-in-law's character. He will undoubtedly pass the trials set by our Su family." After resting at home for a few days, Lin He received news from Su Yunqian and returned to the grind. As he stepped through the company doors, he was immediately surrounded by numerous subordinates. "Boss, you're incredible." "What? I'm just human. How have I become a deity?" Lin He responded, slightly puzzled. "Trump won the American election. We purchased stocks in the 2 billion old horse new energy vehicles, and they have surged by 15. We've already made tens of millions during this period." "Oh, is that so?" Lin He thought to himself, how delightful it would be if all of this were his. Upon reflecting on his misguided actions towards his comrades, he realized that he had indeed not deceived himself. In the future, it would be prudent to consult him regarding any forthcoming projects, as this could guarantee personal gain without risk. Attention, everyone. Thanks to the collective efforts of our entire company, the Strategic Financing Department has finally reaped substantial rewards from its inaugural project. Chairman Su has decided that the entire company shall have a day off tomorrow and will organize a trip to Snowfall Mountain Villa. Everyone is welcome to bring their family, as all expenses will be covered by the company. Moreover, salaries will be disbursed as usual tomorrow. Following the announcement from the administrative director, the previously lethargic atmosphere of the company erupted with enthusiasm. While there have been instances of paid leave, the notion of an entire company enjoying a funded excursion was unprecedented. Exhausted employees cheered. Long live Chairman Su. Lin He observed the jubilant faces of his colleagues outside and felt a twinge of satisfaction. His efforts had indeed borne fruit. In plain terms, the expenditure of 100,000 yuan was justified. "Director, you should join us tomorrow. Let us go together. I want to go." "It sounds like a dreary affair." Lin He emphatically declined without a second thought. It wasn't that he found the event particularly uninteresting, but rather that he feared the presence of Su Yunqian. "Come on, Director. I know you've bought a new car, a luxurious Maybach. You could take me and my partner along." Zhang Qing pleaded, resembling a child as he tugged at Lin He's arm. "Your girlfriend?" Lin He inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Yes. You've met her. She is the manager of the sales department, Gao Yining." Upon hearing the name Gao Yining, Lin He's smile gradually faded. Not long ago, She had shown an interest in him, which he had consistently rebuffed. Now, she had latched on to Zhang Cheng. A rather unfortunate choice, raising his suspicions. Lin He recognized that Zhang Cheng sought to enhance his status through his friend's lavish vehicle. Yet he never anticipated that this would only exacerbate the emotional turmoil between the two of them. Feigning irritation, Lin He declared, "I want to go. What fun is there in a group outing? Besides, the car isn't even mine." Despite this, Zhang Cheng remained undeterred, continuing to plead, "Director, no. For the sake of brotherhood, just play along for one day. Snowfall Mountain Villa has numerous exciting activities. There's camping, hiking, scenic cable car rides, visits to ancient temples, and river rafting." "What? River rafting?" Lin He's interest piqued instantly. "Yes." Zhang Cheng, taken aback by Lin He's sudden enthusiasm, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "When we go rafting, do we need to remove our clothing?" Upon hearing that they could float down a stream, Lin He's eyes sparkled with excitement. If one could witness the enchanting beauty of long legs in person, it would undoubtedly surpass the mundane experience of idly scrolling through short videos in the office. Indeed, it is true that one must shed their garments to indulge in drifting. Seeing Lin He speak so earnestly, Zhang Cheng stumbled over his words. "Very well. Tomorrow, my brother shall take you along." Lin He swiftly altered his demeanor. Such gatherings are typically filled with captivating women. Arriving in a flashy Maybach would surely attract the admiration of many ladies. Just imagine, at that point, even if one were disinterested in courting, they would still find themselves pursued. The mere thought of this brought a secret joy to Lin He. What delightful discussions are you engaged in, so filled with mirth? Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Kai Na approached with a cup of coffee in hand. "Director Kai?" Upon her arrival, Zhang Cheng, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped outside. "Congratulations. With the new boss in place, the first profitable project is in your hands. You shall undoubtedly receive the favor of Director Su." Lin He merely smiled. Whether Su Yunqian favored him or not was of little consequence. As long as she posed no threat to his family, all else was negotiable. "Brother, I just heard you acquired a new car. Are you not planning to give your sister a ride tomorrow?" "Of course. I must take you along." Kai Na was a colleague who had assisted Lin He significantly during his early days at the company, even staying late several nights to help him. Such kindness deserved repayment, especially for a mere lift. "Minister Lin, Director Su requests your presence." Suddenly, Secretary Zhao appeared at the doorway, interrupting their conversation. Lin He had no choice but to step away to ascertain the matter. "Director Su, you called for me." Su Yunqian was quietly reviewing various documents from the Guijin Group and the Guijin Committee, resembling a formidable heroine from a novel. "Tomorrow, please drive to pick me up at Luoshiwei Mountain Villa." "Oh dear, in my earlier bravado, I completely forgot this was Su Yunqian's car. Yet, having already put on the act, it would be quite embarrassing to retract it. I have spun so many tales to the Su family. What else one more? Director Su. To be candid, I lent the car to a friend for a few days to maintain my pretense." Lin He spoke in a calm tone, making it sound entirely plausible. "Oh." Su Yunqian paused momentarily, then retrieved a large bundle of keys from her desk drawer and tossed them onto the table. "Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, a variety of choices. No worries, we have 10 more here. Choose whichever you like, and simply drive it home to pick me up tomorrow." Observing Lin He's troubled expression, Su Yunqian sensed something amiss, her demeanor growing colder. "What's the matter?" Lin He feigned great distress. "Alas. To be frank, Minister, my team and I have already made plans. We intend to rent a vehicle together. Moreover, if our colleagues were to witness the two of us driving here together, it would not reflect well upon us." After pondering for a moment, Su Yunqian realized that acting too hastily was not a viable solution. Thus, she resolved to drive alone tomorrow and seek another companion. The following day, Lin He arrived in Su Yunqian's Maybach to pick up Zhang Cheng and others. Upon seeing Lin He behind the wheel of such a luxurious vehicle, Gao Yining's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Throughout the journey, she unabashedly cast glances of desire through the rearview mirror. Fortunately, Lin He possessed formidable composure and was completely indifferent to her allure, especially with the stunning Kai Na seated beside him. As they approached the entrance of the Luoshiwei Mountain Villa, Lin He was taken aback to find Su Yunqian standing at the door, smiling as she awaited the arrival of her colleagues. Startled, he slammed on the brakes, causing discomfort among the passengers. Zhang Cheng grumbled, "Minister, your driving skills are worse than mine." "Chairman, what are you afraid of? Just drive on." "Without your staunch support, this project could never have achieved such success." Kaina chimed in. They assumed Lin He's trepidation towards Su Yunxian stemmed from previous office conflicts. However, the truth was far more complex. The relationship between Lin He and Su Yunxian was of paramount significance, one where her displeasure could be perilous. Yet, with colleagues present, retreating was not an option. Lin He steeled himself and drove forward. Upon seeing her car, Su Yunxian's beautiful eyes narrowed. However, when she discerned the striking Kaina seated in the passenger seat, her expression turned icy. Good morning, Su Dong. Upon noticing Zhang Cheng greeting her with his girlfriend, Su Yunxian transformed into an affable figure, her demeanor changing as if she had donned a different mask, her smile sweet and enchanting. Ah, good morning. I hope you enjoy your day. Here are the full project tickets for Luoxue Mountain Villa. Let us gather at the restaurant for lunch. However, when Lin He and Kaina approached, her demeanor shifted once more, her smile now laced with an ominous undertone. Her eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Lin He would have perished countless times within mere seconds. Young man, your driving is commendable. I will ensure you have ample opportunity to drive in the future. Aware of Su Yunxian's displeasure, Lin He quickly snatched the tickets and fled. He mistakenly believed her anger arose from his deception, while in fact, her ire was solely due to the presence of another woman in the passenger seat, nothing more. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, just as she was unaware of his ignorance. Chapter 27. Su Dong is upset upon entering the Luoxue Mountain Villa scenic area. Zhang Qing and Gao Yining disappeared into a nearby grove. As Lin He strolled alongside Kaina, their laughter resonated through the tranquil forest. However, a disconcerting sensation lingered, as if a pair of eyes were relentlessly observing him from behind. Yet, he could not discern what was amiss. When noon arrived, and he was indulging in a sumptuous buffet at the mountain lodge, Lin He felt a piercing gaze directed at him from across the table. He glanced over to discover Su Yunxian, her cold demeanor fixated on him as she grasped her knife and fork, leaving Lin He utterly unnerved. He hastily retreated to the restroom to splash some water on his face, attempting to awaken his senses. Yet, tranquility was short-lived as Su Yunxian soon followed him. Feigning a hand-washing routine, while her frosty eyes remained locked on Lin He's reflection in the mirror. Isn't Kaina exceptionally beautiful? With her alluring black stockings and long legs. Her words dripped with an icy malice. Terrified, Lin He stammered, No, she hasn't even arrived yet. Huh, you seem rather observant. Su Yunxian's anger escalated. Wasn't she the one who visited your home last time? Stunned, Lin He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could she possibly know about Kaina's visit? Was she trailing him? After washing her hands, Su Yunxian leaned in close, her fragrant lips brushing against Lin He's ear, her voice a tantalizing blend of allure and intimidation. If you continue to entangle yourself with her, mark my words, I shall dismiss her. You will witness just how ruthless I can be when provoked. With that, she departed with an air of authority, leaving Lin He shouting in vain behind her. Hey, why do women make it so difficult for one another? Frustrated, Lin He paced at the hotel entrance, cursing Su Yunxian for meddling in his life. He had long ceased to be the son-in-law of the Su family, and he was certainly not her man. Why should he be barred from associating with other women? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. If she forbade him from engaging with others, could he not even look? In a fit of rage, Lin He made his way to a scenic valley where a stream offered the thrill of drifting. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight of numerous stunning women clad in alluring swimsuits. At that moment, the reality before him was far more captivating than any video on social media. Leaning back on a stone bench, he sipped complimentary chilled fruit juice, eager to feast his eyes on the spectacle. Suddenly, an icy glare from across the way extinguished his enthusiasm. Su Yunxian, with a teasing glint in her eyes, seemed to convey, you can admire them, but I am here to scrutinize your every move. Alarmed, Lin He rose to leave. This was unbearable. Su Yunxian felt like an unshakable specter, inescapable and ever-present. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar voice reached my ears. Minister, what brings you here? We've been searching for you. The voice belonged to Zhang Cheng, Kaina, and Gao Yining. I was merely wandering around, hoping to find something entertaining. Perfect. We came here to enjoy ourselves as well. Let us head upstairs to change our service. As they spoke, Kaina attempted to take Lin He's hand and lead him away. However, upon seeing Su Yunxian watching him intently, Lin He quickly withdrew his hand. He thought to himself that he shouldn't let work dictate his actions, but Kaina was blameless. You all go ahead and play. I have a bit of a fear of water. I nearly drowned in a luxurious swimming pool when I was young. He chuckled nervously, recalling the near-death experience that left him with lasting psychological scars. So, you enjoy yourselves while I take photos. As he spoke, Lin He snatched the camera from Kai Na's grasp. In truth, his family was so impoverished during his childhood that they could hardly afford a meal, let alone a luxurious swimming pool. The near-drowning incident had occurred in a small pond by their home where they raised ducks. It wasn't he that he was afraid of water. Rather, Su Yunxian was the more intimidating presence. Noticing Lin He's newfound compliance, Su Yunxian relaxed her gaze and turned to join the other company executives in another project. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon, ushering in the gaming segment. The initial games were quite mundane, consisting of tug-of-war, caterpillar races, and hockey matches. However, excitement mounted as they approached the three-legged race. In a misguided attempt to prevent a domino effect of falls, the planners divided the original 10-member teams into pairs. They also implemented a draw for teammates, followed by group matches, semifinals, and a final round. Lin He initially found the games rather tedious, but upon hearing that Su Yunxian had set a 10,000 yuan prize for the winning team, his interest peaked. He rushed to draw his teammate with unparalleled eagerness. It must be a man. It must be a man. After drawing, Lin He silently mused, women run too slowly. If my partner is female, I surely cannot win the championship in the 10,000 yuan prize. Number 10. Who is number 10? The host exclaimed into the microphone, scanning the audience for another participant who had drawn the same number. At that moment, Su Yunxian revealed her own draw, her cheeks flushing with warmth. I'm also number 10. Lin He exclaimed, thank you, sister. In that instant, his dreams of winning the 10,000 yuan prize shattered. Meanwhile, his male colleagues cast envious glances at Lin He, who would be teamed up with the company's most beautiful Su Dong. That was worth far more than any monetary prize. Su Yunxian was a stunning beauty. Wealthy and powerful, the object of countless men's dreams. Lin He, however, was not one to fawn. Securing the prize remained his tangible goal. Hold on. It will be over soon. As the whistle blew, Lin He sprinted with all his might. Su Yunxian, too, exerted herself to match his pace, clearly striving with every ounce of her energy to keep up. Yet, being a woman, her physical condition ultimately fell a tad short. Just as she was nearing the finish line, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. A piercing scream echoed, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. All running ceased. Director Su has fallen. The senior executives hurriedly rushed over to offer their concern. Fortunately, Su Yunxian, possessing a resilient spirit, declared, I'm fine. You all continue the race. If you don't run, I won't have anywhere to distribute the prize money. Upon hearing her command, the halted competition resumed its lively spirit. Seeing the joyous atmosphere within the company, Su Yunxian couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, she gestured for Lin He to assist her to a shaded area. With her enchanting eyes glancing at her slightly swollen calf, she instructed, take off my shoes and have a look. Lin He, bewildered, glanced around to confirm their privacy before asking, me? Su Yunxian, cheeks flushed with irritation, retorted, of course. You hurt me. Who else is responsible? Lin He was left speechless, bemused by the transformation of the usually aloof Su Yunxian into someone so petulant. Observing her inflamed foot, a wave of guilt washed over him. If only he had been a little slower, if only he had been less preoccupied with the prize money. Perhaps Su Yunxian would not have suffered such an injury. Breathless, she leaned closer, threatening, when we get home tonight, I'll bite you to death. You treat me this way for a mere 10,000. Lin He felt a tightening in his chest. Su Yunxian was known for keeping her promises. He decided to quietly slip away when the moment allowed. Chapter 28. The true hunter often appears as prey due to the unfortunate incident involving Su Yunxian. Lin He unexpectedly lost the championship of the foot-binding race. Watching the 10,000 yuan prize slip from his grasp and into someone else's hands was truly disheartening. That was rightfully his reward, yet it had ended up in another's possession. As the event neared its conclusion, the games wrapped up, leading to a sumptuous dinner. Lin He, a contemporary young man of distinctive character, paid no heed to the sycophantic flattery at the table. Instead, he indulged in the exquisite delicacies laid before him. After finishing his meal, he intended to discreetly slip away with Zhang Qing and others. However, just as they exited the villa, a delicate voice called out from behind. Minister Lin, please stay. The chairman is intoxicated, and you must escort her home. Lin He pointed at the Maybach, but I need to drive this back. Zhao, the secretary, casually replied, let Zhang Qing drive it back for you. Come with me. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Qing's face lit up with uncontainable joy. as he seized the opportunity through his good friend to finally drive a luxury car. Seated in the passenger seat, Kai Na originally intended to take advantage of the evening to spend some private moments with Lin He. However, she found herself ultimately summoned by the chairman. Watching Lin He's silhouette fade into the distance, a sense of disappointment washed over her. Lin He, feeling helpless, tossed the keys to Zhang Qing, silently sighing. He had contemplated making a swift escape, yet, in that moment, he chose not to flee. Having already offended Su Yunxian twice today, he was apprehensive about the repercussions to come. Despite his reluctance, Lin He had no choice but to approach her. As he entered the private room where the leadership gathered, many were departing one after another. Su Yunxian, her cheeks slightly flushed from intoxication, leaned back against her chair, her stunning visage bearing a hint of fatigue. Su Dong. Lin He appeared before Su Yunxian, trembling with trepidation, resembling a well-behaved pup, too timid to meet her gaze. Go, bring the car around. Take me home. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxian produced the keys to a Range Rover. Lin He secretly lamented her privilege. Truly, the daughter of a prominent family had an abundance of vehicles at her disposal, choosing any one she desired. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere remained consistently subdued. The car was enveloped in silence, with Lin He focused on driving and Su Yunxian resting her eyes. However, as they navigated into the suburban woodlands, the vehicle suddenly stalled. Oh no, let us go. Lin He realized that the car failed to respond no matter how he attempted to ignite it, 1,000 expletives coursing through his mind. After some investigation, he discovered that they were out of fuel. Upon realizing this, Su Yunxian feigned immense anger, her agitation evident as she tugged at her hair and berated Secretary Zhao over the phone. Shaolin, what is going on? With so many cars at the company, why must you prepare one that is devoid of fuel? Now we're stranded. While she chastised her secretary, internally she was quite pleased. She had hoped for an opportunity to be alone with Lin He, and now it had presented itself. What shall we do? I need to return and work on the group's documents. After scolding her secretary, Su Yunxian turned to Lin He with a feigned anxious expression. Lin He, equally resigned, replied, We wait. I'm not Sun Wukong. I can't conjure gasoline for you. If luck is on our side, perhaps we might encounter another vehicle in an hour or two. We could ask for some fuel then. And if luck is not on our side? She inquired. In that case, we might have to wait until tomorrow. The prospect of spending an entire evening with Lin He delighted Su Yunxian a bit too much. What? Lin He was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Su Yunxian quickly corrected herself. That's terrible. I have so many documents to handle. The night had fallen. The Snowfall Villa is situated a full 80 kilometers from Jiangchuan City, and after walking for a while, there remain approximately 5 kilometers to traverse. Given the remoteness of this narrow path, it is seldom graced by the passage of vehicles. Lin He, harboring a sense of hope, stepped to the roadside, awaiting the arrival of any passing cars. As fate would have it, he waited for a full 2 hours without a single vehicle in sight. Approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, his frustration boiled over, prompting him to curse vehemently. I just searched on my phone and discovered that a guest house lies a few kilometers ahead. Let us proceed there to secure a room for the night. Who knows? Perhaps by morning, things will have miraculously improved. Observing the innocent expression on Su Yunxian's face, Lin He almost found himself moved to tears by her naivety. Ah, my dear lady, who taught you that merely booking a room will solve all our troubles? Su Yunxian gazed at Lin He with an innocent look. Isn't that how it goes on television? Whenever the lead characters encounter car troubles, they simply check into a room and everything is fine. Lin He replied. This is a matter of running out of fuel. It is not a mechanical failure. Moreover, their car did not malfunction. They merely sought an excuse to delve deeper into their predicament. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Lin He recognized that Su Yunxian's suggestion was not without merit. It was certainly preferable to lying here in a desolate stretch with no village in sight. What if a rogue appeared from nowhere? That would be quite troublesome. Reluctantly, Lin He began the trek towards the guest house with Su Yunxian in tow. For Lin He, 2 kilometers was manageable, yet for Su Yunxian, who had sustained an injury earlier that day, walking was a challenge. She stumbled precariously and would likely not be able to walk far. As predicted. They had scarcely taken a few steps when Lin He heard Su Yunxian's labored breathing behind him. Under the harsh glare of his phone's light, she clutched her injured calf, her face contorted in pain. Lin He quickly assessed the situation and noted that the wound on Su Yunxian's leg had worsened, with blood seeping profusely. In desperation, he lifted her onto his back. Initially, Su Yunxian hesitated, attempting to rise and walk on her own, but after barely 2 steps, she fell again. Unable to bear the sight of her struggle, Lin He hoisted her onto his back without further ado. As she rested against him, Siyun felt the warmth of her beloved man's concern enveloping her. A sweet, tender smile graced her lips, banishing the aloof and commanding demeanor she often wore. In that moment, only happiness remained, pure, unadulterated bliss. This scene was one she had envisioned countless times over the past 3 years, and at last, it had come to fruition this very night. Are you afraid? Suddenly, Lin He uttered a cryptic question. Afraid of what? The darkness. I recall that you 3 were particularly fearful of the night. That would be me. But right now, I am not afraid at all. Siyun clung tightly to Lin He, savoring the comfort of his presence. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never felt such profound tranquility. Recollections of her childhood flooded her mind, recalling how the prosperous Su family had attracted unwanted attention. Siyun had become the prey in the eyes of her adversaries. On one occasion, she was abducted by robbers who seized her young self to extort a ransom of 100 million from the Su family. She endured a harrowing 72 hours in a cold, dimly lit basement, which instilled a profound fear of darkness within her. It was not until 3 years ago, with the arrival of Lin He, that she experienced a breakthrough. Witnessing him fearlessly navigate through the shadows to rescue her marked a pivotal moment in her healing. It seemed that with someone by her side, the terror of the night dissipated. Is it true that as long as you have someone with you, you are no longer afraid of the dark? Lin He inquired, perplexed by the sentiment. No, it is primarily because that person is you, she exclaimed, the words akin to a confession, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Oh, soon enough, I shall instill fear in you, Lin He replied with a sardonic laugh. Siyun, with a dismissive expression, retorted, Humph. What? Are you planning to take revenge on me and the Su family tonight? Not at all. Carrying you is merely a service. At this location and time, it is worth at least 800. You can settle up with a scan or in cash. Lin He's unexpected response left Siyun speechless, inciting her to bite him fiercely on the neck in frustration. His yelp echoed, Ah, sister. Were you serious about wanting to bite me to death today? This calls for extra compensation for my soft tissue injury. Chapter 29. The Thoughtful Siyun. In truth, the two of them were quite fortunate this evening. They could stroll quietly beneath the moonlight, with such splendid weather. No rain fell, allowing them to revel in the rare sight of the full moon and the starry sky above. Siyun, perched on Lin He's back, lay comfortably despite the ache in her feet, taking the opportunity to admire the celestial display. Lin He, however, was inwardly fuming. What a fine situation. Sister, why don't you try carrying me for a few steps? His irritation rendered him unwilling to engage further. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning rent the dark sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. What a dreadful turn of events. Why is it thundering? Lin He thought, sensing the impending trouble. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall. Frustrated, he grumbled, My lady, you had to comment on the weather. How was I to know this cursed weather would bring rain? Siyun retorted, embodying the demeanor of a wronged little girl. Lin He transformed into a disgruntled market vendor, muttering curses. Being associated with your Su family will surely bring about our doom. Regardless of Lin He's grumbling, Siyun was positively beaming on his back, reveling in the moment she had longed for. Silently, she removed her coat and draped it over both of them, hoping to shield Lin He from the elements. In the midst of a torrential downpour, the two hurried toward the only inn available that night. Boss, we need a room, Lin He exclaimed. No, make it 2, he added, as he certainly did not wish to sleep on the floor beside this young lady. The proprietor at the front desk appeared bewildered, scratching his balding head, uncertain of how many rooms to allocate. Siyun discreetly slipped 200 yuan behind her identification card and exchanged a knowing glance with the owner. Here. This is our ID. After a moment of hesitation, the owner quickly grasped Siyun's intent. I'm terribly sorry, miss. We are fully booked tonight. We only have one room left. At that moment, the owner was incredulous. In all his years of running the hotel, he had only ever encountered male protagonists in similar scenarios. How curious it was to have a female lead instead. Feigning disappointment, Siyun implored. Is there truly no extra room available? We are merely colleagues. As she spoke, she bashfully lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. The owner remarked, Miss, you would be wasting your talent if you didn't pursue acting. However, recognizing Siyun's affluent status, the owner seamlessly played along. I'm afraid we really don't have any rooms left. It's Friday, and we are quite busy. It's all right, boss. I shall simply rest here tonight, Lin He declared as he reclined on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Youthful exuberance allowed him to sleep anywhere. Observing Lin He's nonchalant demeanor, Su Yunqian felt an exasperation rising within her. All she wanted was a simple moment of rest beside him, yet it seemed an insurmountable task. The atmosphere in the lobby turned awkward, leaving the owner, who had encountered various situations, at a loss for how to resolve it. In desperation, Su Yunqian discreetly slipped an additional 300 yuan onto the counter, urging the owner to cooperate once more. The owner, adept at navigating such circumstances, quickly approached Lin He on the sofa. "Hey there, young man. I sincerely apologize. Due to regulations, we cannot allow guests to sleep outside of rooms. If the police come to inspect, they will impose fines." Seeing the owner's earnestness, Lin He felt no suspicion and reluctantly rose. "Is there a sofa in the room?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed." The owner responded eagerly. "All right then, let us proceed. I shall sleep on the sofa in the room." After receiving the room key, Su Yunqian feigned seriousness as she warned Lin He, "If you dare to touch me, I shall extract your tendons." Upon delivering her warning, she turned away, her face breaking into a radiant smile, nearly jumping with glee. Lin He, observing the exuberant young lady, shook his head helplessly. "Even with 800 lives, I wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." The owner watched the pair depart, casting an envious glance their way. "Ah, this young man is quite fortunate. To have such a beautiful woman go to such lengths to win him over. Truly enviable." Su Yunqian, in her relentless pursuit of sharing a bed with Lin He, employed every conceivable tactic at her disposal, exhausting her lifetime of cunning. Upon entering the room, she hastily opened a bottle of mineral water, taking a sip before carelessly placing the cap on the sofa. As Lin He entered, he settled onto the sofa to change his shoes. Unbeknownst to him, the bottle tipped over, and water gradually soaked the entire sofa. By the time Lin He noticed, it was far too late. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "How could you spill water all over the sofa?" Responding to his outburst, Su Yunqian emerged from the bathroom, adopting an air of dominance. "Lin He, I never imagined you to be such a person. After a whole day, you're just finding ways to sleep with me, and you still pretend to be innocent." Lin He was taken aback, stammering, "No. Cut it out. Hypocritical man." Su Yunqian feigned anger as she turned to stride towards the bathroom, but once she turned, a triumphant smile spread across her face, reveling in the success of her meticulously crafted plan. However, upon finishing her shower, she was met with an unexpected sight. Lin He lay on the damp sofa, oblivious to its moisture. This scene left Su Yunqian both exasperated and amused. She was unsure whether Lin He was genuinely oblivious to the situation or merely playing the gentleman. "Hey, get up. Why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a cold. Get up." Lin He, at a loss for words, replied, "Aren't you the one who said I was taking advantage of you? It's fine. You can't sleep here. It's too damp. Plus, it rained all night. You'll get sick." After much persuasion from Su Yunqian, Lin He finally agreed to sleep in bed. At that moment, her anxieties eased, realizing the length she had gone to just to be with him. Spending money and orchestrating a charade was no small feat yet. The most disheartening challenge lay ahead. Once the lights were out, Su Yunqian found her body restless and overheated, while Lin He remained eerily silent, as if lifeless, his breathing barely audible. After a prolonged silence, she tentatively inquired, "Are you asleep?" "Yes, I told you to sleep," came his curt reply. Su Yunqian's anger flared instantly. Feeling utterly drained after all the effort she had invested, she inwardly cursed, "Here I am, going through all this trouble for you to sleep. And you act all profound and noble. How insulting. I am, after all, the daughter of a prestigious family, my beauty surpassing that of Su Yuro, the belle of the capital." In fact, her figure was far more voluptuous than her sisteress. Lin He's dismissive attitude was truly infuriating. Unable to contain her frustration, she raised her long leg and kicked Lin He. She turned to the side and fell asleep, choosing to disregard the self-important man. However, after a while, she realized that she had indeed kicked him quite forcefully, yet he showed no sign of reaction. A sense of curiosity enveloped Su Yunqian, prompting her to quietly listen to Lin He's condition. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual in the tranquil night sky. He was trembling, alarmed. Su Yunqian immediately got up and approached Lin He, switching on the light to find him drenched in sweat, his body shaking incessantly. "What's wrong? Don't scare me." Su Yunqian tightly embraced Lin He, witnessing his distress and suffering, tears of concern instantly welling up in her eyes. It was not fear that gripped her heart, but a deep worry for the well-being of her beloved. After acquiring some antipyretics from her boss, Lin He's fever had subsided significantly, and his body was no longer trembling as violently. Su Yunqian gazed at the frail Lin He in her arms, her heart brimming with tenderness. "Lin He, how are you feeling?" Are you all right? There is something I need you to help me with. Lin He's voice emerged weakly as he opened his bleary eyes. Yes. Please tell me, Su Yunxian responded, her eyes reflecting waves of compassion. She thought to herself that since Lin He had seldom spoken, she must assist him in fulfilling his request. It's the service fee for carrying you to the hotel. Could you please settle that, Su Dong? What? Su Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she finally grasped his meaning. You miser. Go to hell. Angered, she playfully struck Lin He. Lin He, who was already feeling dizzy, became even more disoriented. He merely sought what was rightfully his. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yunxian's frustration was directed at him. He had carried her, who weighed 100 pounds, for 2 to 3 kilometers, which was quite reasonable by market standards. Despite their playful banter, Lin He was battling a high fever. And Su Yunxian understood his character well. Seizing the moment while Lin He was weakened, she slowly leaned against him, her soft form enveloping his cold body. Under the tender warmth of Su Yunxian's alluring presence, Lin He's trembling subsided considerably. Feeling the familiar scent, warmth flooded Su Yunxian's heart. At that moment, she had waited 3 long years. While Lin He slept, she gently recounted the myriad moments shared between them. In truth, I have been quite conflicted about you for a long time. My love for you is not misplaced, yet you are my brother-in-law. I have suppressed my feelings for so long. I know you have always been there, protecting me and the Su family. It was you who came to my rescue when I was besieged, and you are always the first to appear whenever I am in danger. However, prior to this, I had always been hesitant towards you. Each time I encountered you, I feigned indifference, never truly acknowledging your presence, for I was acutely aware that you were my brother-in-law. You were Yuro's husband. In my soliloquy, Su Yunxian's voice grew increasingly choked with bitterness. Yet it was not until I found myself confined in a dilapidated wooden cabin on the outskirts of Zhengzhou, in a frigid basement, that my fears truly escalated. I had always harbored a dread of darkness, and to prevent my escape, they administered a copious amount of anesthetic directly into my veins. You cannot fathom the depth of my despair at that moment. The pitch-black basement loomed before me like an abyss, beckoning me, seeking to engulf me in its shadowy depths. Yet I was utterly powerless. My entire body lay motionless. At that juncture, there was a glimmer of happiness and hope within Su Yunxian's tear-filled, beautiful eyes. Even amidst such hopelessness, I ultimately believed that I could wait for you. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, you staggered to my side, your body battered and bruised. At that moment, I pretended to be unconscious, though my mind was acutely alert. I vividly recalled your bloodied visage. My only regret was not rushing to embrace you at the first opportunity. That night, Su Yunxian held Lin He tightly and spoke of countless things. In her embrace, Lin He not only regained much of his strength but also experienced a wonderfully vivid dream. In this dream, he donned a striking suit, cradling a bouquet of exquisite flowers. His face radiant with joy as he walked through a lengthy aisle filled with people. He distinctly remembered this to be his wedding with Yuro 3 years prior. The only difference was that today, everyone's faces were adorned with smiles of happiness. Lin He happily advanced towards his bride, Su Yuro. Just as he intended to take her hand and ascend the stage, he was unexpectedly pushed back by her. Brother-in-law, why are you trying to hold my hand? My sister is over there. Su Yuro gazed at him with tender eyes. Lin He had only seen such a sweet smile in his dreams. Brother-in-law? Lin He was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't she Su Yuro? Shouldn't she be his wife? What are you standing there for? Come on, let us get on stage. Just as Lin He was lost in thought, a gentle voice chimed in, and Su Yunxian took his hand from behind. Ignoring Lin He's bewildered expression, she led him towards the stage. Lin He glanced at Su Yunxian before looking back at Su Yuro, who was waving at them. Brother-in-law, sister, congratulations. You must be happy. Shouldn't I be your husband? Why have I become your brother-in-law? This isn't right. This isn't how it should be. During the wedding, Lin He sensed something was amiss. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, convulsing, and Su Yunxian stood beside him, on the verge of tears. Breathing became increasingly labored until I abruptly awoke in the hotel bed, gasping for air, wiping the beads of sweat from my forehead. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It was merely a dream. In this dream, I had married Su Yunxian, which nearly frightened Lin He to death. If dealing with Su Yuro was challenging enough, the thought of another Su Yunxian was too daunting to contemplate. Wait, where am I? Noticing the peculiar surroundings, Lin He grew cautious. The high fever from the previous night had clouded his mind, causing him to forget the events that transpired. Turning his head, he caught sight of a cascade of lustrous black hair, and dread filled him. Gently pushing aside the hair, he took a closer look. To his horror, it was Su Yunxian. Gazing upon her serene, exquisite face while she slept, Lin He felt as though he would burst from embarrassment. Upon realizing he was clad only in his underwear and surrounded by scattered garments, revealing intimate attire belonging to Su Yunxian, he could scarcely fathom the ferocity of the prior night's escapades. Was it possible that after 26 years of being a virgin, he had lost it so recklessly? In an effort to avoid the awkwardness of Su Yunxian awakening, Lin He donned a pair of shorts and stealthily made his way out, clutching his clothes like a thief. However, his furtive movements did not go unnoticed, and he was caught red-handed by Su Yunxian. "What are you doing?" she inquired, her gaze rendering him as immobile as if he had been petrified by Medusa herself. In a desperate attempt to alleviate the discomfort, Lin He scratched his head and chuckled nervously. "Miss, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Su Yunxian shot him a bemused glance. "Look at you, what a coward. Of course, I was sleeping. You kept me up all night. It nearly exhausted me. I need to catch up on my rest. By the way, if you're not too tired, please call someone to bring the car back to pick me up." With that, she drifted back to sleep, still somewhat dazed. Kept her up all night? Lin He pondered as he surveyed the strewn clothing and undergarments. It appeared that, as she had stated, the previous night had indeed been quite tumultuous. He could distinctly feel a sense of weakness and fatigue enveloping him. In that moment, Lin He felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had betrayed love, and his life had spiraled into chaos. After all, Su Yunxian was the sister of his ex-wife, Su Yuro, the very sister. Lin He, a traditional man, found it difficult to reconcile the events unfolding before him. He had never even touched his ex-wife but had now found himself entangled with her sister. Chapter 31. Su Yunxian's scheme regardless of the circumstances. What was done could not be undone. The key lay in how to resolve the situation. Thus, Lin He borrowed a flatbed truck from his boss, filled it with fuel from a gas station, and finally managed to start the Land Rover parked 2 kilometers away. He then returned to the inn to retrieve Su Yunxian. As they journeyed along, the two remained enveloped in a profound silence. However, unlike their usual demeanor, Lin He appeared particularly tense today. While focused on driving, he occasionally cast furtive glances towards Su Yunxian in the passenger seat. After all, the previous night had unfolded in an indescribable manner. "I am truly sorry, miss." Lin He could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. "You have nothing to apologize for. It was mutually consensual. There is no need for you to feel guilty." Her words, suggesting that she was willing to engage in such intimacy, took Lin He by surprise. During her time at the Su family, apart from Su Yuro, she had seemed to harbor the most disdain for him. How could she now appear so indifferent after their encounter? "Miss, I genuinely mean it. I am at a loss as to how things transpired last night. It was all rather muddled. I owe you an apology. But as long as you and the Su family do not harm mine, I will always stand by you," Lin He proclaimed earnestly. "Oh, is that so? Then are you willing to return with me to the Su family?" At her words, a glint of light sparkled in Su Yunxian's eyes. Aside from that, Lin He abruptly halted, feeling a jolt of surprise. "Ha!" Su Yunxian couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. "See, you cannot manage it." Leaning back in her seat, her enchanting gaze remained fixated on the man beside her, a subtle smirk of triumph gracing her exquisite features. She thought to herself, "Look at you. I can easily manipulate you." In her mind, she reveled in the success of her scheme, while Lin He found himself ensnared like a fish on Su Yunxian's hook. In the days that followed, whether at the company or in daily life, Lin He discerned that Su Yunxian seemed to have genuinely forgotten about that fateful night. It was as if it had never occurred, and they had reverted to being strangers. At the company, she no longer extended any special treatment towards him. Their encounters were akin to those between unfamiliar individuals, a bewildering reality in the world of the affluent. After a fleeting romance, everything seemed to vanish into thin air. To better immerse himself in his life, Lin He devoted himself to his work, aspiring to carve out a successful career in the realm of financial investment. Upon arriving at the office one morning, he discovered a throng of people gathered outside his office. As soon as they spotted Lin He, they surged forward to surround him. "Minister Lin, we have been waiting for you," exclaimed a representative from the Electric Group, Niu Danning. "I am Lu Li, the vice president of Jiangchuan Development Bank." "Wait." Lin He raised his hand to signal for silence, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. "Everyone, please come into my office and we can discuss this calmly." He instructed Zhang Qing to bring some water and invited the 7 or 8 visitors into his office. Observing their fervent demeanor, Lin He felt compelled to tread carefully in his words. Early in the morning, as Lin He found himself stuck at the entrance of his own home, A sense of trepidation washed over him. Could it be that these individuals were the ones he had borrowed from in the past? Minister Lin, greetings. I am Neo Danning from the Electric Group. We met at the banquet in the Ziyuan Palace. The portly and somewhat naive-looking Neo expressed his gratitude fervently. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your guidance back then, we would have never amassed such wealth. Following your advice, I invested in renewable energy stocks in the United States and made over 10 million. This small token is merely a gesture of thanks. As he spoke, Neo produced a black bag, revealing it to be filled to the brim with red banknotes. Lin was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out as he initially feared they had come to collect a debt. To his astonishment, they were here to express their gratitude. No, this is too much. Lin stammered, hastily declining the offer. He glanced at Su Yunqian's office across the way, noticing her piercing gaze fixed upon him. You needn't give me anything. This is all you rightfully earned. What brings you here today? Minister Lin, if you refuse this money, it would make it quite awkward for me to ask for your assistance. Neo insisted, attempting to press the money into Lin He's hands once more. No, you mustn't lead me to air. Faced with Lin He's resolute stance, the visitors reluctantly withdrew the cash. Neo, visibly embarrassed, remarked, Minister Lin, we want to beat around the bush. We came to discuss opportunities and see if there are any promising projects to undertake together. You are well aware that the current economic climate is challenging, since you have such a keen grasp of the prevailing circumstances. We firmly believe you can guide us to profitability. Lin felt the weight of the expectant gazes from these successful individuals from various sectors resting upon him. He feigned hesitation, saying, this might not be appropriate, as our company has its own financial needs. Neo, catching on, assured Lin He, rest assured, Minister. You just name your profit share. The others nodded in agreement, yes. Minister Lin, don't be shy. We will ensure you are compensated for your efforts. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin decided to be forthright. How about 10%? 10% of the profits. The proposed share was substantial. If they earned 1 million, they would owe Lin He 100,000. The high division of profits caused a moment of hesitation among them. Yet Lin He remained unfazed. Since you seem uncertain, take your time to ponder it. However, such lucrative financial opportunities are fleeting. Upon hearing Lin He's challenge, the group quickly resolved their indecision, declaring in unison, Minister Lin. There's no need to deliberate. We agree. Lin He smiled faintly. All right, since that's the case, I shall draft a proposal first. When the time comes, I will lead everyone to profit. After meeting with several prominent figures, Lin He, accompanied by the Strategic Financing Department, reached out to various institutions to establish a financing fund. Concurrently, he worked tirelessly to devise a financing acquisition plan for electric motorcycle manufacturers, securing a funding pool of 80 million. He was now formally prepared to advance to the next project. Upon arriving at the office that morning, Lin He approached the chairman's office with the project acquisition plan in hand, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, Su Yunqian was the chairperson, and any endeavor required her approval. Chairman Su, this is my latest project proposal. Please take a look, and if there are no issues, kindly endorse it. As Lin He presented the project proposal, Su Yunqian, without a moment's hesitation, took out her pen and affixed her signature. The proposal detailed Lin He's intention to invest in a struggling electric vehicle manufacturing company. In the realm of investments, such a move could be deemed reckless. Lin He had anticipated that Su Yunqian would reject the Strategic Financing Department's resolution, yet, to his surprise, she approved it without even a glance. Noticing Lin He standing there, still in shock, Su Yunqian set down her pen and looked at him. What is it? Do you have more to discuss? Lin He, still dazed, pointed at the proposal on her desk. I am investing in a company on the brink of bankruptcy. Are you truly not going to reconsider? Su Yunqian smiled gently. Why should I fear if you yourself are unafraid? Moreover, this money is not the company's. Why should I worry? Lin He replied, well, that's true. It's not my money, so there's no pain in spending it. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin He cheerfully exited with the approved proposal in hand. After Lin He left, Secretary Zhao entered the office. Observing Lin He's retreating figure, she expressed her concerns. Chairman, while he may be the one you cherish, you cannot continually indulge him. The news of his investment in a nearly bankrupt electric vehicle manufacturer has already spread within the industry. If the investors catch wind of this, they will certainly cause a stir at the company. Su Yunqian, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, gazed at the industrious Lin He, a tender expression gracing her features. It's fine. Let him pursue his ambitions. Should anything go awry, I will handle it myself. Secretary Zhao questioned. What is it that the chairman sees in Lin He to dote on him so? Chapter 32. Lin He, unfazed returning home. Lin He retrieved his old mobile phone. He dialed a familiar number that he had never saved in his contacts. Hello. It's me. I've heard that the Northern Front requires new strategic materials. The Russians are seeking mobile equipment capable of breaching frontline positions. However, the cacophony generated by traditional motorcycles is exceedingly loud, rendering them prone to exposure. Recently, I acquired an electric motorcycle manufacturing plant. My dear friend, your extensive international connections could surely be of assistance in this matter. Oh, I see. Your intelligence-gathering skills are quite impressive. A familiar voice resonated from the other end of the line. Indeed. I do have contacts within the import and export department of the Russians. However, it will cost you $1 million. $1 million? 5? Why not just rob a bank instead? I was informed that the expenses would exceed $1 million. Lin He, in a fit of exasperation, unleashed a tirade over the phone. 0. How can you justify such unethical behavior? Spending $1 million to negotiate with them means they would certainly allow you to profit, wouldn't they? Upon further reflection, Lin He recognized that in business, mutual facilitation is an established norm, tacitly accepted worldwide. Nevertheless, considering that Five's information had always been remarkably accurate, Lin He decided not to dwell on it. After all, he would ultimately profit. One must tread carefully, step by step, and refrain from harboring unrealistic fantasies. Very well. I shall send you the name of the electric motorcycle enterprise. Its survival now rests in your hands. The $1 million will be transferred shortly, with arrangements made through discreet channels. Lin He felt considerably more assured about this investment project. However, news of his financial commitment to a near-bankrupt electric motorcycle manufacturing plant quickly spread. Those once deemed trustworthy began to crowd Lin He's office once more. Upon learning of this, President Neo was visibly distressed. Minister Lin, I hear you have invested the entirety of the fund pool into a failing electric motorcycle company? Lin He calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Indeed. What of it? Do you regret it? Upon receiving a definitive answer, President Neo grew increasingly agitated, nearly leaping in place. Alas, Minister Lin, how can you engage in such folly? This is hardly a child's play. Anyone with a modicum of understanding in financial investment knows that the electric vehicle industry is already saturated and fiercely competitive, a veritable sunset industry. Moreover, they lack any brand value. You are merely offering warmth to a lost cause. It is astonishing that these individuals, leaders of their respective enterprises, possess such a shallow comprehension of global trends. Lacking patience and foresight, it is no wonder their businesses have been in decline. At this moment, the vice president of the development bank, nearly beside himself, insisted, "This cannot stand. Minister Lin, you must retrieve our funds. Such high risk is something our bank will not endorse." The bank, a bastion of order and trust, was behaving so recklessly, leaving Lin He at a loss for words. "Vice President Liu, this is hardly appropriate. We have a signed agreement." "No way. We had not anticipated that we would take such an unconventional and extreme approach. Anyone with a modicum of investment knowledge would never engage in such folly. Indeed, return our funds to us, and ours as well." Under the leadership of Vice President Liu Li, the office atmosphere had spiraled into chaos. The investors crowded around Lin He's office, resembling creditors demanding repayment. They clamored for Lin He to return their money, and as the commotion intensified, more onlookers gathered. Faced with this tumultuous scene, Lin He found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a clear and commanding voice resonated from the crowd. "What are you all so worried about? Are you concerned about losing money? Or are you questioning whether Leno can bear this responsibility? If Leno cannot, then my position as the chairman of the National Financial Commission should suffice." With the arrival of Su Yunqian, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence under her formidable presence. After all, she was the chairman of the National Financial Commission and concurrently the chairman of the National Financial Group, a figure of national significance. One that lesser beings like Niu Danu and Lu Li could scarcely hope to encounter in their lifetimes. Chairman Su, upon realizing it was Su Yunqian, Lu Li's expression shifted instantly as he wore a foolish grin before the strikingly beautiful Su Yunqian. "Hee. Since Chairman Su has vouched for our Minister Lin, I naturally place my trust in you." Su Yunqian cast a cold glance at the indecisive individuals before her and disdainfully remarked, "Rest assured, should this project encounter any misfortune, I shall bear the consequences. As a dignified chairman of the National Financial Commission and chairman of the National Financial Group, surely I can afford to cover 80 million. The room fell into an immediate hush, and the crowd refrained from uttering another word. After all, no one wished to offend a person of such national stature. Minister! Minister! Good news! Good news! Zhang Qing rushed into the office, visibly excited, his computer in hand. What happened? Why the rush? Lin He, after a series of events, exhibited signs of impatience. Zhang Qing placed the computer before Lin He. Look. The company we recently acquired has received a substantial order from a mysterious company in Eastern Europe today. A staggering order of 200,000 electric motorcycles. That is 200,000 units, generating a revenue of 4.5 billion, with a profit of 60 million. In just one day, WeVE made such a return. WeVE struck gold. Lin He, however, remained remarkably composed. Why are you so excited? This was anticipated. The other investors huddled together to examine the computer, and upon confirming the authenticity of the orders displayed on the screen, they celebrated joyously like children. Their demeanor towards Lin He transformed, showering him with praises. Minister Lin, you are truly exceptional. You've astounded me. I never imagined we would recoup 60 million in just one day. This project is bound to be a guaranteed success. They cast admiring glances towards Lin He, fortunate that he alone decided to invest in the project. Otherwise, they would have missed out on tens of millions in profits. Beside him, Su Yunqian observed Lin He's impressive display with an expression of incredulity, her body momentarily frozen as she marveled at his accomplishments. It was unexpected. He had indeed achieved remarkable success. The first and second times could be attributed to luck, but what about the third? Clearly, it was not mere fortune. 3 years ago, when Lin He first entered the Su family, she deemed him a useless son-in-law. Little did she know, he not only safeguarded the Su family, but also amassed substantial wealth. Lin He picked up his teacup, preparing to take a stroll around the company to showcase his moment of glory, and before departing, he casually remarked to Vice President Liu. After the settlement of this project, do not seek me out again. You are ill-suited for this. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Liu in a state of despair. Now, he wished he could slap himself for uttering words that jeopardized their collaborative relationship. How foolish. Liu even chastised himself before hurriedly making his way toward Lin He, leaving those nearby utterly bewildered. Chapter 33. Su Yunqian confronts the green tea bitch. Since the second project achieved significant success, Lin He found himself walking with newfound confidence. Even the typically aloof directors appeared endearing. They had once carried themselves with an air of superiority, as if their nostrils could touch the heavens. Previously, Lin felt working in the company was akin to imprisonment, with days dragging on interminably. However, after the triumphs of 2 projects, the people within the company seemed increasingly charming. Those who once referred to him as Little Lin now approached him with utmost respect, addressing him as Minister Lin. This sensation was exhilarating. Minister Lin, the chairman requests your presence. Lin He, engrossed in watching short videos at his desk, was startled by Secretary Zhao's sudden entrance, nearly dropping his phone. Chairman Su, you called for me. If there are no issues, please sign here. Su Yunqian presented a document to Lin He. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the staggering figures, 5 million. Astonished, Lin He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Is this? Your 2 projects have brought the company tens of millions in profits. This is your bonus. Su Yunqian remained composed, her clear eyes radiating an air of nobility. Such a sum? Lin He struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the reward. Su Yunqian's gaze shifted, becoming laden with meaning. If you heed my words, there will be even greater rewards in the future. Upon hearing the promise of additional bonuses, Lin He's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Just how much are we talking about? Su Yunqian, with a captivating demeanor, began to tidy Lin He's disheveled attire. Her enchanting voice floated to his ears. Is not having the esteemed daughter of the Su family worth more than a mere 5 million? To gain the daughter of the Su family? That would surely be the end of Lin He. Terrified, he gasped. Gulp. Then I shall take the 5 million bonus. With swift determination, Lin He signed to confirm. He then hurriedly departed, leaving Su Yunqian watching him dart away faster than a rabbit. A hint of disappointment flickered across her icy, exquisite visage. Deep down, he still harbored apprehension regarding both himself and the Su family. Director, treat us. Upon returning to the strategic financing department, Lin He was immediately surrounded by all the members. They clamored in unison for him to host a treat. After all, Lin He had just received over 5 million. He ought to show some gratitude. At that moment, Lin He felt a surge of pride and boldly pointed at the 11 members. You, and you, and you, all of you, each shall receive 30,000. Wow. As soon as Lin He spoke, the strategic financing department erupted in jubilant chaos. The once tranquil office was stirred by their exuberant cheers. Other departments cast envious glances their way. The 5 million was entirely Lin He's own bonus. Yet, he generously distributed 300,000 among his subordinates. What kind of employee wouldn't he appreciate such a leader? Lin He's fervent admirer, Zhang Cheng, boldly declared, "From this day forth, you are my father. I shall ensure you receive the first bite of any delicious dish. And any beautiful girl I encounter, I will definitely introduce to you." Hearing this, Lin He felt a swell of joy in his heart. He patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder. "You truly are my beloved son." Ah, filial son. It must be said, Zhang Cheng does possess a certain talent for charming the ladies. Yesterday, he claimed he would introduce Lin He to a beautiful woman. And today, he truly brought Lin He a date. However, his taste appeared somewhat lacking. He introduced Lin He to the best friend of his own girlfriend, Gao Yining. Birds of a feather flocked together, considering they were both from the tea garden. It was likely that the woman Zhang Cheng found for Lin He would not be of much higher caliber. After work that evening, Lin He found himself aimlessly waiting in a French restaurant downstairs, feeling rather lost. A voice called from behind, "Are you Lin He? Are you Chen Lin?" Upon turning to behold a stunning woman in a white dress, Lin He was instantly captivated. One must admit, Zhang Cheng may not have a good eye for character, but he certainly has a knack for spotting beautiful women. She was both striking and impressive. He possesses a profound understanding of his sovereign father. Indeed, this type of woman is precisely to Lin He's liking. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. However, to his astonishment, the woman proceeded to utter words that left him utterly speechless. "First and foremost, allow me to clarify. Although you hold a ministerial position in your company ordinarily, I would not regard men of your ilk with any esteem." Observing her radiating an aura of materialism, Lin He nearly choked on his drink. With an air of confidence, she delicately gestured with her slender hands, continuing to revel in her self-proclaimed status as a high-quality woman. "Permit me to introduce my prerequisites. My name is Chen Lin. I am a human resources representative at a consulting firm, earning a salary of 4,500 with a bachelor's degree. I enjoy spending my leisure time shopping with friends, traveling, watching movies, and indulging in manicures. I am an exemplary and independent contemporary woman. My expectations for a partner are quite straightforward. Once we are together, I require a monthly allowance of 10,000. All household chores, cooking, and childcare responsibilities must fall upon the male partner. Additionally, his parents cannot reside with us, as I intend to bring my own parents to live with us. Furthermore, should marriage be on the horizon, I will demand a bride price of 880,000, along with a residence of no less than 100 square meters within the Third Ring Road, and a casual purchase of an Audi A8 for transportation. All of these must be under my name." I can't contain myself. The tea I had just sipped burst forth. Some splattered onto Chen Lin, inciting her immediate fury. "Hey, how can you be so disrespectful? Truly lacking in manners." Lin He endeavored to restrain himself. Acting impulsively and striking her would be ill-advised, leading to both financial loss and the necessity to apologize. The best he could do was suppress his laughter. "I apologize, Miss Chen. How about this? Let us reverse the roles. Instead of you marrying me, I shall come to your home, and you will provide me with 880,000 as a bride price along with a house. I want to even require you to purchase the Audi. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's face flushed with indignation, feeling her dignity had been gravely insulted. "Oh, how can you be like this? Are you even a man?" Yet, Lin He, with reason and logic, countered, "Indeed, it is precisely because I am a man that I refrain from demanding a car and other stipulations." The previously demure Chen Lin transformed into a tempestuous figure, akin to a market vendor, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Lin He. How shameless! How utterly ridiculous! Go out on the street and ask which esteemed woman would be willing to expend such resources to take you as a son-in-law. I would. Amidst their heated argument, a gentle and melodious voice emerged from behind them. In Chen Lin's astonished gaze, Su Yunxian gracefully seated herself beside Lin He. She took out the electronic copy of the property deed from her phone and handed it to Lin He. "I do not possess 100 square meters of property." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin revealed a smug smile, secretly thinking how ridiculous it was for someone without such a house to act so grand. However, the revelation that followed from Su Yunxian left her utterly astonished. "I do not possess 100 square meters of property. I own a 300 square meter house in Tianhe Century." Lin He, taken aback, stood speechless. The status of Tianhe Century was undeniable, while it may not rival the luxurious residences of the magical cities or the capital. A unit there would not be below several million. Those who could afford such properties typically had fortunes exceeding 100 million. Su Yunxian, standing before them, was undoubtedly a wealthy woman, far beyond the reach of someone like Chen Lin. "Miss, what are you doing here making a scene?" Under ordinary circumstances, Lin He would have readily agreed to such a request. Yet, Su Yunxian belonged to the Su family, a connection he could never reclaim. "Miss, if you are unsatisfied with this," Su Yunxian interjected, revealing properties she owned in other cities. "I also have dozens of properties in the capital and the magical cities. After our marriage, you may choose freely, and the properties will be transferred to your name." Lin He attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Su Yunxian. "Oh, are you concerned about transportation?" She then signaled her assistant, who entered carrying a large bag filled with luxury car keys, which he poured onto the table where they were conversing. Su Yunxian gazed at Lin He with affectionate eyes, saying, "As long as you are willing to be with me, you may choose any car you desire. Oh, by the way, if you find long-distance travel exhausting, I also have dozens of private jets at your disposal." At this point, Chen Lin could no longer contain her laughter. Initially, hearing about Su Yunxian's extensive properties and vehicles might have suggested her wealth, but upon learning about the private jets, Chen Lin felt her intelligence was insulted. While one might purchase a private jet, acquiring flight routes was an entirely different matter, not something that could simply be bought with money. In her heart, she concluded that this woman was merely an accomplice hired by Lin He for the performance. "Hey, can you two stop acting in front of me?" Chen Lin scoffed. "Claiming this lavish Western restaurant is yours is one thing, but private jets? Why not say the earth belongs to you as well?" At a mere glance from Su Yunxian, her secretary understood the cue and left. Su Yunxian's icy gaze then fell upon the materialistic Chen Lin, declaring, "You are not welcome here. My restaurant does not accommodate you." Chen Lin looked at Su Yunxian and Lin He as if they were lunatics, coldly mocking. "No way. You two have become too immersed in your roles or perhaps have lost your senses while reading these novels. How could you utter such mindless words? Do you truly consider yourselves to be the esteemed Wang Songsong, the nation's darling? Boasting at every turn. A woman of Chen Lin's caliber is hardly worthy of the attention of a distinguished lady like Su Yunxian. Even the so-called wealthy heir, Wang Songsong, is merely regarded as a rather affluent jester in the eyes of the Su family." Su Yunxian paid little heed to them, instead intertwining her arm with Lin He and engaging in playful intimacy. Just then, the assistant approached, accompanied by the restaurant manager. With a beaming smile, Chen Lin addressed them. "I sincerely apologize. Mississippi Miss Su has just acquired this restaurant and has decided to close it for a day to conduct a thorough cleaning, removing all unnecessary waste. We kindly ask for your cooperation." The manager gestured for them to leave. "Cleaning up the garbage? Is that not a veiled insult suggesting that I am the refuse?" Chen Lin slammed the table in fury, glaring fiercely at Lin He and Su Yunxian. "Who do you call garbage?" Su Yunxian, unfazed, calmly replied, "I never called anyone garbage. I merely stated that our restaurant will be closed for a day to tidy up any unnecessary litter." A slight glint crossed her features as she added, "Unless, of course, that person perceives themselves as garbage." "You?" Chen Lin, unable to contain her frustration, grasped her handbag with the intention of hurling it. However, she was met with Su Yunxian's harsh rebuke. "Using a counterfeit Hermes to strike us is hardly a wise choice. Can you truly afford the damages?" In an instant, all eyes in the restaurant turned to Chen Lin, leaving her feeling so embarrassed that she wished to sink into the floor. Su Yunxian was no ordinary woman, thus. Chen Lin resigned herself to leaving with her second-hand Hermes, begrudgingly swallowing her humiliation. After all, she had encountered Su Yunxian today. Chapter 34. Young Miss, you may release me now. Young Miss, you may let go now. The person has already fled in anger. No need to continue the charade. Thank you for your assistance. Observing Chen Lin's retreating figure, Lin He reluctantly extricated himself from Su Yunxian's embrace. She held on quite tightly, leaving his arms nearly numb. Yet, Su Yunxian tightened her grip further, her enchanting gaze fixed on Lin He as she remarked, I am not acting at all." Hearing this, Lin He stiffened, captivated by the sincerity in Su Yunxian's eyes. His dim gaze reflected a hint of astonishment, as if he had envisioned this very moment countless times before. 3 years prior, when he entered the Su family to settle his debts, the instant he laid eyes on Su Yuro, his heart fluttered like a love-struck youth. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Though Lin He understood that his relationship with the Su family was merely one of cooperation, he was simply a hired enforcer, nothing more. The two share no further connection. Yet, beneath the unique charm of Su Yuro, Lin He ultimately finds himself lost. Presently, gazing at Su Yunxian, who bears a striking resemblance to Su Yuro, Lin He feels a long-buried emotional ripple stirring within him. Truly beautiful. In terms of both appearance and figure, Su Yunxian is not in the slightest inferior to her sister, Su Yuro. She even possesses an added grace. Haha, young lady, you truly have a sense of humor. Lin He, flustered, extricated himself from Su Yunxian's affectionate embrace and fled in haste. Su Yunxian, observing Lin He's panicked retreat, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. She understood that such matters cannot be rushed. Yet, the distance between them seemed to inexplicably diminish, exciting her immensely. Minister Lin, winter is approaching. This scarf is hand-knitted by me, a gift for you. Minister Lin, while preparing lunch, I made an extra portion for you. Minister Lin, just now, while ordering afternoon tea, I ordered an extra for you. Please don't be shy. Minister Lin, here are my favorite snacks to share with you. You simply must try them. Ah, such distress. Lin He never anticipated that he would one day feel troubled by the kindness of others. Looking at the array of treats on his desk, he could see the affection from his colleagues, particularly from the female ones, which left him feeling quite bashful. Well, Minister, you are truly enviable. Zhang Qing entered the office and immediately noticed the desk piled high with snacks. However, his envy was not directed at Lin He's abundance of treats, but rather at the affection he received from so many female colleagues. If Lin He were to play his cards right, he could enjoy a different companion every night. Yet, Lin He, visibly impatient, retorted, "Go away. Envy? Nonsense. I'm completely at a loss. I can neither refuse nor accept." Seeing Lin He's lack of understanding, Zhang Qing grew increasingly anxious. "My minister, are you foolish? They are confessing their feelings to you." Confessing feelings? Lin He was bewildered, unable to comprehend what they saw in him. No house, no car. Apart from a handsome face, he possessed nothing. Just as Lin He was immersed in confusion, the ever-licentious Zhang Qing began to devise a plan. "Minister Lin, I believe you could do this. Invite a different woman out each night. When the moment feels right, seize the opportunity. Would that not allow you to change partners daily and ascend to the pinnacle of life?" To this, Lin He responded with disdain. "You underestimate them. They are merely offering me some snacks. There is no way it could be as you suggest." However, Zhang Qing, drawing from his own experiences, continued to preach, "Minister, trust me, when the time comes, just say it's to express your gratitude for her gift. Tonight, I will personally prepare a meal at your home to show my appreciation. You must understand that women are inherently passive beings. Once you take the initiative, they will seldom refuse. Besides, they have already taken the step to feed you." After Zhang Qing's analysis, Lin He's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. "You scoundrel. I shudder to think of how many women have fallen victim to your manipulations. Nevertheless, I must admit I appreciate your perspective." The two were deeply engrossed in their discussion when suddenly the office door swung open, and an icy aura swiftly enveloped the room. Su Yunxian cast a frosty glance at Zhang Qing. "What animal were you just referring to?" Having never encountered such an intimidating presence, Zhang Qing was left speechless by her piercing gaze. Ignoring Lin He's pleading look, he stumbled out of the office, mumbling incoherently. With Zhang Qing gone, Su Yunxian's attention naturally shifted to Lin He. "I heard you're inviting colleagues over to your home for dinner tonight?" Lin He found himself at a loss for words under Su Yunxian's scrutiny. Yes. Is that so? Why wasn't I invited?" A hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. Without further ado, Su Yunxian began to gather all the snacks from Lin He's desk, taking everything that had been given to him by other women. "Make sure to invite me for dinner tonight. If you don't, it's no matter. I can certainly find my own way there." After declaring this, she carried her haul of snacks back to her office, leaving Lin He scratching his head in confusion. What to do? Should he invite those female colleagues who have been kind to him over? If he did, Su Yunxian would undoubtedly come as well. But if he didn't invite them, she would still show up. Faced with the prospect of confronting her alone, he preferred to have his colleagues accompany him. Thus, as soon as work ended, he gathered Zhang Qing and others to prepare dinner at his home. Once the meal was nearly ready, he would call the female colleagues over. "Well, Minister Lin, you have prepared an extravagant feast." A throng of female colleagues rushed into Lin He's home, marveling at the sumptuous spread he had laid out. They were astonished to discover that Lin He was not only exceptionally competent at work, but also a culinary maestro. Who would be so fortunate as to marry him? Just as the female colleagues reveled in their delight, one of them noticed an extra pair of chopsticks on the table. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Minister Lin, why is there an extra pair of chopsticks?" Is another colleague coming? Lin He was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just as he hesitated, the front door swung open unexpectedly. Su Yunxian elegantly entered the room, clad in a Korean-style coat. "Oh, everyone is here," she exclaimed. "Don't stop, continue eating." Without hesitation, she made her way to Lin He's bedroom, emerging only after removing her coat and handbag. The colleagues, taken aback to see the last arrival was the chairwoman, were momentarily stunned, especially noticing how at ease Su Yunxian was as she entered the bedroom. It suggested an extraordinary relationship between Lin He and her, perhaps even a romantic one. After all, what respectable woman would casually enter another's bedroom? Once she completed her tasks, Su Yunxian sat beside Lin He and began to eat, disregarding the astonished gazes of her colleagues as she heartily served herself from the table. She occasionally added food to Lin He's bowl, which he resisted, but a mere glance from her was enough to subdue him. Eventually, a curious female colleague could no longer contain herself. "Chairwoman, are you too?" With a group of colleagues looking incredulously at the pair, Su Yunxian finally sensed something was amiss. To dispel any misunderstandings, Lin He began to clarify. "Everyone, please don't overthink it. It's not what you think." Su Dong just went in to hang up her clothes. Serving food is merely an expression of a boss's concern for her employees. Listening to Lin He's flimsy defense, the colleagues exchanged looks of disdain. What kind of boss would repeatedly serve food to her employees, and in such generous quantities? Observing Lin He's anxious demeanor, Su Yunxian secretly smiled in satisfaction. Yes, this was precisely the effect she desired. Knowing their relationship was not simple, the other young women in the company began to keep their distance, lest they find themselves entangled with Lin He amidst a throng of admirers. Chapter 35. Do you and Su Dong have something going on? During a pause in the meal, Lin He's close friend, Zhang Qing, stealthily pulled him into the kitchen. Like a gossiping elder, he began to question him meaningfully. "Hey, Lin Ge, spill the beans. What is going on? What are you talking about?" Lin He replied, bewildered. Zhang Qing glanced over at the dining table where Su Yunxian and the others were eating, then patted Lin He on the shoulder. "Stop pretending. Tell me, do you and Su Dong have something going on?" Lin He's expression tightened. That is absolutely not the case. His demeanor revealed no signs of evasion or deception, not because he was pretending, but because he had experienced the terrifying nature of the Su family. He had no desire to draw closer to them again, wishing only for a peaceful existence. Zhang Qing was clearly unconvinced by Lin He's words. "Come on, who are you kidding? No one is that affectionate. What kind of boss serves you food every day? Perhaps it's just because the previous 2 projects went well, and she recognized my efforts," Lin He replied, maintaining a natural demeanor. He chose to ignore him, taking some vegetables and departing from the dining table. Is this permissible? Alas. In the future, grant me a bit of independent project funding. I too desire to earn President Su's recognition. Zhang Qing called out with a laugh towards Lin He's retreating figure. After the meal, Lin He escorted Su Yunxian and several colleagues downstairs, just when he thought he had successfully navigated the night without incident. He noticed Su Yunxian's exquisite silhouette lingering under the dim light, reluctant to depart. This not only plunged Lin He into contemplation and confusion, but also left him wondering what schemes this woman was concocting. "Minister Lin, I've had a bit too much to drink tonight. Could you accompany me home?" The astonished gazes of everyone fell upon Lin He and Su Yunxian. Simultaneously, a flicker of disappointment passed through the eyes of those female colleagues who admired Lin He. They had not anticipated that President Su harbored affections for Minister Lin. Could it be that Lin He's dinner invitation was an announcement of his relationship with Su Yunxian? If Su Yunxian truly fancied Lin He, then what competitive advantage remained for the other female colleagues? They would merely become stepping stones. Contemplating this, the women who admired Lin He were overwhelmed by a wave of jealousy. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, upon hearing Su Yunxian request Lin He to escort her home, subtly urged him to comply, nearly leaping with excitement. However, Lin He appeared surprisingly disinterested in the enchanting figure of the formidable President Su, unexpectedly declining her. "I'm sorry, President Su. I need to pick up my son later. I truly cannot drive you." A child? Such a revelation left the company colleagues puzzled and bewildered. Of course, Lin He did not have a child. He had merely adopted a stray dog recently and regarded it as his child. Su Yunxian was incredulous. Her extensive investigation had revealed no mention of any child. "Your child? You have a child?" Her voice dropped significantly, tinged with a slight tremor. "Yes. Unfortunately, it's not here today. It was taken back to its hometown. When it returns, I'll introduce it to everyone. It's quite adorable." In reality, The stray dog had simply spent a few days at the pet clinic for treatment. Su Yunxian's eyes sparkled with confusion, as if tears were threatening to spill. Observing Lin He's calm demeanor, she discerned no hint of deceit. Su Yunxian could not fathom why. Despite her sincerity and directness, the outcome remained so disheartening. Without uttering another word, she quietly approached the Audi parked nearby, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Qing, with a grin, patted Lin He on the shoulder. Hey, can't you see President Su's feelings for you? Why concoct such an absurd lie to deceive her? Hasten to apologize to her. You still have a chance. Observing Lin He's obstinate demeanor, Zhang Qing felt a pang of anxiety. Yet Lin He insisted stubbornly, no. I truly have a child, and his name is Potato. In a few days, I shall introduce him to you all. I assure you, you will adore him. With that, he departed with a flourish. Meanwhile, Su Yunxian, speeding in her Audi, had already been reduced to tears. The words Lin He had spoken echoed vividly in her mind. So palpable and real. Suddenly, she realized that the efforts she had expended over the past 3 years had evaporated into nothingness. She never imagined that Lin He had already established a family with a child. Upon returning home, Lin He found himself lost in contemplation, clutching a photo album. He gazed at the faces within, particularly the grand family portrait of the Su family, and the strikingly beautiful Su family's 3 daughters. In the past, his affections had been entirely captivated by the enchanting ice beauty, Su Yuro. However, today, his thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Yunxian, who bore a resemblance to his ex-wife but possessed an added depth of grace and charm. He could hardly fathom that the person who had once been so indifferent to him now held such significance in his life. By now, Lin He could hardly be oblivious to Su Yunxian's feelings. However, such emotions were far beyond what he dared to contemplate. In resignation, he set the photograph aside and retreated to his cold bedroom. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Lin He from his slumber as he lay atop a stack of files. Initially, he assumed it was the oblivious secretary Zhao, but to his astonishment, it was none other than the company's second beauty, Kai Na. Startled, Lin He quickly sprang up to offer his reassurance. Sister Na, what brings you here? Kai Na shot him an exasperated glance. Humph. This left Lin He in a state of distress. Oh dear sister, what troubles you? Who has angered you? Who is your sister? Who invites everyone to dinner and neglects their own sister? Lin He couldn't help but chuckle at Kai Na, who pouted and turned her head away. Women are indeed possessive. She could feel jealous over such trivial matters. Thus, Lin He proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding his invitation, clarifying that he merely sought to delineate boundaries from the throng of suitors at the company. Upon hearing Lin He's reasoning, a radiant smile spread across Kai Na's face. Now that's more like it. I suppose I can forgive you, but you must treat me to a meal alone. No problem. Lin He readily agreed. The cafeteria downstairs is quite decent. You can cover my meals for this week. Kai Na's eyes sparkled with cleverness, her mind calculating with a precision that could be heard throughout the company, while Lin He remained blissfully unaware. At noon, the workday concluded. Lin He and Kai Na ventured to the underground canteen, amidst the curious gazes of their colleagues. They dined together like a couple, sharing bites of each other's meals in an endearingly intimate manner. However, before they could savor much, Su Yunxian approached with her tray, nonchalantly taking a seat opposite them, as if oblivious to their presence. Chairwoman, Kai Na gasped, startled by the unexpected appearance of Su Yunxian right across from her. Witnessing this scene, their colleagues couldn't help but cast envious glances. It was a dream scenario for many of the male employees to see the 2 most beautiful women in the company dining together. Lin He had unwittingly made this fantasy come true. Ignoring Kai Na's presence, Su Yunxian's displeasure was palpable as she focused solely on her meal, ravenously consuming her food. Everyone recognized her sentiments. Chairwoman, you all enjoy your meal. I just remembered I need to join the HR ladies for lunch, Kai Na suggested, attempting to discreetly relocate her tray. However, Lin He abruptly grasped her arm, declaring, No, we shall eat together. We are all colleagues. What is the big deal? He was resolute, refusing to entertain any notion of separation. It was best to clarify boundaries to avoid future complications. Upon hearing Lin He's words, Su Yunxian hesitated momentarily before resuming her meal with fervor. Chapter 36. Su Yunxian is pregnant. Minister Lin, Chairwoman is calling for you. Before the workday concluded, Lin He found himself summoned to Su Yunxian's office once more, standing before her desk with the same respectful demeanor he had exhibited during his tenure at the Su family. He awaited her inquiries. Lin He had already resolved that, regardless of the pressure Su Yunxian exerted, he would adhere to his principles and never involve himself with a woman from the Su family. Such an entanglement was too perilous. Wait for me after work. I have a place to take you. It was evident that this was not a trivial matter. Lin He, resigned, chuckled ruefully, Chairwoman. I'm rather busy. I need to return home to look after my little potato. Su Yunqian's gaze was piercing yet tinged with fatigue. Her voice softened considerably. Just tonight. After tonight. I shall no longer intrude upon you. Su Yunqian possessed a remarkable ability to oscillate between being irresistibly charming and delicately vulnerable, making it difficult for Lin He to remain unaffected by her allure. All right then. Tonight it is. Reluctantly, Lin He acquiesced to Su Yunqian's request. He had been clear about his feelings, and an outing tonight would not alter his internal resolve. As soon as work ended, Lin He arrived early at the underground parking lot, waiting. Before long, Su Yunqian drove over in a Land Rover from another parking space. Get in. To Lin He's surprise, she was driving herself today, placing him in the passenger seat. This unusual behavior hinted that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Throughout the journey, Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes remained fixed ahead, and not a word was exchanged between them. The peculiar arrangement of driving left Lin He apprehensive. He swallowed and glanced out the window. This route was not leading to Su Yunqian's home. Where was she taking him? Eventually, he broke the silence. Miss Su, where are you taking me? Su Yunqian remained silent, continuing to drive. Her strange actions sent chills down Lin He's spine. What if she was taking him back to the Su residence in a whirlwind? That would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, she eventually parked at a hospital. A hospital? What could she possibly want here? Was she unwell? Driven by curiosity, Lin He followed her closely. No matter what he said, Su Yunqian did not respond, quietly leading the way until they reached the obstetrics and gynecology department, where she finally halted. Miss Su, you've arrived. The head of the department emerged, addressing Su Yunqian with great respect. Upon noticing Lin He behind her, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Could this be the father of the child? Director Chen. How is the report from my examination? Su Yunqian interrupted. Director Chen's expression brightened as she retrieved a sonogram report from her drawer and handed it to Su Yunqian. Congratulations, Miss Su. You are expecting. You're going to be a mother. Lin He stood there, bewildered, as if struck by lightning at the brevity of Director Chen's words. He could hardly believe his ears and snatched the report from the director's hands. Name, Su Yunqian. Diagnosis, pregnant. Was this the result of that fateful night at the Luoxue Mountain Villa? How did it happen so quickly? Lin He felt as though he had been electrified, frozen in place, while Director Chen looked at him with growing curiosity. Miss Su, is he the father of the child? Su Yunqian merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying, instead shifting the topic. Director Chen, could you please prescribe some medication to support the pregnancy? Given Su Yunqian's reticence, Director Chen refrained from probing further and complied with her request, providing her with the necessary medication. In the hospital parking lot, Su Yunqian and Lin He sat in silence within the car. Outside the car, amidst the inky darkness of the night, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Lin He, in a state of utter bewilderment, gazed at the swaying windshield wipers, still reeling from the unexpected joy of becoming a father. Adhering to the principle of never allowing himself to be at a disadvantage, his eyes furtively darted towards the passenger seat where Su Yunqian sat. Miss, is this child truly mine? After holding back for so long, one would have expected Lin He to utter some words of comfort. However, he instead spoke words colder than the torrential rain outside. In an instant, Su Yunqian's once icy and proud gaze became misty with unshed tears, and without uttering a word, she dashed out into the downpour, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Lin He's careless remark had seemingly trampled upon her dignity and self-worth. If the child was not his, could there possibly be another? Was she truly so frivolous as to share her bed with different men? A wave of unprecedented grievance surged within her, driving her to flee despite the deluge. Observing this scene, Lin He realized his grave misstep. In a fit of exasperation, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I merely spoke without thinking. You may strike me if you wish, but please, do not demean your own body." He hurriedly pursued Su Yunqian, shedding his previous nonchalant demeanor. As he draped his coat over her shoulders, he earnestly implored, "Miss, I was wrong. Please return to the car with me. You must not allow yourself to catch a chill. Mind your own business." At that moment, Su Yunqian resembled a pig destined for slaughter during the festive season, impossible to restrain. In a moment of impulsive desperation, Lin He embraced her tightly, his voice trembling with anguish. "Miss, I beg you, do not act this way. You carry our baby within you." It was only then that Su Yunqian regained her composure and agreed to return to the vehicle with him. Fearing she would catch a cold, Lin He swiftly removed her soaked garments, diligently using disposable towels from the car to dry her off. Once he had tended to her, he hurriedly drove her home. Upon their arrival, Lin He behaved like a devoted husband, bustling about to cater to Su Yunqian's needs. He prepared warm water and fresh clothing to ward off the chill, even cooking some ginger syrup, transforming from the cad he once was into an exemplary man. Here, this is the ginger syrup I made for you. Drink it to keep warm, he said, presenting a steaming bowl of the concoction before her. Su Yunxian gazed at the lovingly prepared broth, hesitating momentarily. Instead of immediately accepting it, she regarded Lin He with a contemplative expression, understanding her unspoken thoughts. Lin He realized that with their child on the way, the boundaries of intimacy had shifted, rendering their previous reservations inconsequential. He picked up the small spoon and began to feed her with great care. Witnessing such a tender moment between Lin He and Su Yunxian filled her with indescribable warmth. She had long awaited a scene like this, though her face remained composed, betraying no sign of her inner excitement. After they finished, a profound silence enveloped them, as if both were at a loss for words to break the tension. Noticing Lin He's hesitation, Su Yunxian felt a pang of disappointment. "Thank you for today. You may go home now." Lin He was unsure how to respond. "Miss," he attempted to explain, but she interrupted him. "Do not rush to give me an answer. Allow me to provide one first. The child is yours. I, Su Yunqian, am not someone who takes matters lightly, regardless of your willingness. I will bear this child and raise him well. As for you, whether you wish to assume this responsibility or acknowledge your role as the child's father is up to you. Take your time to consider it. If you decide you do not want to bear this burden, I will no longer disturb you." With that, Su Yunqian turned away and lay down. After such a long day, she seemed exhausted. She waved her hand dismissively, urging Lin He to leave. "You may go. Do not feel pressured to answer me right away. I understand that the Su family represents a significant psychological burden for you. Think it over carefully before responding." Hearing this, Lin He reluctantly exited the room. Yet, he did not leave. Instead, he settled into the living room of Su Yunqian's home, consuming one can of beer after another, seeking to numb his pain. He was tormented. How could he, who feared approaching the Su family, have been foolish enough to let Su Yunxian become pregnant with his child? He felt guilt. Although the child in Su Yunxian's womb was his, he lacked the courage to step forward and accept responsibility. How was he any different from a reckless scoundrel? He was conflicted. He had stooped so low as to sleep with his ex-wife's sister, and as if that weren't enough, he had made her pregnant. Was there any distinction between him and a rogue? Meanwhile, in the room, Su Yunqian observed Lin He's furrowed brow and couldn't help but smirk to herself, feeling triumphant. That night, Lin He did not return home. Instead, he lay in Su Yunqian's living room, consuming copious amounts of alcohol and reflecting on many things. Time slipped by, and he eventually fell into a hazy sleep. Before dawn, Lin He arose to prepare a warm, heartfelt breakfast for Su Yunqian. After hastily completing everything, he rushed off to work. When Su Yunqian awoke and saw the lovingly prepared breakfast on the dining table, her eyes sparkled with delight upon noticing the note Lin He had left. "I am willing." As the gentle morning sunlight graced her exquisite cheek, a warm sense of happiness surged within her heart. Ultimately, when confronted with adversaries and responsibilities, he chose the latter. Su Yunqian's 3 years of perseverance found its reward in that very moment. Chapter 37. Are we not together? In the afternoon, Lin He was indulging in his usual leisure. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing the typically aloof and commanding Su Yunqian, who approached Lin He's workstation with a mischievous smile. Startled, Lin He hastily shut down the borderline video on his phone, only to be taken aback as Su Yunqian unceremoniously seated herself upon his thigh. Flustered, Lin He stammered, "Miss, what are you doing?" Observing his exaggerated reaction, Su Yunqian's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. "Ah, are we not together?" This revelation left Lin He even more bewildered. "What do you mean, together? You left a note this morning saying you were willing." It turned out that a misunderstanding had arisen. Frustrated, Lin He quickly clarified. "Oh, together? I meant I am willing to shoulder the responsibilities of a father and care for you and the child. But we simply cannot be together. Things must remain as they are." Upon hearing Lin He's words, the joy in Su Yunqian's face dimmed considerably, and her features hardened. After that day, "You only acknowledge the child, not the adult. How is that any different from pulling up your pants and denying the person? Regardless, I have mistakenly assumed you agreed to be with me. From now on, you should treat me as your wife." With that declaration, disregarding Lin He's protests, Su Yunqian plopped down once again onto his lap. In an effort to conceal the nature of his relationship with Su Yunqian from their colleagues, Lin He exerted every ounce of strength to extricate himself from her grasp. He hurriedly dashed out of the office, only to realize, upon reaching the door, that all the employees of the strategic financing department were curiously observing his office. A glance at his disheveled attire, now a result of Su Yunqian's antics, only fueled their intrigue. His close friend Zhang Qing even gave him a thumbs up, which made Lin He's heart sink. Brother. Impressive, managing the chairwoman in the office. Infuriated, Lin He shot a glare at everyone and proclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Get back to work." Once he had dismissed Su Yunqian, Zhang Qing, with a glint of curiosity in his eye, sauntered into Lin He's office, a cheeky grin plastered on his face. "Hey, director, what exactly is your relationship with the chairwoman? I've noticed she has been visiting your office daily." Lin He felt overwhelmed. The sudden addition of a son the previous night had already left him in a state of turmoil. Now, faced with these unruly subordinates, he struggled to contain his rising ire. However, harboring anger serves little purpose. The crux lies in devising a way to deceive them. Enemies. This notion piqued Zhang Qing's curiosity, for it was utterly inconceivable that the two could be adversaries. They appeared instead to embody a flirtatious couple. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Qing shook his head vehemently, dismissing Lin He's absurd claims. Faced with this disbelief, Lin He resorted to his fictional storytelling prowess. I attended the same university as Director Su, I assure you. Do not let her status as the campus belle deceive you. Back then, she was undeniably a devoted admirer. In pursuit of a certain boy, she orchestrated a basketball competition, bribing me to deliberately lose to her crush, ensuring his victory. Yet, who am I, the minister? A man of unwavering integrity. How could I possibly succumb to the allure of a woman's whims? I retaliated by triumphing over her beloved in the game. And from that moment on, Su Yunqian harbored a grudge against me. After Lin He's elaborate tale, Zhang Qing was left utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that the esteemed chairman had once been such a devoted admirer. A sharp knock at the door interrupted their clandestine conversation, and upon glancing towards the sound, they found Secretary Zhao glaring coldly at them. "Minister Lin, the chairman requests your presence." Oh, it seems Lin He was accustomed to being at the beck and call of the Su family. Once Lin He departed, Secretary Zhao's icy gaze fixed upon Zhang Qing, her penetrating eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. "Who were you referring to as a devoted admirer?" Zhang Qing trembled under her formidable presence, hastily retreating outside. "I am a devoted admirer. After all, Zhao Lin, being the chairman's secretary, wielded influence and authority that rivaled that of the company's executives. Zhang Qing, a mere employee, could only scurry away with his tail between his legs. "Director Su, you summoned me?" Upon Lin He's entrance, Su Yunqian donned a stylish Korean coat and scarf. Without a word, she grasped Lin He's hand, attempting to lead him away, prompting Lin He to urgently protest. "Chairman, what does this mean? I have made my intentions clear. I am willing to assume the responsibilities of raising the child but have no desire to be with you." He deftly sidestepped her grasp. "Indeed, we are merely fulfilling our responsibilities as co-parents." A glint of mischief flashed in Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes. This declaration infuriated Lin He. Fulfill what? The child has yet to be born. Su Yunqian shot Lin He an exasperated glance. Men simply do not understand the multitude of preparations required for having a child. Her tone turned somewhat irate. "Humph. What do you men know? After the birth of a baby, there is an array of items that must be prepared in advance. Raising a child is far more complex than one might imagine. However, this seems rather premature, don't you think? It has barely been 2 months. Seeing Lin He hesitating, Su Yunqian immediately grew displeased. "Humph. You keep dodging responsibility. If you continue to shirk your duties, I will inform everyone at the company. The child in my womb is yours, yet you refuse to take responsibility. Let the entire company know what kind of person you truly are." With that, Su Yunqian stormed out of the office in a huff. In a moment of urgency, Lin He grasped her arm. "Miss, fine, I will take care of it, but you must not act recklessly. Just a few days ago, Lin He had firmly declared that he already had a family. If word got out that Su Yunqian was carrying his child, he would be labeled a scoundrel at work. How could he ever flirt again?" Seeing Lin He relent, Su Yunqian finally revealed a triumphant smile, though it was quickly masked again. Under the influence of her cunning schemes, Lin He reluctantly accompanied her to purchase baby items. The two strolled through the Wardma supermarket, pushing a shopping cart as if they were a married couple. Su Yunqian's face radiated with joy as she envisioned a beautiful future with their child and Lin He. Simultaneously, Her hands were busily selecting items without pause. Diapers, baby clothes, formula, and a myriad of other baby supplies were incessantly piled into the cart. Lin He, pushing from behind, was nearly overwhelmed by the growing load. She simply grabbed another cart. After all, the shopping must continue. Under the influence of maternal love, the instincts within a woman are magnified tremendously. Anything deemed useful for the baby was purchased, regardless of quality, with a preference for the most expensive. Conversely, Lenny trailed behind with a woeful expression, inwardly cursing Su Yunqian countless times. It was clear that she wanted to shop for herself, yet dragged him into this ordeal under the guise of their child. After a solid 3 hours, Su Yunqian finally filled 2 overflowing carts and reluctantly decided to check out. The 3 beautiful cashiers took a good 10 minutes to tally the items. A total of 45,632 yuan. The cashier cheerfully asked, "How will you be paying, miss?" Su Yunqian gestured towards Lin He. "The baby's father will pay." Upon realizing he was expected to foot the bill, Lin He snapped back to attention, incredulity written across his face. Wait, how can baby supplies cost over 40,000 yuan? He could hardly believe that this pile of items could amount to such an exorbitant sum. Witnessing his frugal demeanor, Su Yunqian couldn't help but roll her eyes. TCH. Observing your frugality, you are reluctant to purchase a few cans of premium imported formula for your child. The sales assistant, covering her mouth, explained, "Sir, the 6 cans of formula we are buying are imported from Australia. Each can cost 600-800, and long-term consumption is beneficial for your baby's cognitive development. And this pacifier. It is one of our high-tech products. Made from the latest silicone material, it mimics a mother's breast with a 99.99 accuracy. It will provide your baby with an unparalleled experience." Lin He inwardly cursed. These items could have easily been produced by Su Yunqian herself. Yet he was compelled to spend such exorbitant amounts. Truly a fool. Nevertheless, Lin He, lacking self-respect, found that the seeds he had sown had borne fruit unexpectedly. He could only swallow these bitter consequences with tears. Chapter 38. From now on, you shall call me wife. After purchasing a plethora of baby supplies, Lin He felt like a mere tool. He assisted with driving and transporting goods. Although there was an elevator, moving so many items from the underground parking to the 27th floor nearly shattered his weary back. After toiling for an entire night, he finally found a moment's respite. This was truly frustrating. Lin He endured it all. After all, it was for his child. Just as he was about to drag his exhausted self home, he was intercepted by Su Yunqian. "You haven't eaten yet." Upon hearing this, Lin He assumed Su Yunqian intended to treat him to a meal. And his eyes brightened with hope, thinking that perhaps she had a sliver of conscience. "What? Are you inviting me to dinner?" Su Yunqian shook her head. "No. You are going to cook for me." "Huh." Lin He was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Su Yunqian's audacity. She truly believed she could command him as she did when they were at the Su residence. Lin He, disinterested, lightly tossed back a retort. "You cook for yourself," and strode away without a backward glance. This action infuriated Su Yunqian, who stood resolutely at the door, blocking his exit. "No. You promised to take care of the child. I am telling you now, the baby in my womb and its mother are hungry. We need to eat. Sorry. My child at home is waiting for me to prepare a meal. As for your hunger, you shall handle that yourself." Lin He disregarded her and forcefully departed. What baby? It has only been a little over a month. The embryo has yet to fully develop. Where is this so-called baby? This is not the workplace. And Su Yunqian could not exert her influence over him. If they were at the company, Lin He might have feared her unpredictable antics. But at home, he felt free to ignore her whims. Thus, he left without acknowledging Su Yunqian, who was left shouting in frustration behind him. "Little potato, Daddy's home. Have you been starving? Eat plenty." Upon returning home, Lin He promptly retrieved the dog food and poured it into the dog bowl. Anxious that the little yellow dog he had rescued earlier might be famished, he watched the dog eat with the tenderness of a benevolent father, utterly enamored by it. Lin He had always had a fondness for dogs, particularly those plump and delightful rural breeds. However, the tranquility of this moment was abruptly shattered by a loud knock at the door. What on earth could it be at this late hour? Why the urgency? Lin He assumed it was a reminder for overdue utility payments and responded with a hint of impatience. Yet, upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight of Su Yunqian. "Miss, why do you keep haunting me?" Lin He instinctively attempted to close the door, but alas, he was a step too slow. Su Yunqian, well aware of his tendencies, had already placed her long legs in the doorway. Lin He dared not push her away. She strode into his home as if it were her own, unabashed. "Aren't you supposed to be home cooking for your other child?" I thought I'd come see how you were faring and perhaps share a meal. Once inside, Su Yinxian looked around, but she could not find the child Lin he had mentioned. Where is your child? She asked, perplexed, as her gaze fell upon the small dog eagerly munching on its food. Wait a moment. Observing Lin He's anxious demeanor and then glancing at the little dog, the situation began to feel rather peculiar. Su Yinxian pointed at the dog and exclaimed, Could it be that your so-called son is it? Lin He scratched his head awkwardly, his voice dropping to a murmur. He. Yes, he is my adopted son. Upon hearing this, Su Yinxian erupted with indignation. The child I bore with such difficulty pales in comparison to a rescued dog. In a fit of frustration, she leaped into Lin He's arms and bit his neck playfully. Oh, my dear lady, why must you bite? Lin He covered the sore spot. An expression of mock hurt on his face. Yet, he soon noticed that Su Yinxian seemed like a little girl, curled up on the sofa, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she were the one aggrieved. What's wrong? You bit me. You're the one bullying me. Why are you acting so pitiful now? Lin He prodded her delicate frame. Go away. Su Yinxian turned her head away, refusing to look at him. You heartless scoundrel. You value a stray dog over your own flesh and blood. Only you, Lin He, could do such a thing. Listening to Su Yinxian's lament, Lin He could only manage a wry smile. It's just that your baby hasn't been born yet. Once the child arrives, I will surely dote on him. Su Yinxian, however, would not entertain Lin He's playful banter, pouting like an irate child. He had turned his body away, unwilling to look at Lin He. You are nothing but a heartless man, she exclaimed. I regret having your child. Faced with no other option, Lin He reluctantly acquiesced, deploying his persuasive skills. Fine. I apologize. I will prepare delicious food for you and your mother, all right? From now on, I will treat you both well. Upon hearing Lin He finally relent, Su Yinxian, who had been turned away, revealed a triumphant smile. However, as her beautiful eyes shifted, a more cunning scheme began to form in her mind. Will you truly treat us well? Of course, Lin He replied decisively, though it was unclear whether he was merely placating the woman before him or expressing a deeper truth. Humph. I don't believe you. Deep down, you dislike me. Su Yinxian's retort was blunt. It's not dislike, Lin He protested. Recognizing that a woman of such unparalleled beauty as Su Yinxian was far beyond the reach of someone from his humble background. I can't believe you would treat me well. Unless, Su Yinxian added, pausing for effect. Unless what? Lin He inquired, his gaze fixed on the stunning beauty before him. Su Yinxian approached him, her alluring fragrance enveloping them as her slender arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Unless you call me wife. Otherwise, I won't believe a word you say. Lin He found himself at a loss for words, as he grappled with an emotional barrier he could not overcome. Miss, that is rather unkind of you. You must understand. I am still tied to your sister, Su Yuro. Before he could finish, Su Yinxian pressed her delicate finger against his lips. Her expression turned icy, as if a layer of frost had settled upon her features. If you wish to embrace the responsibilities of a father, then you must let go of your past. If you cannot release your so-called past, I do not require you to bear this responsibility. Thank you. What has Su Yuro given you? Apart from the title of a wife, nothing. And what about me? As she spoke, Su Yinxian's voice grew choked and somber, setting aside everything else. She harbored a deep resentment towards her sister, Su Yuro. If it weren't for her being in a position of indecision, perhaps Lin He would have already been hers. After a moment of hesitation, Lin He ultimately acquiesced to Su Yinxian's request. All right, but not at the company. We must adhere to the company's regulations. He added hastily. I'm merely saying this for appearances. I don't actually intend to be your husband. Su Yinxian cheerfully accepted Lin He's suggestion, feeling content with this arrangement. As for the rest, they could discuss it later. There would be plenty of time, and with the passage of time, feelings would surely develop. As long as Lin He followed Su Yinxian's plan, she believed he would eventually warm to her affections. Moreover, Lin He is a man of flesh and blood, who has risked his life multiple times to save the man he loves. All right, sit here for a moment. I will prepare something delicious for you. Just as Lin He was about to head to the kitchen to cook dinner for Su Yinxian, she stopped him. Hey, you haven't called me yet. Su Yinxian had completely shed her usual commanding aura, resembling a young girl as she playfully tugged at Lin He's hand. Lin He found himself at a loss for words, struggling for a while before finally managing to utter a few hesitant words. All right, my dear wife, be obedient. I will go make something delicious for you right now. Upon hearing this, Su Yinxian's face flushed with excitement. This was a moment she had long awaited, 3 long years. even if there were elements of obligation involved. It was more than enough to satisfy her. Chapter 39. Do you believe that it wasn't me who ordered it? Ever since Lin He had taken the fierce Su Yunxian as his wife, he had sacrificed a significant portion of his time. Not only did he abandon any side hustles after work, but even his leisure time spent with Zhang Cheng and others had been completely stripped away. He devoted all his time to Su Yunxian and her daughter. In just a few short weeks, Lin He felt utterly exhausted. He found himself more fatigued at the end of the workday than during it. As he was passing by the strategic financing department, he noticed Zhang Cheng sitting at his desk with a sullen expression. What's with the long face? Did you eat something unpleasant? Lin He remarked. Noticing the dismal look on Zhang Cheng's countenance, Zhang Cheng sighed heavily, his body slumping like water in his chair. Boss, why do you think women are becoming increasingly materialistic? Why is it so arduous to get married? A dowry of 280,000, a house in Jiangchuan City, and a vehicle costing over 300,000. Is this asking for my life? Lin He was taken aback, astonished that these words were coming from the often callous Zhang Cheng. Oh, has the playboy decided to settle down? Which lucky girl is it? Lin He teased. Oh, it's still yawning. We've been arguing about marriage lately, and it's quite bothersome. I can barely scrape together 10,000, and after deducting expenses for utilities, rent, food, and other necessities, there is hardly anything left. Not to mention I have to buy her cosmetics now and then. And yet, she contributes nothing. Truly easy to say when one is not bearing the burden. Lin He could hardly believe that the notorious womanizer Zhang Cheng had transformed into a lovesick fool. Although he personally held no fondness for Gao Yaning, he recalled the saying, better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Matters of the heart should be left to unfold naturally. Don't overthink it. Come on, let me treat you to a drink. Lin He refrained from sharing his views on Gao Yaning, opting instead to take Zhang Cheng out for a drink to lift his spirits. Aren't you worried that your sister-in-law will be upset if you go out for drinks? Zhang Cheng inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. After all, it had been quite a while since Lin He had gathered with his brothers. Indifferently, Lin He waved his hand, dismissing any concern. She was unconcerned. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and composed a message to Su Yunxian, whose contact was saved as wife. Essentially, she was merely informing her that she would be accompanying her brothers for drinks that evening and would not be returning home. Soon, Su Yunxian replied, advising her to drink in moderation. Coincidentally, she was also out dining with her girlfriends. In a dimly lit bar in Jiangchuan City, melancholic folk songs played softly, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Upon arriving, Zhang Cheng ordered 2 high-quality hostesses. Initially, it was meant to be one for him and one for Lin He. But Lin He showed no interest in such arrangements. Reluctantly, Zhang Cheng found himself bearing the burden alone, with one hostess on each side and under their sweet whispers. He consumed drink after drink, the intoxication and flattery momentarily erasing all his grievances. Minister, you're absolutely right. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. To hell with the dowry, to hell with the house and car. I'm not getting married, he drunkenly exclaimed while embracing a hostess. Young lady, bring me 2 more bottles of brandy. Tonight, I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated. He then drunkenly pointed at Lin He and declared, charge it to my minister's tab. He has plenty of money. He drives a $6 million Maybach. Upon hearing this, Lin He cursed under his breath. Had he known that such extravagance would burn a hole in his pocket, he would have rather died than accompany him for drinks. However, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's introduction, the two hostesses' eyes sparkled with interest. They quickly broke free from the inebriated Zhang Cheng and eagerly flung themselves into Lin He's embrace, like a skilled seductress. One of them clung to his arm, playfully coaxing him. Brother, you haven't shared a drink with me yet. Come on. How about you order a bottle for me too? What do you say? Pretty please? Seeing his selected hostesses flock to Lin He, Zhang Cheng's annoyance deepened. How can you do this? Yet, he hardly put up a fight, as he had consumed far too much already and soon succumbed to slumber. Lin He, however, was neither a scoundrel nor a bar warrior. Faced with the charming advances of the hostesses, he quickly found himself ensnared. All right. I will order a bottle for each of you, but save it for later. The two women erupted in excited cheers, understanding his kindness and snuggling closely to him. You're the best, brother. You've really helped us out. To further endear herself to Lin He, one of the women even reclined on his lap, proclaiming, Brother, from now on, I am yours. Whenever you need me, sister can come to find her brother at any time. Another lively companion, not to be outdone, held a fruit platter, and sweetly fed Lin He. Brother, from now on, Arone will also be your woman. Whenever you come here, I will be the first to serve you. Laughter erupted, and the weariness of recent days vanished in an instant. Lin He had never experienced such attentive service from women before. The joy of manhood was thoroughly unleashed in that moment. Delicious. Another slice of watermelon, please. Just as Lin He, blindfolded, was savoring the pleasures among men, he noticed the two women who had previously been so obedient had fallen silent. Pulling down his blindfold, he discovered the atmosphere around him had turned frigid, sending a chill through him. Miss, what brings you here? Su Yunxian stood coldly beside him, her icy gaze nearly piercing through Lin He. The suffocating aura she exuded left him speechless. Ignoring him, Su Yunxian's cold eyes fixated on the two companions. Do I need to call for someone? Why aren't you leaving? At her words, the two companions were thrown into a panic. They were merely there to serve drinks. They could not afford to offend someone as formidable as Su Yunxian, whose attire and demeanor resembled that of a wealthy heiress from a drama. Her presence radiated an overwhelming and suffocating aura. Furthermore, Lin He, being a man of considerable status, drove a Maybach, indicating his identity was far from ordinary. He was a figure that the city's fallen women could not dare to approach. Su Yunxian's icy gaze returned to Lin He, filled with an uncontrollable fury. Bah, how shameless. Just as I bear your child, you engage in such antics behind my back. Do you believe me when I say they were not summoned by me? Lin He spoke cautiously, fearing the volatile situation might explode. Su Yunxian, infuriated, retorted, Do you take me for a fool? If they weren't your choice, why are you embracing them? Did they force you? I misjudged you. I, the poor lady, have worked hard to carry your child. Uncertainty clouded her voice, growing increasingly choked and low. The dim light could not conceal the tears glistening in her eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Qing, who had been asleep, drunkenly woke up, pointing at Lin He and Su Yunxian. Minister Lin, you are no man. Director Su is bearing your child, and you do not cherish it. Unlike me, I want to get married, but I'm scorned due to lack of a dowry. As he spoke, Zhang Qing drunkenly collapsed again, mumbling about his affairs with Gao Yining, and soon began to weep. Su Yunxian, momentarily stunned, cast a cold glance at Lin He. Give me 5 minutes. Get it ready. I will be waiting outside. With that, she strode out. Was this a command? Lin He, filled with indignation, slammed his thigh and retorted, Is it not? What am I afraid of? I merely committed the same blunders that all men are prone to. Besides, we are not even in a genuine marital relationship. What is there to fear? Once Su Yunxian departed, Lin He felt an immediate surge of confidence. He began to vociferously vent his frustrations towards Su Yunxian's retreating figure. Chapter 40. Su Yunxian's Punishment. Anger aside, Lin He still had to heed her words. After a few complaints and grievances, he set about attending to the unconscious Zhang Qing. With great effort, he managed to transport Zhang Qing to Su Yunxian's Maybach, subsequently summoning a chauffeur to escort Zhang Qing home. After ensuring his troublesome friend was taken care of, Lin He headed towards Su Yunxian's vehicle. At this point, Su Yunxian had already regained her previous icy demeanor, her eyes glinting with an unprecedented intensity. Before Lin He could even settle into his seat, she slammed the accelerator, and the car shot forward with a jolt. The unexpected turn of events startled Lin He, who grasped the overhead handle tightly, his face etched with sheer panic. Was Su Yunxian shedding her pretense? Was she truly ready to take action against him? Throughout the ride, Lin He contemplated countless outcomes, yet he failed to consider the reason behind Su Yunxian's unusual reaction. After approximately 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at a small hill in the suburbs, where the radiant night view of Jiangchuan City unfolded before them, a perfect spot to admire the nocturnal splendor. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the previously silent Su Yunxian finally spoke. Put down your phone. Accompany me for a walk. Gulp. Could I possibly refuse, miss? This was the honest reflection of Lin He's inner thoughts, though he lacked the courage to voice them. Had he possessed such bravery, he would not have found himself in this predicament. The two walked side by side to the terrace that offered a panoramic view of Jiangchuan City's nightscape. They said nothing, simply relishing the rare beauty before them, enjoying the hard-won tranquility. The chilly night breeze swept through, and they resembled the tragic protagonists of a Korean drama, exuding an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Do you understand now why I am unafraid of the dark? After a moment of silence, Su Yunxian turned, her expression complex as she gazed at Lin He. Lin He, however, was indifferent to the reason behind her lack of fear. As long as the Su family did not mistreat him, he was content. It indicated that the young lady had matured. The inky darkness could not obscure Lin He's dismissive demeanor. Nevertheless, Su Yunqian maintained her composure, staring into the distant city lights while rubbing her cold hands together. Let me recount her tragic childhood experiences with vivid clarity. I distinctly remember how enemies employed foreign criminal syndicates to coerce my father and grandfather into relinquishing all of the Su family's assets. They abducted me to a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Tianzhou, confining me within a basement. My eyes were blindfolded, and I was engulfed in a suffocating darkness and coldness. Occasionally, the sound of dripping water echoed through the basement, but more often, I was subjected to the harrowing threats of my captors, who employed various means of intimidation to force my submission. They sought to dismantle my mental fortitude through relentless torment. Yet despite the overwhelming fear that gripped my heart, I never yielded. I understood that if the Su family surrendered what we possessed, hundreds of lives would vanish from the annals of history in Huagua. Time lost its meaning until my father's rescue finally freed me from that nightmare. However, from that moment onward, I was left with an indelible fear of the night, haunted by the memories that flooded my mind each time I closed my eyes to sleep. I was truly terrified. As I spoke, my voice trembled, betraying the calm and assertive demeanor I once held, revealing an unmistakable hint of panic. This vulnerability was palpable and could not be feigned. Witnessing my distress, Linhai felt an unsettling pang in his heart. Miss, fear will mend itself with the passage of time. He attempted to comfort me, though his words were as much for his own solace as they were for mine. He recognized that my unpredictable nature could easily turn against him if left unacknowledged. Suddenly, a chilling, sorrowful laugh escaped my lips, sending shivers down the spine. I had once shared the same belief, thinking time would heal all wounds. Yet, with each passing year, my dread of the night only intensified, reawakening the terror of that fateful event. Gradually, I succumbed to illness. It was not until I turned 24 that my grandfather brought home a young man, skilled in martial arts, to protect my sisters and me. He guarded us fiercely, remaining steadfast like a sentinel, no matter the danger I faced. He was always there to dispel the threat. During my 2 years with the Su family, he shielded me from countless harms. It was during that year that I was once again abducted, this time to a small wooden cabin on the outskirts of the capital. Fear coursed through me as I found myself bound to a table, rendered unconscious by a sedative. In that pitch-black void, I awaited his arrival. As I recounted this, an unprecedented softness graced my features, as if all my affections were entrusted to him. Yet Linhai was acutely aware that the person I spoke of was none other than himself. That day, he stood like a beacon in the darkness, though his love for me lacked the warmth of the first rays of dawn. Yet, it was sufficient to illuminate the shadows that enveloped me. Linhai immediately stepped forward to express his agreement, feigning concern as he exclaimed, "How perilous! Thankfully, he is here. By your account, it seems he is indeed your benefactor." Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian abruptly turned, her gaze scrutinizing Linhai. "Stop pretending. The person I speak of is you." Faced with Su Yunqian's commanding presence, Linhai felt an overwhelming sense of panic. How could she know it was him? During their time at the Su residence, he had played the role of the useless son-in-law, all to protect the three sisters. He had never revealed his true identity. How could Su Yunqian possibly know? Even if discovered, Linhai maintained a facade of composure. Miss, you are elevating me far too much. I was notorious for being inept at the Su family. Otherwise, your sister Yuru would not have despised me so." Su Yunqian had long anticipated Linhai's stubbornness, so she was hardly surprised by his response. "On the day you rescued me from the cabin, though I was incapacitated by the anesthetic, my ears and nose were perfectly functional. I remember vividly. It was you who called out for the young lady, not anyone else." What else could Linhai concoct? Since they had reached this point in the conversation, it was evident that Su Yunqian was fully prepared. Noticing Linhai's silence, she continued, "Since then, my heart has been inexplicably drawn to you. Yet, due to our unique circumstances, I have hesitated to express my feelings. It was only 3 years ago, after the incident with Ming Cheng, that I frantically searched for you. I thought I would never have the chance to see you again, until recently." Su Yunqian's sudden confession caught Linhai off guard. He had always assumed that the esteemed young lady had no recollection of him, never realizing that she had quietly observed him for such a long time. Linhai swallowed hard, his throat dry. "Miss, It seemed as though a hurdle forever obstructed him. Su Yunqian smiled gently. "It's all right. You need not rush to respond. I understand that you came to the Su family for financial reasons, but I can see your genuine feelings for Yuru. Take your time to reflect on this. Don't feel pressured to answer me immediately. I shall wait for you in the car." With that, Su Yunqian turned and walked towards the vehicle, leaving Linhai standing alone in the wind, engulfed in turmoil. He gazed at the vibrant night scene of Jiangchuan, consumed by profound anxiety. He never anticipated that the melodramatic plot of a novel would unfold in his own life. He still harbored feelings for his ex-wife. His ex-wife's sister is deeply in love with him. How absurd. Just as Lin, he was feeling vexed in the biting cold. Su Yunqian swiftly started the car and drove away. She did not forget to lower the window, reminding Lin He, since you cannot come up with an answer for me right now, take your time to ponder. The frigid wind will surely inspire your thoughts. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped off, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the night. Lin He watched the distant lights and cursed vehemently. Damn, what a terrifying woman. Her demeanor changes in an instant. Just a moment ago, she was confessing her deep feelings, as if she were on the brink of despair. Yet now, she unceremoniously abandoned me in this desolate place. Truly a formidable woman. Lin He raged against the cold wind, feeling a flicker of emotion just moments ago. Now filled with resentment towards Su Yunqian. How could she leave him here in the dead of winter, as if hoping he would freeze to death? Chapter 41. Thank you. My husband. After approximately half an hour of driving, Su Yunqian gradually brought the car to a stop by the roadside. She took out her phone and made a call. You're nearly passing by his location. If he misbehaves, just give him a little punishment. But do not let my man freeze to death. A middle-aged man's voice responded from the other end. Understood, miss. We are keeping a close watch on Mr. Lin He's movements. There will be no mistakes. Once the arrangements were made, Su Yunqian felt reassured and returned to the city. On the other hand, Lin He, having rushed out, was only wearing a thin shirt. His phone was left in Su Yunqian's car. The heartless woman had abandoned him in this godforsaken place. In desperation, Lin He had no choice but to walk toward the city. After 2 hours of walking, he had yet to see a single passing vehicle. With the harsh winter winds ravaging the landscape, Lin He was thoroughly frozen and cursing under his breath. He vented his frustrations using every expletive imaginable to address his so-called wife. Just as despair began to set in, a glimmer of hope appeared behind him in the form of headlights. A white delivery truck happened to pass by, and Lin He silently thanked the heavens for sparing his life. He vowed to confront Su Yunqian upon his return, regardless of whether she was carrying his child. Her earlier actions were utterly outrageous, and he could not bear it any longer. Little did he know, the arrival of the truck had been orchestrated by Su Yunqian. He remained oblivious to the fact that no matter how strong or resolute he believed himself to be, a mere trick from Su Yunqian could leave him utterly defeated. After returning to the city in the small truck, Lin He hurried to Su Yunqian's residence at Tianhe Century. Seething with anger as he approached her home, he intended to knock on the door, only to discover that it was unlocked, causing him to become cautious. The first thought that crossed my mind was whether Su Yunqian had encountered some peril. Otherwise, given her character, how could she possibly forget to lock the door? Anxiously, I rushed into Su Yunqian's bedroom, only to find her peacefully asleep on the bed. At that moment, my anxious heart finally found solace. However, the anger that had just begun to dissipate flared up once more. I sat down beside Su Yunqian, intending to shake her awake. But her cold and feeble voice retorted sharply, "Get away. Don't touch me. Hey, you little lady." My irritation intensified. Calling you miss has truly made you believe you are one? I forcefully pulled Su Yunqian up, ready to unleash my fury both mentally and physically. Yet, upon seeing her pale and fragile visage in the dim light of night, my anger vanished in an instant, replaced by deep concern as I grasped her icy hands. "What is wrong with you? Why do you look so ill?" "None of your business." Su Yunqian weakly struggled to free herself, yearning to return to sleep. This stubborn woman was as unyielding as a mule, refusing to cooperate. Nevertheless, I was even more determined than she. Regardless of her resistance, I held her close and gently brushed my hand against her forehead. "Goodness, you're burning up. You could grill a steak on your forehead." Su Yunqian had a high fever, which alarmed me and compelled me to take the situation seriously. Despite her lack of cooperation, I was resolute in my care. There was another life at stake here. If something were to happen, it would be a double tragedy. Pregnant women cannot take medication lightly, especially with such a severe fever. She needed to be taken to the hospital. After a night of turmoil, Su Yunqian's fever was finally under control. However, after a day of exhausting efforts, I was utterly fatigued. As dawn approached, my body could no longer bear the strain, and I dozed off beside Su Yunqian's hospital bed, remaining asleep even as it was time to go to work. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the white curtains into the hospital room. The first thing Su Yunqian did upon waking was to search for Lin He. When she discovered that he had fallen asleep beside her from exhaustion, her worry gradually subsided. replaced by a mix of happiness and tenderness as she gazed at his slumbering figure. She draped her coat over Lin He, fearing that her beloved man might catch a chill. Seizing the moment while he was still asleep, she surreptitiously captured a few photos of him resting on the hospital bed. She then shared the images on her social media, captioning it, "Thank you for your hard work, staying up all night to take care of me. I woke up to find you exhausted beside me. Meeting you is my happiness. Love you." This sweet post sent ripples through the Su family and the company, igniting a commotion. In various fields, the elite of Huagua were quick to extend their congratulations to Su Yunqian. After all, he is the chairman of the National Financial Commission. Wielding both wealth and power, who wouldn't he want to curry favor? Meanwhile, within the company, upon the announcement of the young and beautiful boss's relationship, many single men found their dreams shattered. Previously, they had harbored a glimmer of hope of ascending through the affections of a wealthy woman. But now that avenue had been irrevocably closed. Unbeknownst to the principal party, Lin He continued to sleep soundly. "What are you smiling about?" Upon waking, he was met with the sight of Su Yunqian, clutching her phone and giggling like a child, blissfully unaware of the world around her. This left Lin He feeling perplexed. Su Yunqian, as if she had committed some misdeed, immediately concealed her phone, her demeanor betraying a sense of evasion, as if fearful of Lin He discovering her secret. No. Lin He rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you afraid of? As if I'm dying to know your affairs." Rising, he gently touched her forehead, relieved to find her in good recovery. His worry finally began to dissipate. "You rest well. I'll head home and prepare something delicious for you." "Thank you, darling." "Darling?" Lin He's body jolted, an unfamiliar warmth flooding his heart. How long had he yearned to hear such words? Yet, those wishes had been directed towards Su Yuru, when he had been nothing more than a lovesick admirer, longing for her attention. Regrettably, he turned to behold the stunning woman behind him, her face radiant with happiness, capable of melting the ice that had long encased his heart. However, their disparate statuses weighed heavily on him, and he could not allow himself to indulge. "I am not your husband." Lin He feigned anger, adopting a fierce tone as he addressed Su Yunqian. "I am your grandson. You are my ancestor. If you don't wear me out, you'll surely drive me to madness." Yet, as Lin He vented his frustrations, Su Yunqian only smiled brighter, her happiness palpable. She could sense that she was drawing ever closer to Lin He's heart, inching toward the thawing of his long-frozen emotions. In the capital at Imperial Palace No. 1, a strikingly beautiful woman, bearing a resemblance to Su Yunqian, sat alone in an office as opulent as a presidential suite. Sister! Major news." Suddenly, the tranquility of the office was shattered by a sweet voice as Su Luoyao rushed in excitedly. Su Yuru looked at her younger sister with affection. "What is it, Yao Yao? What news has you so excited?" Yet, she continued to peruse the documents in her hand, unchanged in her relentless work ethic after 3 years. Upon receiving the news, Luo Yao exclaimed, "We are going to have a brother-in-law. The eldest sister has officially announced it on her social media." At these words, a glimmer of light sparkled in Su Yuro's icy, beautiful eyes. Her happiness has always been rooted in her family. Upon taking a look, she confirmed that her sister was indeed in a relationship. After reading the post, she couldn't resist commenting, "No brother-in-law's face? Disappointing." However, a disappointing review aside, "Hurry and bring him home for me and Yao to inspect, haha." Yet, when her gaze fell upon the photograph in Su Yunqian's social media post, Su Yuro's previously sweet smile suddenly turned serious. Why did the figure in the photo evoke such an inexplicable feeling? It felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. Yet, she couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. Noticing Su Yuro's change in demeanor, Su Luoyao couldn't help but tease, "Second sister, isn't it a good thing that our eldest sister has found a brother-in-law? Why the long face? Are you feeling jealous?" No. I just feel that the back of the brother-in-law seems somewhat familiar," Su Yuro explained. But Su Luoyao began to complain. "I see you have become a bit unhinged since you drove away your brother-in-law. Now that you see our eldest sister has found someone, you're envious. You think I don't know you, Stinky Yuro? Who told you to send your brother-in-law packing?" As she watched Su Luoyao mumble her way out, Su Yuro's mind drifted to a familiar yet strange silhouette. Perhaps it was simply that she yearned for him so deeply that everyone now seemed to resemble him. Chapter 42. Envy of the chairman's boyfriend. After attending to Su Yunqian, Lin He returned to the office, dragging his weary body behind him. Taking care of her for an entire day had left him utterly exhausted, far more than a typical workday. Just as he intended to recline in his office chair for a brief rest, Zhang Cheng appeared with a mischievous smile, opening the glass door to the office. "Hey, director. Here are the keys to your Maybach." Thank you for last night's arrangements. The mention of the previous night filled Lin He with ire. His finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Qing, scolding, "How dare you show your face here? You ordered 4 bottles of wine and left me with a bill exceeding 80,000. This infuriates me. If we weren't in the office, I would have given you a good beating." He had generously taken Zhang Qing out for drinks, expecting a casual evening at a roadside barbecue stall, only to find that this reckless spendthrift had taken him to a bar. To make matters worse, he had ordered such expensive foreign wine. Did he truly believe that money grew on trees? However, Zhang Qing was quite astute. Sensing Lin He's anger, he immediately crouched down in a half-kneeling posture. "Father, your kindness from last night shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. From this day forth, I shall be your weapon. Wherever you point, I shall strike." Upon encountering an attractive young woman, Zhang Qing promptly presented his phone to Lin He, who gazed at it in perplexity. "What do you mean by this?" he inquired. "These are all the lovely ladies from my WeChat alternate account, each one youthful, beautiful, and possessing long legs. Some are pure and innocent girls untouched by the harshness of society. Please take a look, esteemed Suri." Upon hearing Zhang Qing's words, Lin He expressed his disdain, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do you think I lack women? Each one of them is nothing but a source of trouble." With that, Lin He reclined wearily in his office chair. Closing his eyes in exhaustion, Zhang Qing, ever perceptive, noticed the fatigue etched on Lin He's face and approached him from behind, demonstrating his unique massage techniques from the bathing establishment. To Lin He's surprise, after a series of powerful knees on his shoulders, the previous irritation and fatigue dissipated significantly. Truly, he was worthy of being the top technician at Lano Technology. His skills surpassed those of ordinary massage therapists. "Hey, director, did you know?" Zhang Qing's voice suddenly broke through Lin He's reverie. "Know what?" Lin He replied, puzzled. Zhang Qing cautiously scanned the surroundings before continuing. The chairman made an announcement. "This morning, she posted about her boyfriend on her Moments. That shameless pretty boy was lounging on Su Dong's lap. How despicable. It makes me want to slap him." "What? Su Yunqian made it public?" Lin He was taken aback, reflecting on the time he had spent by her side from last night to this morning. How could she have announced it? A wave of bitterness surged in his heart upon hearing about Su Yunqian's public declaration. Just the night before, she had professed her feelings for him, and now she was entangled with someone else. He opened WeChat and scrolled through Su Yunqian's Moments. Much to his dismay, he found that he had been blocked. Damn, that fickle woman. Her heart changes faster than her face. Zhang Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his superior being blocked by the chairman. "Huh, director, you've been blocked from the chairman's Moments. Here, let me show you what she posted this morning. The whole company knows now." Lin He shot Zhang Qing a warning glance, and the once laughing Zhang Qing immediately fell silent. Taking Zhang Qing's phone, Lin He read a saccharine post. A surge of resentment filled Lin He as he cursed Su Yunqian in his mind, recalling how she had called him her husband that very morning. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he was indeed the subject of the post. The photo had been taken while he was asleep, and as he read the overly sweet text accompanying it, warmth flooded through Lin He's heart. It turns out that I, too, can be the recipient of silent affection. Alas, Minister, I previously believed you had a chance, as it seemed that Director Su had an interest in you. I never anticipated that a pretty boy would seize the opportunity first. Look at him, sprawled across Director Su's lap, with such a shameless demeanor. If I knew who he was, I would surely deal with him. Zhang Qing's words startled Lin He, who hurriedly advised, "Hey, words are one thing, but don't do anything foolish. Besides, if you must act recklessly, don't do it in my name." Witnessing another bask in such fortune, Zhang Qing, having recently endured emotional setbacks, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Truly, how enviable it is for him to be with a woman of Director Su's caliber, wealthy, powerful, and strikingly beautiful with an exceptional figure. He is indeed a winner in life, even in death. Marrying a woman like Director Su would be worth it. Hey, are you going to chatter on like a woman all day long? Out. In just a few minutes. Zhang Qing had cursed Lin He countless times. He longed for Lin He's demise. Unable to endure any longer, Lin He promptly expelled Zhang Qing from the office. How unfortunate it was to have such a troublesome friend. Feeling wronged after being thrown out, Zhang Qing thought he was merely standing up for him. Why did the minister despise him? Had he said something amiss? However, realizing that Lin He was upset because Director Su had been pursued, Zhang Qing quietly muttered near the office glass door, "TCH. It's not my fault that Director Su was chased away. Why direct your anger at me? Speaking up for you is a mistake?" With an air of indignation, he pointed at Lin He's office door. If it weren't for you treating me to drinks last night, I would have left long ago. The glass door swung open, and Lin He emerged from the office, bewildered to find Zhang Cheng lingering at the entrance. What are you still doing here? Don't you have work to attend to? If not, then clock out. Stop loitering in front of me. You're rather irritating. Zhang Qing merely chuckled in complaint, knowing that if Lin He caught wind of his grievances, the days ahead would be quite challenging. He watched Lin He's retreating figure and saluted mockingly. As you command, Minister. As a favored member of the company, Lin He's habitual tardiness and early departures were commonplace. Yet, he never felt a shred of guilt for his frequent absences, as they were always to attend to matters concerning his boss, Su Yunxian. Today, he left early upon receiving news that Su Yunxian was to be discharged from the hospital. After all, she was the mother of his child, and he could not neglect her. Darling, you finally made it. Upon Lin He's entrance into the hospital room, Su Yunxian excitedly sat up. She grasped Lin He's hand, yearning for a closer connection. In response to Su Yunxian's playful antics, Lin He offered no concessions. I am not your husband. What kind of good wife posts on social media while blocking her husband? To his surprise, Lin He found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy. Although his remarks dripped with sarcasm, Su Yunxian felt an overwhelming joy, for it indicated her growing significance in Lin He's heart. She felt their emotional distance diminishing, transforming from her usual aloof and domineering demeanor. Su Yunxian playfully pouted before Lin He like a young girl. No, I want my husband close. As she spoke, she leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. After all this time, she had finally achieved her desire. With a soft, obedient tone, she murmured, Are you not angry, husband? I promise I won't do it again. The sweet, melodious sound of her voice seemed to strike Lin He like a series of delightful blows, melting away the icy barriers that had encased his heart for years. To hell with Su Yuro, and to hell with traditional ethics. Who could withstand Su Yunxian's charming onslaught? In that moment, Lin He was utterly captivated by the warm woman before him, as if bound by chains of love, unable to escape. Chapter 43. The young lady whose pregnancy cannot be contained. Lin He assumed the role of a considerate caregiver, tending diligently to Su Yunxian's daily needs. He drove her home from the hospital and, without pause, raced to the market to select the finest ingredients for her meals. For she was now over 2 months pregnant and required proper nourishment. Here, drink this while it's hot, he offered, presenting her with chicken soup. Careful not to let her burn herself. In a display of thoughtfulness, he brought a small table to place on the bed. Witnessing such considerate gestures, Su Yunxian beamed with warmth and happiness. Thank you, husband. Lin He merely rolled his eyes but said nothing. Noticing a few of Su Yunxian's intimate garments left unwashed, he began to tidy up. She had been weak lately, and any assistance he could provide felt necessary, considering she carried his child. As Su Yunxian sipped her hot soup, she gazed in astonishment at Lin He, who was bustling about their home. Not only did he chase away the chill of her recent illness, but he also filled her heart with an unprecedented warmth. Was this real? Living with the man she adored had been a long-cherished dream, and today it had come true. Once he finished his tasks, Lin He prepared to return to his modest rented apartment. However, he was suddenly embraced from behind by Su Yunxian, her voice soft and shy. The once formidable aura had completely dissipated. Darling, please don't go home tonight. Stay with me. Lin He turned around to find the usually aloof Miss Su blushing profusely. Embarrassed, she nestled her head against Lin He's sturdy chest. Gulp. Su Yunxian's boldness made Lin He nervously swallow. His heart was racing. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation. Miss. He stammered. This isn't quite appropriate. Before Lin He could finish his sentence, Su Yunxian's sweet, delicate lips captured his mouth with fervor. The intensity of her assault left him breathless. Caught off guard, Lin He was at a loss. Miss. Please. Su Yunxian covered his mouth, her dark eyes locked onto his. Her alluring figure pressed him firmly against the wall. In a commanding tone, she instructed. Do not call me miss. Call me wife. Stammering, Lin He struggled to articulate his words. Wife. My dear wife. Good boy. Su Yunxian was utterly pleased and promptly tugged Lin He's tie, pulling him into her room. After a passionate kiss, she suddenly ventured her hand toward his waist, startling Lin He into jumping up. Miss, you can't do that. You're pregnant, he protested. We mustn't be reckless. At the mention of her pregnancy, a flicker of panic crossed Su Yunxian's gaze. Only she knew that the child within her was merely a fabrication to control Lin He. If she didn't plant the seed soon, her belly would remain unchanged, and the truth would inevitably be revealed. The thought made her increasingly anxious. Oh no, I want it. I consulted a doctor. As long as we're careful, everything will be fine. Nonsense. Linny replied sternly, gently tapping her forehead. How can you joke about such matters? What if we accidentally harm you or the baby? Seeing the concern etched on Lin He's face filled Su Yunqian with warmth. He was willingly referring to her as his wife. It seemed he was genuinely accepting her and the child yet to be conceived. The dim night could not conceal the blush on Su Yunqian's cheeks as she dove into Lin He's warm embrace. Darling, can you promise me one thing? Lin He nearly spat out his drink at her request. The esteemed Miss Su Yunqian, a powerful figure at the helm of the National Gold Commission and the National Gold Group, was expressing such tender feelings to an ordinary man. Observing Lin He's constant grin, Su Yunqian, like a playful girl, began to sway his body and playfully tease him. Speak, and I shall comply. Promise me. No matter what, you will never abandon me. Faced with the sweet words of Su Yunqian, even the strong-willed Lin He found himself unable to resist. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, all right, I promise you. After hearing Lin He's response, Su Yunqian peacefully surrendered to slumber. That night, she slept soundly, dreaming of a life where she and Lin He build a home together, supported by the Su family and her sister, Yurua. Ultimately, the couple joyfully welcomed a brood of children into the world. However, Lin He gazed at the sweetly sleeping beauty, enshrouded in profound contemplation. He was torn. He was anxious. He was troubled. His inner turmoil did not stem from a fear of confronting the entire Su family behind Su Yunqian. His anxiety was not about managing the relationship with his ex-wife, Su Yurua. Rather, he was concerned that with his presence, the events from 3 years ago involving Su Jiangming would inevitably resurface. Such a revelation would undoubtedly thrust the Su family back into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Lin He grappled with the realization that regarding the women of the Su family, he had only 2 choices, to protect them or to love them. Yet, he now discovered that he had unknowingly fallen for the woman before him. He yearned to safeguard Su Yunqian while simultaneously desiring to be with her. Alas, Lin He felt his current strength was woefully inadequate. Thus, on that night, he pondered deeply, ultimately resigning himself to a heavy sigh before succumbing to sleep. One step at a time, he resolved, I shall not overthink it. In the following days, Lin He and Su Yunqian engaged in a clandestine romance at the office, ardently kissing whenever the coast was clear. Should anyone approach, they would feign ignorance of one another. Until one fateful evening, after work, Lin He returned home to care for his pet, Xiao Huang. Just as he tenderly patted his eldest son, Xiaodido, his father called in the dead of night. An elderly man's late-night call was always a source of dread. Lin, your mother has collapsed. It seems she has suffered a stroke. Hurry home. Upon answering, Lin He was met with his father's frantic voice, and in that moment, his world shattered. Father, do not panic. Call for an ambulance and take her to the provincial hospital. Stabilize her condition. I will be there immediately. Without a second thought, Lin He snatched his wallet and car keys, racing out the door. In his urgency, he sent a message to Su Yunqian to explain the situation. Wife, there is a situation at home. I need to return. I want to be able to come to work or home for the next few days. Just wanted to keep you informed. After composing the message, Lin He sent it without a second glance at his phone, tossing it aside as he pressed the accelerator. Oblivious to the impending consequences, Lin He sent a message to the company's large group chat, which included over 100 employees. Initially, the group remained calm for a few minutes, but soon the senior executives began to tease Lin He. Minister Lin, we're not your wife, huh? Minister Lin, you sent this by mistake. This is the company group. Looks like Minister Lin is under his wife's thumb, needing to report home. I wonder what kind of beauty your sister-in-law is to keep Minister Lin so obedient. While everyone was indulging in gossip and jesting, Su Yunqian replied to Lin He, all right, be careful on the road. Please send my regards to Mom and Dad. As soon as Su Yunqian's message appeared, the group fell silent for a moment, only to erupt with astonishment. Oh my goodness! The chairman is actually Minister Lin's wife. What a shocking revelation. They have hidden this so well. Chapter 44. No matter what, I will stand behind you. On the highway to Nanyuan province, the navigation system repeatedly alerted Lin He for speeding. Even though he pressed the accelerator to its limits, he showed no signs of slowing down, because his mother was more important than anything else. Suddenly, his phone rang with a crisp tone. To his surprise, it was Zhang Cheng, who was known for being a bit of a fool. Without a second thought, Lin He hung up. This rascal only called him for work or to cause trouble. It surely couldn't be anything good. However, not long after, Zhang Cheng called again. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin He hung up once more. And then, the phone rang again. At this point, Lin He, eager to return home, finally exploded. He picked up the phone and yelled, "Zhang Qing, are you missing a screw in your head? Why are you calling after work? Are you planning to work overtime every night for the next 2 hours?" In response to Lin He's scolding, Zhang Qing merely smiled slightly. "Hey, Minister, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding things." Lin He was even more confused by Zhang Qing's cryptic words. "What? Can you speak plainly? What have I hidden?" "The chairman. I can't believe the chairman is your wife." Upon hearing this, Lin He was so startled that he swerved the car into the slow lane. "What?" As Lin He feigned shock, Zhang Qing continued to tease his superior. "Come on, Minister. Where are you trying to play coy? You admitted it in the company group chat." The chairman even replied personally. While driving, Lin He glanced at his WeChat messages and discovered that the incident had already set the company group chat ablaze. After scrolling for a bit longer, he realized that the message he intended to send to Su Yunqian had actually been sent to the group. Most importantly, Su Yunqian had replied. At that moment, Lin He felt like he could just die. In the future, it would be difficult for Su Yunqian to deny her relationship with me. As the entire company is now aware of our connection, it would be impossible for me to act as if she were a stranger within the workplace. Furthermore, such behavior would lead others to perceive me as someone reliant on her wealth. As a retired Special Forces soldier of Huagua, I cannot allow myself to be subjected to such indignities. Yet, if this is the price for finding a wealthy partner and avoiding 40 years of hardship, so be it. Contemporary youth do indeed favor affluent companions. What has transpired, and I shall not dwell excessively on it. I set my phone aside, focusing instead on the road. Hastening to the hospital where my mother is located. In Nanyuan Province, Phoenix City, at the First People's Hospital of Nanyuan, the emergency room entrance awaited. My father and I sat by the door, our expressions blank. The dual burdens of life's pressures and my mother's illness had left my father with hair as white as snow. In just 3 years apart, I felt he had aged significantly. It was as though decades had passed in the blink of an eye. My father rubbed his deeply lined face and sighed heavily. "Alas, it is my inadequacy that has prevented your mother from enjoying a single day of peace. Such is the silent weight of paternal love, as steadfast as a mountain." Witnessing my father's exhaustion and self-reproach filled my heart with sorrow. "Father, please do not speak like that. You have done your utmost." As the two of us conversed, the door finally swung open. "Doctor, how is my mother?" We approached the doctor in unison. The doctor assessed us and inquired, "Are you her family?" "I am her son," I replied. The doctor presented the medical record to me. The patient is no longer in immediate danger, however, due to vascular complications in her brain. She faces life-threatening risks if surgery is not performed. "We will proceed with the surgery," my father and I declared in unison. "I regret to inform you that our province lacks the necessary technology for such a procedure, even if there are specialists in this field within the country. The chances of a successful operation are exceedingly slim. It is a rare condition. Therefore, we recommend that you spend quality time with her during this period. It would be more dignified. Additionally, please arrange for the 2,000 yuan emergency fee." The doctor's cold tone struck us like a bolt of lightning. If we cannot find a doctor capable of treating her condition, does that mean my mother will leave us? My father's heart grew heavy, burdened by the efforts he had made to seek treatment for her illness, only to find himself unable to save the love of his life. Who could endure such a fate? "Lin, perhaps we should heed the doctor's advice and simply be with your mother in her remaining days. Let us not complicate matters further." My father's trembling voice betrayed his deep anguish. It was evident that uttering those words brought him immense pain. No. There must be another way. Mother has yet to enjoy a good life." The once resilient Lin He now finds himself in a state of frailty. His trembling hands struggle even to grasp a mobile phone. After a moment of contemplation, Lin He realizes he is at a loss for solutions. At this juncture, he recalls that his wife is none other than the esteemed daughter of the Su family. If he humbles himself to seek her assistance, perhaps her capabilities could lead to a doctor who can save his mother. For the sake of his mother, Lin He sets aside his reservations. He searches for Su Yunqian's number and dials it. "Hello, darling. Have you returned home? Have you seen Mom and Dad? How are they?" Su Yunqian's gentle and melodious voice resonates through the phone. In an instant, Lin He feels a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing the sorrow and fear within. He implores, "Can you help me? Are you asking me for help?" Su Yunqian is momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with indescribable joy and excitement. She never anticipated Lin He would reach out to her for assistance. However, upon hearing the tremor in his voice, She comprehends that he is facing a predicament he cannot resolve alone. Thus, with a soothing and tender tone, she reassures him, "What are you saying? What do you mean by help? I am your wife. When you are in trouble, it is only natural for me to stand behind you and offer my utmost support." In that moment, the strength of a man from Huagua crumbles under the waves of her sweet comfort, and he weeps uncontrollably. Faced with overwhelming circumstances, he could bear any hardship alone. Yet, the concern of another brings him to tears. "Wu-Wu, my mother is dying. Can you save her?" "Wu-Wu." At this point, Lin He has cast aside the notion that a man should not shed tears. Alone, he sits on the cold chair in the hospital corridor, weeping openly. What? When did this happen? Hearing Lin He's cries, Su Yunxian feels a pang of heartache. While comforting him over the phone, she hastens to the hospital where Lin He's mother is being treated. With no available flights for the evening, she resolves to drive herself there. No matter what, she is determined to be by Lin He's side. She can sense his despair and anguish. Countless times in the past, when she found herself engulfed in despair, it was Lin He who silently shielded her. Now, it is his turn to need her support. Su Yunxian silently vows, no matter what, she will unreservedly stand by him this time, becoming Lin He's strongest pillar. Chapter 45. Are you truly my daughter-in-law? Around 3 in the morning, Su Yunxian and her assistant finally arrive. Ignoring the discomfort of her high heels, she hurriedly makes her way toward Lin He. Upon seeing him helplessly crouched on the cold floor, she compassionately lifts him into her embrace. "How is our mother?" Upon encountering Su Yunxian unexpectedly, Lin He, a man seasoned by the tempest of life, was taken aback. Although the provinces of Nanyun and Dongchuan are neighboring territories, even with haste, the journey would consume approximately 6 hours. This indicated that Su Yunxian had rushed to Lin He's side the moment she received his call. "What brings you here?" Amidst his astonishment, a flicker of concern arose within him. After all, Su Yunxian was expecting a child. Lin He gestured toward the firmly shut door. "Mother is still inside. The doctor has diagnosed her with a cerebrovascular condition and given her little time." As he spoke, Lin He lowered his head in shame. Meanwhile, Lin He's father, observing the sudden appearance of the stunning woman and their intimate interaction, regarded them with incredulity. Could it be that his carefree son had found such an extraordinary and beautiful partner? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was imagining things. Su Yunxian, a remarkably capable woman, quickly approached the on-duty doctor to ascertain the situation. After learning about her mother's condition, she immediately made calls to pertinent doctors in Beijing, a task that consumed 2 hours. Witnessing Su Yunxian's palpable anxiety stirred a mix of gratitude and sorrow within Lin He. In a serendipitous twist of fate, this woman began to penetrate the icy fortress around his heart, gradually melting its frozen layers with her warm and fervent spirit. Lin He approached Su Yunxian with a bottle of water in hand. "Miss, thank you, but there's no need to rush. Please have a sip." Su Yunxian's expression darkened, her penetrating gaze leaving no room for concealment. "What did you just say? Repeat that." The sudden intensity of her presence made Lin He swallow nervously. "Just have some water," he stammered. The previous statement. "Ah." Lin He scratched his head, bewildered. "Miss." Su Yunxian's eyes turned icy, causing Lin He to flinch. "What did you call me?" "I shall grant you one more chance." Gulp. The situation was tense. Lin He, sensing her irritation, discreetly moved behind Su Yunxian. Employing a massage technique he had learned from Zhang Cheng, he tenderly massaged her neck and shoulders, his voice dripping with sweetness. "I merely wish to spare you from fatigue, my dear." In response to Lin He's affectionate words and attentive massage, a smile of happiness blossomed on Su Yunxian's face. Observing their intimate exchange, her accompanying secretary could no longer contain herself. Ahem. At that moment, Su Yunxian remembered her secretary and Lin He's father were present. Instantly, a blush adorned her exquisite cheeks as she buried her face into Lin He's embrace. This scene filled Lin He's father with immense satisfaction. After a brief moment of calm, Su Yunxian shyly emerged from Lin He's embrace, her beautiful eyes gazing at both Lin He and his father. "Let us bring Mom back to Jiangchuan tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin He's father felt gratitude, yet the traces of helplessness and sorrow on his face remained. "My dear girl, thank you for your kindness. However, the doctor has stated that the probability of success for such an operation is quite low, and we cannot find a relevant specialist. Do not worry, just accompany her peacefully for the time she is left." Upon hearing the words of surrender, Su Yunxian became even more anxious than Lin He. "Dad, how can you say that? As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, we must strive for it. Besides, I have already made all the arrangements." "Dad, Lin He's father trembled slightly, so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly speak. What did you call me? Dad. Su Yunqian's sweet voice rang out once more. Tears of joy welled up in his father's eyes, as he thought to himself that their ancestral spirits must be looking favorably upon him, blessing his son with such a beautiful and exceptional woman. However, unlike his father's emotional outburst, Lin He wore a look of concern. He pulled Su Yunqian aside and whispered, "Wife, doctors for such surgeries are hard to find. The doctors mentioned that there might not be any with relevant clinical experience even by the new year. Are you suggesting we send Mom abroad?" "Yet." Su Yunqian confidently shook her phone. "Oh, you foolish man. With Mom's condition being so serious, how could we possibly go abroad? We can invite a specialized medical team to Jianshuan. As long as the funds are sufficient and the benefits enticing, even divine beings would be willing to assist. To hire a team of elite foreign doctors for her mother's treatment?" Lin He pondered the immense costs and the significant influence required. He gazed gratefully at the woman before him, finding her increasingly endearing. "Thank you," Lin He said earnestly. Su Yunqian remained silent, simply embracing Lin He, wishing to offer him the greatest support within her capabilities. The next day, once her mother's condition stabilized, Lin He and Su Yunqian brought her to Jianshuan City, arranging for her care at a hospital under the Su family's name. With Su Yunqian's formidable background, the hired medical team proved to be exceptionally effective. The surgery was remarkably successful, and within a few days, her mother was transferred to a general ward. During these days, Su Yunqian seemed to be in a frenzy, visiting the hospital daily. She intended to seize this opportunity to impress Lin He's mother. If she could win the approval of Lin He's parents, the chances of their marriage, even if the matter of children were to surface later, would greatly increase. What parents would not appreciate a woman who could both earn a living and care for the elderly? In a materialistic society, such women are rare to find. "Mom, come, drink a bit more." In the hospital room, Su Yunqian tenderly fed her mother-in-law with a soup spoon. At that moment, the recently awakened mother Lin beheld a daughter-in-law who was not only capable and nurturing, but also strikingly beautiful. Her joy was evident as she beamed broadly. "My dear daughter, I can hardly manage to drink anymore. It brings me immense happiness to see you." Mother Lin's affectionate gaze lingered on Su Yunqian, who felt a touch of bashfulness under her scrutiny. Grasping Su Yunqian's delicate hand, Lin He spoke with warmth that was profoundly comforting. "My daughter, speak sincerely to me. Are you truly Lin Er's partner? Are you genuinely my daughter-in-law?" "Mother, how could I not be like your daughter-in-law? Have I not treated Lin He well enough?" Mother Lin excitedly waved her hand, exclaiming, "No, you have treated us exceptionally well. It's almost hard for me to believe. Our Lin Er, despite his modest means, is truly a good person. To make us happy, he would go to great lengths, even deceiving us if necessary. Just last time, when I urgently needed money for cancer treatment, he, not wanting us to worry, took out numerous online loans to help our family, which infuriated me. Thus, she expressed her fears that Su Yunqian might be an actress he had invited to deter us from pressuring him into marriage." Hearing so many stories of Lin He from his mother, Su Yunqian felt even more reassured in her choice. A man who would go to great lengths for his family is truly worthy of trust. She clasped her mother-in-law's weathered hands, saying, "Mother, rest assured, I am indeed your daughter-in-law, unless your son decides otherwise." "That rascal, would he dare?" They both laughed heartily. Their cheerful exchange infused the cold hospital room with an unprecedented warmth and joy. Chapter 46. She is not an outsider. She is my daughter-in-law. After several weeks of treatment, Mother Lin was almost fully recovered. On the day of her discharge, Lin He brought his parents back to his dilapidated rented apartment. As Mother Lin surveyed the modest one-bedroom unit, she recalled the hardships her son had endured for this family, and how his wife had shared in that struggle. The kind-hearted Mother Lin felt a pang of sorrow as she reflected, "Ah, Lin Er, if it weren't for the need to treat your mother's illness with your abilities, you should have long been able to buy a house and a car. You shouldn't have to squeeze into this 30-square-meter space with Miss Su." Lin He set down his suitcase, panting slightly, and replied, "Mother, what are you saying? There will be plenty of money in the future. There is no rush." "Ah, Lin Er, now that your mother and I are living here, where will you and Miss Su stay?" His father pondered, glancing at the single bedroom with concern. Lin He began tidying the room and reassured him, "It's fine. She has gone home to sleep. She isn't living here with me. As for the night, you two elders will stay in the bedroom while I will manage on the sofa." Upon hearing that the two were not cohabiting, Mother looked somewhat bewildered. "What? She is not your partner? Why are you living apart?" Lin He continued to tidy up his belongings. "She is just joking. We are merely very good friends. We are not truly together. What? Lin He's parents exclaimed in unison. Lin mother reproached Lin He with a tone of incredulity. I heard from Xiao Su that she insists on marrying you. As she spoke, Lin mother pinched Lin He's ear, reminiscent of how she used to discipline him as a disobedient child. Speak. Are you planning to let her down? Under the stern admonition of his mother, Lin He could only sigh in submission. Mom, how could your son be so heartless? Just then, the door to the rental apartment swung open. Su Yunqian, appearing from nowhere, suddenly materialized before them. With a pitiful expression, she clung to Lin mother's arm. Mom, why didn't you inform me when you were discharged from the hospital? Are you planning to disown me as your daughter-in-law? Lin mother gazed at Su Yunqian with overwhelming affection, as if she were her own daughter. Oh, Xiao Su. I didn't know. You said you two weren't a couple. Su Yunqian felt even more aggrieved and began to recount her grievances over the years in front of the elders. Woo-woo. Mom, he is just that kind of person. A few years ago, he even forged a false name to avoid me. Now that I am carrying his child, he wants to abandon me. You two must stand up for me. What? Miss Su, you say you were pregnant with our Lin family's child? Lin father and mother trembled as they approached Su Yunqian, incredulously gazing at her slightly rounded belly. Tears of excitement brimmed in their eyes. Thank heavens. Our Lin family finally has an heir, Lin father exclaimed with fervor. However, regaining his composure, Lin father, enraged, pulled out his black leather belt to strike Lin He. Who would have thought that after being devoted his entire life, his son would turn out to be an absolute scoundrel? Dad, what are you doing? Lin He frantically dodged between his mother and Su Yunqian. The comical scene elicited an unrestrained laugh from Su Yunqian, who covered her alluring mouth. Crack. Father was indeed a father, and the beating was all too real. The dark belt landed solidly on Lin He's back, causing him to wail in pain. Dad, are you really hitting me? Lin He looked at his father, who had turned against him, with a face full of grievance. In anger, his father retorted, Don't call me Dad. I have no son like you. Dad, how can you do this? You trust an outsider over your own son. However, in the face of Lin He's vehement arguments, the elderly couple unhesitatingly stepped forward to support Su Yunqian. What does it mean to be an outsider? She's the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. You worthless scoundrel. Observing the blatant favoritism of the elders, Su Yunqian could no longer suppress her enticing lips. With Lin He's parents in her grasp, she was one step closer to truly claiming him. She warmly clasped Lin's mother's hands, exclaiming, Mother, let us go home. This dilapidated house shall be left for him to guard alone. With that, Su Yunqian pulled Lin's mother toward the exit. No. Mother, this is our home. Do not be deceived by her. Lin He protested. However, his mother did not respond, instead linking arms with Su Yunqian as they walked out together like sisters. Having successfully executed her scheme, Su Yunqian turned back to Lin He, making a face to flaunt her ultimate victory. After Su Yunqian took his parents away, Lin He had no choice but to follow. After all, they were his parents. It was unthinkable to leave their care to others. Since Su Yunqian had complained to his parents, they had intensified their supervision over him, imposing a myriad of unreasonable demands. They insisted that Lin He be a responsible man, requiring him to handle all household chores, including laundry, dishwashing, and cooking. A series of inequitable treaties descended upon him, leaving Lin He in a state of profound distress. As he began to serve Su Yunqian and her unborn child like a caretaker, once his mother had sufficiently recovered, Lin He finally returned to the workplace he had long been estranged from. Good morning, Minister Lin. Good morning. Upon his return to the company after an extended absence, Lin He noticed that much had changed. More precisely, the people within the company had transformed significantly. They all appeared exceedingly friendly and affable. Whether they were ordinary employees or executives at the director level, everyone greeted Lin He with utmost respect, calling him Minister Lin. Especially upon reaching the office of the financing department, Lin He truly felt what it meant to be the center of attention. The enthusiastic Zhang Cheng, accompanied by a group of colleagues from the financing department, surrounded him. Minister, you have finally returned. Oh, you really ought to be more considerate. It's Minister Lin. But you should call him Director Lin. Zhang Cheng wisely corrected, knowing just how to win people over, and his simple remark elicited hearty laughter from Lin He. However, it was best to maintain decorum. Lin He feigned a calm demeanor, though inside he was already brimming with excitement. Everyone, quiet down. Mind the influence. Mind the influence. Since everyone was so eager to elevate him, Lin He decided to drop the pretense. Let us all work hard. From now on, you are all ministers. Director Lin is formidable. The flattery from the younger colleagues sent Lin He into a euphoric state, completely lost in joy. He leapt onto his desk and commenced his own impromptu talk show. Listen to me from now on. Who cares about directors, vice presidents, or even the chairman? They are not as clever as I am. If I say a project can succeed, it certainly will be profitable. Although Lin He was indulging in self-aggrandizement, he was, after all, the husband of the chairman. Regardless of their preferences, everyone had to humor his speech. Suddenly, just as Lin He was reveling in his oration, a striking figure appeared at the door. With a cold and piercing gaze, she fixed her eyes upon the man standing atop the desk. It was none other than Chairman Su Yunxian, causing the onlooking colleagues to scurry back to their respective places in fear. Moments later, she addressed the entire company with an official announcement. Colleagues, our Minister Lin from the Strategic Financing Department has been congregating a group to boast during working hours, severely disrupting the conducive work environment of our company. Although I am the chairman and he is my husband, rules are rules, and we must adhere to them. We shall enforce and implement them. As she spoke, she turned to Lin He, her calm exterior betraying a glint of mischief in her beautiful eyes. Therefore, your pocket money for this month will be entirely deducted. Su Yunxian's words elicited laughter from the company's staff, while a bewildered Lin He remained in a daze, unable to comprehend. This isn't how the script is supposed to unfold. In typical stories, the male protagonist is adored by a wealthy woman and treated like royalty every day. Why is it that in my case, I am constantly bullied? He had faced ridicule before and continued to do so after being with Su Yunxian. This narrative deviated significantly from the usual trajectory of urban romance novels. Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. After giving her instructions, Su Yunxian turned and returned to her office, leaving Lin He and his colleagues in a state of confusion. Chapter 47. A reunion with He Huifeng tomorrow. There will be a national corporate exchange meeting regarding the relocation of China's industrial structure to the West. You are to represent the company. Upon hearing this, Lin He furrowed his brow, as if recalling something he had heard before. Are you referring to the potential designation of Dongchuan Province as a national strategic center? Su Yunxian was both surprised and intrigued. She was astonished that Lin He had such foresight regarding national strategy, yet puzzled how an ordinary citizen could possess this knowledge, especially since no formal announcement had been made regarding Dongchuan's future strategic positioning. Only a select few at the higher echelons of government were privy to any whispers of this nature. Oh, I didn't realize you were so well informed about policy. Su Yunxian's admiring gaze remained fixed on Lin He. Hey, I heard it from a friend. Lin He casually concocted an excuse. He certainly could not reveal that the intelligence had been acquired from his old comrade. Number 5. Nevertheless, Lin He remained perplexed as to why he was summoned to such a significant meeting. The attendees were all prominent figures in their respective fields. Why was it he, of all people, who was chosen for such an important gathering? The company did not belong to him. Should it not be the chairman who represented them? Lin He was lost in thought. Su Yunxian set down the documents in her hands, stating, I must represent the National Financial Commission. Therefore, the company must send someone in my stead. But that shouldn't be me. They're as the president and vice presidents. Why would I represent the company? Lin He questioned, his confusion deepening. You are destined to take charge of the company in the future. It is time for you to practice. Lin He was taken aback. Stumbling over his words, me? He pointed at himself, his expression a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Who else could it be? You are my husband. If you do not take over, who will? Lin He glanced around the office, noting the absence of others. His expression soured. What husband? Who is your husband? Seeing Lin He's irritation, Su Yunxian was both amused and exasperated. To soothe her beloved, she quickly approached him and enveloped him in a gentle embrace. Oh dear. Of course, you are my husband. Lin He, however, remained skeptical of Su Yunxian's playful words. I'd be a fool to believe you. What kind of wife would publicly dock her husband's salary? In an instant, Su Yunxian transformed, adopting an entirely different demeanor. She morphed into a sweet, playful girl, clasping Lin He's muscular arm and beginning to act coy. Husband, I was wrong. Yes, I did dock your salary, but I can give you pocket money. I'll provide you with ample allowances, 10,000 a month, 100,000, a million. After all, my money is your money. Despite Su Yunxian's enticing offer, Lin He remained unmoved. No need. I shall strive to be self-reliant as a man. I do not require pity from a woman, despite all her sweet words. Lin He remained oblivious to his good fortune. The once charming and graceful Su Yunxian now transformed, embodying a fierce warrior. She grabbed Lin He by the ear and unleashed her frustration. Brother, have I not given you enough face? If you remain ungrateful, I shall speak to your mother tonight. Let us see if she will pressure you into marrying me. In recent days, under the influence of Su Yunxian's persuasion, 8 out of 10 sentences spoken by Lin He's parents revolved around her. It seemed as if their souls had been enchanted by Su Yunxian. As they incessantly praised her at home, they lauded her beauty, her ability to earn, and her thoughtfulness towards her husband and care for the elderly. According to them, Su Yunxian truly epitomized the ideal modern wife. Under the relentless psychological assault from his parents, Lin He finds returning home to be an unbearable ordeal. The mere thought of his parents pressuring him to marry sends him fleeing like a startled rabbit, truly embodying the essence of manhood, capable of both yielding and retreating, swiftly withdrawing when faced with adversity. The following day at the Jiangchuan City Convention Center, Lin He appeared as a mere attendant beside Su Yunxian, who donned a dignified and elegant work uniform, while Lin He himself wore a casually chosen checkered shirt, starkly contrasting with the solemn ambience surrounding them. The attendees were esteemed figures of society, yet Lin He seemed to resemble someone summoned merely to repair a light fixture. However, he remained indifferent to these superficialities and found his designated seat in the venue. This gathering was a conference aimed at promoting the national industrial restructuring policy, attended by numerous high-ranking officials and distinguished entrepreneurs. As a leader of national stature, Su Yunxian undoubtedly shone as the brightest star of the day. The conference dragged on for what felt like an eternity, characterized by both tedium and length, during which Lin He unknowingly dozed off several times. After enduring several arduous hours, he finally reached the segment he cherished most, the networking session. Here, an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines awaited the esteemed guests. Adults understand that regardless of the nature of any event or meeting, the so-called learning and exchange are mere facades. The ultimate goals are to showcase connections and simultaneously procure further relationships and resources. Consequently, nearly everyone sought to ingratiate themselves with the influential figures present. In contrast, Lin He maintained a refreshingly naive perspective, dismissing these insincere social machinations. He was solely focused on the lavish banquet arranged by the event, eagerly selecting the most extravagant ingredients and desserts. Observers might have mistaken his voracious eating for that of a beggar who had not eaten in days. Lin He, suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. With a large lobster in his mouth, Lin He turned to see who was beckoning. There stood a recognizable figure, He Huifang. What was she doing here? She was Lin He's first love, with whom he had shared a college romance. However, due to Lin He's dire financial circumstances, He Huifang had ultimately abandoned him. Rumor had it that she later found companionship with a wealthy heir and was now living quite comfortably. As He Huifang observed Lin He's disheveled appearance, she silently congratulated herself, believing that leaving him had been the wisest decision of her life. Yu Haven tea changed a bit. Still as poor as ever, she remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm and disdain. Lin He, unfazed, wiped the grease from his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the scorn of a woman he once admired. I find it rather agreeable. At least I am living with integrity, he replied. Unlike certain individuals who indulge in the feast while coveting what others possess, He Huifang's complexion flushed with indignation at Lin He's words. She vividly recalled the past, her betrayal of Lin He, who had supported her studies and aspirations for postgraduate education, all in her pursuit of a wealthy heir. Suddenly, a seemingly refined gentleman approached from behind and embraced He Huifang. This is my ex-boyfriend. A veritable wastrel, she declared. At 27, he cannot even afford a respectable outfit for this gathering. Lin He, oblivious to what grievances he had caused her, faced her scorn without regard for their shared history. The ostensibly cultured man revealed a smile that concealed malice. Greetings. I am He Huifang's current partner. Thank you for allowing me to meet her. Which row were you seated in? And what is the name of your company? Let us become acquainted. He Huifang's husband pretended to extend his hand, presenting his business card with an air of superiority. Lin He, under the impression that this man was reasonable, innocently handed over his own card, unwittingly providing an opportunity for humiliation. Haha, even my dog would occupy a better seat than you. The man scoffed, unable to contain his derision. The seating arrangements at the conference were determined by various factors such as corporate strength, wealth, and social standing. Naturally, Lin He's modest tech firm was relegated to the back. The hypocritical gentleman clutched Lin He's card and continued his mockery. Nuwa Technology Limited? Head of Strategic Financing? Never heard of it. Clearly a newly established small enterprise. And you're merely a junior manager. As he spoke, He carelessly discarded Lin He's card as if it were refuse, cruelly taunting. Tianhe International Investment is backed by the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Liu family. We possess formidable strength, connections, and resources. We have no need for the likes of your small company. Then, He Huifang, with a condescending gaze, joined in the ridicule. Lin He, you've truly failed miserably. At 26, you remain just a junior manager. Look at your pitiful appearance. I suppose you still reside in a rental. Lin He, unfazed by the taunts of this contemptible couple, merely smiled faintly, disinterested in their jibes. However, it seemed that He Huifang and her companion were determined not to relent. They continued to mock him. So, Brother Lin, are you here to learn about the financing projects for the adjustment of the Eastern and Western industrial structures? Lin He pressed his lips together. Is there a problem? Ha. Upon hearing Lin He's assured response, the man erupted into boisterous laughter, unabashedly mocking them. You? Don't waste your efforts. Not only will you fail to secure the project, but with your company's capabilities, you won't even have the opportunity to participate in the bidding. Lin He chuckled inwardly, knowing that the highest-ranking leader present was on his side. As long as he desired it, how could he possibly fear failure? Nonetheless, he maintained his composure in the face of ridicule. Oh, if we lack qualifications, then who possesses them? The man sneered, tugging at his expensive Hermes tie, his arrogance practically elevating his nostrils to the heavens. Certainly, it is Tianhe International Investment. In Dongchuan Province, no company can compare to us in terms of investment and connections, with the Liu family and the government backing us. Even Chairman Su of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission must show us some respect. Observing the man's air of certainty, Lin He couldn't help but smirk. How audacious for a mere investment firm to mock a high-ranking national leader. Sheer ignorance of their own insignificance. However, upon learning that this man was associated with the Liu family, Lin He silently noted his identity. The Liu family, a clan with which Lin He had never crossed paths. Yet it was they who had orchestrated the demise of Su Jiaming, the heir of the Su family, 3 years prior. They had not only attempted countless assassinations against Lin He, but had also framed him for all the bloodshed, forcing him to live like a rat, evading danger at every turn. Such deep-seated enmity must be avenged. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke through his thoughts. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Without waiting for a response, Su Yunstin slipped her arm through Lin He's. He Huifang and her boyfriend stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the reality before them. How could the esteemed chairwoman of the National Financial Commission, Ms. Su, be holding Lin He's hand in broad daylight? Their closeness resembled that of a long-established couple. Particularly, He Huifang's boyfriend felt despair at the sight. He had offended someone he should never have crossed. No matter how formidable Tianhe International was, it was merely a notable enterprise in Dongchuan Province. Su Yunxian was of an entirely different caliber, chairwoman of the National Financial Commission and head of the National Financial Group, overseeing 7 national banks. Half of Huawei's wealth lay within her grasp. Realizing that he had wronged someone of such stature, the man resembled a frantic, tail-wagging husky, continually bowing and scraping before Su Yunstin and Lin He. Chairwoman Su, greetings. I am Luo Ning, the president of Tianhe International Investment. Here is my business card. Please bear with us regarding the project. Su Yunxian accepted the card without so much as glancing at Luo Ning, instead turning to inquire Lin He's opinion. Are you too well acquainted? Lin He awkwardly shook his head, considering them friends. They had only just met and exchanged a few words. Words are one thing, actions another. She had heard their mocking remarks about Lin He loud and clear. Since that moment, their prospects for bidding on future projects with Tianhe International had become utterly bleak, regardless of their profound connections or formidable strength. At least from Su Yunxian's perspective, it was an impossibility. With her partner losing his position, she felt compelled to reclaim it. Su Yunxian's brows furrowed, her icy tone laced with a hint of anger. It was precisely for this reason that they could not resort to unscrupulous means. The decision of which project to undertake is not solely for me as the chairperson to dictate. It requires thorough examination, assessment, voting, and a series of procedural deliberations by the committee. Do not presume that relying on governmental connections grants you immunity. One must be grounded, adhering faithfully to the rules and processes. Above all, one must not be arrogant. Su Yunxian's final remark carried a weighty tone. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that this was her retaliation against Luo Ning's recent impetuousness. After speaking, she did not hesitate to toss Luo Ning's business card back at him, which he clumsily failed to catch, causing it to fall to the ground. The darts thrown by He Huifeng and Luo Ning had ultimately struck their own faces. This scene served as a gratifying release of pent-up frustration for her partner. In a turn of poetic justice, Su Yunqian not only upheld the standards expected of a leader from Hua, but also adeptly wielded the so-called rules and processes to deliver a stinging humiliation. Watching Su Yunqian and Lin He depart hand in hand, Luo Ning felt as if his soul had been drained, standing there in a daze. Prior to the meeting, he had assured the Lu family of his unwavering determination to secure the project. Yet now, not only had he failed to obtain it, but he had also offended the high-ranking official Su Yunqian from the capital. The prospect of reclaiming this project seemed insurmountable henceforth. Darling, the meeting is over. Will you accompany me to buy a new handbag? The oblivious He Huifeng, entirely unaware of Luo Ning's simmering anger, naively pressed him for a shopping trip. The gentlemanly demeanor that Luo Ning had once shown had vanished entirely. Buy? What on earth are you talking about? All you ever think about is shopping. Like a foolish pig, why provoke me for no reason? Now look at the situation. His wife no longer wishes to work with us on the project. Without funding, we will be left with nothing. Confronted with Luo Ning's scathing accusations, He Huifeng shed tears of frustration. What had she done wrong? How could a little fairy be at fault? She merely sought to leverage her affluent husband's identity to find a semblance of significance in the eyes of her impoverished first love. Who could have anticipated that after years apart, Lin He would have transformed from a mere chicken into a resplendent phoenix? Unbeknownst to him, he had managed to win the affection of the illustrious Su Yuxian, the esteemed young lady of the Su family. He Huifeng now realized that she was not the only one capable of living off the kindness of others. Lin He could do so as well, and in a manner far more impressive than her own. Chapter 49. Su Yuxian, straining for her child on the way back. Lin He, lost in profound contemplation while gripping the steering wheel, failed to notice that the vehicle had veered off course. Hey! Lin He snapped back to reality at Su Yuxian's shrill cry. Startled, he swiftly corrected the steering, narrowly averting a potential accident. Pouting in annoyance, Su Yuxian exclaimed, "If you don't wish to be with me, just say so. Don't think of staging a driving mishap to harm me. You're endangering not just me, but also your child. Truly, you are heartless." Lin He recognized his error, accepting Su Yuxian's reprimand with the submissiveness of a well-behaved puppy. "No. How could I ever wish to harm you or the child? It was merely an accident." Su Yuxian rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "HMPF. It seems your soul has been stolen by that so-called college sweetheart." "No, I was simply lost in thought." Regardless of Lin He's protestations, Su Yuxian remained unconvinced. "What could possibly be more important than your wife and child? You clearly have thoughts of that woman. I'll be sure to tell my mother when we get home." Su Yuxian incessantly mentioned her mother, leaving one to wonder if she believed Lin He had wronged her mother instead. The mere thought overwhelmed Lin He. Indeed, he had been distracted just moments ago, but not in the way she imagined. His mind was occupied with matters concerning the Lu family. However, the implications of this situation were too significant to involve her, leading to a rather awkward predicament. He remained at a loss for how to clarify things to Su Yuxian. Upon returning home, Lin's mother, having regained her strength, had spent the morning preparing a sumptuous meal for Su Yuxian. After all, as a pregnant woman, she required ample nourishment. As her mother-in-law, Lin's mother felt it was her duty to care for her daughter-in-law. Upon entering, Su Yuxian's eyes lit up at the sight of the bountiful spread, her excitement illuminating her face. "Wow, Mom, you've just recovered, yet you've prepared so many dishes." Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of chicken soup, her words overflowing with affection for her daughter-in-law. "Little Su, now that you're expecting, it's only right for me, as your mother, to prepare something delightful for you." Before she could express her gratitude, Lin's mother ushered her to the sofa, retrieving a delicate bracelet from her modest pocket and placing it into Su Yuxian's hands. "Little Su, I feel quite embarrassed. Our Lin family has been poor for generations, leaving behind little of value. This jade bracelet, however, has been passed down through our lineage. Although it is not exceedingly expensive, it represents our heartfelt intention. From now on, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Mother, this gift is truly too precious. I cannot accept it." Such a valuable present startled Su Yunqian. Observing her reluctance, her father chimed in, "Dear Su, you must accept it. You are carrying a child for our Lin family. If you refuse, we would feel greatly indebted." He continued, "From this moment onward, you shall be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Should Lin He dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall take care of him." Witnessing the sorrowful expressions on the faces of Lin He's parents moved Su Yunqian to tears. Ever since the upheaval in her family, she had not experienced such warmth. Seeing Lin He's parents felt akin to glimpsing her own once warm and loving family. Upon noticing her sudden tears, Lin He's parents were at a loss. Lin's mother, with utmost tenderness, embraced Su Yunqian as if she were her own daughter, offering her comfort. "Oh dear, what troubles my precious daughter-in-law? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Have you been wronged?" Hearing their concern, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes. Instantly, she donned a different facade. Her tears of gratitude transformed into a lament of her unfortunate circumstances to Lin He's parents. "Wah, mother, you are so kind. You truly care for me. Unlike Lin He, who has yet to buy me anything after all this time." As she spoke, she cast a pitiful glance at Lin's mother, beginning to report Lin He's shortcomings. "Wah, not only does he refuse to buy me gifts. Today, he was flirting with his ex at the venue. Nearly ensnared by that vixen. Father and mother, you must stand up for me." Su Yunqian feigned tears, all the while secretly observing Lin He's reaction. Upon hearing that his son was trifling with other women, Lin's father instantly became furious. Skillfully, he withdrew his black belt and, without hesitation, swung it towards Lin He, who was sitting at the dining table. Seeing this unfold, Lin He leapt from the table in fright, desperately pleading, "Dad, Dad, no, please. She is lying. I am your son. You must believe me." Lin's father, overly indulgent of his daughter-in-law, paid no heed to Lin He's explanations. He chased Lin He around the house, wielding the belt, exclaiming, "I have no son like you. Why can't you live a good life without chasing after women? You are not at all like me in matters of the heart." From the moment they encountered Su Yunqian, Lin's parents had wholeheartedly accepted this young lady from the Su family, who not only cared for her elders but was also capable of earning a living. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin's parents would never allow her to suffer even the slightest injustice. The son is truly lacking. As Su Yunqian observed the father and son playfully chasing each other within the confines of their home, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her small hand. Su Yunqian had profoundly felt the care and concern of Lin's parents towards her, enveloping her in an unprecedented warmth. Yet, this very realization stirred a flicker of guilt within her heart. After all, the child she carried was but a figment of her imagination. That fateful night, no such encounter had transpired between Lin He and Su Yunqian. It was all an elaborate ruse she had orchestrated, aimed solely at keeping Lin He by her side. If Lin's parents were to discover that the child was a mere fabrication, their sorrow would be immeasurable. Contemplating this, Su Yunqian felt an undeniable pang of conscience. The plan to conceive a child with Lin He needed to be hastily expedited. The truth would soon unravel if she delayed. After a moment's reflection, a cunning strategy began to form in Su Yunqian's mind. Following dinner, Lin He lounged in his room, engrossed in watching inappropriate videos. Suddenly, the tightly shut door swung open, and Su Yunqian, clad in alluring red stockings, entered with an air of confidence that showcased her exquisite figure. The sight of her bold approach startled Lin He, who instinctively shielded himself. Noticing his timid demeanor, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Su Yunqian's eyes. "TCH, as if I truly coveted your lackluster prowess. All I seek is a bit of warmth beneath the covers." With that, she lifted the blanket and nestled into Lin He's embrace. Yet, despite her teasing, he stubbornly maintained his bravado. "TCH, my capabilities are formidable. Were it not for your pregnancy, I could keep you bedridden." His voice, however, was low and lacked conviction, revealing his uncertainty. It was mere bravado, as he himself was unaware of his own strengths. During their last playful contest, he had been blissfully oblivious to his prowess, and thus, he remained uncertain. He practiced traditional crafts often, and given Su Yunqian's reactions, he surmised he was not particularly skilled. Seeing Lin He remain unfazed, Su Yunqian pressed on with her mockery. "TCH, just excuses. You're mediocre, plain, and simple. Don't hide behind your pregnancy. 3 months will not hinder anything, all right? A real man can endure." Her second brother was already trembling with frustration. The man could withstand such banter, and when his eyes roamed over Su Yunqian's model-like physique, accentuated in all the right places and paired with sultry black stockings, it was a sight that could bewilder any onlooker. Lin He gulped audibly. "Can it really be done in 3 months?" Su Yunqian teased back. "Oh, my little pup." Unable to contain the fire within him any longer, Lin He lunged at her with the ferocity of a starving wolf, causing Su Yunqian to emit a startled gasp. However, after a brief moment of fright, she embraced Lin He's restless body, revealing a triumphant smile. Previously, Lin He, who had staunchly preserved his virginity, would succumb to her enchanting figure with just a hint of provocation. Yet, Lin He seemed to lack the initiative and often required Su Yunqian's guidance. She gently patted Lin He's sweaty back, exclaiming, be gentle. Our parents are still next door. That night, they truly surrendered themselves to one another in a profound sense. Chapter 50. My Wonderful Son. Upon awakening the next day, Lin He felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been extracted. After a night of vigorous encounters akin to a battle with a formidable tigress, even a body of iron could scarcely endure such exhaustion. Gazing at the man slumped motionless on the bed, Su Yunqian's radiant cheeks glowed with a sweet smile. She gently nudged her man, but when he remained unresponsive, she leaned her alluring lips close to Lin He's ear and whispered, Darling, it's time to wake up and go to work. Lin He appeared bleary-eyed and lethargic, showing no signs of rising despite the prolonged coaxing. My dear, I can't do it. I hope you can grant me a day of rest at home. Su Yunqian, stifling a giggle behind her hand, couldn't help but chuckle. Last night, someone was eager to conquer me. What's this? You're already done? Lin He, clutching his feeble waist, felt quite aggrieved. At least other vehicles require a break after traveling 1,000 kilometers. Yet you, running 5,000 kilometers, show no signs of stopping. Where am I to find the fuel for you? Suppressing laughter at Lin He's desperate plea, Su Yunqian could hardly contain her amusement. Since you're so exhausted, how about I go tell Mom and prepare some nourishing dishes for you at noon? Instantly alert, Lin He sat up in bed. Who said I need nourishment? I'm perfectly full of energy. He rose from the bed, determined to dress for work. Upholding the principle of keeping family matters private, Lin He resolved to go to work, despite feeling utterly spent. Nevertheless, Su Yunqian genuinely felt for Lin He and didn't wish for him to engage in reckless endeavors. She quickly pulled him into her embrace, saying, All right. Last night was our first night together. Let us take a day off and rest at home. Sensing something amiss, Lin He inquired, First night? But aren't there a flicker of panic crossed Su Yunqian's stunning face. The evasive glance and trembling voice betrayed her feelings. However, the resolute eldest daughter of the Su family swiftly regained her composure. Humph, what a mere first night. It can only be deemed as your mischievous antics. Pretending to be angry, she turned her head aside. In doing so, the initiative shifted to her, diverting the tension to Lin He. It's simply because you, my dear wife, are too stunning. Lin He immediately embraced Su Yunqian, fearing that her little universe might explode at any moment. Meanwhile, Su Yunqian let out a quiet sigh of relief, internally exhaling a breath of anxiety. Phew, the matter concerning the child almost slipped out. I hope to conceive soon. After a day of intimate leisure, Lin He returned to the office, nearly drained of energy. Upon his arrival, he discovered a throng of colleagues gathered at the entrance. These were higher-ups within the company, and their purpose for visiting Lin He's office was clear, to curry favor. After all, it was well known throughout the company that he and Su Yunqian shared a close relationship. Once Su Yunqian returned to Guojin Group or ascended to the higher echelons of Guojin Committee, the company would naturally fall under Lin He's purview. Some of these individuals were remnants of the former Vice President Zhu Chang's faction, who were all too aware of the previous discord between Lin He and Zhu Chang. Thus, even before Lin He officially took the helm, they were eager to ingratiate themselves with him, for no one wished to risk losing a lucrative monthly salary. While they might hold positions as executives or directors within the company, once they departed from this platform, their prospects would likely diminish drastically. Lin He observed the array of gifts on his desk, silently marveling at the allure of power and status. Cash gifts were, of course, unacceptable among colleagues. But they presented him with fine teas, spirits, and even Sam's Club membership cards. He couldn't help but wonder how much money was loaded onto those cards. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin He intended to pass the gifts to Chairwoman Su Yunqian. At that moment, his colleague Zhang Cheng stumbled in, mesmerized by the bounty on the table. Wow, these are all items that men adore. As he gazed at the boxes filled with Chinese cigarettes and mitai, envy filled his eyes. Just as he reached out to grab something, Lin He swiftly swatted his hand away. What are you doing? You think you can just take the bribes? Zhang Cheng awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. With so many items, you can't possibly use them all. Why not share some with your good buddy? Lin He, maintaining a serious demeanor, patted his chest and replied, You, give up on that idea. This is meant for the chairwoman. TCH. What is there to give? She is your wife. What are you afraid of? Lin He felt wronged. It was precisely because she was his wife that he was apprehensive. However, others have been bribing me with valuable gifts. Lin He scrutinized Zhang Cheng with a peculiar gaze. sensing that Zhang Cheng had ulterior motives for visiting him. Have you not brought something worthy to reward your father? Zhang Cheng, noticing the dark circles under Lin He's eyes, suddenly felt a surge of confidence, seemingly assured of the gift he had brought. Of course I did. You'll be thoroughly pleased. He then produced a bottle containing a viscous, light brown liquid from his trouser pocket. Lin He regarded the unfamiliar substance in Zhang Cheng's hand with curiosity. What is this? This is the renowned elixir I procured at a premium from a foreign friend. Once you use it, you will feel invigorated and full of energy. In that regard, you will become extraordinarily potent. Even facing 5 chairmen will be a trivial matter. Speak plainly, Lin He retorted. Observing Lin He's serious demeanor, Zhang Cheng muttered in frustration, this is the legendary Indian oil. It is said to empower men to be stronger, more enduring. I see you've been looking rather haggard lately with those panda eyes. I had to convince my friend to spend 8,000 yuan on this. Here, Zhang Cheng was merely pulling a fast one. If he had 8,000 yuan, he would have already arranged for the services of a top-tier technician at the bathhouse. He had no intention of honoring his father. The so-called imported Indian oil was nothing more than a couple of bottles of counterfeit potency pills he had purchased for 99 yuan while wandering in the ancient city. Both Lin He and Zhang Cheng had 1 bottle each. At least he had a shred of conscience, albeit very little. Nonsense. I'm full of vitality. Lin He exclaimed angrily. The man could tolerate others calling him weak, yet inwardly he was quite pleased, admiring Zhang Cheng. Hey, you truly are my good son. You understand your father well. However, regardless of the circumstances, appearances must be maintained. Formalities were necessary. He feigned anger and chastised Zhang Cheng. What are you all thinking every day? It would be far more beneficial to see quality projects outside than to waste time here. Get out, get out. Zhang Cheng shot him a speechless glance but dared not express his anger, silently cursing himself instead, just as he intended to sneak away with the elixir. Lin He called out coldly, Hey, do you dare to bring bribes here? Put it down. I will report this to the company leadership, and let them properly reprimand you. Reluctantly, Zhang Cheng set the elixir down and left in dismay. He had not only failed to flatter, but also faced Lin He's scolding, feeling quite aggrieved. After Zhang Cheng departed, Lin He glanced around mysteriously, ensuring no one was watching from the office glass. He then stealthily retrieved the Indian oil from the box filled with supplies and secretly tucked it into his pocket. With a pile of gifts in hand, Lin He strutted confidently towards Su Yunqian's office. Whether he could redeem himself that evening depended entirely on the miraculous oil he was about to present. Chapter 51. The uninvited delivery of He Huifeng. Lin He arrived at Su Yunqian's office, burdened by a large box of gifts. The box was filled to the brim, and as he placed it on the desk, the weight caused the surface to creak ominously. Miss, look at these. They were placed in my office secretly after they learned of our relationship. They're all here. I have duly presented everything. Lin He huffed, still catching his breath. And indeed, the box was quite heavy. Quality goods carry their weight. He had anticipated that his gesture would earn him Su Yunqian's praise and admiration, but to his surprise, she met him with skepticism. Are you certain you have presented everything? Lin He shivered, momentarily taken aback by her question. Of course. Kiki. How could I deceive my esteemed wife? He replied, though a hint of unease colored his tone, for he had misled Su Yunqian more than once before. The computer screen in Su Yunqian's office pivoted to face Lin He, revealing footage of his own office, specifically the moment he had been furtively displaying the miraculous oil. He cursed inwardly. Hadn't the surveillance cameras been removed long ago? Why were they back? Su Yunqian, far from the image of a refined lady, seemed more like a rogue, peering at his handsome, charming visage throughout the day. Do you have anything else to say? Su Yunqian inquired, observing Lin He's stunned silence. She extended her hand, demanding what was due. Faced with the situation, Lin He reluctantly handed over the oil bottle from his pocket. Su Yunqian regarded the peculiar bottle on the desk, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. What is this? Indian miraculous oil. Her expression shifted to one of greater confusion. Yet, she understood. As the most cherished daughter of the Su family in Huagua, how could she be familiar with folk remedies? Lin He abandoned his pretense and directly stated, It's the legendary strength potion that can make a man incredibly formidable. Imported from India. Oh my. Upon hearing it was an Indian import, and of such a nature, Su Yunqian's face twisted in disdain as she discarded the bottle into the trash bin. It wasn't that she thought Lin He was lacking. Rather, she deemed the potion a blatant counterfeit, likely purchased from a street vendor. The thought of using such a product was simply unsanitary. However, her actions only served to fluster Lin He. Oh no, why did you throw it away? It's a precious item. He was halted in his tracks by Su Yunqian's command. Don't even think about retrieving it. If you dare to use that with me, I will knock you out. It's clearly a fake. So unsanitary. At that moment, Lin He recalled how frugal his friend Zhang Cheng was. How could one possibly present 8,000 yuan for oneself? Lin He felt a tempest of wild horses galloping through his mind. Come, delve into this project. Discover how to execute it. Returning to the main topic. Su Yunqian handed Lin He a substantial file. Upon glancing at its contents, Lin He found it filled with documents concerning the nation's industrial restructuring policies. After a cursory examination, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could a mere individual like himself wield the authority to determine a project sanctioned by the state worth hundreds of billions? Director Su, you overestimate my capabilities. This is a strategic national initiative. How could such a monumental project possibly fall into my hands? Su Yunqian merely smiled knowingly. For she understood that with her signature, the project would be directed wherever she wished. Given the current scale of their company, it was evident they could not accommodate such a vast undertaking. Therefore, next month, I will seek approval from the National Financial Committee for the establishment of a new branch of the Guijin Group in Jiangchuan City, Dongchuan Province. At that time, I shall spearhead the project for industrial strategic relocation. Su Yunqian gazed at Lin He with eager eyes, awaiting his involvement in the specifics of the project. Me? Lin He was taken aback. Although he possessed some aptitude in these matters, he felt a profound lack of confidence regarding such a colossal project. Of course, you have me behind you. What is there to fear? As she spoke, her sweet smile was utterly disarming, devoid of her usual aloof demeanor. All right. I cannot merely rely on my wife's prowess. I must also contribute my true abilities. Su Yunqian's words instilled a great deal of courage in Lin He. Just as he was about to leave with the project materials she provided, she called him back. With a bashful expression, she turned her flushed face aside, shyly closing her eyes, hoping to receive a kiss from Lin He. This scene left Lin He utterly flabbergasted. He glanced around the office, ensuring there were no prying eyes outside. Once assured of their privacy, his heart settled. What are you doing? We are in the office. Such antics are not permissible. Lin He continued to resist, but Su Yunqian was not pleased. Oh, hurry up. I want a kiss. This wife was indeed a challenge to please. Reluctantly, Lin He embraced Su Yunqian and planted a firm kiss on her exquisitely rosy cheek. Only then did she release him, satisfied. Back in his office, Lin He rummaged through the materials Su Yunqian had given him. After a lengthy period of contemplation and even a brief nap, he still could not comprehend the so-called strategic adjustments and industrial optimizations. He decided to gather everyone from the financing department to brainstorm collectively. He would delegate the issues to them while he merely integrated their suggestions. Thus, the burdensome and monotonous work vanished in an instant. Lin He could once again indulge in leisurely distractions and enjoy browsing entertaining videos. Just as he became engrossed, an unexpected ringing interrupted him. Recognizing it as a scam call, he promptly hung up without a second thought. However, within mere minutes, the phone rang again. He swiftly ended the call once more. Yet, it persisted. Lin He, now infuriated, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Upon answering, he unleashed a torrent of expletives, demanding to know who was incessantly harassing him. "It's me, He Huifang. Surely, this isn't harassment?" Upon hearing that familiar yet arrogant voice, Lin He was momentarily taken aback. But soon, he found the situation utterly ludicrous. What was He Huifang, after all? She had previously disregarded him entirely. Now, she had the audacity to approach him, still exuding that infuriating confidence and ignorance from the past. Nonetheless, Lin He showed no mercy. "Get lost," he bellowed coldly, sending the self-important He Huifang packing. Without hesitation, he ended the call and blocked her number. Yet, before he could settle back into his leisurely pursuits, a notification popped up on WeChat, a new friend request. To his dismay, it was none other than the shameless He Huifang. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he noticed the message accompanying the request, and his expression turned intriguing. "Please accept my request. I wish to discuss some project-related matters, and you may propose any conditions." Any conditions? Lin He felt a surge of excitement. Images of a transactional arrangement reminiscent of a film flashing through his mind. Why not give it a try? Of course, he had no interest in other women. However, the notion of having someone he despised grovel at his feet through power or wealth was undeniably enticing. In a moment of reluctant kindness, Lin He instinctively accepted He Huifang's request, eager to see what she had in store. "When are you free? I would like to meet and discuss." No sooner had he accepted than He Huifang sent a message. Lin He employed a strategy of feigned indifference, choosing not to reply. Despite her being the cherished figure of his university days, she had once treated him with disdain. Times had changed. Lin He was no longer the impoverished student, but rather a man living off Su Yunxian. As anticipated, after a prolonged silence, He Huifang could no longer contain herself. In a desperate bid to meet him, she resorted to compromising herself. Lin He, didn't you always desire my body during university? I booked a room at the Four Seasons Hotel. Let us meet tonight. I will fulfill all your desires. She then sent a location link. Witnessing this, Lin He was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his phone, anxiously glancing at the surveillance camera above to ensure it was monitoring his every move. Fortunately, the surveillance cameras do not capture such minute details. If discovered, given Su Yunxian's temperament, it would inevitably lead to a night of torment. However, He Huifang's words utterly shattered Lin He's worldview. He never imagined that his once-dreamed goddess would resort to such unscrupulous means for personal gain. How does this differ from the women in the red light district who willingly deliver services for a price? Chapter 52. He Huifang's Ruthless Tactics. The following day, Lin He, as usual, found himself idly browsing questionable videos at the office. Suddenly, the front desk receptionist opened the door. Minister Lin, someone is looking for you in the meeting room. Someone? Lin He's brow furrowed. He was not a figure of authority in the company, so who could possibly be searching for him? They said it was your girlfriend. What? My wife is Su Dong. I have no girlfriend. The receptionist's statement startled Lin He, prompting him to rise from his seat. Noticing his agitation, the receptionist appeared equally unsettled. Minister Lin, I don't know, but that is what she claimed. However, as soon as he exited the room, Lin He realized his colleagues were regarding him with peculiar looks. Without needing to ask, he understood the situation. They mistakenly believed he was clandestinely seeing another woman behind Su Yunxian's back. How infuriating. Lin He simmered with anger. Hey, what are you all staring at? Have you completed your projects? Since announcing his relationship with Su Yunxian, Lin He found himself speaking with newfound assertiveness. With a heart full of ire, he stormed into the meeting room. Upon entering, a familiar figure caught his eye. He Huifang? What was she doing here? What brings you here? Lin He's voice was low, laced with repressed fury. Yet, in response to his inquiry, He Huifang provocatively draped her hand over Lin He's shoulder, exuding an air reminiscent of bubble tea. My dear, you left me waiting last night. How could you bear to leave me alone at the hotel? As she spoke, her restless hand wandered to Lin He's solid chest. Lin He showed no mercy, swiftly swatting her hand away. Miss He, please conduct yourself appropriately. We have already parted ways. Witnessing this scene, the receptionist behind them couldn't help but chuckle. However, as Lin He and He Huifang turned to her, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation and fled the scene. Some rumors are best left unspoken. Losing a job over them would be far too costly. Speak. What do you want from me? Stop the theatrics. They are gone now, so we can talk straightforwardly. With no one else around, Lin He cut to the chase. He Huifang, however, continued to speak nonsense with utmost seriousness. What is this? Now that you have achieved considerable success, you no longer wish to acknowledge your past infatuation? In school, you were notorious for your ardent admiration of me. He Huifang's gaze, brimming with desire and temptation, locked onto Lin He, causing him to instinctively avert his eyes. Reflecting on these memories only fueled Lin He's frustration. Back then, he had been like a dog, eagerly fawning over her, only to be discarded as a backup option. Let us keep things to the point. If there is nothing to discuss, you may leave. Lin He had no desire to engage with this unhinged woman, longing to extricate himself from her clutches. Yet, he underestimated He Huifang's madness, who firmly grasped his hand, preventing his departure. Do you have time tonight? I have a favor to ask of you. Lin He decisively declined. I'm sorry. I need to return home to be with my wife and children. I'm unavailable. And if it pertains to the project, let us not discuss it. However, He Huifang spread her arms wide, directly obstructing Lin He's path. If you refuse my request, I shall come to your company every day. I'll stand at the entrance holding a sign that reads, Lin He is a scoundrel. Let us see if you dare to show your face. To such a threat, Lin He scoffed. Do as you please. However, what he did not anticipate was that He Huifang truly intended to storm out of the office and start shouting. Fortunately, Lin He reacted swiftly, pulling her back into the conference room before she could make a scene. After locking the door, he unleashed his fury on the deranged woman before him. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to ruin everything? And so what if I have? Her lips trembled, yet her gaze remained unwavering. This is the office. Lin He wished to avoid escalating the situation. Give me a position. I will come find you after work. After much persuasion, He Huifeng finally left the office obediently. Once she departed, Lin He returned to his office, only to find that all his colleagues were regarding him with curious eyes. Nevertheless, he paid little mind and walked straight back to his desk. Thankfully, Su Yunqian did not come to the office today, otherwise, he would be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. No sooner had he settled in than Zhang Qing swaggered in with a mischievous grin. Hey, impressive, my chief. Do you have another enchanting rendezvous lined up for tonight? He rummaged through his pocket and produced an exquisite little vial, reminiscent of a potion bottle from a fantasy anime. Chief, this is a miraculous elixir I just acquired. Just one will ensure you remain vigorous throughout the night. Your partner will be begging for mercy. Huh, you see, I've recently found another partner. But I'm a bit short on funds. Could you lend me some money for a date, dear chief? Good heavens. This rascal went through quite the trouble just to ask me for a loan. Borrowing money is one matter, but the lack of sincerity is quite another. Once again, he clutched some dubious merchandise, likely procured from a street vendor, attempting to deceive himself. Had it not been for Su Yunqian's keen perception, Lin He might have fallen for his trickery. Get lost. Lin He gestured for Zhang Cheng to leave. I haven't even settled the score from yesterday when you tried to con me with your street goods. And now you dare return? Out with you. Lin He was already furious, and his anger only intensified. Zhang Cheng could only leave with a sense of grievance. What street goods? This stuff is genuinely effective. You praised it before. Upon hearing this, Lin He immediately called him back. Hey, leave the goods. You can go. After this exchange, Zhang Cheng felt even more wronged. He had not only failed to secure a loan, but also had one of his precious vials confiscated. Did you not state that you didn't need any street goods? Zhang Cheng looked at him with a pitiful expression. Lin He, conflicted, began to speak. According to company policy, bringing unrelated items during work hours gives us the right to confiscate them. Just look at what you brought. Confiscated. All of it. When he heard Zhang Cheng's reluctance to comply, Lin He grew serious. Will you hand them over or not? If not, you'll owe me 80,000 for the drinks. Zhang Cheng, unable to afford such a sum, dropped the bottle and fled. Lin He swiftly packed the items into a bag, silently vowing to reclaim his dignity from Su Yunqian that very night. Despite his complaints, Lin He still transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhang Cheng. After all, the title of adoptive father carries weight, and there would be ample opportunities to utilize his help in the future. After work, Lin He arrived at a hotel, as per He Huifeng's address. Room 3169. The room number was rather suggestive. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene brimming with desire. Scarlet roses were scattered across a pristine round bed, while flickering candlelight illuminated the entire room. Was this not a quintessential couple's room? What on earth was He Huifeng thinking? A sense of unease washed over him, prompting Lin He to pull out his phone and begin recording. My dear, you finally arrived. Suddenly, He Huifeng emerged from nowhere, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Startled, Lin He quickly broke free. What are you doing? Let's keep this professional. Why the hotel? Observing her revealing attire, adorned with seductive lace lingerie, Lin He couldn't help but swallow hard. Let's rekindle our years of affection. Ignoring Lin He's protests, she draped her arms around his neck, her intimate gesture leaving him somewhat numb. Seeing that Lin He offered no resistance, He Huifeng fervently embraced him and began kissing him. Lin He let out a cold, mocking laugh. He callously tossed the woman beside him onto the bed, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure with cold derision. Humph. What distinguishes you from those women in the red light district? Degrading your own body for money. He Huifeng, you have truly disappointed me. In response to Lin He's mockery, she remained surprisingly composed. Heh, as if you are so noble yourself. If you hadn't latched on to Miss Su, you'd still be just another impoverished nobody. What separates us? Lin He's lips curled slightly, nearly amused by her words. The distinction? The distinction lies in the fact that I have earned my place through my own efforts, while she stands unconditionally behind me. And you? You are merely a garment, he can replace at will. Even before your facade fades, you have already become a mere commodity for his benefit. That is our disparity. As Lin He continued, his words pierced her fragile and vain heart like icy daggers, one after another. Get out, she screamed in a fit of despair, tears streaming down her face. Although Lin He spoke the truth, it was a far greater torment than the violation of her body. After a moment's contemplation, Lin He resolved, tomorrow, let your man come to me with sufficient sincerity. With that, he departed without a backward glance. It was not out of sympathy for her, but rather because her man was entangled with a far greater power. It was time for Lin He to confront an old adversary. Chapter 53. Wife, spare me. Upon returning home, Linny lingered at the door, hesitating to enter. He took out his phone, repeatedly checking the camera to ensure no traces of He Huifeng's lipstick marred his face or neck. Only after mustering his courage did he unlock the door to Su Yunqian's home. Upon entering, he found Su Yunqian dining with her parents. To mask his inner shame, he took the initiative to question them. "Dad, Mom, why didn't you wait for me to eat?" To his surprise, his parents showed him no leniency. "Your sister-in-law said she was hungry, so we didn't wait for you." As she spoke, Lin's mother placed a delectable dish into Su Yunqian's bowl. "Here, little Su, eat more fish, it's very nourishing." A blissful, sweet smile instantly illuminated Su Yunqian's face. "Thank you, Mom." Linny observed the warm scene of his family gathered around the table, feeling both happiness and helplessness. The happiness stemmed from the tumultuous journey of his life. Grateful that his parents were still alive and that he had a devoted wife. The helplessness arose from the fact that since Su Yunqian's arrival, he had fallen from the throne of the family to a subordinate position. His parents considered her feelings in everything they did, while he was left to merely exist. It was as if Su Yunqian were their child, while he felt like an outsider. Ever vigilant, Su Yunqian immediately sensed something amiss with Lin He upon his arrival. Holding his chopsticks and bowl, he observed her with a dumbfounded gaze. This left Lin He feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, what's the matter, my dear?" His voice seemed drained of spirit, lacking vigor and confidence. "Come here." Su Yunqian gestured for Lin He to sit beside her. As he approached, she sniffed him like a mother dog might. This scene left the elderly couple across the table utterly bewildered. After sniffing around, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Yunqian's eyes. That icy, intimidating gaze seemed to convey, "You little rascal, just wait until dinner is over to see how I deal with you." Lin He sensed the murderous intent in her eyes. Aware of his fault, he could only tremble and finish his meal. After dinner, until it was time for bed, Lin He dared not step into the room even once. Instead, he feigned interest in watching a football match, lounging on the large sofa in the living room. This way, Su Yunqian would not harass him. He secretly reveled in his supposed cleverness. However, in the middle of the night, Lin's father awoke for a bathroom break and discovered Lin He still awake, engrossed in the television. Yet, he had already fallen asleep, with the TV still on. So he grabbed a nearby feather duster and aimed it at Lin He. Smack! It was neither painful nor irritating, just enough to rouse the dozing Lin He. "You're already a husband and father. How can you still be so reckless? Don't you know that the noise from the television affects the pregnant woman's rest? Hurry up and sleep." Lin He rubbed his bleary eyes, his face a picture of unspeakable grievance. "Dad, why are you so worked up? The soundproofing here is excellent. It won't disturb Su Yunqian at all." "I don't care. Little Su is the most important person in this house. Everything revolves around her needs. Quickly turn off the TV and go back to your room to sleep, so you don't disturb her." His father, with his fierce demeanor, was about to raise the duster for another whack when Lin He hastily turned off the television and fled back to Su Yunqian's bedroom. In his heart, he cursed his father for being unreasonable, favoring Su Yunqian over his own son. Once assured that Su Yunqian was asleep, he tiptoed with utmost caution, fearful of startling his already slumbering wife. Lying on the opposite side of the large bed, he listened to the steady rhythm of her breathing. Indeed, she was asleep. At that moment, Lin He finally relaxed, allowing himself to drift into slumber. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Lin He was stirred from his sleep by a strange commotion. It appeared that someone was manipulating their hands and feet. Upon opening his eyes, Lin He found himself ensnared by a pair of icy eyes that gazed at him intently, reminiscent of a frozen lake. A familiar pressure gripped him, causing his heart to tighten in fear. "Hey, darling, you're up so early." Lin He attempted to rise, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized. His hands and feet were bound by some silvery contraption. The worst part was that Su Yunqian was holding a pair of scissors in her hand. Witnessing this scene, Lin He was genuinely alarmed. His body began to tremble involuntarily. No, my love, please let me go. What are you doing?" Su Yunqian curiously glanced at the lipstick mark on the back of Lin He's neck, not yet fully wiped away. "You embraced another woman yesterday. How dare you return to my bed?" "Darling, it's a misunderstanding. Truly, a misunderstanding." "Oh, is that so? If it were a misunderstanding, why do you hesitate to come to bed?" Though the exchange seemed innocuous, it was laden with a palpable sense of oppression. "Unless you have something to hide. I swear, it's genuinely a misunderstanding." Seeing Lin He failed to articulate the crucial point, Su Yunqian ceased her idle chatter and began to pull down his trousers. Grasping the scissors, she prepared to enact her own form of justice. Despite Lin He's extensive experience, he could not withstand Su Yunxian's terrifying demeanor. In a moment of crisis, he relayed the entire sequence of events to her, even playing the recording of his conversation with He Huifeng. After considerable effort, he finally clarified the situation, prompting Su Yunxian to halt her aggressive actions. Just as Lin He sought to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yunxian perched herself atop him. His heart, which had just settled, leapt again as he stammered, "Darling, you know the truth now. Why do you still wish to punish me?" With a mischievous smile, Su Yunxian, clad in stockings, rubbed her long legs against Lin He's face. "Kiki, how could this possibly be a punishment? It's a reward, dear." With that, she fully seated herself upon him. As she approached with fervor, Lin He emitted a sound akin to a distressed pig. "No, my love. Perhaps it would be better if you simply punished me." Su Yunxian, however, was unyielding. The more Lin He resisted, the more exhilarated she became. "Be good, dear husband. In the face of other women's temptations, my husband can withstand the allure. As your wife, I must lead by example and reward you properly. How about this? Last time, I gave you 5 chances to draw. Today, I'll grant you one more. 5 chances, all right?" In that instant, Lin He felt as though his waist might snap. Observing Lin He with dark circles under his eyes, the members of the Strategic Finance Department approached in unison, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized him. Leading the charge, Zhang Qing provocatively remarked, "Wow, the chairman is quite formidable, isn't he? Even my miraculous remedy cannot save you. Depart." Lin He rolled his eyes at all his subordinates, allowing them to grasp the underlying message themselves. How dare they mock their leader? Do they still wish to toil like beasts? Lin He was contemplating seizing a moment of respite to recline in his chair and catch up on some much-needed sleep when, scarcely a moment after he settled, the office door swung open. "Minister Lin, there is someone here to see you." Reluctantly, Lin He rose. "Is it that woman from yesterday?" The receptionist shook her head vigorously. "No, it's a man." Upon hearing this, Lin He furrowed his brow slightly. The long-awaited prey had finally taken the bait. Entering the conference room, he found Luo Ning, who had been quite arrogant just a few days prior, now sitting expressionless inside. Upon Lin He's arrival, he stood with exaggerated respect, eager to ingratiate himself. "Ah, Minister Lin, you finally arrived. Proceed." Lin He spoke in a monotone, neglecting to even pour him a cup of tea. Luo Ning produced a stack of proposals he wished to present to Lin He, but was met with an immediate rejection from Lin He, who didn't even spare a thought. "Ah, President Luo, let us keep this brief. Simply state what we would gain if you were awarded this project." Hearing Lin He's directness, Luo Ning's face brightened, sensing a glimmer of hope for securing part of the project. With confidence brimming in his voice, he replied, "Minister Lin, I can assure you, if you merely speak a word to Miss Su and grant us the project for Tianhe International, I am willing to offer you and Miss Su a 15% profit margin." Lin He tightened his lips, shaking his head in silence. "Huh?" Luo Ning was taken aback, startled by Lin He's seeming insatiability. 15% isn't enough? What about 20%? Luo Ning inquired eagerly. Lin He merely smiled and remained silent, shaking his head once more. At this moment, Luo Ning inwardly cursed. However, he suppressed his fury, knowing he must endure for the sake of such a substantial project. He chuckled. "Minister Lin, would 30% suffice?" Lin He extended 3 fingers. 30. Damn. Luo Ning silently cursed again. "Minister Lin, at least allow us a chance to profit. If not, we shall have to consider collaborating next time." Lin He showed no signs of indulgence, resolutely preparing to leave. In desperation to secure the project, Luo Ning conceded. "Minister Lin, we agree." Lin He nodded in satisfaction, but continued with another caveat. "However, there is still one more condition." At this, Luo Ning's expression tightened, and the previously affable smile vanished. "Minister Lin, what is it?" His face wore a bitter smile, internally cursing. "Women," Lin He stated simply, uttering just 2 words. Luo Ning immediately comprehended the situation. "Oh, no problem. Your university sweetheart will undoubtedly return to your side." "Haha." Lin He merely smiled and shook his head slightly. "Luo, you are mistaken. I am referring to your wife, Lu Jiaying." Although Lin He did not smoke, he pretended to be sophisticated by pulling out a cigar he had obtained from Zhang Qing. He provocatively gazed at his opponent while exhaling clouds of smoke, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Upon hearing Lin He's derogatory remarks, Luo Ning, who had been tolerating the situation, could no longer restrain himself. A hint of crimson appeared in his pupils, and his expression turned extremely fierce as he slammed his fist onto the table. Minister Lin, you did not summon me here today for collaboration, did you? Instead, you seek to humiliate me in person. He rose and glared at Lin He. And what of it? In the face of his wrath, Lin He remained unperturbed, casually flicking ash from his cigar. Do you comprehend the consequences of your words? My wife belongs to the Liu family. Lin He scoffed disdainfully. Haha. The Liu family? What significance does that hold? Are you weary? Lin He was indeed aware of the Liu family's background. In fact, it was arguably more formidable than that of the Su family. If the Su family represented the prominent elite of the nation, the Liu family was akin to the underground royalty of Huaguo, possessing a complex web of influence. You will come to regret this. In due time, you will learn the true meaning of what the Liu family cannot obtain. Others would not dare to even contemplate it. He then produced the proposal he had brought and carelessly tossed it aside, blanketing the entire conference room with a flurry of white paper. Lin He understood the power of the Liu family. However, in his pursuit to unravel the mystery from 3 years prior, he was resolute in confronting the Liu family. Be it in the abyss or hell. Chapter 54, Lin He officially takes over the company on a morning several days later, before dawn had broken. Su Yunqian was blissfully nestled in Lin He's embrace. A sharp ringtone abruptly awakened the two from their slumber. Ding, ding, ding. Dear, your phone. Reluctantly opening her eyes, Su Yunqian took the phone Lin He offered. Hello, Cici, why are you calling so early in the morning? Her tone carried a trace of annoyance. Miss, something has occurred. You must return to the capital immediately. The organizing committee has decided to halt the industrial restructuring project in Dongchuan province and will be revoting. As she listened to the anxious voice on the line, her previously drowsy eyes widened in alarm. What? I, as the chairperson, am not even present. Why are they convening a committee? I don't know, miss. The situation is quite complicated. You should return as soon as possible. All right, Cici, please hold on. I will return immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su Yunqian found herself lost in thought for a considerable time. Lin He gazed at his wife, a rare look of anxiety crossing her face. A wave of unspeakable tenderness washed over him. 1,000 words could not compare to a simple embrace. He instinctively enveloped her in his arms, murmuring, Do not be afraid. No matter what challenges arise, I shall always be behind you, just as before. As she absorbed Lin He's comforting words, Su Yunqian felt a familiar sense of security swell within her, prompting her to smile gently at him. Oh dear, it's nothing serious. There is just a minor issue with the organizing committee that I must attend to. Lin He nodded, understanding that as her husband, his role was to unconditionally support her. With his current capabilities, he could do little to assist Su Yunqian. Su Yunqian leaned in closer, resting her head against his sturdy chest. Darling, I will inform the team that from now on, this small company will be entrusted to your care. Secretary Zhao will wholeheartedly assist you. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, just let me know. I will return to you, no matter where I am. Hearing her poignant farewell, Lin He felt a smile tug at his lips. Sister, this is merely a temporary separation, not a final goodbye. With a sense of helplessness, he gently stroked her hair. All right, you can return with peace of mind. I will manage everything here diligently. At that moment, Lin He's cheerful demeanor seemed to suggest he was eager for Su Yunqian to leave, which unsettled her. Pouting like a young girl, she retorted, Humph. I see no trace of reluctance in your eyes. You seem to wish for my swift departure. Humph, you silly husband. Her playful remarks left Lin He both amused and bewildered. During their time at the Su family, she had appeared to be a distant and aloof heiress. Entirely devoid of the sweet, playful charm she now displayed. Initially, he had lacked the courage to even glance at her, yet now she nestled in his embrace, playfully teasing him. He never anticipated she would possess such a delightful side. After seeing Su Yunqian off at the airport, Lin He returned to the company in the luxurious Maybach he had acquired through his efforts. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by all the employees standing in the corridor, ready to welcome him. As soon as they spotted their boss, they chorused, Good day, Chairman. Dumbfounded, Lin He glanced behind him, realizing Su Yunqian was not there. Are you calling for me? Yes. Director Su has instructed us that you will now oversee the company. The office has already been prepared for you. Director Wang from the administrative department stepped forward to inform him. As Lin He looked at the office Su Yunqian had occupied, a profound sense of longing enveloped him, reminding him of all her sacrifices and efforts for him. That office would remain preserved. She would return. Please refrain from calling me chairman. I am merely acting in this capacity for now. You may simply refer to me as Lin. As for the office, I shall continue to use the previous one. I have little inclination to relocate. With a wave of his hand, Lin He signaled for everyone to disperse. Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, Lin He added, Director Wang, gather all department heads in the conference room for a meeting, and do include Wei Jie from the financing department. Wei Jie? He is merely a team leader, not a head. Could it be that he intends to publicly eliminate the old guard? Lin, all department heads are present. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with department heads seated and casting furtive glances at Lin He, who remained silent, intently scrutinizing the company roster. Deep within, they trembled at the prospect of impending doom. Was this a warning meant to instill fear? Just as the senior officials silently prayed for their positions to remain secure, Lin He finally spoke up. Ahem. Today's meeting primarily concerns two matters. First, personnel adjustments. Second, we will discuss the industrial restructuring project in Dongchuan Province advocated by Director Su a while back. Upon hearing the announcement of personnel adjustments, some individuals in attendance felt as though they were facing a death sentence, particularly Wei Jie, who had recently encountered numerous challenges. His expression was one of profound distress. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the verdict of fate. First, I hereby appoint Kai Na as the Vice President overseeing Finance, Human Resources, and Administration. Upon hearing Lin He's words, Kai Na, in disbelief, pointed to herself, too excited to articulate a response. Is he referring to me? Lin He glanced around, retorting. Is there another Kai Na present? Kai Na was nearly overwhelmed with joy, having spent 5 years at the company as a department head. Under the previous president's constraints, she had been unable to ascend. Yet, within just half a year of Lin He's arrival, she found herself elevated. She felt immensely grateful for her initial judgment. Lin He was indeed a person worthy of deep trust. Next, we must address Wei Jie. At the mention of his name, Wei Jie involuntarily shuddered. Was this the moment he had feared? From today onwards, Wei Jie will no longer serve as the team leader of the strategic financing department. Zhang Qing will take over. Wei Jie's heart sank. The inevitable had come to pass. The senior officials sensed an unprecedented warning and crisis looming. Trembling, he could hardly steady his pen. Understood. Lin. He managed a wry smile. From now on, you will become the head of the strategic financing department. What? Surely we did not mishear. Was the collective reaction of those present. How could a person who had previously been a source of difficulty for him now be promoted? Zhang Cheng stared at Lin He in disbelief. Me? Lin He nodded silently. Wei Jie, filled with emotion, stood up. Thank you, Lin. I will certainly strive to work even harder, create greater value for the company. This is precisely the outcome Lin He desires. First, intimidate him, and then provide him with reassurance. Only in this way can one better manipulate the situation to their advantage. Wei Jie is not a bad person. He merely possesses a naive romantic mindset. If it were not for jealousy, he would not have put himself in a difficult position. Nonetheless, his professional capabilities are undeniably commendable, which is why Lin He is willing to grant him greater responsibilities. Now, I acknowledge everyone's contributions. Let us proceed to the next agenda. Who shall speak on why Director Su's industrial restructuring project has become stagnant? The recent personnel adjustments were aimed at stabilizing morale. Thus, addressing the project issues serves to eliminate treachery. Upon sensing the tension, the attendees began to deflect responsibility. The project head, Gao, was the first to respond. Lin. The situation is as follows. Primarily, the public incident in Tianhe City has had a detrimental impact, leading the municipal government to halt the future urban development plan. Lin He immediately grew displeased. Since you are aware of the problematic link, why not resolve it? At this moment, everyone lowered their heads in silence. Only General Manager Wu from the Public Relations Department dared to speak up. Lin, you may not be aware. This public incident falls under the government's purview, and we cannot intervene. As the crucial link between the government and our department, have you truly sought to understand the circumstances? Have you investigated the fundamental reasons behind the government's decision to halt the project? Have you considered that resolving this incident might allow the entire project to progress smoothly? Have you even explored the possibility of coordinating with other departments to address this matter? Under Lin He's barrage of questions, the senior executives remained silent. Su Yunqian had not been seen in the company for quite some time, which was evidently a sign of her lack of diligence. I will grant you 3 more days. If you cannot present the reasons for the issues, potential solutions, and plans, then you must handle it yourselves. With that, Lin He exited the office. Lin He was aware that the enigmatic Liu family was behind the turmoil, and relying on these individuals would not resolve the issues at hand. The reason he brought it up was to exert pressure on Wang Yang, Wu Tong, and the other vice presidents. Upon taking charge of the company, the primary objective was to discipline the disloyal and to stabilize and promote the faithful. Currently, the only individuals Lin He could rely on were Wei Jie and Kai Na. Upon returning to his office, he noticed Secretary Zhao had followed him. Lin He, curious, asked, "What brings you here?" Zhao Lin, holding a laptop, smiled. "Hiki. The chairman instructed me to assist you wherever you may be. No need. Focus on your own tasks. I can manage these seasoned veterans myself. Thank you for your and Director Su's concern. You are overthinking it. Su Dong fears that you might engage in flirtations, sowing seeds of chaos everywhere." Zhao Lin's words left Lin He at a loss for response. He never anticipated that his wife would stage such a scene for him. It was the first time he had heard of someone being so protective of their husband. Alas, ultimately, it was a misplaced trust, without truly being married. They had already lost the most fundamental trust between spouses. Chapter 55. Has Su Yuro regretted? In the capital city, under the cover of night. Within the luxurious confines of the Digong No. 1 villa, Su Yunxian returned, weary from a day-long meeting at the National Economic Commission headquarters. To the Su family estate she had not seen in 6 months. The moment she opened the door, over 20 maids standing along the corridor chimed in unison, "Welcome home." "Young lady." Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, the exuberant Su Luoyao, who resided on the second floor, rushed down with uncontainable joy. "Elder sister, you finally returned." "Yes. I missed you dearly." The innocent and adorable younger sister rushed to Su Yunxian, embracing her long-lost sister tightly. With a fond smile, Su Yunxian affectionately patted her sister's head. "Hiki, Yao Yu, where are mother and your sister Yuro?" Su Luoyao pointed towards the dining room with her tiny hand. "They're waiting for you in the living room to have dinner together." The two sisters, akin to best friends, walked hand in hand to the dining room. "Sister, Yuro." As they arrived, a woman resembling Su Yunxian approached them. After a long separation, the sisters reunited in a warm embrace. The Su family was once again gathered together. At the dining table, Su mother, Qin Ling, served dishes to Su Yunxian. "Tranqian, you've been away in the south for over half a year. How long do you plan to stay in the capital this time?" At this, a trace of visible fatigue crossed Su Yunxian's face. I'm not sure. Let me resolve the matters with the organizing committee first." There had been disagreements among the representatives of the Dongchuan Province Industrial Structure Project Committee. "I'll return once everything is settled there." Upon hearing this, Su mother Qin Ling sighed deeply, her heart aching for her children. "Oh, if only Chang'e and Jiang Ming's children were here, it would be so much better. That way, you wouldn't have to bear such burdens." Chang'e, as mentioned by Su mother, was the second-generation heir of the Su family and Su Yunxian's father, who had been tragically assassinated by enemies a few years prior. Subsequently, the only other man in the family, Su Jiangming, also met a similar fate. Consequently, Su Yunxian and her sister Su Yuro had to step forward to inherit their father's legacy. Thus, Su Yunxian and Su Yuro bore the weight of the entire Su family. Noticing the somber atmosphere, the starlet Luoyao took the lead to lighten the mood. "Oh, elder sister, you've finally returned to the Su family. Why does everyone look so glum? Let us talk about something cheerful." As she spoke, Luoyao's eager gaze fell upon her elder sister, Su Yunxian. "Elder sister, go on. When will the man you quietly found in the south be brought home?" Upon mentioning Lin He, Su Yunxian's exquisite cheeks flushed with a shyness that could almost draw blood. Across from her, Su's mother was utterly astonished. "Really? Yunxian, you have found a boyfriend." Su Yunxian remained silent, merely nodding slightly, observing her sister's bashful demeanor. Su Yuru felt an overwhelming joy for her. She understood all too well that her elder sister had never been one to casually seek a partner. Over the years, she had rejected every suitor, whether they were classmates from university or various affluent young men introduced by their family from the capital and other cities. The fact that she finally found a boyfriend was a clear indication that she had encountered someone worthy of a lifelong commitment. Raising her glass from the table, she clinked it with Su Yunxian's and exclaimed, "Congratulations, sister. After 28 years, you have finally found the man you cherish." However, Su Yunxian felt a pang of discomfort at her sister's words. After all, her so-called boyfriend was none other than her sister Yuru's ex-husband. What would they think if they discovered this? "Qian, when you come back next time, you must bring him to the Su family. We need to assess him and see if he meets the standards to marry my precious daughter. He may lack wealth and connections, but he must treat you well." At that moment, Su's mother voiced her expectations for the somewhat familiar, yet unfamiliar future son-in-law. Simultaneously, Luo Yao chimed in with her own requirements for her future brother-in-law. and he must treat our entire family as well as the previous brother-in-law did. As soon as these words were uttered, the four women of the Su family were momentarily frozen, enveloped in silence. Su's mother reproached the oblivious Luo Yao. Yao Yao, why must you bring that up? Why mention your second sister's ex-husband in front of her? You know how she feels. Su Yuru set her glass down and interrupted her mother's admonishment. Mom, it's fine. After all these years, I no longer harbor any resentment. In fact, I even regret some of the things I did to him. As she spoke, the usually frosty and dignified Su Yuru found herself on the verge of tears for the sake of a man. Her voice trembled with emotion, thickening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Su Yunqian was left feeling bewildered. Ah, Yuru, didn't you dislike Lin He? Why do you regret it now? To be honest, if Su Yunqian had perceived her sister's aversion to Lin He, she might never have fallen so deeply in love with him. Her previous attitude toward Lin He had hardly indicated affection. Her eyes had only reflected disdain and loathing. Su Yuru cleared her throat. Her voice choked with emotion. I truly despised her in the past. I believe she was merely a worthless burden brought back by my grandfather. It was only after his passing, while I was sorting through his belongings, that I discovered a book he had left for me. Within its pages, it chronicled the countless sacrifices he had made for the Su family over the past 3 years, quietly standing in the shadows. It was then I realized I had lost a man who had given his life for my sake. As Su Yuru spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she eventually succumbed to her grief, burying her face on the table in tears. Beside her, Su's mother felt a pang of sympathy, while Luo Yao rolled her eyes in disbelief, her expression seemingly conveying, well, who asked you to act that way? At that moment, Su Yunqian's heart was in turmoil. She had never anticipated that her younger sister, who had always held a lackluster view of Lin He, harbored such deep affection for her former husband, who now belonged to her. This was indeed a source of great distress for the young lady of the Su family, as she found herself torn between two cherished individuals. That night, the 3 sisters of the Su family, reminiscent of their childhood, huddled together on the large bed in Su Yunqian's room, embracing one another. Typically, they would have drifted into slumber by now, yet tonight, they found themselves surprisingly awake. The reason for their insomnia was clear. Each of them was consumed by memories of the man who had selflessly devoted himself to the Su family. Meanwhile, at the Huilong Technology Building in Jiangchuan City, Lin He lounged comfortably in his chair, casually resting his legs. Secretary Zhao cast him a disdainful glance, reminiscent of Su Yuru's former scornful gaze directed at him. Eventually, she could no longer contain her frustration. President Lin, could you possibly pay some attention to the company? You spend every day lounging in the office. Lin He lazily opened one eye and retorted, why would I not be concerned? He then resumed his relaxed posture, nearly causing Zhao Lin to erupt with anger. If you are so attentive, why not focus more on our esteemed young lady? Do you know why she hurried back to the capital? At the mention of Su Yunqian, Lin He abruptly opened his eyes, shedding his previous nonchalance. A glimmer of determination illuminated his clear gaze. Of course, I am aware. It is simply because the Industrial Adjustment Project in Dongchuan Province has been exploited by adversaries from above. I understand the reasons behind the suspension of the Future City and Digital City projects in Tianhe City, as well as the public unrest. The root cause lies in our encroachment on their interests. They will seize this opportunity to relentlessly suppress the young ladies' Guijin group. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree Lin He possessed such a profound understanding of the power struggles and interests at play in Huagua. Zhao Lin's tone softened considerably, infused with a hint of anticipation. How do you intend to assist the young lady? Lin He's lips curled into a subtle smile. To untie the bell. One must find the bell ringer. This matter truly requires the Lu family's involvement to resolve. Although Lin He's response was not particularly sagacious, the revelations he made left Zhao Lin utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that he was aware of the enigmatic Lu family. Shocked as she was, she felt compelled to interject. Come now. Since you are aware of the Su family, you must also understand that there exists a bitter feud between the Su and Lu families. You have infringed upon their interests. How could they possibly relent? There are no absolute friends, nor absolute foes, only eternal interests. I have heard that the struggle for inheritance within the Lu family is fierce. If I were to assist one faction in securing the inheritance, could we not become good friends? Listening to Lin He's audacious musings, Zhao Lin gazed at the man before her in disbelief. Collaborating with the Lu family? Was this not akin to courting danger? Though the Lu family lacked the economic clout of the Su family, politically, they reigned supreme. especially following the demise of Su Changhe and Su Lao. The Lu family's influence had evidently eclipsed that of the Su family. Observing Zhao Lin's astonished expression, Lin He gently patted her delicate shoulder. Nothing is impossible. Perhaps you could arrange a meeting with the Lu family's fourth young lady, Lu Jiaying. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess? No wonder the young lady has taken a liking to you. After this conversation, Zhao Lin's perception of Lin He underwent a profound transformation. She found herself genuinely admiring him. However, the man who had just been so eloquent suddenly adopted a more frivolous demeanor. Of course, I am a man who can engage in 5 rounds without defeat in a single night. Truly impressive. Lin He mistakenly assumed Zhao Lin was jesting, and found himself unwittingly escalating the conversation. Upon uttering those words, the office fell into an awkward silence. Zhao Lin stared at him, her expression one of disbelief. And once she regained her composure, her gaze simmered with indignation and a touch of disdain. You rogue. I shall inform the young lady that you have spoken lewdly to me. She then seized her phone and dashed out of the office. Watching her retreating figure, Lin He sprang to his feet in desperation. Hey, miss. Surely, it's not that serious. I was merely joking. At that moment, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Spending time with that scoundrel Zhang Cheng had led him to adopt such crude language. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words to Zhao Lin. What a disaster. What a calamity. The young lady wanted to come back from the capital to unleash her wrath upon me. Will she? Chapter 56. Lu Jiaying after work. As Lin He was making his way home, he was astonished to find Zhao Lin trailing behind him, following him all the way to the parking lot below. Just as he unlocked his car, Zhao Lin approached him. Do you need a ride home? Lin He mistakenly assumed Zhao Lin wished to hitch a ride. If memory served him correctly, Zhao Lin also resided at Tianhe Century. Zhao Lin nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this, Lin He inwardly scolded Zhao Lin for her lack of shame, yet he felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, it only took half a day for someone of Zhao Lin's goddess-like stature to be swayed by his undeniable charm. Reluctantly, he conceded, all right, I'm heading to Tianhe Century too. It's on my way. Zhao Lin, unceremoniously, plopped herself into the back seat before Lin He could even get in. One might think she was the boss and Lin He was merely her chauffeur. Upon arriving at the parking lot of Tianhe Century, Lin He noticed Zhao Lin lingering in the back seat, not making any move to exit the vehicle. Curiously, he peered into the rearview mirror at the stunning secretary. Do you wish to come to my home for dinner? It seemed as though she was waiting for Lin He to speak, her straightforwardness leaving him momentarily speechless. Sure. Let's go. It saves me from having to eat takeout every day. Lin He jested. What is this? Have you also been captivated by my charm? However, he was met with a resounding slap to his own face. It's just that the young lady has a foolish infatuation with you. Who else would look your way? If it weren't for her fear that you might flirt with other women, she wouldn't have asked me to keep an eye on you. Why would anyone else want to go home with you? Lin He gazed at Zhao Lin's sexy, proud expression, utterly speechless. His girlfriend, Su De, was truly perplexing. Was it really necessary? Did she not know her man's character? He could be described as the nation's ideal husband, the most deeply affectionate man in Jianan. It left Lin He feeling foolishly elated for no reason. Upon returning home, as he opened the door, he brought an unfamiliar woman with him. Lin's parents cast puzzled glances his way, with Lin's father exhibiting a hint of barely contained fury. Before Lin He could introduce Zhao Lin, she interjected, Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Lin He's girlfriend. The moment those words escaped her lips, his bewildered parents were left even more flabbergasted. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally processed the information. His father, with practiced precision, drew out his black belt and charged toward Lin He, exclaiming, You little rascal. I see you've grown tired of living. Just after Su left, you bring another woman home. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not your father. Upon witnessing his father's threatening gesture, Lin He darted away as swiftly as a cat fleeing from a mouse. Dad, let me explain. She is deceiving you. Seeing Lin He in such a frantic state, Zhao Lin was acutely aware of what kind of in-laws she had. In the future, the young lady who marries into the family will undoubtedly fare well. At the very least, she shall not endure any grievances. Upon encountering such a warm and amiable family, a smile of envy and happiness graced her icy yet exquisite visage. Enough, uncle. Please cease your actions. I deceived you all. I feared the situation might escalate. Zhao Lin interposed herself before Lin He. I am Zhao Lin, the cousin of Miss Su, currently serving as her assistant. I am here today to oversee him. Typically, he bullies me at the company daily. My deception today was merely an act of retribution against him. Under Zhao Lin's persuasion, Lin He narrowly escaped the turmoil of domestic violence. Following this incident, Lin He became acutely aware of the treacherous nature of a woman's mind. The cunning was truly formidable. It was no surprise that those who accompanied Su Yunqian possessed such heavy scheming. One could easily fall victim to their machinations. After several days of preparation, Lin He once again convened a meeting with the high-ranking executives of the company. A group of executives sat primly at either side of the conference table, silently observing Lin He as he sifted through a pile of proposals before him. So, is it true that the incidents surrounding the Digital City and Future City projects in Tianhe City primarily stem from the unwillingness of the Xinghai Group to pay the relocation fees for the 200 displaced factory workers? Lin He slowly set down the documents in his hands, his sharp gaze fixed upon the executives. At this moment, he exuded an unprecedented aura of strength. Indeed, Mr. Lin, the land for both the Future City and Digital City projects belongs to the Xinghai Group. They refused to sign the project implementation contract, citing the government's failure to provide relocation fees. Lin He was aware that Su Yunqian had already approved half of the funding for the Dongchuan Industrial Restructuring Project. It was inconceivable that the government could not allocate the relocation fees. This indicated that certain individuals must have embezzled the funds. Might it be possible to resolve this matter by contacting the chairman of the Xinghai Group? However, Lin He's suggestion was met with firm opposition from the executives. No, Mr. Lin. The chairman of the Xinghai Group, Lu Jiaying, is the wife of Luo Ning. Recently, you have had conflicting interests with Luo Ning. She is unlikely to assist us. Not to mention, we would be fortunate just to avoid being turned away during a visit. They were well aware that Lu Jiaying, the chairman of the Xinghai Group, was indeed Luo Ning's wife. Her reluctance to sign stemmed from Lin He's prior complications with Luo Ning regarding the project. Lin He understood their concerns. Yet he was even more cognizant that as long as the incentives were substantial, there was nothing that could not be negotiated. If negotiations failed, it simply indicated that the benefits were insufficient. It's fine. How will we know unless we try? Amid the majority's opposition and lack of support, however, General Wu from the public sector expressed unwavering support for Lin He, stepping forward to advocate for him. Mr. Lin's approach is indeed a viable strategy. Although the chances are slim, how will we know unless we make the attempt? I support Mr. Lin's proposal. In the coming days, I shall reach out to the Xinghai Group and, together with General Lin, engage in discussions. Beneath Wu Tong's seemingly virtuous facade lies a heart filled with treachery. Ever since Su Yunqian joined the company, he, as the vice president, has been unable to gain her favor. Although a promotion to president was within reach, the arrival of the well-connected Lin He obliterated all his aspirations. This disappointment sowed the seeds of vengeance within him. He understood that advancing the project through Xinghai Group was an impossibility, yet he recklessly chose to support Lin He, merely to witness his potential humiliation. Should Lin He falter in a project worth hundreds of billions, even though the chairman is his wife, Su Yunqian would inevitably be compelled by the pressures of corporate management to replace Lin He as the general manager. In that moment, Wu Tong's opportunity to ascend from vice president to president would finally present itself. After the meeting, Lin He returned to his sanctuary of idleness. Zhao Lin glared furiously at him as he reclined in his chair, eyes closed. Are you foolish? Wu Tong's support means you must truly proceed. He wishes to see your downfall. Lin He dismissed her concerns with a languid wave of his hand, signaling her to cease her interruptions. Enough, Zhao Lin. Do not disturb my rest. Please leave. Frustrated by Lin He's indifference, Zhao Lin stomped her foot in exasperation, feeling a deep sense of disappointment for him. Humph. At this rate, you will inevitably squander the family fortune of the young lady. With that, she stormed out of the office. Days passed, and through the relentless efforts of the public relations department, contact was finally established with the illustrious Xinghai Group of Tianhe City. Lin He, Zhao Lin, and Vice President Wu Tong arrived at the Xinghai Group's office. Perhaps it was intentional, but the trio waited for 2 hours without encountering their chairman. Instead, they were met by the company's vice president. A man clad in an expensive Zegna suit entered the office, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded Lin He and his companions with disdain. Vice President Su, you seem rather busy. Our General Lin has been waiting for quite some time. Wu Tong appeared to reproach Vice President Su, yet he was subtly mocking Lin He's overestimation of his own worth. My apologies, the man offered insincerely. Upon seeing Lin He, a glimmer of contempt flickered in his eyes. Regrettably, our Director Lu is unavailable today, concerning the land for the Future City and Digital City projects. I fear we shall have to reschedule. We are only here for 20 minutes. Is it too much to ask for even that brief moment from Director Liu? Lin He's voice carried a hint of displeasure. However, the man showed him no respect, instead beginning to deride him openly. General Lin, you may not be aware, but our Xinghai Group is a major conglomerate, unlike your modest Nuo Technology. In a company of barely 200 employees, one aspires to undertake a project nearing 2 billion. Mr. Lin, allow me to caution you. Do not let a moment of fortune lead you to believe in your own prowess. Tread carefully, lest you stumble. In the face of derision, Lin He remained silent, smiling. He requested a piece of paper from Zhao Lin, inscribed a few words, folded it, and placed it into the hands of the man. Vice President Su, kindly deliver this note to Director Liu. Do take it seriously. I fear you may not withstand the consequences. As Lin He turned away under Su's dismissive gaze, Wu Tong, trailing behind, smirked at Lin He's flustered demeanor, relishing a rare moment of vindication. Should Lin He fail to secure the project, bolstered by his own extensive network, the prospect of the company's presidency might still be within his grasp. However, before the trio could venture far, a soft and melodious voice floated behind them. Old Lin, is that you? I thought it was someone else. Why the name change? You nearly had me mistaken. Turning to the source of the voice, a stunning figure appeared before them. Dressed in a seductive, purple Republic-era qipao, she exuded an air of timeless elegance. Lin He was momentarily entranced, his gaze lingering on her. Noticing his dazed expression, Lu Jiaying playfully covered her mouth and teased, Old Lin, how can you stare so? You're making me blush. Come now. The land deal is easily arranged. Just keep me company, and I'll sign right away. At this revelation, the three bystanders were left dumbfounded. Su, the vice president of Xinghai Group, could hardly fathom that the person he had belittled was acquainted with the chairman, and he regretted his earlier disrespect towards Lin He. Wu Tong, initially there to witness Lin He's embarrassment, now felt like a fool. If they truly knew each other, had he inadvertently handed the project to Lin He? He felt a strong urge to slap himself. The most striking reaction came from Zhao Lin, whose face reflected shock and disbelief, her gaze fixated on Lin He. Not only had he successfully met Lu Jiaying, but their rapport seemed remarkably close. Zhao Lin could scarcely comprehend how someone who appeared so unremarkable could attract the affections of such a distinguished heiress. Suddenly, her understanding of Su Yunxian's motives for having her watch over Lin He began to crystallize. Chapter 57. Miss Liu, I am but a performer, not for sale. In the opulent office of the chairman at Xinghai Group, Lin He sat on the sofa, his gaze entranced by the exquisite woman before him. This woman, seemingly of similar age, radiated an air of complexity. Mr. Lin, please enjoy some tea. Lu Jiaying personally prepared the tea and carefully offered the cup to him. Miss Liu, do you know me? Lin He's clear gaze was filled with immense questions. Damn, he was well aware of his ability to win over Lu Jiaying. Yet he never anticipated her enthusiasm. When she embraced his wrist at the door, onlookers might have assumed their relationship was extraordinary. Observing Lin He's bewilderment, Lu Jiaying found him increasingly intriguing. Seizing the opportunity while pouring him tea, she pretended to stumble in her high heels, falling onto Lin He's thigh. Ouch! When her warm body pressed against him, Lin He felt as if he had been jolted with electricity, momentarily paralyzed. He attempted to rise, only to be held back by her embrace. Lu Jiaying's gaze, filled with desire and allure, fixed intently on Lin He, causing him to shyly avert his eyes. They had yet to begin their discussion, and he was already thoroughly flustered. Oh, who would have thought that behind the Su family stood such a bashful little man? Why has Su Yuro abandoned you? Are you still willing to assist the Su family? Lin He broke free from Lu Jiaying's grasp, adjusted his disheveled attire, and seated himself nearby. He shook his head. No, I am not here for the Su family. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaying's expression became even more captivating. Her sensual lips drew close to Lin He's ear, her whispers laced with temptation and magnetism. Could it be that you are here for your sister, Yuro? No. Lin He quickly recoiled from her. Despite it being their first encounter, he could distinctly sense that the woman before him was no ordinary individual. There was an unsettling depth and cunning lurking beneath her exterior. Lin He had discreetly inquired about the Liu family, knowing it was the only faction capable of rivaling the Su family's influence, particularly after the passing of the Su patriarch. The Liu family had been able to exert significant political pressure on the Su family. The suspension of over 200 billion in industrial projects in Dongchuan province was merely a result of the Liu family's machinations. After all, Dongchuan had long been the Liu family's secondary stronghold. The reckless advances of Su Yunqian and the Su family were bound to infringe upon the interests of the Lu family. To overcome this predicament, one must breach the defenses of the Lu family. Despite its formidable background, the Lu family was not entirely united. The competition for inheritance was fierce, and Lu Jiaying, as the youngest among her generation, was the most underestimated and overlooked heir. She represented Lin He's best opportunity to penetrate the Lu family's defenses. However, he never expected Lu Jiaying to possess such insight into him. Speak. What would it take for you to sign? How can I persuade the Lu family in Beijing to ease their stance? Lin He, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement, cautiously inquired. Lu Jiaying pouted her alluring lips. Yet the smile on her face was somewhat intimidating. You have indeed encroached upon the interests of the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family has always been at odds with the Su family. What could possibly compel me to betray my family's interests in order to assist you? Her expectant gaze fell upon Lin He, eagerly awaiting his response. I can help you secure the inheritance rights of the Lu family. She anticipated an excited reaction from Lu Jiaying, yet instead found his eyes devoid of any emotion. In fact, he burst into laughter. Brother, your naivety is truly astounding. As he laughed, her beautiful eyes seemed to freeze, growing cold in an instant. Her words, imbued with an icy chill, conveyed a palpable sense of frost. She fixed a frigid stare upon Lin He, declaring, What if I have no need to contend for it at all? What if the inheritance rights of the Lu family were always meant to be mine? Confronted with Lu Jiaying's formidable presence, Lin He maintained his composure. I have heard that Miss Lu enjoys the old master Lu Zheng's favor, he remarked, casting a meaningful glance her way. Now that the old master is 80, do you truly believe that after his passing, your siblings will willingly cede the family fortune to you? Lin He's assertion was accurate. Once their grandfather was gone, she would undoubtedly become a target in the ensuing power struggle within the family. As she pondered this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Jiaying's eyes. Speak. What do you desire? Lin He revealed a triumphant smile. It's quite simple. I want the organizing committee to lift the hold on the Dongchuan project funds and to remove the restrictions on Guojin Group's expansion in Dongchuan province. Lu Jiaying erupted in laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she regarded the infatuated man before her. You say it's not for the Su family. Yet, it all circles back to a few ladies from the Su family. If your motives were truly for the project, you wouldn't need to seek my assistance. Nor would you require my grandfather's influence. So, does that mean Miss Lu agrees? Lu Jiaying nodded, albeit with a fiery gaze that scrutinized Lin He from head to toe. You have fulfilled my request. But what shall you offer me in return? I will help you secure the inheritance rights. Lin He proposed. However, Lu Jiaying shook her head repeatedly, her delicate fingers playfully tugging at Lin He's shirt. No, not enough. I too wish to experience the feeling of being subtly protected. Like the third young lady of the Su family, Lin He was taken aback, his mind racing with the thought that she wouldn't expect him to exchange his body. Would she? Glancing at the desire in her eyes, he instinctively shielded himself with his coat. A look of terror etched on his face as he stared at Lu Jiaying. Miss Lu, I sell my skills, my time, my effort, but I do not sell my body. With that, Lin He bolted from the scene. This woman is no ordinary individual. He dared not linger for even a moment longer, gazing at the flustered figure of Lin He. Lu Jiaying could not help but burst into laughter. In the conference hall, as Lin He and Lu Jiaying emerged side by side, a throng of executives waiting outside rose to greet them. Mr. Lin, regarding the future urban and digital city projects in Tianhe City, our Xinghai Group will undoubtedly provide unwavering support. Lu Jiaying extended her hand to grasp Lin He's, reluctant to let go, her gaze infused with an irresistible allure. Although she may not rival the beauty of the three daughters of the Su family, her iconic pear-shaped figure, adorned in a captivating purple qipao, rendered her physique all the more enchanting. Such a mesmerizing presence continuously tempted those around her, who could resist. Witnessing this scene, Wu Tong and Vice President Su exchanged envious glances, nearly drooling in their admiration. However, Zhao Lin, standing nearby, was less than pleased. She cleared her throat with a cold expression, ahem. Some individuals should remember they have wives and children. Do not be tempted by every wildflower that crosses your path. Beautiful flowers have thorns. Beauty can also bring harm. Be careful not to get pricked. With a scornful glance at Lu Jiaying, Zhao Lin made her point. Yet, Lu Jiaying chose not to engage in a quarrel, instead expressing concern for Lin He's marital status. Her astonished and gentle gaze fell upon him. Oh, does this mean you and Miss Yurua have reconciled? Lin He smiled and shook his head. No, it's someone else. Lu Jiaying sighed softly. What a pity. After being your longtime companion, she still waits for you. I envy Miss Yurua, yet I also lament for her. She has a man to protect her, yet he does not cherish her. Lin He retorted, damn it, longtime companion. This is our first meeting today. Upon hearing Lu Jiaying's words, the expressions of the two nearby men turned amusing. Yet, Lin He felt an urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had heard of the formidable fourth Miss Lu, but he never anticipated her to be this intimidating. Lin He, unlike Zhang Cheng, was not adept at charming women with mere words. He could only manage a helpless smile. Hee. Miss Lu, please do not jest. You are already married. Giggle. As long as Lin brother wishes, I will leave my husband for you. The entire room was filled with astonished gazes directed at Lin He. Only he understood Lu Jiaying's ulterior motives while appearing to flirt with him. She sought to bind him to her. Should she fail in her quest for inheritance within the Lu family, Lin He would become her sole lifeline. The cunning of women is indeed formidable. Chapter 58. Have you ever seen a young lady in uniform? A feast. A feast. In the office of the company's strategic financing department, under the enthusiastic persuasion of Zhang Qing, the rather mischievous individual, Lin He found himself encircled by his former subordinates. They eagerly implored him to treat them to a meal. Celebrating their recent success in securing Lu Jiaying and effectively advancing the implementation of the industrial restructuring project in Dongchuan province. This project involved the integration of billions in funds, ensuring that Lin He's company would undoubtedly reap profits amounting to hundreds of millions. Such a substantial sum had sent waves of excitement throughout the entire organization. Reluctantly, Lin He acquiesced to his eager subordinates, stating, all right. You are all my ancestors. I shall personally cook for you at home. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Upon uttering these words, the department erupted in jubilation. Lin He, displaying his thoughtfulness, decided to order a dish for each of them. To his astonishment, these audacious individuals dared to select the most extravagant items: steamed East Star grouper, charcoal grilled black gold abalone, braised eel, Australian Wagyu hot pot, garlic Australian lobster, marinated king crab, and sashimi-grade tuna. They went straight for the priciest ingredients. Thankfully, they had not chosen to dine at a restaurant. Otherwise, their selections could have easily racked up costs in the tens of thousands. Even procuring the ingredients from the market for such a large group would still require a few thousand. Lin He silently rejoiced at not having taken them to a high-end hotel. Otherwise, he would have faced the embarrassment of being unable to cover the bill, especially since his pocket money had been confiscated by Su Yunxian, leaving him with scant funds. Little did he know, a meticulously orchestrated scene of social embarrassment awaited him. After work, Lin He, accompanied by over a dozen individuals from the financing department, along with Zhao Lin and Kai Na, returned home in a grand procession. Upon arriving, he instructed them to sit quietly on the sofa while he prepared the meal. Determined to cater to these little emperors, Lin He was fully committed, personally taking charge of the cooking. Just as he was organizing the ingredients in the refrigerator, Su Yunxian made her entrance, adorned in a seductive lace-trimmed mini dress. With a black lace mask that exuded desire and allure, and two charming lace rabbit ears atop her head, she sauntered over, a red rose delicately held between her lips. As she approached Lin He, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, her voice a soft, enchanting whisper, "Darling, have you missed me these past few days?" "Because I have missed you dearly." Her sweet, melodious voice pierced through Lin He's heart, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Turning awkwardly to face the unexpected sight of Su Yunxian in her playful attire, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to escape into. In the midst of an enchanting spectacle, Su Yunxian, the captivating wife, found herself oblivious to the unfolding drama around her. Fixated on the audience in the living room who were exchanging bewildered glances, the typically astute eldest daughter of the Su family was momentarily dazed, her judgment clouded by the excitement of the occasion. "Oh dear, my husband. Why are you so fixated on that?" she exclaimed. "Though we haven't seen each other in some time, there's no need to be this overly enthusiastic." With her alluring lips playfully clutching a vibrant rose, she leaned against the wall, striking a seductive pose that radiated an intoxicating aura of desire. She flirtatiously directed her charms towards Lin He, teasingly asking, "What do you think? Darling, does your wife look beautiful today?" She is indeed beautiful, yet rather timid." Lin He struggled to muster a response. As silence lingered, Su Yunxian, feeling a twinge of annoyance, pouted like a petulant child. "How can you be this way? Sneaking off and indulging in distractions while I was away. I returned from the capital dressed to surprise you, and you show no reaction. This is the greatest insult to me." With a huff, she turned away, resembling a sulking girl rather than the usual poised and imperious heiress. However, upon turning, she was met with a multitude of astonished and incredulous gazes from the sofa. In disbelief, she removed the black lace mask that had obscured her vision. Within mere seconds, her expression shifted from shock to an alluring blush that painted her cheeks a deep crimson. "Ah!" she shrieked, covering her blushing face with the lace mask as she dashed towards the bedroom. Su Yunqian had returned secretly from the capital to reward Lin He for his commendable work on a project, only to find herself the subject of an unexpected public spectacle. At that moment, the colleagues who had managed to suppress their laughter could no longer contain themselves, erupting into raucous laughter, clutching their stomachs in mirth. "Ha ha!" they exclaimed, their amusement palpable. Simultaneously, they raised their thumbs in admiration, declaring, "Mr. Lin, you truly know how to have fun. Next time, shall we engage in role-play?" They expressed their envy for Lin He, who possessed not only a wealthy wife but also one who provided him with emotional value. Even amidst their laughter, the envy in their eyes for Lin He was unmistakable as they mused over the prospect of marrying someone as affluent as Su Yunqian, who would generously bestow lavish gifts upon her partner. Is it not true that she can continuously find new ways to entice her man, providing abundant emotional value? With an array of delightful surprises for her boyfriends, she stands as a goddess that countless men yearn for, far surpassing the modern-day fairies. Following an unexpected incident during dinner, Lin He and Su Yunqian sat in a particularly rigid manner, resembling strangers, devoid of the earlier fervor and enthusiasm. Observing their palpable awkwardness, a colleague from the finance department could no longer bear it and suggested, "Director Su, you and General Manager Lin are sitting too far apart. Why not move a little closer? Haven't you two been married long enough?" Another colleague, ever eager to escalate the situation, chimed in, "General Manager Lin, Director Su has secretly rushed back from the capital just for you. She has prepared such a grand surprise. How about showing some appreciation?" Following this playful encouragement, a collective murmur arose among the colleagues, urging, "General Manager Lin, give her a kiss. General Manager Lin, give her a kiss." At this outcry, Su Yunqian shyly lowered her head, her exquisite cheeks blooming with a bashful flush. Lin He raised his hand to quiet the crowd, saying, "Hey, everyone, let us not cause a ruckus. Director Su is unwilling. Let us not put her in a difficult position, shall we?" Upon hearing Lin He's words, Su Yunqian felt displeased. What did he mean by unwilling? It was he who was reluctant. Thus, in front of everyone, she boldly grasped Lin He's chin and kissed him fiercely. Who is truly unwilling? Her gaze, sharp and cold, fixed on Lin He. Witnessing this scene, the colleagues erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, Kai Na, among the crowd, felt a pang of disappointment and jealousy as she beheld the sweetness between Lin He and Su Yunqian. The man who once stirred her heart now embraced another woman, leaving her to watch from the sidelines, a feeling that was far from pleasant. Chapter 59. I Choose You. As night fell, the longing between Lin He and Su Yunqian, having been apart for several days, ignited fervently. After sharing tender moments, they remained closely entwined, their love undiminished despite the fading heat of their bodies. In the dim light, Su Yunqian cast a gentle, sorrowful gaze upon Lin He's handsome face, her eyes betraying a deep sadness, completely devoid of the sharpness she once possessed as the daughter of the Su family. Lin He, sensing her unusual demeanor, gently drew his beloved woman into his embrace. "My dear, what troubles you? I can tell something is off with you tonight. Your eyes haven't too straight from me. Have you missed your husband too much these past few days? Or is it my charming visage that has captivated you?" Lin He teased with an unflinching demeanor. Su Yunqian, seemingly at a loss for words, rolled her eyes before burying her head absently into Lin He's sturdy embrace. Savoring the comforting scent, her voice, however, bore an odd tone. "Humph, just indulge in your self-love, you insufferable husband." She then lifted her head, gazing dreamily into Lin He's handsome visage. "Husband, may I pose a question?" Su Yunqian's voice was notably subdued, lacking its usual sharpness. Lin He, with an affectionate smile, stroked her hair. "Go ahead. What is troubling you today, my dear wife? Why do you seem so shy? If, on the day of our wedding, your first love were to appear, claiming she had searched for many years, and in that moment, you realized you hadn't entirely forgotten her, what would you choose? Would you go with her?" Before Su Yunqian could finish, Lin He covered her small mouth. "There is no choice to be made. At that moment, there would be no options. Since I promised to be with you, There has been no other choice in my heart. Only you. As for He Huifeng, she is merely a missed opportunity. Su Yinxian removed Lin He's hand, her unease undiminished by his reassurances. What if my sister comes back looking for you? Upon hearing the name Su Yuro, Lin He paused momentarily. He had to admit that even after all this time, the impact of her name lingered deeply within him. Memories flooded back, each more poignant than the last. She had been so captivating then. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin He began to tease Su Yinxian. Hee, why are we discussing your sister? Aren't you worried that your so-called university sweetheart might return? Why only fear your sister? Su Yinxian, with steadfast and composed eyes, conveyed to Lin He. Because I know that the only woman capable of surpassing me in your heart is my sister. As for the others, I hardly regard them. Lin He couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yinxian's words. Observing her alluring figure, he jested, rest assured, my dear, your sister may match your beauty, but in every other regard, she pales in comparison, especially regarding that formidable asset you possess. It's simply unparalleled. For that reason alone, I shall always choose you. Not receiving a direct affirmation from Lin He, Su Yinxian felt a tinge of disappointment. She playfully nudged him with her delicate frame before turning to pull the blanket around herself, signaling her displeasure. The wife is upset. Lin He gently embraced the irate Su Yinxian, employing his eloquence to charm his wife with a myriad of sweet words. Yet, it appeared that Su Yinxian was genuinely upset. Ever since she turned away, no amount of Lin He's heartfelt persuasion could coax her back. Wife, my beloved wife, my dear lady, he pleaded. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Just a moment ago, my resolve faltered. I choose you. Always you, no matter the time. For you are my sole choice. Humph. I won't listen. I won't listen. Su Yinxian's delicate form squirmed like an uncontainable little piglet. The moment Lin He's hand brushed against her, she struggled in indignation, impossible to restrain. Was Su Yinxian truly angry? Of course not. At this moment, in the dimly lit room, she buried her head beneath the covers, her tears soaking her beautiful eyes. She was heartbroken. She merely sought her own happiness, yet why was it so arduous? Although she and Su Yuro were sisters, why did fate insist on having them fall in love with the same man? She had believed she could pursue love without reservation, but after returning home, she realized her error. Both her lover and her family were equally dear to her. Severing ties with either felt like inflicting pain upon herself. That night, Su Yinxian hid under the covers, weeping silently for a long time. Before dawn the next day, both were roused by the crisp ring of a telephone. As Su Yinxian answered, an excited voice echoed from the other end, Su Luoyao. Sister, are you awake? I'm about to board a flight from the capital. I want to spend some time with you. Upon hearing Su Luoyao's voice, Su Yinxian was startled. Her complexion paling as her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Sister, what happened? Are you all right? Luoyao's concern was palpable. Regaining her composure, Su Yinxian quickly picked up the phone. It's nothing. Luoyao, call me when you arrive. I'll come to fetch you. Su Luoyao's cheerful laughter resonated again. Great. I knew you loved me the most. Don't forget to bring my brother-in-law along. I've been eagerly anticipating meeting him. Su Yinxian promptly declined. Your brother-in-law will not be there. It will only be me to pick you up. Before Luoyao could respond, and before Lin He had fully awakened, she hastily packed all his belongings. Regardless of his state of slumber, she yanked him up and forced him to wake. Dressed only in his clothes, his shoes not even properly fastened, she pulled him out of the room. You need to stay home for a while. During this time, do not contact me, and certainly do not seek me out. Lin He, just waking from his slumber, was utterly bewildered. Like a forsaken soul, he stood at the entrance of Su Yinxian's home, panic-stricken and as bewildered as a child. Wife, I am so sorry. I may struggle to articulate my feelings, but my heart truly belongs to you alone. Please do not leave me. After several fervent knocks, his desperate cries drew the ire of the neighboring residents. This is a luxurious and upscale community, and Lin He's commotion sparked an uproar among the homeowners. Fuming, Su Yinxian swung open the door, her cold gaze fixed upon Lin He as she regarded the endearingly foolish man before her. You silly fool. My sister just called. She is coming to stay in Jiangshuan City for a while. You should return to your old, decrepit house for the time being. With that, Su Yinxian promptly wrapped her arms around Lin He's neck and planted a fervent kiss on him. Subsequently, she took his hand and led him towards the elevator to the underground parking lot. Su Yinxian first escorted Lin He back to his residence before heading to the airport to pick up her sister, Su Luoyao. Upon arriving home, the two sisters began to unpack the luggage that Luoyao had brought. Given Su Luoyao's stature, it was quite normal for her to have a dozen bodyguards in her employ. However, the spirited young lady preferred to manage matters on her own, much to the chagrin of her elder sister. Luoyao, how long do you plan to stay with me this time? Su Yinxian inquired while sorting through her sister's clothes. At least 3 months. I've been working too hard lately and wish to take a proper break. Su Luoyao, usually so lively and enthusiastic, now spoke with an air of fatigue and fragility. She opened a box of materials and directed her gaze towards the cabinet beside the bedside table. At that moment, both sisters were rendered speechless as a cascade of framed photographs spilled out. The albums featured their late brother-in-law, Lin He. However, why were there so many photographs of the second brother-in-law in the elder sister's room? In that moment, the atmosphere in the bedroom felt as though it had solidified, becoming stifling. When did you fall in love with my brother-in-law? After a few minutes of silence, Su Luoyao picked up a photograph from the floor and examined it closely. Sister, how could there be pictures of the second brother-in-law here? A blush crept across Su Yunqian's cheeks, creating a scene ripe for embarrassment. Discovering numerous photographs of her sister's husband in her room could spell disaster if word got out. Would the public not scrutinize the eldest daughter of the Su family for her involvement with her sister's man? Not one family, not one door, they might say. Thanks to Lin He's recent influence, Su Yunxian had now learned to lie with a composure that belied her racing heart. Gazing at the scattered photographs, Su Yunxian feigned calmness and remarked, yes, after my brother's passing, I searched for some time to uncover the truth about his whereabouts. Hence, I printed several photographs. Photographs for investigation? Su Luoyao revealed a sweet smile, picking up one of the images and pointing at the exquisite frame made of fine wood and ornate decorations. Sister, perhaps I am not as clever as you and the second sister, but please do not regard me as a fool. Which family would adorn investigation photos with such intricate frames, and ones that could fill an entire house? In my opinion, I find it hard to believe that you harbor no ulterior motives. Unless, sister, do you have feelings for brother-in-law? Or perhaps for the second brother-in-law? Luoyao approached Su Yunqian, her sparkling gaze eagerly observing her sister's reaction. Under Luoyao's relentless questioning, Su Yunqian's face flushed like a ripe apple, adorably rosy. I do not. I merely prepared these photographs to trace that little fool. Su Yunqian, resembling a shy girl, nervously perched herself on the bed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Luoyao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, little fool. Such an affectionate term. Speak up, sister. Are you in love with brother-in-law? Su Yunqian bashfully turned her head aside, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Oh dear, there's nothing to be shy about. I actually noticed the way you look at him is different. Su Yunqian lifted her flushed cheeks, her gaze tenderly resting on her sister. Do you remember when I was kidnapped 3 years ago? He exerted every effort to rescue me. Perhaps when you see him selflessly dedicating himself to the Su family, even at the expense of his own safety, you will come to understand the stirrings of my heart. Expecting her sister Su Luoyao to be utterly astonished, Su Yunqian was taken aback by her composed demeanor since discovering Lin He's photograph. Luoyao sighed in resignation, hee. Regarding the second brother-in-law, you two know nothing about him. When he first entered the Su family, neither of you showed him any kindness. Especially that insufferable Yu Rou. If you don't love him, then just don't. The whole world knows he is a truly wonderful man, yet she remains unsatisfied, perpetually putting on a cold face. It infuriates me. I began to like him back then and wished to snatch him away from her. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian trembled, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She could hardly fathom that Luoyao also had feelings for Lin He. Observing her astonished sister, Luoyao playfully rolled her eyes. TCH. What are you so shocked about? Is it permissible for you to love him, but not for me? Luoyao, feeling despondent, lowered her head and began to gather the scattered picture frames. Alas, what purpose does it serve to speak now? Second brother-in-law has departed from this world forever. Second sister has searched the entire nation. The police have confirmed it. He has been declared deceased and his household registration cancelled. You have your own boyfriend now. It is best to let go of your unrequited feelings for that man. It would be unfair to him. Moreover, second sister is arriving tonight. It would be quite inappropriate for her to see this. What? Yu Rou is coming too? Su Yunqian's face paled as she hurriedly assisted in picking up the picture frames on the ground. If her younger sister Su Yu Rou were to learn of this, the 3 sisters of the Su family would surely be torn apart. Su Yunqian yearned for happiness, yet she did not wish to lose her family. Fortunately, it appeared that Luoyao was momentarily unaware that the so-called boyfriend of the eldest sister was none other than her former brother-in-law, Lin He. That evening, within the Su family residence, The sweet laughter of the three Su sisters filled the room. Su Yunxian and Luo Yao behaved as if nothing had transpired, engaging in cheerful conversation with the newly arrived Su Yuro, both filled with curiosity. They wondered what magic the city possessed that could captivate the esteemed chairman of the National Gold Commission. There could only be one possibility. She must have encountered a man who stirred her heart, and the two relentlessly probed Su Yunxian about her brother-in-law. Sister, Qianqian, please let us meet our brother-in-law, they pleaded. Rest assured, we will not make things difficult for him. On the sofa, Luo Yao pouted. Oh dear, you two are truly something. You traveled all the way from the capital just to see a stranger? Wouldn't it be better to spend time with your sister? Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Delivery, delivery. Su Yunxian trotted to the door. Hello, Miss Su. Your delivery has arrived. Su Yunxian curiously glanced at the delivery man, only to be astonished to discover it was Lin He. She noticed a bruise on his thigh. In a flurry, she glanced back into the house and then took his hand, leading him aside to the staircase. With a gentle grip, she pinched Lin He and exclaimed, What happened to you? How did you injure your leg? Her reproachful tone could not veil the tenderness and concern in her eyes. Hee, I was just thinking of you. So I prepared a few hometown dishes for you and Yao Yao. But I tripped on my way here, so I had to return and make another batch. Su Yunxian gazed at the seemingly dazed man before her, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. You could have just delivered it as is. Why didn't you use the car I bought for you? Must you ride that little electric scooter? Look at you. Now you're injured, aren't you? Kiki. Lin He scratched his head. Is this to make himself resemble a delivery man even more? Ignoring his own injuries, Lin He promptly reminded, Hurry. Take it inside and eat with your sister. Su Yunxian was about to return, but after taking a couple of steps, she dashed back, tightly embracing Lin He and planting a fervent kiss on him. Wait for me downstairs, she exclaimed before rushing back into the house. Wow, sister. Did you order so much for the three of us? It's a bit late tonight. Otherwise, I would have brought you something even better. Just make do with this for now. After Su Yunxian arranged the takeout boxes Lin He had brought, she hurried to her bedroom to fetch medicine for her injury. Wrapping herself in a coat, she dashed out again, leaving a message. Yuro, Yao Yao, you all eat first. The drinks in the fridge ran out a while ago, so I'm going to buy some for you. Later, the three of us can have a little drink together. Okay, sister. Hurry up. Otherwise, if you take too long, I'll finish everything. The ever-clever Su Luo Yao was completely absorbed in relishing the sumptuous feast prepared by her brother-in-law, oblivious to what her sister was off to do, and indulged herself in the meal. In contrast, Su Yuro wore a serious expression, surveying the dozen exquisite food boxes on the table. The stir-fried dishes looked unremarkable. Yet upon tasting, they revealed a heavenly flavor, unmistakably not from a takeout, but rather a culinary creation from home. Approaching the refrigerator and opening it, she found it brimming with drinks and alcohol, clearly not lacking in refreshments. Observing her older sister Su Yunxian's eager demeanor moments ago, Su Yuro concluded that her sister was secretly going out on a date with her boyfriend, away from her and her younger sister. Qianqian, today, I must see what kind of man can captivate you so deeply. With that, she grabbed a black coat and stepped outside, determined to discover the identity of the man who had so thoroughly enchanted her sister, the esteemed Miss Su. Little did Su Yuro know, what awaited her was a scene of heartbreak and despair. Chapter 61. Ex-husband, now brother-in-law. In the Tianhe Century Community's pavilion, Su Yunxian, while grumbling, applied medicine to Lin He's injured thigh. It's your fault. You insisted on cooking for me and ended up hurting yourself. What a troublesome fool you are. Despite her words filled with reproach, her body instinctively embraced him. The two were nestled together beneath the night sky, reminiscent of newly in love. Darling, I'm so sorry. It is not that I do not wish to introduce you to my sister. It is merely that my sisters have their reservations about you. Just as Su Yunxian was about to clarify, Lin He affectionately tousled her soft hair. You need not say anything further. I understand that Yuru and the others harbor certain misconceptions about me. They have long believed that my brother's demise was due to my actions. Grant me a moment. When the time is right, I shall muster the courage to bring you back to the Su family. Su Yunxian lifted her enchanting gaze to Lin He's face, inwardly cursing. You silly boy. If my sisters truly despised you, it would relieve me of any burden, for it is I who will spend my life with you. However, currently, both Yuru and Yao Ao are enamored with you. How am I to introduce you to them? In the biting cold, Lin He gazed at the beautiful woman in his embrace. Mistakenly believing that his past had imposed such significant pressure upon her, unaware that Su Yunqian was merely fearful of losing the one she cherished to her dearest sisters. On this winter night, the frigid wind howled past her ears. Under the light of the pavilion, Su Yiru stood frozen, as though her soul had departed. Witnessing the intimacy shared between the two, their tender words pierced her heart like icy daggers in the chilling wind, and tears streamed down her exquisite cheeks. "Sister, you are not my sister. Why must you secretly take away my man? Why?" Su Yiru could scarcely fathom that the ex-husband she had long seen in the household registration system would appear here, only to discover that Lin he had become her brother-in-law. "I considered you my sister, and yet you have stolen my man?" In that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. One was her biological sister, the other the man she had yearned for over many years. The pain within her was profound. "All right, my love. You should return now. If you linger any longer, my sisters may begin to suspect. After some time, when my sisters have gone back, I will give you all of myself." Su Yunqian broke free from Lin He's embrace. Her gentle eyes filled with affection as she gazed at him. After a brief yet heartfelt embrace, they reluctantly parted ways. Upon hearing their voices from afar, Su Yiru quickly concealed herself behind a dimly lit flower bed, fearful of being discovered. Once they had separated, she made her way to a nearby wine cellar and purchased a bottle of Kangdi red wine. With the wine in hand, Su Yunqian returned to the entrance of her home, hesitating for a long while, her cold, beautiful eyes fixated on the door. She contemplated the demeanor she should adopt upon entering, for it would determine the fate of the two sisters and the entire Su family's future. Su Yiru, although appearing somewhat cold-blooded, possesses a keen understanding of priorities. Once she managed to adjust her emotions, she forced a smile and opened the door. "Look what I brought you," she exclaimed, shaking the bottle of red wine in her hand, though the bittersweet undertone of her smile was known only to her. Luo Yao, savoring her food, could not help but roll her eyes. "You took so long, Su Yiru. If you had delayed any longer, I would have starved." Following this, Luo Yao helped herself to a serving of dishes for her two elder sisters. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it. This takeout is rather good. It has a taste of home. You should try it." Su Yiru, eyeing the exquisite takeout boxes, began to probe. "Silly Yao Yao. The takeout was actually prepared by my boyfriend. Have you ever seen a delivery service using home-style containers? Or one that doesn't include an invoice?" As she spoke, Su Yiru's gaze was scrutinizing her sister Su Yunqian's reaction. Upon hearing Su Yiru's explanation, Luo Yao's bewildered mind seemed to open the doors to a new world. With an excited look, she turned to Su Yunqian. "Sister, is what the second sister said true? How could you do this? Brother-in-law brings us food and doesn't he even let us meet him?" Su Yunqian, a leader in a significant enterprise and a national-level figure, remained composed in the face of her sister's pressing questions. "Oh, what are you two thinking? We are a large family, and not just anyone can become a son-in-law of the Su family. Thus, I intend to observe him for a while longer." Su Yiru's skeptical gaze fell upon Su Yunqian as she remarked meaningfully, "This is where you are mistaken, sister. If you are to observe him, you should allow us to meet him too. The whole family should evaluate him together." Suddenly, Su Yiru's tone took on a deeper significance. "Unless, sister, you have done something that wrongs our Su family?" At her words, Su Yunqian's expression momentarily displayed shock. Had her recent rendezvous with Lin He been exposed? "Just kidding." Su Yiru quickly continued. "However, you really should let me and Luo Yao meet him. We can help you assess his character. If he is like Lin He, disappearing without a trace while believing he protected the Su family, then I can step in and tear him apart." Watching her sister's fervent remarks, Su Yunqian felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, though she could not pinpoint why. "By the way, sister, can I stay with you a few more days?" Su Yiru gazed at her sister with hopeful eyes. In the past, Su Yunqian would have eagerly welcomed the opportunity to spend more time with her younger sister. However, the current circumstances are quite different. After all, I am a person with a family, and the affection is at its peak. If there were two younger sisters at home, it would greatly hinder my dating with Lin He. Although I did not verbally refuse, it was evident that Su Yunqian was somewhat hesitant. "Yiru, there are so many matters to attend to at the National Union. Can you truly set aside your work?" Su Yiru's exquisite visage was graced by a fleeting, sweet smile. "Work is an endless endeavor. I wish to take a respite here for a while. If I could find a beloved man like you did, that would be simply splendid." "Well, that sounds good. You only think about work. The vast estate under your management is thriving. You certainly deserve a proper break. Let me know where you wish to go, and we shall embark on an adventure together." The three sisters. Su Yiru gazed at her elder sister in a moment of reverie, yet her mind involuntarily conjured a familiar face. gripping her wine glass with increasing intensity. She silently vowed, "Sister, I shall not relinquish him so easily." She raised her wine glass before Su Yunqian. "Sister, did you not acquire a company to oversee the industrial restructuring project in Dongchuan province? May I accompany you to see it tomorrow?" Ah. A flicker of panic flashed in Su Yunqian's eyes. "Lin He is still at work. If we go, it would surely expose the truth. Alas, it is merely a small company. What waves could it possibly make? I shall take you to the branch that our Gujin is about to establish in Jiangchuan." Su Yuru was not so easily deterred. She was resolute in not letting Lin He slip away without a personal encounter. Thus, feigning anger, she retorted, "Humph. I was hoping that our national union could leverage your connections to break into the southern market. It appears that my sister is unwilling to assist me." Throughout their lives, Su Yunqian, as the eldest sister, has always showered her two younger sisters with affection. Whenever the two younger sisters displayed a hint of petulance, she would strive to fulfill their desires. Today was no exception. As for Lin He, in order to prevent him from being discovered by Yuru and Yao Yao, he could only remain at home. Chapter 62. Apologies, second miss, you have mistaken the person. The following morning, the sun's rays had already begun to warm the air. Yet, Lin He remained in bed, soundly asleep. It was not that Lin He was lazy. Rather, since Su Yuru and Su Luoyao arrived in Jiangchuan City, this newly appointed company general manager had been relieved of his duties by his wife, leaving him no choice but to indulge in peaceful slumber. Buzz buzz. Just as Lin He was deeply engrossed in dreams, a crisp ringtone jolted him awake. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his old friend Zhang Qing. And suppressed exasperation burst forth. "Damn it, do you not know I am on leave? Why are you calling so early in the morning? You are ruining my feast." Disregarding Lin He's scorn, Zhang Qing on the other end of the line exuberantly exclaimed, "Brother Lin. Today, Director Su visited the company. She even brought along another Director Su. They bear an uncanny resemblance to each other, each more enchanting than the last. You truly are remarkable." Securing the renowned daughters of the Su family, both the eldest and the second, Lin He, however, was indifferent to Zhang Qing's exuberance. His mind consumed with frustration as his dreams lay shattered. He could only vent his fury at the oblivious Zhang Qing, exclaiming, "Damn it. Get lost. Don't ruin my moment of joy." Moment of joy. After the call ended, Zhang Qing stood there, bewildered, gazing at the two exquisite heiresses in the conference room, and sighed. Some people are just never satisfied. If I could possess even one of the Su sisters, I would gladly endure any ordeal they presented. I certainly wouldn't be sneaking around behind my wife's back. Zhang Qing genuinely envied Lin He. Not only did he have a stunningly beautiful wife, the eldest daughter of the Su family, but he also had a sister-in-law who bore a striking resemblance. The thought of such a scenario was electrifying. Yet, despite all his fortune, Lin He remained unsatisfied, indulging in frivolities elsewhere. Zhang Qing couldn't help but lament, "Those in drought perish from thirst, while those in flood drown in excess." Meanwhile, after cursing the foolish Zhang Qing, Lin He buried his head in his pillow and fell back into a deep slumber. However, moments later, his body jolted awake as if struck by lightning, a look of terror washing over his face as beads of cold sweat formed. Two directors, Su? They resemble each other? Su Yuru? She has come to Jiangchuan? At the mere mention of her name, Lin He involuntarily trembled, haunted by memories of the Su family that filled him with dread. All these years later, the chilling image of her frostbitten expression still sent shivers down his spine. "Director Su, the company is fully assembled. Shall we begin?" Upon hearing Zhao Lin's inquiry, Su Yunqian's gentle gaze fell upon her sister Yuru. "Yuru, do you have any questions you wish to address?" Su Yuru pursed her lips and then turned her attention to the assembled executives. "Esteemed leaders of Leno, greetings. I have come here today to learn from all of you. Recently, our industrial strategy adjustment project in Dongchuan was halted due to public disturbances related to the future city and digital city in Tianhe. However, the project has since resumed. How did you navigate the challenges at that time, particularly in light of Director Su's connections?" At her words, the atmosphere grew tense. For they had participated in the project but were unaware of how Lin He had influenced Xinghai Group. A moment of silence ensued, with no one daring to respond. In the end, Wu Tong began to report to Su Dong about Lin He. "Su Dong, I sincerely apologize. Today, General Manager Lin, who is responsible for this project, is absent. I can only share the general situation with you, and fortunately, we have successfully navigated through the negotiations with Xinghai Group and various government departments. The specifics of this matter are best known to General Manager Lin." "General Manager Lin?" Su Ro's expression turned serious. Could it be that this general manager Lin was Lin He? Noticing Su Ro's hesitation, Wu Tong continued, yes. Our general manager Lin. His name is Lin He. He is also related to you, Su Dong. Wu Tong continued speaking, but then realized he had said too much and instinctively closed his mouth. Lin He? So, the reason she had searched for 3 years without success was that he had been deliberately avoiding her. Su Ro's delicate body trembled softly upon hearing that name. A wave of unprecedented longing and regret surged in her heart. If only she had treated him a little better back then. Surely, she would have been the one by his side now. Noticing her sister's distraction, Su Yunqian concluded the meeting. Her beautiful eyes continually scrutinized Su Ro, her slender jade hand waving in front of her a few times. Ro? What's wrong? Coming back to her senses, Su Ro smiled at her sister, though her stunning cheeks bore a hint of bitter laughter and helplessness. I envy you, sister. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Su Yunqian's exquisite face. Ah, what do you envy about me? Su Ro looked into Su Yunqian's eyes, revealing a serious and desperate glint. I envy you for encountering true love. I envy you for being able to disregard everything for it. At this moment, the regret and pain in Su Ro's heart were known only to her. Whether in Lin He's eyes or the Su family's, she was undoubtedly a cold-blooded workaholic. No one knew that beneath her icy exterior lay a fervent heart. Sis, how about we collaborate? Let us restructure a group with the current projects, and we can each hold half of the shares. Your Guijin has strong financial backing, while my Guilin possesses abundant resources and strength. If the two of us join forces, surely we need not fear the encirclement of other prominent families. Su Ro's gaze was piercing as she observed Su Yunqian's response to her proposal. Naturally, Su Yunqian had contemplated such a collaboration, but if she partnered with her, wouldn't that increase the risk of exposing Lin He? However, if the sisters strengthened their cooperation, it would significantly enhance the Su family's influence in the southwestern region. After balancing her thoughts, Su Yunqian ultimately decided to collaborate with her sister. As for the matter of Lin He, it would eventually come to light. What is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. It would be better to take the initiative. Should there be any collaboration in the industry, it could lead to rifts between sisters over emotional matters in the future. With interests intertwined, they need not engage in a life-and-death struggle. After much contemplation, Su Yunqian nodded in agreement. The two exchanged smiles, intertwining their arms as they exited the office, planning to take Su Ru, who had just arrived in Jiangchuan City, to explore the local attractions and savor the regional delicacies. That night, at the entrance of Tiana Century, Lin He and Su Yunqian were secretly enjoying a rendezvous on a long bench. Lin He retrieved a scarf, rich in the ethnic characteristics of the southwestern region, from his bag and draped it around Su Qian. Darling, this is a traditional scarf I bought during my break in Lishui Ancient City. Try it on. Su Yunqian accepted the scarf with great satisfaction, exclaiming, Thank you, dear. She nestled contentedly in Lin He's embrace. However, across the street, in an Audi A8 with the license plate Jing 55555, Su Ru gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her tear-filled eyes fixated on the affectionate couple not far away. Sister, aren't you the one who loves us the most? Why are you now taking away the man I cherish? Suddenly, a glimmer of coldness flashed through her tearful gaze. After her clandestine meeting with the eldest daughter of the Su family concluded, Lin He hurried back to his dilapidated old neighborhood. As he navigated through the dimly lit alley of the complex, a stunning silhouette emerged under the faint night sky. Lin He gazed in astonishment at the familiar figure, yearning to approach for an intimate interaction. However, upon closer inspection, he was confronted by a cold yet exquisite visage. Lin He hesitated, stopping to observe carefully, only to be astonished to discover that this individual was not his wife, but rather his twin sister-in-law, Su Ru, the second daughter of the Su family, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife. At this moment, should he not flee, would he merely await his demise? Without a shred of hesitation, he appeared to have resolved himself to a certain course of action. Yet, just as he was about to run a few meters, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Lin He, stop right there. Flustered, Lin He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Second miss. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the person you seek. If I have mistaken you, how is it that you know I am the second miss? Lin He's clumsy retort left him feeling utterly foolish, wishing he could slap himself for his blunder. Chapter 63, Sister. Brother-in-law has jumped into the river. Cough, cough. I apologize, miss. You have mistaken me. My name is Lin He. I am not the Lin He you were looking for. Lin He cleared his throat gently and began to feign madness with utmost seriousness. He was on the verge of disregarding the presence of Su Yuru and retreating to his dilapidated dwelling when Su Yuru's form obstructed his path. Lin He attempted to change direction, only to find her once again in his way. He shifted his course yet again, but she remained a barrier. Lin He sighed, conceding. Fine. I shall not return to this abode. He turned on his heel, choosing to ignore the captivating beauty behind him. As Su Yuru gazed at Lin He's receding silhouette, a torrent of emotions, long suppressed within her heart, erupted at that very moment. Her voice, cold and piercing, cut through the frigid air. Lin He, you need not hide any longer. After all these years, do you have nothing to say to me? No comment. Lin He waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder, then departed without a backward glance. As for where he was headed, he himself was uncertain. He had to admit that Su Yuru's appearance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil, stagnant well, stirring ripples of emotion within him. Unlike his previous encounter with his first love, Su Yuru was someone he had once safeguarded with his very life. To erase her from his heart entirely seemed an implausible endeavor. His thoughts in disarray, Lin He found himself wandering to the banks of the Panlong River. It was only when the icy river wind ruthlessly struck his face that his chaotic musings began to settle. Suddenly, a sharp gasp echoed from several meters behind him. Turning to look, he saw, illuminated by the dim glow of a streetlight, Su Yuru limping after him in her towering heels. The familiar scene resonated with memories from his recent goodbye with Su Yunqian. The stubbornness she exhibited bore a striking resemblance to Su Yunqian, almost as if they were chiseled from the same mold. Despite the twinge of sympathy in his heart, Lin He maintained a facade of icy indifference. Regardless of the reasons, he dared not approach this woman again. Firstly, out of respect for his feelings for Su Yunqian. Secondly, for his own need for closure regarding the past. He walked ahead while she pursued him, until the river obstructed his path. Lin He gazed despondently at the cold, enchanting woman behind him. Miss, what is it that you desire? Must you force me to a dead end to find satisfaction? Compared to her aloofness and arrogance, the surrounding cold wind seemed to yield in submission. Her commanding gaze bore down on Lin He, unyielding. Leave my sister. Return to me. Return to you? Is it the end of the world? Are you mad, or am I? A multitude of questions flashed through Lin He's mind. Otherwise, you shall disappear forever before the Su family. What a venomous woman. If she couldn't have him, she would rather destroy him? Lin He did not ponder for long. Returning to her side was akin to courting death. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the river behind her. With a resounding splash, the once assertive Su Yuru stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Staring at the dissipating droplets of water, panic engulfed her. All she intended was to utter some harsh words to her estranged husband, whom she had not seen for 3 years, as a means to vent her anguish over the painful search she had endured. Yet, she never anticipated that Lin He would harbor such aversion towards her, preferring death over returning to her side. In her frantic state, Su Yuru could only reach for her phone in desperation. After a prolonged struggle, her trembling hands finally dialed Su Yunqian's number. Sister, Wu. Hurry, come quickly. My husband has jumped into the river. Wu, at the banks of the Panlong River. The glaring rescue lights shimmered like stars scattered along the riverbank where Lin He had fallen. Su Yuru summoned the emergency rescue team, encircling both banks of the river. Countless barriers were erected to prevent unrelated personnel from entering the area. The tardy Su Yunqian and Su Luoyao, disregarding the police's warnings, stormed into the search zone in a huff. Su Yunqian's frosty gaze pierced through the chaos, fixing coldly upon her disheveled sister, Yuru. At that moment, there was no trace of her usual affection. With a resounding slap, she struck Su Yuru's exquisite cheek. The air around them seemed to freeze, and no one dared to intervene. The bond of sisterhood, once so deep, suffered an unprecedented blow at that instant. Standing behind, the youngest sister, Su Luoyao, was left in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Upon regaining her senses, she rushed to embrace her second sister. Eldest sister, what have you done? Why would you hit her? The dim light could not conceal the tears welling in Su Yunqian's eyes. Her voice quivered as she spoke. If anything happens to him, I will not let this go. You looked down on him back then, drove him away from the Su family. Now that I like him, you are unhappy and pushing him to his limits? After finishing her words, Su Yunqian disregarded the warnings and headed towards the riverbank, ignoring the dangers as she joined the search for Lin He, leaving Su Yuru and Su Luoyao bewildered in the wind. Among them, Luoyao's expression was the most captivating. She stared blankly at her tear-streaked sister, still unable to comprehend what the eldest sister's words truly meant. How could the eldest sister know that her husband had jumped into the river? Beneath her naive gaze lay a hint of foolish innocence. Little Panlong River. Hold steady. At a certain stretch of the riverbank, Lin He, relieved to have steadied himself, was met with desperate cries from afar. Husband! Husband! The voice that echoed was unmistakably that of Su Yunqian, Lin He's wife, sending a shiver down his spine. If she were to discover that he had recklessly attempted to take his own life by jumping into the river, it would undoubtedly incur her wrath. She was infamous for her violent outbursts. In a moment of cleverness, Lin He decided to feign death at the junction of the river and the beach. He was quite the expert at simulating a lifeless state. Upon seeing him unconscious, Su Yunqian would not only refrain from inflicting harm upon him, but would also be consumed with anxiety and sorrow. Delighted by his own cunning plan, Lin He felt a surge of satisfaction. As anticipated, a large group soon approached. A rescue worker quickly spotted Lin He lying on the beach. Look over there. There is someone. Upon realizing the situation, Su Yunqian's heart sank as she caught sight of the body on the sand. Recognizing his clothing, she confirmed with horror that it was indeed Lin He. Her heart, which had been in suspense, now felt as though it had ceased to beat. Ignoring the risk of tripping over the stones, she rushed desperately toward Lin He. Su Yuro, witnessing the scene behind her, nearly fainted at the thought of having inadvertently caused his demise once more. Fortunately, the medical personnel remained composed and promptly suggested a course of action. Stay calm. Stay calm. He is merely unconscious. He still has vital signs. At that moment, a young and skilled female paramedic rushed forward, her demeanor radiating confidence. She expertly removed Lin He's shirt and commenced the necessary rescue procedures for someone who had fallen into the water. Pinching Lin He's lips, she blew air into his lungs, initiating artificial respiration, followed by chest compressions. The cycle of breath and pressure repeated relentlessly, yet Lin He remained unresponsive. Unbeknownst to them, Lin He was reveling in the moment, basking in the warmth of the paramedic's gentle touch. Ever since marrying, he had scarcely dared to glance at another woman. Yet tonight, he found himself in a rather compromising position, kissing another woman in front of his wife and her family. This sensation was exhilarating. Step aside. Your strength is insufficient, boomed a robust voice. A muscular male rescuer, eager to impress Su's daughters, rolled up his sleeves and approached Lin He. His powerful hand descended upon Lin He's chest like a mountain, producing a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. With a single press, he nearly forced the breath from Lin He's body. Enduring the pain from his recently inflicted internal injuries, Lin He gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet, the most outrageous act was yet to come. The man intended to perform artificial respiration on Lin He as well. With his broad palm, he grasped Lin He's lips. A thick scent of smoke wafted through the air, followed by a sensation that was both warm and abrasive against his face. It was a man attempting to administer artificial respiration to him. What torment! What agony! Lin He could endure much. Yet he could not bear the defilement of his own sexual orientation. He could not tolerate it, not even a morsel. The mere thought of a man performing mouth-to-mouth on him made Lin He retch, tears streaming down his face. What he expelled was devoid of any liquid. It was entirely the beer he had consumed at a roadside stall that night. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief, especially Su Yuru, whose face had paled in fright. A burly man with a scruffy beard appeared before Lin He, grinning broadly. Hey, brother. You scared us half to death. Thankfully, I was strong enough to pull you back from the clutches of death. Do you need anything else from me? The previous wave of nausea had left Lin He feeling utterly drained. Upon seeing the muscular man, he felt the urge to vomit once more. With a resigned wave of his hand, he expressed his gratitude. No need. No need. Thank you. Please step aside and let me be alone for a moment. The sight of you only makes me want to vomit more. There was nothing wrong before, and now I've been made sick by this muscular man. Chapter 64. The three young ladies are overly enthusiastic, gazing at the revived Lin He. Su Luoyao rubbed her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Upon confirming it was indeed Lin He, she could no longer contain her excitement. Brother-in-law, how did you come back to life? Lin He patted his aching chest. Shall I jump into the river again to demonstrate how I survived? Hearing such despondent words from Lin He, Su Yunqian rushed over. A mix of anger and concern in her tear-filled eyes, her delicate hand striking Lin He's chest. Say such irresponsible things again, and I swear I will bite you. Boo-hoo. Before Luoyao could advance, Su Yunqian dashed into Lin He's embrace, crying like a child. The worries of the night poured forth in tears at that moment. Luoyao, who had been so excited, wished to embrace her long-absent brother-in-law, but before she could take a step, her elder sister had already stolen the moment. She extended her hands, only to find herself awkwardly suspended in midair. Yet, upon seeing Su Yunqian in Lin He's arms, it took her a while to grasp the peculiar situation. Was her elder sister in Lin He's embrace? Bewildered, Luo Yao turned to glance at her second sister, Su Yuru, only to find her eyes filled with despair and regret as they fixed upon her ex-husband and elder sister. Chaos. Utter chaos. Her demeanor, which hardly suggested intelligence, only added to the confusion. As I ponder with a somewhat underutilized mind, I recall the multitude of photographs of Lin He discovered in my elder sister's room. I am reminded of the images previously sent by Su Yunqian, showcasing her boyfriend, whose face remains obscured while only his physique is visible. It comes to mind how our family has persistently urged my sister to bring her boyfriend home, yet Su Yunqian consistently concocts various excuses to evade the matter. Observing the current turmoil surrounding Lin He, she appears more anxious than anyone else. She even went so far as to strike her cherished younger sister, Yuru, who has been spoiled since childhood, for Lin He's sake. All of this indicates that Lin He and my sister have long since been together. In disbelief, Su Luoyao turns to her sister, Su Yuru, her delicate hand trembling slightly. Second sister. Yet, Su Yuru remains silent. Her expression a blend of complex emotions as she gazes at the two intimately embracing on the beach. One is the lover she has searched for over 3 arduous years, while the other is her own biological sister who has accompanied her throughout her life. She feels a sense of injustice and profound helplessness. The following day, the glaring winter sunlight streams through the window as Lin He awakens to find himself in a hospital. "Oh no, I feel like I'm about to burst," he exclaims, desperately needing to relieve himself. Just then, 3 stunning women rush in. "Hey, why are you up? Get back in bed. You're a patient." The voice belongs to Su Yunqian. Seeing Lin He out of bed fills her with concern. Lin He wishes to explain, but Su Yunqian gently silences him with her delicate hand, her eyes brimming with unwavering affection. "Listen, the doctor says you have significant bruising on your chest, likely due to the depth of the river you jumped into. The pressure was too great, causing some damage to your chest and lungs. Therefore, dear husband, you must speak less to recover swiftly. Whatever you need, your devoted wife will take care of you. Yes, brother-in-law, just focus on your recovery." Su Luoyao chimes in from behind. Meanwhile, Su Yuru stands at the back, resembling a child who has erred, too timid to speak. Although it seems that Lin He has received the tender care of the 3 daughters of the Su family, he feels utterly despondent. What does it mean that his chest injuries were caused by the excessive pressure from falling into the river? It is evident that the damage was inflicted by the forceful rescue of a certain Sigma male. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Lin He feels an urge to weep in frustration. He must hold that brother responsible for the compensation. He is perfectly fine. He could even have the opportunity for an indirect kiss with another woman. How absurd it is that his situation has led him straight to the hospital. A little physical pain and exhaustion are of no consequence. The most tormenting memory for Lin He was the recollection of a robust man, reeking of smoke and boasting a scruffy beard, kissing him last night. The very thought made him feel nauseated, and he inexplicably began to retch. The 3 women around him were in a flurry of concern, particularly his wife, Su Yunqian, who sat behind him, her face etched with worry as she repeatedly patted his back. "Darling, what is the matter? Please don't frighten me." Her eyes, brimming with concern, were on the verge of tears. Even Su Yuro, who usually wore an icy demeanor, had lost her usual aloofness. Her ethereal, exquisite eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and compassion, as if she were ready to envelop him in her embrace. Doctor! Doctor!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Luoyao anxiously rushed outside, only to be halted by Lin He's call. "Hey, Yao Yao, there's no need for such alarm. It's nothing serious. I merely feel a bit queasy." He coughed lightly, swallowing hard, as if his throat was ablaze, after lying awake all night without a drop to drink. His mouth was parched and sore, making him utterly uncomfortable. The 3 women noticed his subtle desire for water, and they each hurriedly presented their prepared beverages. Su Yunqian approached him with an exquisite glass, declaring, "Darling, this is the warm saline solution I specifically prepared for you. I consulted the doctor, and given how severely you vomited last night, your body is in dire need of replenishment. I've also prepared sweet corn and black rice porridge to restore your hydration and energy." Following suit, Su Luoyao appeared with an adorable mini water cup, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, this is the honey water I meticulously concocted for you. You were quite ill yesterday, and I know you must still be feeling queasy. A sip of this sweet honey water will soothe your stomach and refresh your palate. It's far more effective than medicine." Alongside it, she presented her low-calorie sandwich, ensuring that he could regain his strength while alleviating discomfort. Lin He felt overwhelmed by the sweetness emanating from her words before he even tasted the honey water. Just as he pondered which drink to choose, Su Yuro cautiously approached him, shedding her previous coldness and authority. She produced a pink cup from her belongings, saying, "This is the hot milk I prepared for you, along with plain porridge and steamed buns. Please have some. You were quite ill last night, and your body is still weak." As he gazed at Su Yuro, who appeared as docile as a little lamb, Lin He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was this truly the same Su Yuro? Where has the once aloof and distant goddess Su Yuro disappeared to? Nonetheless, I must commend the performances of the three. Miss Su Yunqian is practical and sensible. Although she merely prepared a bottle of simple sparkling water, she understood precisely what Lin He needed most. Lin He certainly did not misjudge her. Miss Luo Yao, with her sweet and healing demeanor, not only prepared honey water that was equally delightful, but her words, emerging from her cherry lips, resembled the sweet sound of first love. Her smile seemed to dissolve all pain, providing an extraordinary sense of solace. As for Miss Su Yuro, although she expressed little, her sincerity was palpable. However, recalling previous memories, Lin He hesitated to consume her offerings, gazing at the mountain of lovingly prepared breakfasts on the shelf. And then turning to the expectant gazes of the three sisters beside him, Lin He found himself in a quandary. Which should he choose? Drinking them all would surely lead to discomfort, and sampling a bit from each might risk an upset stomach, rendering the endeavor fruitless. Observing Lin He's troubled expression, Su Yunqian, as his wife, became displeased. Instantly transforming into a fierce dragon from Sichuan, her icy gaze fixed upon Lin He. "I will count to 3. Dare you refuse my water and porridge? You will pay for it after your discharge." Upon seeing Lin He obediently consuming the food she brought, a satisfied smile graced Su Yunqian's face. Yet, Su Luoyou beside her was not pleased. "Sister, this is oppression of my brother-in-law." "Humph. It's unfair," Su Yunqian confidently retorted. "Humph. Who told him he's my husband now?" Upon closer inspection, one could detect a strong undertone of claim in Su Yunqian's declaration. As they dined, Lin He's expression darkened, as though he were being force-fed. Su Yunqian, noticing his distress, exclaimed, "Darling, how can you disdain the heartfelt breakfast I prepared for you?" "Humph." A flicker of pain crossed Lin He's flushed cheeks. He could no longer hold it in. He desperately needed to use the restroom. "I can't hold it anymore." "Then just say so. Why is it so hard to express that?" Su Yunqian reproached him gently. Lin He replied, "It's because you wouldn't let me say it." Upon hearing this, a blush instantly crept across Su Yunqian's face. She had no choice but to assist the weakened Lin He. "Then I shall escort you to the restroom." The two younger sisters chimed in unison, "We're coming too." At that moment, Lin He's mind was filled with a flurry of crows, expressing his exasperation. He wriggled free from Su Yunqian's support. "No, I've merely fallen into water, not broken a leg. Why must all 3 of you accompany me to the restroom?" Soon after, Lin He tidied himself up and made his way to the restroom alone, while the 3 sisters observed him. Seeing Lin He walk with seemingly no significant injury brought great joy to Su Yunqian. "Darling, hurry back. If everything is fine, we shall return home tonight. I have prepared many of your favorites." However, what appeared to be a warm sentiment sent chills down Lin He's spine. In the past, his home was merely inhabited by Su Yunqian, the fierce tigress. Now, 2 more had arrived, one of whom was even more intimidating than Su Yunqian. Perpetually wearing a cold expression that left Lin He bereft of courage to gaze at her directly. Released from the hospital? That was an impossibility. Seizing the opportunity while heading to the restroom, Lin He dashed to the doctor to describe his symptoms and promptly extended his hospital stay by another 3 days. That evening, at Tina Century, under the dim lighting of Su Yunqian's residence, an unjust negotiation and contest were about to commence. At the long table, Su Yunqian and her sister Su Yuru faced each other, their eyes devoid of the warmth they once shared, now filled with a hint of animosity and hostility. Standing solemnly at the center of the table in a long black robe akin to that of a court judge was Su Luoyao. "Ahem. I hereby declare the commencement of the Su family's internal mediation meeting." She struck the tabletop with a feather duster, then pointed it towards the right side where her second sister, Su Yuru, stood. "Plaintiff, what grounds do you have for suing the defendant?" Su Yuru glared fiercely at Su Yunqian across the table. "She has stolen my man. I demand she leaves him immediately, right now." The gavel struck again as Su Luoyao turned her gaze toward the eldest sister, Su Yunqian. "Does the defendant agree with the plaintiff's claims and demands?" "I do not agree." Su Yunqian replied with unwavering conviction. She would make no concessions regarding her claim over Lin He. Ahem. Su Luoyao rapped the gavel once more. Does the plaintiff have anything further to add regarding the defendant's response? Upon hearing this, the usually aloof Su Yuru transformed into a raucous figure akin to a market vendor, becoming somewhat unreasonable. Shameless. Which sister would dare to take her younger sister's man? What seemed a comical scene was, in truth, a solemn agreement among the three sisters since their childhood. They had vowed that regardless of who among them became involved with whom, no matter the magnitude of conflict or discord, they would never engage in private disputes or resort to animosity against one another. Instead, they were to address their issues calmly and openly, with a neutral party serving as the judge. It was precisely due to the existence of this pact that the three sisters could face any adversity, no matter the temptation they encountered. The bond of sisterhood, akin to the intertwining branches of a tree, has become strained. Presently, a significant conflict has erupted between the eldest sister, Su Yunqian, and the second sister, Su Yuruo, concerning the ownership of Lin He, the son-in-law of the Su family. They are compelled to invoke their agreement and call upon the third sister, a neutral party, to mediate. After listening to Su Yuruo's scornful remarks, Su Yunqian merely offered a derisive smile. Her cold words were filled with indignation on behalf of Lin He. Ha, Su Yuruo, how can you dare to call him your man? Have you forgotten how you treated him before your divorce? You hurled every insult imaginable at him, labeling him as useless and a failure. Do you comprehend the burdens he silently bore for you and the Su family? Are you aware of the wounds he shielded you from? After your brother's death, he was left innocent and heartbroken. Do you recall how mercilessly you cast him out? Now that I have brought him back, you wish to reclaim him. On what grounds? I ask you, on what grounds? The fervor of Su Yunqian's words intensified, and a glimmer of tears sparkled in her eyes, her voice growing increasingly choked with emotion as years of resentment towards her sister's treatment of Lin He poured forth. Bang! Luoyao raised her gavel once more to restore order. Silence. Defendant, please be mindful of your emotions. Su Yunqian remarked, little girl, when you have a boyfriend, I shall also pursue him. Let us see how you react then. She pointed her feather duster towards the second sister, Su Yuruo, plaintiff. Do you have any rebuttals to the defendant's claims? After hearing Su Yunqian's lengthy tirade, Su Yuruo lowered her head, feeling a sense of guilt. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of determination ignited in her beautiful eyes. You are right. 3 years ago, he was my husband. I failed to recognize all his efforts and sacrifices for the Su family. I did not regard him as a true man. Yes, I admit I shattered his heart. But since discovering the letter left by Grandpa and understanding the complexities of the situation, I have been striving to change. I have searched for him these past 3 years. Why should I relinquish him willingly? He is my man. I want him back. Hearing Su Yuruo's unreasonable demands, Su Yunqian scoffed derisively. Ha! Sister, have you forgotten? He is merely your ex-husband. An ex-husband is still a husband, acknowledged by the entire Su family. You were merely engaging in a secretive, underground romance with him. Observing Su Yuruo's agitated demeanor, which starkly contrasted with her previous aloof and elegant persona as the second miss of the Su family, Su Yunqian recognized the seriousness of her sister's sentiments, desiring to publicly engage in a confrontation over Lin He. The two had exchanged countless heated arguments in private prior to this moment. Ahem. The intermediary, Luoyao, grasped her gavel and resumed her role as moderator. Given your statements, plaintiff, do you resolutely wish to reclaim your sister's husband? Su Yuru's gaze was unwavering. Absolutely. And defendant, are you steadfast in your refusal to yield? Su Yunqian declared, without a doubt. There is no notion of relinquishing one's husband. Alas, since that is the case, I have a proposal that could benefit both parties. Would you care to hear it? Before Luoyao could finish her thought, Su Yuru and Su Yunqian simultaneously interjected. Su Yuru, impossible. He belongs to me. I shall reclaim him. Su Yunqian, unthinkable. I shall not concede my husband, not even to my own sister. Luoyao, visibly exasperated, cast a glance at both of them. Oh dear, seeing your lack of ambition makes me want to strike you both with my gavel. Chapter 66. I can bear him children. Can you? If you do not heed my counsel, neither of you will attain him. Luoyao's piercing gaze fell upon the two before her, her voice stripped of its usual warmth and sweetness, now laced with a note of warning. The two sisters, who had just been embroiled in a dispute over a man, were suddenly captivated by Luoyao's words, abandoning their quarrel. Their anxious eyes were fixated on Luoyao, who had yet to complete her statement. It seemed that for them, Losing their beloved to a family member was far more unbearable than any rivalry. Noticing Luo Yao's prolonged silence, Su Yiru coldly remarked, "Yao Yao, will it kill you to finish your sentence?" Luo Yao, with her ethereal and wise eyes, surveyed her eager sisters and confirmed, "Do you truly, truly, truly love him?" Emphasizing the significance of her inquiry thrice, Su Yiru asserted, "I will reclaim him." Su Yunqian, equally defiant, cast a disdainful glance at her sister. "Huh, unthinkable." Hearing her sister's assertiveness, Yiru's laughter carried a hint of mockery. "Haha, sister, you have never been in love. You have no idea of the stature of a white moonlight in a man's heart. Once the white moonlight appears, the current partner is doomed to lose utterly." Su Yiru's triumphant gaze settled on her sister, Su Yunqian. Yet, in the face of this psychological assault regarding the white moonlight, Yunqian remained unfazed, merely smirking. "Huh? I can give him children, can you?" Thud. Su Yiru stood frozen in place, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. What? They already have children? Succumbing to Su Yunqian's overwhelming psychological attack regarding her pregnancy, she, once revered by both outsiders and family as a formidable heroine, found her indomitable spirit shattered in an instant by her sister's provocative remark, "I can bear her children, can you?" She swallowed her resentment, her gaze vacant as she pondered for an extended moment, unable to conjure a powerful retort. He would risk his own life to save me. Thus, in his heart, I remain the most significant person. While it may appear that Su Yiru is articulating a profound love, in truth, she is making a final, desperate bid in the fierce contest for Lin He against her sister. Her voice trembled, low and feeble. If this cannot turn the tide in her favor, then Su Yiru shall face utter defeat. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian's confidence only grew. Humph, not only can he die for me, but he has also enabled me to conceive his child. Can you do that? As Su Yunqian recounted Lin He's past, her anger intensified. Like a parent chastising a child, she began to rebuke. Su Yiru, there are words I have endured for 3 years. The family is aware of your capabilities. Yet, why have you been able to ascend so rapidly on your path? Is it not he who has silently borne all the burdens and dirty deeds behind you? Without him, where would you be today? You not only disdain him, but have also made things difficult for him, even driving him out of the Su family. Even now, knowing the truth, you cannot set aside your arrogant demeanor to utter a single apology. On what grounds do you claim to love him? With a sharp clap, Su Yunqian's delicate hand struck the table, her icy gaze fixed intently on her younger sister. You flaunt his devotion and love to the world. Yet have you ever considered what you have done for him? You only know how to take, without ever reflecting on your own contributions. What difference is there between you and those opportunistic women in society? Each of her thunderous reprimands and furious shouts pierced Su Yiru's heart like a series of sharp daggers. The fragile psychological barrier that had once remained was now utterly obliterated, leaving her completely vulnerable. Su Yiru yearned to retaliate. Yet, her sister's words rang true, rendering her speechless. Tears of humiliation, mingled with a tinge of regret, flowed freely down her cheeks. Woe is me! She had been reduced to tears by her own sister. Silence! Silence! This is a place for resolving conflicts. Why are you two quarreling? And crying too? As the judge, Luo Yao, struck the metallic surface of the table, her eyes, filled with disappointment, scrutinized the two sisters. Her pouting lips seemed to lament that this family would inevitably fall apart without her. With a fierce, yet adorable demeanor, she declared, "Humph, both of you, continue down this path, and neither will win Lin Jiefu's heart. Little girl, do you think the elder sister is as pliable as a ripe persimmon, easily manipulated and discarded? Lin He has long been deeply enamored with me. How could he possibly be swayed away?" Su Yunqian exuded an air of inevitable triumph. Alas! Luo Yao shook her head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. You still do not know enough about Jiefu. You are not mistaken, Su Yunqian and Su Yiru. But your understanding is not comprehensive. Indeed, Jiefu is a man of profound affection. Yet he is also one who readily considers matters from others' perspectives. The two sisters, having laid aside their earlier contention, exchanged bewildered glances. After all that has been said, are you merely trying to suggest that Lin He is akin to a central air conditioning unit? Oh my, how could you regard Jiefu in such a negative light? What I mean is, the two of you are fighting tooth and nail over him, engaging in a battle of life and death. The mutual destruction between the sisters. He would surely be heartbroken. Given his temperament, for your sake, he would ultimately choose to distance himself. Just as before, he would vanish without a trace. until the end. No one would be able to find him. What? Vanish forever? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two sisters instantly darkened, especially Su Yunqian, whose earlier bravado and dominance faded, replaced by a palpable panic. To disappear once more? She could not bear it. The 3 years spent searching for him had been excruciatingly painful. She did not wish to endure another period of waiting devoid of affection. Meanwhile, Su Yiru's countenance was hardly any better. Though her cheeks remained as coldly alluring as ever, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. She too had endured endless regret and suffering over the past 3 years. This time, she did not want to lose the opportunity again. Observing her 2 elder sisters still frozen in place, seemingly beginning to doubt Lin He's character. Oh dear. Trust me, Jiafu is certainly not a central air conditioning unit. If he were, he would choke on water. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yao and the 2 sisters were not on the same wavelength. Jiangchuan City, the Second People's Hospital. Lin He, a platinum member of the hospital, was about to sip some warm water when he unexpectedly choked. Cough cough, just as his health had improved. He was again afflicted with internal injuries. Gao Dare promptly set down the apple he was holding and gently patted Lin He's back. Lin He, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly start coughing? Isn't it supposed to be nothing serious? Lin He shook his head, wiping away the uncomfortable tears from the corners of his eyes. I don't know. I have no idea which little egg is cursing me. Oh, what brings you here today? Lin He's gaze fell upon the overly attentive Zhang Qing. Hiki, this isn't merely a matter of expressing concern for a leader. Oh, why did you not come the day after my incident, and why only today? Lin He wore a face of disdain. He understood his overbearing son all too well. He was undoubtedly a man who only sought favors when there was nothing at stake. How could he possibly care about the safety of his adoptive father? Upon realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Zhang Qing revealed a sly grin. Hee, adoptive father, I am eager to make progress. Once your wife, Director Su, establishes the new conglomerate, could you kindly take me along? I shall be your faithful aide. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You point, and I shall strike. With that, Zhang Qing half-knelt and presented a meticulously peeled apple, awaiting Lin He's direction. Lin He, utterly bewildered, remained unaware that Su Yunqian and Su Yiru had quietly commenced preparations to form a new family enterprise, with Lin He as the most likely candidate for leadership. Astute in political matters, Zhang Qing had already begun to align himself, wagging his tail before the game had even commenced. Chapter 67. You possess ownership, yet lack the right to utilize. Inside the room, the 3 sisters fell silent for a moment, before Su Yunqian ultimately broke the stillness. She gazed at Luo Yao, asking, So, what do you propose? How can we retain him? Simultaneously, Su Yiru cast an expectant glance in her direction. Luo Yao, her ethereal eyes swirling, replied, Quite simple. One of you must relinquish your claim on your brother-in-law, allowing the other to take precedence. In unison, Su Yunqian and Su Yiru exclaimed, Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Yunqian asserted, I shall not yield. Yiru declared, I will fight to reclaim him. Sighing softly, Luo Yao remarked, Then may you both lead each other to ruin. Words may be said, and insults may be exchanged, but the conflict still requires resolution. Thus, Su Luo Yao had no choice but to unveil her final trump card. If that is the case, then we 3 sisters must reach a consensus among ourselves. Consensus? The 2 elder sisters looked at Luo Yao as if she were foolish, their eyes brimming with wisdom. Unbeknownst to the naive Luo Yao, she was about to concoct some cunning strategy against her 2 elder sisters. I shall call this the sisterly consensus. Su Luo Yao strutted proudly between the 2, seemingly confident in her mediation plan, and began to lecture her formidable sisters. We shall adhere to one principle, uphold one ideology, implement 3 services. Suddenly, under Su Luo Yao's persuasion, the conversation soared to new heights. Having encountered many grand occasions and national leaders, Su Yunqian and Su Yiru were left perplexed. Can politics truly resolve the everyday conflicts of the people? Su Luo Yao continued to speak eloquently. We must adhere to a principle, which is that, in essence. He is now your man, Su Yunqian. Furthermore, we must uphold a singular ideology. Regardless of the circumstances, we should prioritize his personal beliefs and avoid excessive interference. As for the 3 services, under the premise of not violating this principle and ideology, my brother-in-law must adequately serve the 3 of us. He still needs to protect us sisters, as he once did. He must continue to fulfill his responsibilities as the son-in-law of the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqian instantly became displeased, her eyes widening in anger. On what grounds? Why should my man be at your service? Su Luoyao remained unyielding. Humph. As for my brother-in-law, you possess ownership, but not the entirety of his usage. He is still a member of the Su family. You are utterly ridiculous. Su Yunxian felt as though Su Luoyao was driving her mad. Just as she was about to retort, Luoyao countered, "Do not be indignant. When my brother-in-law was with our second sister, you certainly benefited no less than she did." Su Yunxian inwardly cursed, astonished that her younger sister had transformed into a cunning debater. It was a complete inversion of truth. Furious, she felt like striking this little girl. Yet, there was merit in her words. Lin He's support and protection of Su Yunxian during his time with Su Yuru was certainly not inferior to that offered to Su Yuru. All right. Seeing her elder sister's discontent, Luoyao began to comfort Su Yunxian. This is both a test for him and a trial for your hearts. If my brother-in-law is willing to accept this, does that not indicate he can let go of the past and return to the Su family in a new capacity? If, during this time, he appears hesitant and truly desires to return to our second sister, does that not imply that your fates are misaligned? Regardless, when the time comes, my brother-in-law will still be part of our Su family, and you will still be able to see him. Wouldn't that be quite wonderful? As she spoke, Su Yunxian began to cry, resembling a wronged little girl, her eyes suddenly reddening. It was not that Luoyao's words were particularly hurtful, but rather that she lacked self-confidence deep down. When he was in the Su family, his gaze was always fixed on Su Yuru, undoubtedly seeing her as his white moonlight. The significance of a white moonlight could not possibly be compared to her opportunistic endeavors. This is not a test at all. This is clearly an abduction. She wept like a child, completely losing her former resolve. Observing this, Su Yuru felt a pang of discomfort. Previously, she had thought that winning would grant her a sense of superiority, yet she felt none of it. Oh dear sister, this is merely a method for the brother-in-law to reintegrate into the Su family, not an invitation for us to engage in theft. What are you afraid of? Do not cry. You must possess unwavering confidence in yourself. While comforting Su Yunxian, Su Luoyao solemnly emphasized to Su Yuru, when executing this plan, it is imperative to focus solely on the matter at hand. It must not involve the personal bodies of individuals. Should anyone dare to engage in such theft, I will convene a family representative assembly. I will have her impeached. Humph. After much contemplation, Su Yunxian regained her composure, as if nothing had happened. She stood and gazed at her two younger sisters. Very well. As long as you do not commit any acts that betray my trust. As long as you do not forcibly take his body, your brother-in-law is free for your use. I trust in his character. I believe he can uphold his principles. With a calm gaze directed at the two, a flicker of tenderness returned to her eyes at that moment. Adhering to the principle that what belongs to oneself ultimately belongs to oneself, Su Yunxian no longer felt conflicted. Upon hearing this, Su Luoyao joyfully dashed to her bedroom to retrieve a small manual. Boldly inscribed on the cover were the words "Brother-in-Law Usage Manual" in prominent black font. As she unfurled it, a lengthy 108-page guide on usage unfolded before Su Yunxian and Su Yuru. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The seemingly innocent Su Luoyao had cleverly anticipated that her elder sister would relent and had prepared in advance how to exploit and utilize Lin He. This display of ingenuity is truly remarkable. The ever-perceptive eldest and second daughters of the Su family felt a sense of inferiority. She picked up the lengthy manual and recited, "Henceforth, our brother-in-law's time shall be divided into 3 segments each week. The specified times do not include the evenings, which are reserved for the eldest sister. The remaining hours will be allocated as follows. The eldest sister for 2 days, the second sister for 2 days, and I for 3 days. This way, it perfectly fits into 7 days, neither more nor less." Upon hearing this, Su Yuru and Su Yunxian exchanged confused glances. "No, you are just haphazardly assembling a ruckus." Luoyao playfully rolled her eyes at the two. As the third young lady of the Su family, do I not have the right to utilize him? Should I not be afforded protection? Moreover, I can assist both of you in keeping track of our brother-in-law's situation. Unappreciative fools. With that, Su Luoyao continued to organize the list of services Lin He was required to provide. On Monday, he shall drive the eldest sister to work and accompany her during the day until she finishes. On Tuesday, he will accompany me for concert preparations. On Wednesday, he will protect the second sister on her business trip to Mexico. Countless tasks. Countless tasks. Lin He would undoubtedly be infuriated upon witnessing the inequitable conditions imposed by the Su family, which strip away his dignity, time, strength, and identity. Who would dare to endure such indignities? Previously, he had to contend with one fierce woman, Now he faces 3. How could this not be a loss for him? Chapter 68. Wait. Where's my room? Young man, you are free to leave the hospital today. An elderly doctor, with hair as white as snow, entered to assess Lin He's condition. He took a pin from his breast pocket and inscribed a flamboyant signature on Lin He's discharge report. At that moment, Lin He felt the apple in his hand suddenly lose its allure. Doctor, I am not short on funds. Please concoct an illness that allows me to stay for a couple more days. Lin He clung to the doctor's coat, reluctant to let go. The esteemed doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and gazed at Lin He with a perplexed expression, while most patients eagerly anticipated their release and recovery. This young man presented a peculiar case, desiring to prolong his hospital stay. However, the seasoned doctor soon discerned the underlying anxiety within Lin He. With a playful twinkle in his eye, he jested, "Young man, hurry home. Just apologize to your wife, and everything will be fine. There is no need to feign illness to evade her." The old doctor regarded Lin He with a warm smile, but his words were unrelenting. Couples may quarrel at the bedside but reconcile soon after. Off you go. Our hospital has already notified Miss Su to pick you up. She should be arriving shortly. She? This implied that Su Yuro might also be present. At that moment, Lin He wished to avoid her gaze entirely. Just moments ago, he was reluctant to leave. But now he was leaping from the bed like a monkey, eager to escape. At least he could feign illness for a while longer. Now, however, he was no longer pretending. He transformed into an athlete in an instant. Nurse, I want to leave. I must leave now. Zhang Cheng, sitting nearby, was utterly bewildered. All day long, Lin He had been fidgeting. This was hardly the demeanor expected of a leader. Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Qing realized just how terrified Lin He was of returning home. Had he perhaps wronged Su Yunqian in some way? It seemed that Lin He was indeed in a predicament, unable to control his restless heart, akin to a gossiping housewife. In a careless moment, he had shared a message in the company group about Lin He's infidelity, which Su Yunqian had seen and confronted him about. In an effort to evade the 3 women of the Su family, Lin He returned to the old apartment he had rented when he first arrived in Jianchuan City. Upon returning, he was greeted by a room that sparkled cleaner than his own face, devoid of even a scrap of trash. It was utterly empty. Where's my room? Hey, Lin Ge. The audacity of the thief in your household is truly astonishing. Not a single item was left behind. Zhang Qing, standing behind, made an effort to stifle his laughter. Lin He, infuriated, dialed the landlord's number, only to be met with a bewildering response. Landlord, how could you do this? I haven't even mentioned moving out yet. How could you empty my house? Lin He unleashed a torrent of grievances into the phone. Ah, Shaolin, the thing is, it was your wife who moved everything out. The landlord explained. We wouldn't dare do it without permission. Su Yunqian? Again, it's Su Yunqian? His sister had just arrived in Jianchuan City, and more importantly, he harbored a past he wished to forget with Su Yuro. What on earth was Su Yunqian up to? Hadn't they agreed she wouldn't move in just yet? Why the sudden change? Enraged, Lin He found himself at a loss for options. Then rent me another apartment, fully furnished. To be fair, since Su Yunqian had entered Lin He's life, he had noticeably gained confidence. No longer was he reliant on takeout. He even preferred shared meals. Renting an apartment with furnishings was now a possibility. However, what came through the phone next was disheartening. Hey, Shaolin, I'm truly sorry. It's not that I don't want to rent to you, but there is simply no option left. Your wife has purchased the entire building. Lin He was perplexed. What? Auntie, so what if she bought it? This area isn't limited to just one apartment. Ah, I'm afraid that is not the case. She has acquired the entire community. All she needs to do now is deposit 5 billion into the bank and she can enjoy a peaceful retirement. Thank you. Shaolin, it's because you have such an exceptional girlfriend that, in this declining real estate market, I never anticipated my properties could be worth so much. Haha. As the landlord's sweet and triumphant laughter faded, Lin He remained speechless, standing in place alongside Zhang Cheng, who was equally dumbfounded. Zhang Qing was aware that Lin He's wife, the company chairwoman Su Yunqian, was formidable with a powerful background, but he had not anticipated her to be this impressive. Purchasing an entire community for 5 billion was simply extravagant. Had he not heard it with his own ears, Zhang Cheng would have never realized the extent of Lin He's wife's prowess. Just as Zhang Cheng gazed at Lin He in admiration, Lin He turned his attention to him. How many rooms do you have at your place? 2 bedrooms, Zhang Cheng replied, somewhat taken aback. Unsure why Lin He had suddenly posed such a question. Let us go. I'll stay at your place for the time being. Without further ado, Lin He took Zhang Cheng's hand and led him away. Zhang Cheng, however, was somewhat reluctant, as this would affect his enjoyment of returning home with the young lady. Isn't this inappropriate, Brother Lin? Although you have had a disagreement with Chairman Su, it is unbecoming for you not to return home. Moreover, my family's environment is far too humble to suit your esteemed position as the company's general manager. Even if you are reluctant to go home, you should stay at a luxurious hotel. Upon witnessing Zhang Cheng's hesitance, Lin He felt a surge of frustration. How could he have raised such an unfilial son? Thus, he resorted to mentioning the bar incident to frighten him. Oh, I could certainly stay at a hotel. Just return the 80,000 yuan for the drinks, and we shall be fine. Indeed, once the topic of the bar tab was broached, Zhang Cheng obediently led the way, resembling a dutiful younger brother. He was fully aware that it was his own lack of restraint that had led to the order of the drinks that fateful night. As they made their way to Zhang Cheng's home, Lin He's phone incessantly buzzed. Without even glancing at it, he knew his wife, Su Yunqian, was trying to reach him. Lin He understood her intentions all too well. She had cleared out their shared space in a bid to coax him back. As long as Su Yuro remained in Jianshuan, he would resolutely refuse to return. This was Lin He's final bastion, symbolizing a past he wished to forget. Upon arriving at Zhang Cheng's residence, Lin He was taken aback by the scene before him. The lavishly gaudy decor was reminiscent of a bar, complete with an array of exquisite wines and dizzying lights that flashed incessantly. However, Lin He felt no inclination towards such extravagance. Spotting a rather inviting chair on the balcony, he casually seized a bottle of chilled beer and settled down, gazing morosely at the distant scenery. Brother Lin, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Have you done something to offend Chairman Su? Lin He shot him a glare. Scram. Can't you think a little more highly of me, you rascal? Zhang Cheng chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Hee hee. So, what is bothering you? You seem burdened with thoughts. Lin He popped the cap off the beer and took a gentle sip. It's nothing. I just wish to be left in peace. By the way, if anyone inquires, do not mention that I am here. Since Lin He had made such a request, Zhang Cheng, as a brother, felt it inappropriate to say more, silently resolving to determine his own course of action. Little did he know that, whether by design or happenstance, he could not escape the burdensome traits that plagued him. Chapter 69. Do you believe me when I say I took it off because my clothes were wet? Mr. Lin, Brother Lin, shall we have a drink? In the room, Lin He sat despondently on the sofa, flanked by two young women. Zhang Cheng, brimming with excitement, pulled two enchanting women into the living room, where they danced and sang in harmony with the rhythmic music. Recently, he had mentioned wanting to surprise himself, and lo and behold, he had summoned two alluring beauties of uncertain origin, reminiscent of courtesans. Lin He, feeling a sense of helplessness, recognized his son's filial piety but harbored no interest in such frivolities. Despite the fervent enthusiasm displayed by the two women who persistently showcased their sultry allure before him, Lin He's thoughts were consumed by the intricate relationship between his wife and ex-wife. Brother, join me for a drink. One of the women, noticing Lin He's indifference, unleashed her charm, deliberately caressing Lin He's solid chest with her delicate hand while extending a glass towards him. However, Lin He was preoccupied with his own concerns. Impatiently, he inadvertently swatted the glass from her hand. Ah! She shrieked as the glass slipped from her grasp, spilling its contents all over Lin He. The woman, pale with fright, hastily apologized. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Though Lin He wore a frown of displeasure, he chose not to dwell on the incident. Instead, he removed his damp shirt to tend to the wine-soaked portions of his attire. In an effort to appease him, the striking woman knelt respectfully before Lin He, retrieving a large pack of tissues from the table to assist in drying him off. Oh, it's unnecessary. I can manage myself, Lin He insisted repeatedly. Yet, the woman, undeterred, diligently began to wipe him down. The awkwardness escalated as the area she was attending to spanned from his abdomen to his thighs, their actions resembling scenes from questionable films or inappropriate websites, leaving Lin He feeling increasingly flustered. Unbeknownst to him, a far greater predicament was about to unfold. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and a swarm of police officers surged into the room, encircling Lin He and the 6 others. Lin He and the women stood frozen in embarrassment, knowing that any movement might provoke anger. Don't move. Hands on your heads. Stay calm, declared the leader of the anti-vice squad. We have received reports from the public regarding suspected prostitution here. You will all accompany us to the station for questioning. Su Yunqian quipped. Hey, I am the public. The team leader's gaze fell upon the tense standoff between Lin He and the woman, particularly these two. so brazenly engaging in such sordid behavior before so many witnesses. It was a flagrant violation of the law, a severe transgression of the nation's legal boundaries. Take him away. As the situation spiraled out of control, Lin He hurriedly rose to explain, "Wait, comrade. It's not as you think. We are merely having a casual gathering among friends." With a disdainful smile, he gestured toward the alluring woman still kneeling on the ground. "Do friends need to kneel and reminisce? Must she assist you in removing your trousers?" At that moment, Lin He found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was tactically scratch the back of his head, saying, "Do you believe I took them off because my clothes were wet?" "Huh." With a grand wave of his hand, his subordinates swiftly restrained Lin He. "Take him away." At this juncture, Lin He was utterly at a loss. Jiangchuan City, Chuanbei District Public Security Bureau. Name: Lin He. Gender: Lin He had been quite cooperative until the officer inquired about his gender. He found it rather insulting to his intelligence. Thus, Lin He began to respond somewhat dismissively. "I don't know. Lin He, you don't know your own gender? Can you not discern what you are?" The officer in the interrogation room was exasperated. Yet, Lin He fearlessly retorted, "Can't you tell my surname? Must you ask such an unnecessary question? Do you think this is America? With 97 genders?" The officer was infuriated by Lin He's rebuttal, losing all semblance of discipline and decorum, rising to angrily point at Lin He. "Kid, we are following protocol. Whether you wish to comply or not, you must. TCH. Such redundant procedures should be abolished. They only hinder work efficiency." Lin He was already irked. The thought of being mistaken for a client and brought here was aggravating. Furthermore, seeing a mere officer daring to shout at him only fueled his annoyance. Upon hearing Lin He's words, the officer's fury escalated. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Kid, you're in trouble today. Originally, you could have gone home with a mere 5,000 from your family. But now, you're obstructing law enforcement and resisting violently. This warrants at least 15 days of administrative detention." Lin He sneered, "I rather look forward to going in, just afraid you lack the capability." Lin He spoke the truth. As long as he could avoid Su Yuro, it seemed inconsequential where he ended up. Moreover, with Su Yunqian's ability, extricating Lin He from the station would be a trivial matter. "All right, kid, just you wait. I shall escort you to our detention room at once. Let us see how audacious you remain." Just as the officer was about to detain Lin He was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the chief, who intervened to halt this farce. "Xiao Zhang, what are you doing? Release Mr. Lin immediately." Officer Xiao Zhang, still in shock, had no time to react before the chief respectfully grasped Lin He's hand, smiling warmly. "Mr. Lin, this is entirely a misunderstanding. You are free to go. Miss Su is waiting for you outside." "What? I've been detained for 15 days? Lin He retorted. The chief responded with a wry smile, "Mr. Lin, please do not make this difficult for me. If you do not leave soon, Miss Su will certainly inquire about your whereabouts." Without uttering another word, Lin He departed the police station alongside Zhang Cheng and the 4 women he had brought. Officer Xiao Zhang, who had been intent on detaining Lin He, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why a mere street rogue warranted the chief's intervention. "Hey, brother Lin, I truly apologize. I had no idea this would cause you so much trouble." Lin He shot an incredulous glance at Zhang Cheng. "If you continue to put me in such predicaments, I swear I shall make sure you regret it." Zhang Cheng chuckled awkwardly. "I merely wish to lift your spirits, seeing you so downcast." Before he could finish, Lin He felt an overwhelming aura of pressure. His gaze shifted forward to behold a brand new Maybach, before which stood 3 stunning figures. Their piercing gazes were fixed upon Lin He, filled with anger, disappointment, and confusion. In that moment, the thoughts of the 3 women were as follows. Eldest sister Su Yunqian. "Ah, caught him again, have I?" Second sister Su Yuru. "Has he always been like this?" Youngest sister Su Luoyao. "Could I have been mistaken? Is my brother-in-law truly a scoundrel? Why has he again chosen to accompany 2 women?" Su Yunqian cast a sidelong glance at Lin He, Zhang Cheng, and the 4 women, causing Zhang Cheng to lower his head in guilt, acutely aware that he was the reason for Lin He's predicament. She then approached Lin He, glaring at him. "When we return, you shall face my wrath. I did not expect to have to come here to fetch you." Confronted by Su Yunqian's icy and disappointed gaze, Lin He averted his eyes, remaining silent. "Chief Chen, I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Su Yunqian approached Chief Chen, who extended his hand in a respectful greeting. "Miss Su. It is nothing. This was all a misunderstanding. Mr. Lin was merely singing with friends at home, and we mistakenly took him for someone else. I sincerely regret having troubled you with this errand." Chief Chen quickly clarified, understanding that the son-in-law of the Su family was not someone he could afford to offend. Such is the reality of bureaucratic hierarchies. Moreover, it is said that the Su family is the foremost in the world. The Navii officer Zhang gazed in disbelief as Lin He departed with an exquisitely beautiful woman. No, Chief. Are we just going to let them go? Who is this woman? I've never seen such a leader in the city. Does she have a formidable background? Director Chen shook his head helplessly. They are individuals whose influence could stir an entire nation. They are beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Chapter 70. Perhaps we should reconsider. In Jianchuan City, at Tianhe Century. Within the Su family abode, Lin He sat nervously on the sofa in the hall. Opposite him were 3 pairs of autumnite sisters, all fixated on him. Just the presence of Su Yunxian alone made Lin He feel uncomfortable, and now there were 2 more formidable presences. Under the overwhelming aura of the 3 sisters, Lin He, aware of his own guilt, lowered his head, unable to meet their gazes directly. The silence in the room felt suffocating as seconds ticked by. 3 pairs of eyes locked in a silent duel. As the tension mounted, Lin He could no longer contain himself. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. What do you all want? If you intend to harm me, just say it. Stop scaring me. He finally shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Eldest sister, he's your man. What do you have to say? Luo Yao, with her beautiful eyes, turned to Su Yunxian. Yet at this moment, Su Yunxian appeared somewhat hurt. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She cast a cold glance at Lin He. Forget it. You all speak. With that, she rose and retreated to her room. Seemingly displeased with Lin He's actions that day. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Lin He attempted to grasp her hand, but was intercepted by the younger sister, Luo Yao, who fiercely admonished him. You can explain later when you're alone with her. Right now, there are matters that require your attention. Lin He looked at Luo Yao, bewildered. What matters? Luo Yao produced the pre-prepared document titled The Su Family's Unequal Treaty and presented it to Lin He. He observed several sheets resembling contracts, prominently titled Su Family Marriage Commitment. 1. In the vast world, the wife is paramount. 2. One must heed the wife's words, obey her commands, and blindly support her, even in her errors. 3. Final supplementary agreement. Lin He belongs to his wife, yet as a son-in-law, he is part of the Su family. The brother-in-law must cherish, care for, and protect all members of the Su family, including but not limited to Su Yuro and Su Luoyao. When the wife is present, she reigns supreme. When the wife is absent, the 2nd and 3rd sisters hold the highest authority. Under the approval of his wife, the brother-in-law must wholeheartedly fulfill all requests from his 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law, provided they align with legal and ethical standards. When the wife is present, her word is paramount. In her absence, the 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law take precedence. The hierarchy is clear. The wife holds the highest rank, followed by the 2nd sister-in-law, the 3rd sister-in-law, and then the youngest, affectionately referred to as Little Potato. As the brother-in-law gazed upon the lengthy supplementary agreement, Lin He found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. In his wife's absence, he was obliged to heed the words of the 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law. Was he destined to live his life with them or with Su Yunxian? One might mistakenly believe that he had wed Su Yunxian as his principal spouse, while taking Su Luoyao and Su Yuro as concubines. How absurd. Disregarding the unreasonable commotion instigated by the women, Lin He made his way towards Su Yunxian's room. To his surprise, Su Luoyao stood directly in his path. Humph. Do you wish for my elder sister to join our Su family? Luoyao exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. Oh my goodness. My dear ancestor. Lin He chuckled at the youthful girl before him, who was exuding an exuberant spirit. At the tender age of 24, she embodied the pinnacle of youthful beauty. Do you not comprehend that I am marrying your sister? He retorted, glancing at the commitment letter they had drafted, which resembled a contract of servitude. Even the humiliating Sino-British Treaty of 1842 would pale in comparison. At this moment, Su Yuro, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, suddenly broke into a sweet smile, leaving Lin He feeling bewildered yet captivated. He had not anticipated her laughter, as Su Yuro regarded the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her. She silently mused, who would have thought he possesses such a delightful sense of humor? Why had I not noticed this before? Yet, as memories of their past surfaced, Su Yuro lamented the opportunity she had missed. In her previous understanding, Lin He was a thoroughgoing layabout, never holding a job and spending his days indulging in revelry with his idle friends. The only redeeming quality he exhibited was his dedication to preparing breakfast and dinner for her, leaving notes before disappearing once more. However, during that time, Yuro was a formidable woman of the capital, at the zenith of her power and wealth, and she dismissed Lin He as a mere wastrel. Consequently, she had never tasted the meals he meticulously prepared for her. It is not an exaggeration to say that although they resided in the same household, they were as distant as strangers. After a brief distraction caused by Su Yuro, Lin He returned to reality, gazing at the playful Luo Yao with a wry smile. Intending to leave, however, Luo Yao remained relentless, blocking the entrance to Su Yunshan's room. Alas, brother-in-law, if you do not sign, I shall never relinquish my elder sister to you. I vehemently disagree. The entire Su family shares this sentiment. Rules are rules. If you marry our Qianqian, you must also embrace both me and Sister Yuro. At this very moment, the two beside me are thinking just that. Lin He, what on earth are you saying, ancestor? Did you even comprehend your words? Su Yuro, really? Could there be such wonderful news? I need not compete. My elder sister need not yield. It is simply perfect. Witnessing the incredulity on Lin He and the second sister's faces, Luo Yao, pouting her lips, promptly altered her stance. Regardless, if you marry Sister Qianqian, you must take care of me and Sister Yuro. After all, when you were with Sister Yuro, it was the same. The husband belongs to Sister Qianqian, but the brother-in-law is meant for all of us. We love all that belongs to her. Kiki, our requests are modest. Just ensure our needs are met come the wedding. Such audacious declarations. They transformed the once demure words of the enchantress into something refreshingly unconventional. Lin He, however, had no desire to risk his life for them. He sought to evade the troublesome Luo Yao and escape to his wife's chamber. Yet, Luo Yao clung to his arm, throwing a tantrum. Oh dear, brother-in-law. Just sign it. Otherwise, we shall not allow you entry tonight. Faced with such a tenacious sister-in-law and a yearning for his wife, Lin He, disregarding the circumstances, produced a pen and carelessly scrawled his name. He dismissed the matter as mere antics of Luo Yao. Little did he know. The three sisters viewed themselves as contenders in a strategic game. In the dimly lit room, moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the graceful figure of Su Yunshan. Languidly reclining on the bed, she had not even changed her attire, looking ethereal as she lay there. Lin He stealthily approached the bed, yearning to envelop her in his embrace. Alas, at that moment, Su Yunshan resembled a festive pig. He could not contain her. Wife, be obedient. Husband, he faltered. A man must assert his strength. Regardless of Su Yunshan's resistance, Lin He firmly held her close through sheer force. However, as her head nestled against him, Lin He sensed something amiss. A cascade of warm, wet tears soaked his clothing. This sight startled him. Wife, why are you in tears? Oh dear, I truly did not deceive you. They are merely friends of that Zhangcheng fellow. It is not as you perceive. Lin He's words, intended to soothe, only served to unleash the floodgates of Su Yunshan's pent-up sorrow. She clung tightly to him, weeping uncontrollably. Woe is me. Perhaps we should just let it go.